The Demon Lord Yanbai is inherently indolent, disinterested in comprehending the profound truths of the universe. Despite his extraordinary talent, he has yet to attain a state of consummate mastery. His beloved, the Celestial Emperor, painstakingly crafted 6,000 worlds, infusing each minuscule realm with a hint of Daoist resonance to assist him in grasping the great truths. The Amnesiac Demon Lord, with 1,000 faces, fully liberated his nature. At times, he was the epitome of a charming seductress, at others a cunning young master or a tempestuous bandit. Though his temper could be rather foul, he exuded an undeniable charm. Yet, each time he found himself enamored, fixated, or flirtatious, it was invariably with the Celestial Emperor. After all, how could a scheming Celestial Emperor allow him to engage romantically with others? Chapter 1. The 101st time of being betrayed by a scoundrel. Beep. Target character detected. Yi Chun. Beep. Current villain's corruption level. 99.99. Upon regaining consciousness, Yanbai felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, as desire slipped from the grasp of his consciousness, surrendering to primal instincts. He found himself in a most humiliating position, prostrated at the feet of a man, seemingly yearning for the man's begrudging affection. For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to Yanbai's mind. He raised his gaze. A figure loomed above him, the dim lighting barely illuminating the man's chiseled features and icy demeanor. Tinged with disdain, Yanbai spoke, startled by the softness of his own voice. "Who are you?" The utterance was weak and laced with an unfulfilled yearning. The man replied, his voice deep and dripping with sarcasm. "Haven't you professed your affection for me daily at the academy? Can you not recognize me now? I am Yi Chun." A torrent of unfamiliar memories surged through Yanbai's mind, plunging his momentarily clear thoughts back into confusion. "What have you given me?" "You." Suddenly, the man leaned down, gripping Yanbai's exquisite jaw, his gaze piercing. "Merely something to ensure your compliance. Do you think I truly desire to touch you? I only wish to witness you beg for mercy. Do you see the camera over there? Your disgraceful display has been recorded." Yanbai turned his head slightly, noticing a tripod with a camera, its red light blinking ominously. Anger surged within him. The Demon Lord had never endured such indignities. He slapped the man unexpectedly, though the strike was weak, resembling a gentle caress. Faced with his own feeble strength, Yanbai felt a surge of frustration. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, Yanbai appeared different. Wasn't he always the gentle one? Yanbai met his gaze, panting and coldly scoffed. "Was that slap too gentle for you?" "Yi Chun." Yanbai summoned his strength, retreating a step to sit upon the carpet, leaning against the plush bed, his breath growing heavier. Though physically at a disadvantage, his demeanor radiated an air of disdainful superiority. Beneath him lay a soft, shaggy carpet, and before him stood a man of striking allure. The physical cravings intensified. The Demon Lord could certainly resolve his own needs. But why should he? The architect of his predicament was undeniably tempting. Even fully aware of the trap, Yanbai contemplated taking the plunge. "You had best pray that you never fall into my grasp, for I will end you." Yi Chun's gaze remained fixed on the defiant youth before him. The boy was undeniably beautiful, his features exquisite and ethereal, a flush of desire gracing his pale visage, beads of sweat glistening like dew upon a jade petal. Irresistible. Yet, at this moment, the youth's expression was one of rebellion, challenging him with defiance. Yi Chun, captivated by the youth's feigned ferocity yet glistening eyes, felt an inexplicable urge to conquer him. His voice, laced with a hint of desire, echoed, "But for now, it seems only I can bring about your end." Yanbai mocked, unbuttoning 2 buttons of his collar. "What are you waiting for? If you're a man, then act like one. I've called for a duck before, and they weren't this indecisive." His words were akin to pouring gasoline on flames. Any man would find it intolerable. Yi Chun crouched down, seizing Yanbai by the collar and thrusting him onto the bed. Their faces mere inches apart, his voice low and suggestive. "Let me show you if I am indeed a man." The air thickened with an intoxicating essence, a heady musk enveloping them, igniting the atmosphere with fervor. Yanbai's eyes brimmed with tears of physiology, tracing luminous arcs across his face. As he gasped for breath, he wished to hurl insults at Yi Chun. "Is this all you're capable of?" Yi Chun, amused, found himself incensed by such a challenge. He preferred to demonstrate his prowess through action. Yi Chun dismissed any further banter. The carpet beneath them rippled, producing a sound reminiscent of a broken melody, echoing the melancholic beauty of a misty autumn in Jiangnan. Yi Chun wiped away the tears that fell from Yanbai's eyes, his voice a sultry murmur. "Do not cry out. Aren't you the one with a bold tongue?" Yanbai's enchanting eyes shimmered, now clouded with confusion and vulnerability. Yanbai, who had never been truly powerless, finally found solace in sweet words. The atmosphere softened, and he succumbed to exhaustion, drifting in a slumber amidst the gentle rain of affection. Yi Chun paused, gazing down at the damp beauty before him, his fingers tracing the contours of Yanbai's flawless visage. There was a tenderness, a trace of compassion. Yet he abruptly realized his lapse in composure, retracting his hand as if burned, retreating to the shower. Upon his return, Yi Chun found Yanbai sprawled on the bed like a discarded doll, his body marred with red marks, appearing utterly pitiful. Yi Chun halted, eventually retrieving a warm towel, intending to cleanse Yanbai's body, only to discover he was running a slight fever. Yi Chun had previously conducted thorough research, aware that such an experience often resulted in a fever. He was taken aback. How could Yanbai be? Hadn't he been entangled with He Zishuan for years? The inevitable should have transpired long ago. Recalling the previous events, certain features seemed to confirm that Yanbai was indeed inexperienced. Before he could ponder further, perhaps due to the coolness of the towel, Yanbai stirred awake, instinctively seeking his warmth. Yi Chun cautiously inquired, "Yanbai, you haven't slept with He Zishuan before, have you?" Yanbai, still dazed, managed to respond, "He Zishuan doesn't deserve it." Yi Chun felt a tumult of emotions, surprise, guilt, and a flicker of joy. He leaned down, for the first time capturing Yanbai's lips with his own, a gentle kiss. This time, he was tender, and Yanbai responded with fervor, the temperature around them rising swiftly. After a flurry of chaos, Yanbai dismissed Yi Chun, shoving him aside and rolling over to fall back into a deep slumber. Yi Chun, he found himself awkwardly left behind. He glanced down at his own self-deprecating reflection, gently biting the nape of Yanbai's neck, truly heartless, abandoning me like this. As he indulged in the softness of Yanbai's skin, he couldn't resist placing tender kisses along his back. Yi Chun was utterly captivated by Yanbai's exquisite form. The skin was delicate, smooth, and sweet, making it irresistible. When Yi Chun finally released Yanbai, he heard the languid voice of Yanbai drift through the air, "Scoundrel, get away." Yi Chun's ears flushed crimson at once. Chapter 2. The 101st Encounter with the Deceitful Green Tea. Yi Chun swiftly filled the bathtub with water, cradling Yanbai into the spacious massage tub. To prevent him from slipping, he let him sit atop himself, adjusting the massage strength to its maximum, allowing the water to wash away Yanbai's fatigue, while gently caressing and cleansing every inch of his skin. Yanbai sighed contentedly, adjusting into a more comfortable position, slipping back into a deep slumber. Yi Chun found himself paralyzed. He had never realized how easily his body could be stirred. He gazed intently at the face so close before him, truly exquisite. The more he looked, the more he cherished it. Yanbai had always presented himself as a delicate, fragile green tea, relying on his looks and family background, exuding an air of feigned humility mixed with arrogance. Yet today, stripped of his garments, Yanbai seemed to reveal an entirely different, authentic self, leaving Yi Chun both astonished and enchanted. Thus, the two remained in the room for 3 days. Yanbai oscillated between consciousness and slumber, awakening only to desire, and once satisfied, succumbing once more to sleep. Yi Chun could only seize the moments when he was awake to coax him into consuming some porridge. Yanbai was rather unruly, resembling a discontented little sprite, seemingly disdainful of the time spent eating, which interfered with his revelry. Yi Chun, fearing for his well-being, had no choice but to alternate between threats and coaxing to feed him. At last, he was not starved. Since Yi Chun had become gentler, Yanbai no longer resembled a hedgehog, bristling with thorns. Occasionally obedient, at times willful, both sides tasted a unique flavor of companionship, leaving Yi Chun somewhat addicted. Remarkably, their lives grew increasingly harmonious. After 3 days, Yanbai finally shed the effects of the medication, regaining his rationality, no longer governed by his body. Although Yi Chun had administered medicine during these days, Yanbai's low fever persisted, and he felt a dull ache in his head and body. Struggling to open his eyes, he found Yi Chun embracing him, both entwined in a manner reminiscent of intimate lovers. What was this? A theatrical display of romance. The Demon Lord's ire surged. Having been used, he was quick to turn against Yi Chun. With all the strength he could muster, Yanbai kicked him to the ground. Yi Chun awoke from his slumber, dazed and bewildered, staring at Yanbai for a long moment before processing the situation. Yanbai's voice was cold. Have you recorded what you desired? Then hurry and leave. Yi Chun felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. The sweetness of the past 3 days evaporating from his memory, revealing the underlying intentions of the entire charade. The camera had indeed been switched off after the first session, but the recordings remained a stark reality. Yi Chun rose, silently donning his clothes beside him. Grasping the glaring camera, he glanced back at Yanbai, and with great difficulty, uttered the lines he had prepared: "Do not trouble me," or "He Zishuan again, do not hinder my thesis from allowing me to graduate. And this footage shall remain unseen by anyone." What should have been a harsh declaration felt oddly distorted. Having spoken, he turned and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Yanbai watched as the door shut and the figure vanished, utterly drained, collapsing onto the bed. After 3 arduous days of battling a fever, he now lay weak and feeble, akin to a shrimp, barely managing to kick anyone to the ground. A miracle in itself. Yanbai lay exhausted upon the bed, panting heavily as the 9-tailed fox stealthily emerged. "My lord, is it truly necessary to commence the game in such a thrilling manner? Is my life to be forfeited?" Yanbai rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Do you even have the audacity to question this? Who chose this particular moment?" The 9-tailed fox replied with a pitiful expression, "I cannot control the exact timing of my arrival. I am just as taken aback by this situation." However, Yanbai acknowledged that Yi Chun's performance was indeed commendable, and one could argue that the Lord had not suffered unduly. Yanbai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Although the past 3 days had not been devoid of pleasure, it was all too passive. Who could find satisfaction in such a predicament? This flawed system was utterly unhelpful, compounded by the pitfalls left by the original host, nearly driving him to despair. The original host was a mere green tea, a scion of an illustrious family, a mere background character in the life of the male protagonist. Since childhood, he had harbored feelings for his neighbor's elder brother, He Zishuan, an equally privileged young gentleman and the world's male lead. They attended a prestigious academy where they were surrounded by a cohort of similarly affluent peers. Yet, He Zishuan was a notorious scoundrel, perpetually toying with the original host's affections, drawing near and then retreating. Though he acknowledged the original host as his legitimate boyfriend, it did not hinder his pursuits of fleeting romances outside their relationship. He even provided a facade of justification, claiming that all men have needs, and if the original host could not fulfill them, he had every right to seek satisfaction elsewhere. The original host, though somewhat naive, possessed his own principles. He steadfastly refused to engage in intimacy before marriage, yet this did not prevent him from indulging in drama. Each time He Zishuan strayed, the original host, feeling discontent, would threaten to end their relationship. To provoke He Zishuan, he would feign affection for the campus heartthrob, Yi Chun, unabashedly pursuing him and openly expressing his interest. Yi Chun was the scapegoat antagonist of this realm, a year senior to the male lead, hailing from a humble background, thus feeling utterly out of place among the elite. Nevertheless, his exceptional looks and outstanding academic performance earned him a spot at the prestigious institution on merit. Yi Chun, of course, ignored the original host, finding the antics of the wealthy offspring tiresome. However, being in the same school left him with little choice but to endure. After indulging in his escapades, He Zishuan would inevitably return to appease the original host, and naturally, he would not overlook the impoverished Yi Chun, who had provoked the original host. Thus, the unfortunate Yi Chun became a mere tool for the original host, repeatedly targeted and retaliated against by He Zishuan. The suffering endured by Yi Chun led the original host to believe that the male lead truly cared for him, allowing for a brief period of reconciliation amidst their dramatic antics. Such farcical encounters occurred every couple of months. Yi Chun found himself utterly exasperated, yet powerless to change his circumstances, as the Yin and He families held shares in the esteemed academy, granting them considerable influence. Coming from a modest background, Yi Chun's parents had sacrificed greatly for his education, and he would not allow anything to jeopardize his studies. Thus, he remained silent and endured. He hoped to persevere until graduation, yearning to distance himself from this tumultuous pair. However, just before graduation, the original host quarreled with He Zixuan once more, leading He Zixuan to sabotage Yi Chun's thesis, preventing his graduation. This became the final straw for Yi Chun. All his forbearance came to an end, and he resolved to seek retribution. He deceived the original host into a hotel, intending to record a video to threaten the host to cease his incessant disturbances. Thus, everything that transpired before unfolded. Chapter 3. The 101st time of being betrayed by a scoundrel. Having sorted through all of this, Yanbai ground his teeth in frustration. What kind of wretched host did you find? I did nothing and was immediately filmed in a little movie. The nine-tailed fox, with its toes pointed against each other, quietly curled its toes in a pitiful complaint. Didn't you agree to being filmed beforehand? Yanbai was infuriated. This body has a bug that drains my magic whenever it encounters a villain. I would have preferred to refuse, if only I could. The nine-tailed fox replied, well, your task is to conquer the villain. In the future, we shall all be one family. What harm is there in filming a little video? It's for fun. Besides, among all the candidates, this body is the most visually appealing and comes from a wealthy background. The reason for selecting him is that the esteemed Lord of Demons would rather not endure the hardships of life. The flattery of the nine-tailed fox was both obsequious and clever, causing Yanbai's lips to twitch. So, to spare me from life's hardships, I must endure physical torment? What kind of nonsense theory is this? The nine-tailed fox, feeling wronged, insisted, I have meticulously compared countless options, sacrificing numerous brain cells to choose this identity. The villain is Yi Chun. To conquer him and lower his darkening value, this identity is the most suitable. Haven T, we already made progress in conquering him physically. If you win his heart, the mission will be complete. ISNT, this practically a guaranteed victory? Yanbai was momentarily speechless, while lying down was indeed possible. Whether victory was assured remained uncertain. Conquering is impossible. I can't attack. The nine-tailed fox, impressed by the ambitious aspirations of the Lord of Demons, reflected on how many times he had endured this, and yet still yearned for conquest. Yanbai fiddled with a pendant around his neck that, despite being dropped several times, returned to his side. The pendant was warm to the touch, crafted from an extraordinary material, and it caused no discomfort when worn. In the memories of the original host that he had absorbed, there was no recollection of this pendant, which had materialized abruptly upon the arrival of his soul. The circular pendant was adorned with numerous irregularly shaped hollow patterns, as if waiting to be filled, possessing a peculiar aesthetic of asymmetry. Yanbai held the pendant before his face, demanding, what is this useless trinket? The nine-tailed fox explained, this was specifically crafted by the Celestial Emperor for Yanbai, a magical artifact designed to gather the laws of small worlds. Each time you find a lover, save a world, and comprehend a layer of the great Tao, a piece of the pendant will fill in. Once the pendant is completely assembled, the cultivation of the Lord of Demons will ascend to a new level, achieving great mastery. The Celestial Emperor has invested considerable effort into this. However, could the nine-tailed fox dare to voice such words? The Celestial Emperor intended to contribute silently, never planning to reveal the true purpose behind creating 6,000 small worlds to the Lord of Demons. What the Lord of Demons perceived as a playful journey was, in fact, a path of cultivation. Yet at this moment, the Lord of Demons cast a menacing glance, as if the nine-tailed fox could not articulate the reasoning without facing severe consequences. A rebellious thought flickered in the nine-tailed fox's mind. Why should they, as a pair of celestial and demonic lovers, burden the fox? Keeping so many secrets was an immense strain. and he too longed for the disappearance of memories. The nine-tailed fox regarded Yi Chun, who had whimsically completed his task and was about to depart, with a hint of melancholy in its gaze. Its mind raced, wishing to summon an ancient strength to fabricate an elaborate tale. In truth, I am merely a modest system, akin to a tool, with knowledge that is exceedingly limited. From information I currently possess, this pendant serves as a task recorder, a key to unlocking your memories. As you continuously undertake tasks and unlock new realms, the necklace will gradually fill. Once it is entirely filled, your memories shall return. Having spoken, the nine-tailed fox succumbed to despondency, lying lifelessly in the sea of Yanbai's consciousness. Yanbai, seemingly contemplative, chose not to further trouble the nine-tailed fox. As Yi Chun exited, he was enveloped in a dismal mood. Towering 20 stories high, he opted against the elevator, yearning for solitude. He turned towards the staircase, descended several flights, and paused at a small window, gazing out at the forest of skyscrapers. He quietly lit a cigarette, its flickering red ember mirroring the turmoil within his heart. At that moment, hushed voices drifted up from below, conspiratorial and suggestive of ill intentions, though Yi Chun initially paid them no mind. However, upon hearing Yanbai's name uttered among them, his ears perked up. He stepped forward cautiously, peering over the railing, and discerned several figures conversing in hushed tones 2 flights down. "Are you sure Yanbai booked a room on the 20th floor?" "Absolutely. The employer's information is infallible. It's room 35, and it hasn't been vacated. He must be inside." "Boss, are we really going to force a man?" "I'm not inclined that way." "Hey, don't regret saying that. I have a photo. Want to take a look?" "Wow, P.S. even more attractive than a woman." "Boss, I think I'm in." "Cut it out. I'm going first. You all line up. Make sure to record the video splendidly. I've been paid $1 million for this job. The Tiger Head Gang prides itself on integrity. We must see this through. Rest assured, boss, Wang Er has gone to the staff to pilfer the room card. Once he gets back, we'll proceed. That delicate little thing 1T stand a chance against all 4 of us." Just then, the sound of the fire escape door opening was heard, followed by an excited voice. "Boss, I got the room card." The boss's tone was urgent. Let us go. Take the elevator up together." Their voices faded, followed by the echo of the fire escape door slamming shut. Yi Chun hastily exited the stairwell, arriving at the elevator only to find it had already ascended. There was no time to wait for another. He dashed back to the staircase, racing towards the 20th floor. As he burst forth from the stairwell, he spotted several individuals at the door of room 35, having just swiped the entrance open and beginning to file inside. With the speed of a sprinter, he reached the door just as it was on the verge of closing. He thrust his hand against the quickly shutting door and delivered a powerful kick to the back of the last person entering. Then, a comical scene unfolded. Like a line of dominoes, the 4 individuals at the threshold collided and tumbled onto the carpet of the room, sprawled out like a heap of fallen figures. Yi Chun swiftly turned around to close the door, unwilling for anyone to discover Yanbai in his current state. Yanbai was still nestled in bed, lamenting to the nine-tailed fox when he heard the sound of the door opening, followed by a commotion as a group of men tumbled to the floor. Yi Chun and Yanbai appeared at the threshold, the former anxiously glancing at the latter, who met his gaze with a rather displeased expression. "Yi Chun hurried the ape-linet. I do not know them, but I overheard their discussion in the stairwell about wanting to harm you, which is why I followed them here." The 4 men on the ground grumbled as they got to their feet, creating a cacophony of noise. "Who the hell kicked me? Damn it. Watch where you're walking. You almost broke my camera. Wow, the person on the bed is even more beautiful than in the photos. Who are you to meddle?" The nine-tailed fox trembled, flipping through the script in confusion. This scene was not part of the narrative. Where did these ruffians come from, and what had gone awry? Yanbai, clad only in a bathrobe, was fortunate that the blanket covered him, preventing any embarrassing exposure. He remained calm, simply observing the intruders without speaking. At that moment, the man who had been kicked began to regain his composure and charged at Yi Chun, shouting, "You little brat, how dare you kick me? I'll knock your teeth out." Yi Chun, tall and imposing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, was agile and did not falter in the ensuing scuffle. Although outnumbered 4 to 1, he managed to take down 2 of them through sheer determination, despite sustaining several punches himself. The remaining assailant, blood streaming from his nose, retreated to the side of their leader. With a quavering voice, he said, "Boss, this guy is tough. If not, let us just forget about this today." The leader, observing his incapacitated companions, also seemed to lose some of his bravado, yet still attempted to sound intimidating. "Brother, which side are you on? It's not honorable to cut off someone's livelihood. If you can pretend you didn't TC anything and leave, I can offer a generous reward." Ye Chen sneered, positioning himself protectively in front of Yanbai's bed. "If you have the guts, come at me. Do you think I am as despicable as you?" Yanbai, listening from behind, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh at those words. Yi Chun, feeling a bit flushed and realizing the gravity of the situation, turned to threaten the ruffians. "Who sent you? Otherwise, I'll break both your legs." The leader gritted his teeth. "Kid, you really are bold. But betraying my employer is out of the question. $1 million ISNT easily earned. After 3 years of pandemic, it's not easy to get work now. I can hardly afford to let this slip away." He turned to his only standing subordinate, who was bleeding profusely from a nose, and said, "Let us go together." He was nearing his end. After uttering these words, the leader drew a knife from his waist and charged forward with ferocity. Yanbai, noticing the trembling hand on Yi Chen's back, realized he was nearing exhaustion. He waved his hand, and several glass marbles rolled out with precise angles, causing the leader, who was running, to step directly onto one. He stumbled forward, crashing to the ground. The dagger in his hand was dislodged, turning in the air and landing squarely in his own thigh. With a grimace, he pressed down, embedding the blade entirely, leaving only the hilt protruding. The subordinate behind him, still bleeding from the nose, remained frozen in place, terrified by the sight of the dagger in the leader's thigh and too frightened to move. The leader lay on the ground, his voice cracking. "Ah, my leg is ruined. Grandson, come help me to the hospital." The man hurriedly stepped forward to assist the leader, who staggered towards the exit. The 2 men on the ground crawled out as well, and the 4 of them left in a pitiful state, not forgetting to close the door behind them. The moment the door shut, Yi Chan could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the bed. His chest had endured numerous blows, and as he relaxed, a wave of intense coughing overtook him. Yanbai, too, was in pain all over. His waist, his legs, everything hurt. Neither was in a much better state than the other. Once Yi Chen's coughing fit subsided and his breathing steadied, he suddenly recalled something. He had forgotten to inquire who had bribed them. "Be careful. Someone is out to get you." Yanbai, still simmering with anger, yet somewhat amused, replied, "Indeed, I was too careless to fall for your trick." Yi Chen looked down, his emotions complex yet devoid of regret. "We can't stay here. I'll take you home." Yanbai regarded him with a look of incredulity. "How can I go home looking like this?" Yi Chen posed it, noting the multitude of ambiguous red marks on Yanbai's neck, making him resemble a blossoming peach flower, vibrant from the rain. It was evident something extraordinary had transpired, and returning home seemed inappropriate. However, it was the short holiday for the National Day, and schools were closed. Besides, Yanbai didn't even live on campus. "Then where shall we go?" Yanbai raised an eyebrow at him. "Didn't he rent a place outside? Let's go there first." Yi Chun hesitated. Indeed, for the sake of his part-time job, he had not stayed in the dorms and had rented a small, old residence near the school. How could someone of Yanbai's affluent background be accustomed to such living conditions? Yet, Yi Chun said nothing and got up to fetch him some clothes. As soon as Yanbai moved, a sharp pain shot through him, igniting his frustration anew. "Are you a donkey? Help me put on my clothes." Yi Chen retorted. "You're a bit demanding, aren't you?" Ultimately, Yi Chun helped him dress, seizing the opportunity to savor the view. After he was dressed, Yi Chun supported him down from the bed. Yanbai appeared utterly helpless, his legs trembling uncontrollably like a shaking sieve. Yi Chun was unaware of the severity of the consequences and felt somewhat guilty for the harshness of his actions. 3 days felt rather excessive. Yet, his pride forbade him from uttering an apology, compelling him to continually remind himself that it was Yanbai who had wronged him first, and thus his own actions were entirely justified. As the two entered the elevator, Yanbai handed him the car keys from his pocket. "You could drive, right?" Yi Chun accepted the keys, glancing at the emblem. He had never driven such a fine vehicle before. "Be careful. If you crash it, you'll owe me. Yichen looked up, replying, I have no money, but I can compensate in other ways. Upon finishing his sentence, he lowered his gaze suggestively. Yanbai's expression darkened. Stop daydreaming. Clear your head. Yichen maintained his forward gaze, replying, the water has already flowed from other channels. The essence comprises 80 water. Let me calculate. Over these 3 days, I approximately. Yanbai swiftly covered his mouth, his expression contorted and fierce. Your arithmetic is excellent, but spare me the calculations. Yichen smirked and obediently fell silent. His driving skills were commendable, as he smoothly parked the car in the lot of the aging residential complex. The elderly residents downstairs, seeking relief from the heat, were taken aback by the sight of such a luxury vehicle. It was indeed a rarity in this neighborhood. After exiting the car, Yichen went to assist Yanbai from the passenger seat. However, as Yanbai attempted to get out, he winced from sharp pain, trembling slightly as he stepped out. Upon seeing Yichen, his temper was less than amiable. Beast! Yichen was perplexed by the insult, but instinctively chose silence for the sake of self-preservation. He locked the car and supported Yanbai as they moved forward. The elderly women began to chime in. Yichen, who is this? He is quite handsome. A classmate of mine, staying at my place for a few days. Oh, your classmate seems unwell. Why does he walk so awkwardly? Does he have a girlfriend? Yanbai felt exasperated. The old ladies were far too inquisitive for his liking. He firmly resolved to avoid any scandalous entanglements during these few days. Noticing Yanbai's discomfort, Yichen offered vague responses, and the two ascended into the narrow concrete corridor, which was scarcely wide enough for 2 people, devoid of an elevator. Yichen glanced at Yanbai and, seeing no signs of disdain or reluctance, felt a slight easing of his anxiety. Shall I carry you up? Yanbai imagined the scene of being cradled like a princess and promptly declined. However, with his current state, climbing 6 flights of stairs would be an arduous task. After some hesitation, he opted for a compromise. You can piggyback me. Yichen immediately crouched down. His broad back appeared sturdy and reliable. Without a moment's hesitation, Yanbai climbed onto him. Yichen secured his hands around Yanbai's thighs and ascended the stairs 2 steps at a time, as if the task were effortless. The pleasant scent of soap bark wafted from Yichen. It was not expensive, yet refreshingly fragrant, a novel aroma for Yanbai. Resting his head against Yichen's back, he unexpectedly found a sense of tranquility and security. He decided to close his eyes and savor this unfamiliar sensation. Yichen unlocked the old iron door, revealing yet another wooden door beyond it. Yanbai was somewhat intrigued by his dwelling, opening his eyes to survey the surroundings. The room was exceedingly small, a single space that served as both bedroom and living area. Against the wall stood a bed, and the remainder of the space was occupied by a solitary sofa and a rudimentary dining table. Half of the diminutive balcony had been converted into a makeshift kitchen. The inexpensive floor tiles bore the marks of wear and tear. Overall, this place could be described with a single adjective: dilapidated. Yet, it was remarkably clean. Even the cracks between the tiles gleamed with a pristine whiteness, devoid of any dust. It seemed that the occupant possessed a penchant for cleanliness. Yichen gently placed him on the bed adorned with blue checkered sheets, promptly arranging the pillow and blanket behind him to ensure he could sit in comfort. Yanbai felt a slight sense of relief. What a dutiful son! Yichen lightly brushed his forehead, remarking, Your fever hasn't subsided. You still need to take your medicine shortly. I searched online, and for your condition, it's best to apply some ointment to facilitate a quicker recovery. However, I don't have any at home, so I'll go out and buy some for you. Yanbai's cheeks flushed slightly. The topic felt rather sensitive. He tactfully diverted the conversation. You've only given me plain congee these past few days. Do you intend to starve me to inherit my estate? Yichen paused, then suddenly laughed. Only spouses can inherit the estate. Do you intend for me to have that privilege? Yanbai reached out as if to swat him, but, considering his current physical state, decided to settle the score later. I'm hungry. Hurry and get me something delicious. Yichen ceased his teasing and turned to leave the room. In less than an hour, he returned carrying 2 bags. One contained several layered food containers, the logo on the bag belonging to a well-known restaurant that the original occupant frequently ordered from. The other bag held the medicine. Yichen opened all the food containers, revealing a lavish spread of 4 dishes and a soup. The nine-tailed fox clicked his tongue. This meal could cover a month's wages for Yi-chun. He certainly splurges on you. Yanbai smiled slightly, and Yi-chun inquired, would you prefer to eat in bed or here? A mischievous grin appeared on Yanbai's face as he replied, can I eat in bed? Yi-chun's expression momentarily contorted with conflict before he gritted his teeth and agreed, fine. However, Yanbai laughed, no, I still need to sleep in this bed tonight. I'll eat over there. Yi-chun subtly exhaled in relief. It was intolerable for someone with such a cleanliness obsession to have food in bed. Yanbai sat at the dining table and noticed there was only a bowl of rice. Aren't you eating? Yi-chun replied, you go ahead. I'll eat later after I take some medicine. With that, he took the medicine bag and headed to the balcony. There was a half-length mirror on the balcony. Yi-chun removed his shirt and turned to apply ointment to his back while gazing into the mirror. He had sustained multiple blows during his altercation with several individuals, and now his body bore numerous bruises, a sight that was somewhat alarming. Yanbai glanced over, the mottled sunlight casting a gentle glow on Yi-chun's back, the curve of his spine appearing rather alluring. Yanbai chose to ignore it and lowered his head to continue eating. The nine-tailed fox appeared somewhat covetous. Its waist was indeed alluring, intentionally twisting and turning before him. Was this a form of seduction? Yanbai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The house was already quite small, so how far could it possibly retreat? The nine-tailed fox glanced around. Indeed, the balcony was the farthest point from Yanbai. Well, those with a guilty conscience tend to see filth in everyone, including oneself. Yanbai chuckled silently, having eaten half a bowl of rice and a few bites of vegetables. He felt satiated and retreated back to the bed to continue his idle repose. Yi-chun, having applied the medicine, sat beside Yanbai, bare-chested, and from his bag, retrieved another vial of ointment, reaching out to tug at Yanbai's trousers. Yanbai was taken aback. Are you even human? Yi-chun paused. Fear not. I shan't harm you. I merely wish to apply the medicine. Yanbai retorted, who is afraid? I don't need it. Yi-chun, having begun to understand Yanbai's temperament, patiently coaxed. I inquired, applying this will bring you much relief. Yanbai, perplexed, asked, who did you ask? Just the old man at the pharmacy, Yi-chun replied. Yanbai covered his face, feeling secondhand embarrassment for him. In a moment of carelessness, Yi-chun swiftly removed his trousers with an alarming deftness. Yanbai contemplated resisting, but Yi-chun spoke up, his voice slightly hoarse. School starts in 3 days. Are you sure you want to apply the medicine? Considering the hard benches at school, Yanbai hesitated, conceding his struggle. Fine, just be quick about it. A gentle touch made him flinch, and Yi-chun felt a surge of emotions but suppressed any errant thoughts. He diligently and swiftly applied the ointment, completely removing Yanbai's trousers in the process. Just as Yanbai was about to protest, Yi-chun interjected, his voice somewhat raspy. These jeans are too stiff and uncomfortable. Let me fetch you a softer pair of pajamas. Yanbai's initial retort was abruptly stifled, and he accepted the kindness. After changing clothes, Yanbai nestled obediently on the sofa. However, after sleeping excessively over the past 3 days, he found himself unable to slumber now and felt a bit bored. Yi-chun, pass me my phone. Yi-chun handed him the phone from the dining table. Yanbai had not forgotten the 4 individuals who had attacked Yi-chun earlier. How could they conspire against the original owner without even the nine-tailed fox being aware? Yanbai had refrained from questioning those 4 at the time, but that did not imply he would let them off lightly. They thought they could scheme against him and escape unscathed. How naive. He hacked into the hotel's network, accessing the surveillance footage, and quickly located the 4 culprits. Utilizing facial recognition technology, he identified the leader among them. Following the trail, he uncovered the leader's phone number, then infiltrated his device, discovering some intriguing information. He scoffed, reflecting on the unsavory associates the original owner had. Indeed, none were trustworthy. With a clearer picture in mind, he patiently awaited the right moment. The nine-tailed fox, upon seeing what Yanbai had uncovered on the phone, exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this the protagonist Lin Ijo? He is supposed to be a kind-hearted flower. How could he hire someone to deal with you?" Yanbai coldly retorted, "The protagonists chosen by fate are often of this ilk. I have grown accustomed to it." The nine-tailed fox found itself at a loss for words. reflecting on the myriad of small worlds from before, which indeed seemed to be the case. Yanbai promptly started playing a soap opera. Yichen, feeling a slight flush in his ears, went to wash his hands, yet his thoughts wandered into realms of daydreaming. He finished the remaining half-bowl of rice that Yanbai had left, devoured the vegetables, tidied up the trash, and disposed of it in the garbage station downstairs. After changing into his pajamas, Yichen climbed into bed. The bed was rather small, and accommodating two large men was somewhat cramped, especially considering Yichen's tall stature. While Yanbai's phone continued to play the soap opera, he had already succumbed to sleep. Yichen gently closed the video, only to be startled by a notification that appeared on the screen. The words "brother" he stabbed at Yichen's eyes. Upon opening the message, the pain spread beyond his eyes, affecting his very soul. Yanbai had set his chat interface with Zishuan to display an intimate photograph of the two, their faces pressed together, surrounded by a multitude of heart emojis. It was utterly nauseating. Yichen was so incensed that he nearly choked on his breath. Zishuan, bye-bye, don't be angry. The other day, when you saw me with Lin Ezhou, it was all initiated by him. He is your friend, and I couldn't push him away. We merely embraced. I swear it meant nothing. The one I love most in my heart is you. I prepared a gift for you. A surprise when you return from the holidays. Love you. Yichen's blood boiled, and after enduring for quite some time without responding to those messages, he ultimately changed the painfully glaring chat background. After searching the internet for a considerable time, he finally found a suitable image to replace it, then closed his phone and placed it on the bedside table. However, that night, he tossed and turned, unable to find restful sleep. Unaware of any of this, Yanbai slept soundly, awakening refreshed, with much of his pain alleviated. As he opened his eyes, he felt the coolness beneath him, which was quite pleasant, although he sensed a draft that left him feeling somewhat insecure. Yichen was nearby, squeezing out a tube of ointment. Yanbai's pupils dilated in surprise. Upon noticing that Yichen was awake, he raised his brow slightly, reminding him that this ointment needed to be applied twice a day, with another application at night. Yanbai snatched the ointment away, hastily pulling up his pants, declaring, "I will apply it myself from now on." Yichen wore a look of regret. "Very well. Since you are awake, let's have breakfast." Only then did Yanbai notice the aroma of fried eggs wafting through the room. He had not eaten much the previous day and was indeed feeling hungry. Tempted by the delicious scent, he sprang out of bed with newfound agility. The table was set with freshly fried toast and eggs, accompanied by a steaming cup of milk. On the other side lay warm congee, buns, and pickles, all radiating the comforting atmosphere of home. Yanbai wasted no time sitting down to eat. Yichen glanced at the phone on the bedside table and kindly placed it within Yanbai's reach, taking a seat beside him. Stirring his bowl of congee, but not rushing to eat, Yanbai observed Yichen's hands, feeling an unspoken awkwardness, and after a moment, he could no longer hold back, asking, "Did you wash your hands?" Yichen paused. "I don't mind, bye-bye." Yanbai shivered. "Don't call me that. It's rather cringeworthy." Yichen's expression darkened, and his voice took on a somber tone. "Is it that I am not permitted to call you this? Or is it that no one else is allowed to?" "Naturally, no one else is allowed to," replied Yichen, lowering his head and remaining silent for an extended period. Yanbai soon noticed that from that moment on, although Yichen continued to attend to him with great care, he no longer made eye contact or engaged in conversation. Yanbai turned to the nine-tailed fox, expressing his frustration. What had suddenly gotten into him? The nine-tailed fox, having endured a rather exhausting rendezvous the previous night, was too fatigued to provide much of a response, merely offering a half-hearted reply as he yearned to return to slumber. Men's thoughts are unfathomable. You'll never decipher them. Yanbai felt that the melody of the situation was excessively catchy. It wasn't until noon, while he was engrossed in a game on his phone, that he stumbled upon Zishuan's messages and discovered the reason behind Yichen's discontent. Observing the cemetery map that had been set as the backdrop for Yichen's chat with Zishuan, Yanbai was left speechless. He turned to the nine-tailed fox, exclaiming, "How childish! He's even changed my background image. What does this graveyard signify? Does he wish to send me to my demise?" The half-asleep nine-tailed fox mustered his energy to respond. "Could it possibly signify that your love with the male lead has met its demise?" Yanbai smirked. This fellow has quite the intricate mind. No wonder he was so irritable this morning. Seeing he Zishuan refer to me as bye-bye without my consent must have soured his mood further. I never anticipated he would be so petty. Oof. Given his previous actions toward me, if I do not torment him until he calls me father, I shall not bear the surname Yin. Master Demon. Such a flag is generally destined for failure, the nine-tailed fox remarked. Chapter 7. The 101st time being betrayed by the scoundrel Yin by raised an eyebrow, feeling rather pleased, and decided to tease Yichun. Yichun, shall we have a chat? Yichun was seated before his computer, not even lifting his gaze. About what? Where's Zishuan? Yichun immediately looked up, focusing intently on Yanbai. Yanbai's eyes glimmered with amusement. That person? He grew up alongside me. Our bond is extraordinary. Yichun's interest in the conversation evaporated, and he scorned himself for harboring any expectations. He resumed his work, intending to remain silent. Yet Yanbai was determined not to let him off the hook. But his temperament is so unpredictable, I find it quite vexing. He keeps trying to appease me. Am I so easily forgiving? This time, I must teach him a lesson. I previously mentioned a breakup, but that proud fellow likely assumes I am merely jesting with him. So, how about you pretend to be my boyfriend this time? Let us make it convincing. Yichun's countenance darkened ominously, an aura of hostility surrounding him. You are resorting to this tactic again? How childish. Moreover, he already has someone else. Why would you want to return to him? Can you not exhibit a modicum of dignity? Yanbai began to explain, his voice casual. I did indeed utilize you without your consent in the past, regarding your thesis being stalled, and I will resolve that matter for you. However, I am formally asking you now. If you are unwilling, then so be it. I shall find someone else. Yichun was further incensed. You would seek someone else? Yanbai wore an innocent expression. What else is there? What am I supposed to do? Yichun raised his gaze to scrutinize his expression, his voice as chilling as the March breeze. I won't play the role of anyone's false boyfriend. Yanbai chuckled in anger. If you won't, then so be it. I refuse to believe that with my wealth, I cannot find someone willing to cooperate. Yichun's tone remained cool, yet his gaze remained fixed on him. If I am to engage, it shall only be in earnest. Yanbai looked up, taken aback by Yichun's sudden declaration. However, having not yet exhausted his torment, Yanbai was not one to easily yield. He promptly rejected the proposition. Impossible. Ding. Warning. Warning. Detection of target character's villainous corruption value at 30. Ding. Current villainous corruption value at 99. 99. Yanbai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After 3 arduous days, his back on the verge of breaking, the 30 points of corruption he had just lost had returned due to a mere utterance. Had his suffering been in vain? Moreover, was this fluctuation in corruption not absurd? A staggering 99. 99? Could it possibly rise by another 0? 01? The nine-tailed fox trembled, its voice trembling. My lord, the villain should not be provoked. The world will collapse, and we shall both face ruin. Please, appease him. Furthermore, your task was to conquer Yichun. He has willingly presented himself, so why push him away? Yanbai's ire surged. He felt utterly constrained by this foolish premise, yearning for rebellion, having not inflicted any torment. His mood was exceedingly poor, and his response was stiff and reluctant. Fine, truly it is. Yichun did not readily believe him. If you deceive me, I shall ensure you spend 10 days unable to rise from bed. Yanbai shuddered, looking at him in disbelief. You truly are inhuman. Yichun set aside his computer and approached the bed, enveloping Yanbai in an embrace. His voice remained fierce, yet his touch was gentle. I have no desire to be human. Since you have acquiesced, you must not retract your words. Yanbai rolled his eyes, feeling indignant, but knowing he had to temporarily concede for the sake of the mission. What was there to regret? Was I, the esteemed Yanbai, incapable of affording a boyfriend? Yichun chuckled softly and leaned down to kiss Yanbai on the lips, the kiss tender and lingering. Ding. Detection of target character's villain. Yichun's corruption value at 30. Current villainous corruption value at 69. 99. Yanbai felt a surge of frustration. Was this a roller coaster ride with its ups and downs? He kicked Yichun away. Get away. Don't annoy me. It's stifling. Yichun retreated in compliance, ruffling Yanbai's hair, his tone somewhat indulgent. It is October now. Yanbai glared at him. Is that a problem? My vitality is at its peak. Yichen glanced at his languid posture with amusement, yet played along. Indeed, my dear Bai, your physique is unrivaled. Do hurry and rise to please me. Intrigued, Yanbai inquired, are you speaking the truth? Will you truly allow me to be on top? Yichen grasped his hand, his tone almost pitiable, weaving enticing promises. When the time comes, my boyfriend must cherish this delicate flower. In an instant, Yanbai felt rejuvenated, his admiration for Yichen growing. Nine-tailed fox. I believe this fellow is not entirely without merit. Perhaps he can be salvaged. The nine-tailed fox, plagued by a headache, mused on the naivete of the Demon Lord, who never seemed to learn. The allure of beauty and grand promises had proven effective time and again. Cautiously, the nine-tailed fox inquired, are you not going to torment him anymore? To which Yanbai, with a magnanimous demeanor, replied, this is my future beloved. If I ruin him, all I have left. The nine-tailed fox interjected, are you not going to let him call you father? Are you considering a change of surname? Yanbai retorted, changing my surname is out of the question. He must call me father. Sooner or later, I will have him weeping for me in bed. The nine-tailed fox was rendered speechless, recognizing the Demon Lord's knack for finding ways to justify his whims. For the next 3 days, Yichen treated Yanbai with utmost reverence. Yanbai, being pampered, found his attitude towards Yichen significantly softened. On the final day before the new term commenced, Yanbai, drowsy from a midday nap, found himself nestled in Yichen's embrace as he showered him with sweet nothings. Gently kissing the tips of Yanbai's fingers, an electric sensation coursed through him, igniting a warmth that spread throughout his body. Feeling a surge of passion, Yanbai lifted his gaze to capture Yichen's lips, which instantly ignited Yichen's fervor as he enveloped Yanbai in his arms, deepening the kiss. The two eventually broke apart, panting for breath. Yichen, forehead against Yanbai's, inquired, when did you break up with Yizishuan? A week ago, Yanbai replied. If he doesn't come back to harass me, that would be for the best. If he dares to entangle me again, you can deal with him. Yichen chuckled. What if I actually did? Would you not feel sorry for him? Yanbai responded earnestly. Why would I feel pity for a sea king? With a playful smile, Yichen pushed him onto the bed and leaned in for another kiss. However, Yanbai felt a shift in their roles. He realized it was time to embrace responsibility. With a swift motion, Yanbai flipped him over, taking charge and playfully teasing him. After a prolonged bout of playful antics, Yanbai eventually found himself exhausted. I can't go on. My stamina hasn't returned. Just bear with me for now. Once I recover, I shall turn the tables. Yichen, ressembling a forlorn wolf, lamented. But you just touched me. Look, I'm swollen now. What shall we do? Yanbai's cheeks flushed crimson as he cocooned himself in the blanket, rolling to the side. What does that have to do with me? Go reduce the swelling yourself. Yichen chuckled, embracing the bundled figure. No, my dear, the only remedy for distress is you. Without you, I would rather starve. Yanbai felt a pang of guilt and concern about satisfying this insatiable little sprite in the future. Though the Demon Lord had often contemplated it, he had yet to take that step, leaving him with some uncertainty. Yichen, however, gently extracted him from the blanket, his voice tender and soothing. My dear, I shall not tease you anymore. I understand your body is weary. Rest now. With a sigh of relief, Yanbai succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into a deep sleep. Yichen, noticing his steady breathing, smiled and placed a gentle kiss by his ear before quietly rising to continue his work. He had recently interviewed at a prestigious company and, after 3 rounds of selection, had emerged as the final fortunate candidate. All that remained was to await the arrival of his diploma before officially starting his new position. As a mathematics major from a renowned institution with remarkable academic achievements, he was never concerned about securing employment and was set to begin his career at a commendable starting point. Due to the delay caused by issues surrounding his graduation certificate, he was unable to officially commence his employment, even though the project had already been initiated. Each role was predetermined, akin to a carrot in a designated hole. Ultimately, the company conceded, permitting him to start a bit later. However, he was still expected to fulfill his duties, leading to a rather unusual remote working arrangement. During this period, he dedicated at least 2 days each week to complete his work obligations. Previously, he had squandered 3 days in a hotel without accomplishing anything, which left him particularly busy in the following days. While Yanbai took time to rest, he seized the opportunity to work. Yanbai remained blissfully unaware of these matters, content to be a carefree beneficiary of others' care. Chapter 8. The 101st time being greened by a scumbag, a week slipped by, and with the conclusion of a National Day holiday, Yanbai had nearly recuperated and was ready to go. Together, they drove Yanbai's eye-catching limited edition sports car to school, which was quite renowned among the students. Upon parking, a group of individuals approached, his classmates, all of whom were affluent second-generation heirs studying finance. They greeted him. Yanbai, "We haven't seen you around lately. You've been unresponsive to messages. What have you been up to? Did you go on a vacation abroad?" "Their signal even abroad? Where could you possibly be?" Yanbai hesitated. Indeed, the place he visited was rather peculiar. He noticed a flurry of messages from this group of mischievous friends on his phone, all suggesting casual outings, drinks and nightlife, quite mundane, thus he opted not to respond. In this moment, he replied, rather dismissively, just retreating for self-cultivation. It was then that they noticed Yi Chun, who had just stepped out of the car behind him, prompting a chorus of teasing remarks. "Yi Chun, how did you come in Yanbai's car? Are you two really on a date?" They jested. "Yi Chun, get a grip. He and Zishuan are merely having a minor quarrel. They'll be fine in no time. What is the point of you inserting yourself here?" "Huh, Yanbai, are you toying with Yi Chun? Be careful, or Zishuan might get angry. Beep. Warning. Warning. Detecting target character's villainous corruption value at 2. Beep. Warning. Warning. Detecting target character's villainous corruption value at 3. Beep. Current villainous corruption value at 79. 99. Yanbai thought, why do some individuals have so much to say? This is impeding my mission. As Yi Chen's expression darkened in response to the escalating corruption value, Yanbai, feeling exasperated, quickly interjected, "Allow me to formally introduce my boyfriend." Yi Chen. The incessant rise in the corruption value finally ceased, and the system alerts vanished. The surrounding chatter fell silent, only to erupt moments later into laughter. "Yanbai, don't take this too far. It might end poorly. Zishuan is coming." "Wow. Yanbai, your official boyfriend has arrived." Yanbai felt a pang of frustration. The coincidences in this world were simply extraordinary. For heaven's sake, please, villain, do not increase your corruption value. He turned his gaze in the direction the others were looking, spotting 2 individuals approaching, both quite handsome, one slightly taller than the other. They appeared to be engaged in cheerful conversation, the atmosphere amicable and delightful. The taller figure is none other than his troublesome ex-boyfriend, Zishuan. According to the memories of the original owner, the person beside him is Lin Yizhou, Yanbai's closest friend, who is secretly the scheming protagonist. Upon hearing someone call his name, Zishuan looked up to see a group of familiar faces. Naturally, his gaze landed on Yanbai, and he approached him as if nothing had happened, exuding a casual demeanor. "Bye-bye, are you still angry with me? Come on, let us reconcile, shall we?" Lin Yizhou, who was previously beaming, suddenly wore a stiff expression, his eyes reflecting pity as he glanced at Zishuan. How could Zishuan, after kissing him, stand before Yanbai and ask for reconciliation? Yi Chen instantly grew wary, straightening his back and observing Yanbai's expression. The onlookers also fell silent, anticipating the usual scene where Yanbai would immediately fall into Zishuan's embrace, followed by Zishuan mocking Yi Chen. It had always been like this, and everyone was waiting. To their surprise, this time, Yanbai remained indifferent. "Well, I told you last time about breaking up with Sincere. Stay away from me in the future." Zishuan was taken aback, entirely unprepared for such a response, yet he brushed it off lightly. "Bye-bye, come on, I was wrong. I even prepared a gift for you." As he spoke, Zishuan produced an exquisite little box from his pocket, which appeared to contain a luxury watch. Lin Yizhou, upon seeing such an extravagant gift, felt flames of jealousy rise within him, but managed to conceal it well. He immediately joined in the banter. "Wow, Zishuan, you are so generous. Bye-bye, don't throw a tantrum. With such a wonderful boyfriend, Are you really going to let him go? There are plenty of people queuing up behind. Yanbai turned his gaze to Lin Ijo, his smile neutral. Are you one of those in line? Since you admire him so much, why not confess your feelings? I want tea stand in your way. Lin Ijo's face flushed with embarrassment, nervously glancing at his Zishuan. And reproach Yanbai. Yanbai, you're my best friend. How could you tease me and Zishuan like this? You misunderstood last time. There's nothing between us. Yanbai scoffed. Nothing between you two? You were all cuddly together, your lips practically touching, and yet you claim there is nothing? The expressions of those around them turned curious, their gazes probing towards Lin Ijo. Zishuan remained silent, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama. In truth, he relished the jealousy others felt towards him, particularly from someone as handsome and well-born as Yanbai. As long as the spotlight wasn't on him, he felt no discomfort. Lin Ijo was utterly mortified, yet he had no choice but to endure the scrutiny alone. We did embrace, but it was merely a brotherly hug. There was no kiss. It was merely a matter of perspective, a misalignment. Yanbai chuckled, admiring Lin Ijo's ability to speak with a straight face. He then pulled up a conversation from his Zishuan's WeChat, showcasing it to the onlookers. Bye-bye, don't be angry. That day you caught me and Lin Ijo kissing, it was all his initiative. He.S. your best friend. Pushing him away was hurtful, wasn't it? We are true love. The rest is but ephemeral. The news was somewhat explosive, and the expressions of the crowd were nothing short of captivating. Lin Ijo felt utterly mortified. How was this any different from being publicly shamed? What pained him further was the nonchalant tone with which his Zishuan conversed with Yanbai, displaying an utter disregard for his feelings. His Zishuan had never cared for him. Yanbai, indifferent to Lin Ijo's demeanor, remarked coolly, "You need not explain. Whether you two are affectionate or who initiated it is of no concern to me. In fact, I believe you two are quite compatible. Why not be together?" Everyone witnessed his Zishuan's words, and Lin Ijo felt as if he were a mere jester, nailed to the pillar of shame, unable to clarify his position. His Zishuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, perplexed by Yanbai's sudden shift in demeanor, which made the situation so awkward. Although Lin Ijo had indeed taken the initiative, he had not yet fully engaged with this person and still held some interest. Thus, he could only attempt to defend himself, saying bye-bye. Let's not involve others in our matters. Nothing happened between Lin Ijo and me. Yanbai's outburst had already stripped both of them of their dignity, and he was too weary to engage further. Don't call me that again. It's rather unpleasant. I'll say it once more. Your affairs are none of my business, so refrain from discussing them with me. We have broken up. In the future, if you see me, kindly keep your distance and avoid unnecessary discomfort. My boyfriend can be quite formidable. After speaking, Yanbai took Yichen's hand and walked away. Yichen glanced back at his Zishuan, a smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Enraged, his Zishuan shouted, "Yichen, how dare you?" He stepped in front of Yanbai, his expression darkening. Bye-bye, we may argue, but let us not make this too disgraceful. What does this impoverished fool have to do with you? Yichen's countenance also darkened in response. Yanbai, impatient, looked at his Zishuan and countered, he possesses charm, physique, and capability. How could he possibly be unworthy of me? By what authority do you judge him? His Zishuan seized Yanbai's other hand, declaring bye-bye. I grant you one final opportunity. Come to me. Yanbai forcefully shook off his Zishuan, disdainfully wiping his hand on his clothing, shaking his head and sighing. What a persistent pest. He then turned back, wrapping his arms around Yichen's neck, pulling him down to kiss him softly. The surroundings erupted in subdued gasps as Yanbai retreated after the kiss, only for Yichen to immediately cup the back of his head, parting his lips with his tongue and invading his mouth. Yanbai was taken aback. Yichen's gaze was profound and filled with unspoken emotions. Overwhelmed by astonishment, Yanbai momentarily lost his ability to react, swiftly succumbing to Yichen's advances. The kiss was fervent and consuming. After a prolonged moment, Yichen gently released him, using his thumb to wipe away a single glistening tear from the corner of Yanbai's eye, which he then licked with a mischievous smirk, exuding a wicked charm that was utterly captivating. Yanbai was momentarily entranced, his ears flushing crimson as he grasped Yichen's hand and hurriedly moved forward. The villain Yi Chen's dark value was detected at 20, currently soaring to an astounding 59.99. Yanbai smirked, relishing this turn of events, leaving a crowd of stunned onlookers in his wake. My goodness, Yanbai is evidently serious this time. I can't believe I thought Yi Chen was handsome just moments ago. I almost found myself swayed. He and He Zixuan share years of affection. Can it truly be cast aside so easily? After a brief moment of shock, Lin Yizhou was overwhelmed with joy, though he struggled to suppress his elation. That mark on Yanbai's neck must surely be a love bite, leading to endless speculation about their relationship. He Zixuan's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. To this day, he had merely held Yanbai's hand. He had yet to experience the taste of his lips. Why should Yi Chen have such privilege? With a frown, He Zixuan turned on his heel and strode away, prompting Lin Yizhou to chase after him. Meanwhile, the remaining spectators whispered among themselves, suddenly reconsidering Yi Chen's suitability for Yanbai. Was He Zixuan being dumped or betrayed? Yanbai's head was already overrun with thoughts of lush green pastures. From my perspective, breaking up seemed rather astute. However, Yanbai had ventured into dangerous territory by publicly kissing Yi Chen. If he wished to retract his actions, He Zixuan would likely not grant him an easy exit. Perhaps Yanbai was not inclined to turn back, especially considering Yi Chen's evident skills. What skills, you ask? Well, what else could it be? A ripple of lewd laughter coursed through the crowd. Yanbai led Yi Chen directly to the principal's office. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback as Yanbai knocked on the door. Upon hearing a response from within, he released Yi Chen's hand and stepped inside. The elderly principal, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, looked up and, upon recognizing Yanbai, greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, Yanbai, come in. Please have a seat. Would you prefer tea or coffee? Yanbai waved his hand dismissively. Principal Wang, there's no need for formalities. I've come to trouble you with a matter. Noticing the unusual demeanor of Yanbai, Principal Wang's expression turned cautious. What is it, Yanbai? Please go ahead. Yanbai gestured toward Yi Chen. This is my senior, Yi Chen, a recipient of scholarships for 4 consecutive years. His graduation thesis has even been published in an international journal, yet our school has inexplicably deemed it unsatisfactory. Is this reasonable? Principal Wang, might you inquire into this matter? Such an outstanding student should not face unfair treatment, as it contradicts our school as principals. Could it be that certain instructors harbor biases against Yi Chen? If there are any instances of favoritism or misconduct, it could tarnish our school as reputation. Once our reputation is at stake, future benefactor support may become precarious. Principal Wang's demeanor turned serious, as Yanbai's words struck a chord deep within him. The primary revenue stream for private schools comes from parental donations. Tuition fees alone are insufficient. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Yanbai is the sole heir of the Yan family, the school's most significant benefactor. This relationship must be preserved. The Yan family's influence in the capital is unparalleled, and their prominence in the educational sphere is well established. Should they question the integrity of a school, it could spell disaster for the institution. Principal Wang was drenched in cold sweat as he turned to glance at the individual whom the esteemed young Master Yin particularly cherished. He had a favorable impression of Yi Chen, having awarded him several accolades. Ah, Yi Chen, I am acquainted with him. He is an exceptionally outstanding student and a source of pride for our school. Who is your mentor? I would like to understand the situation better. Yanbai directed his gaze toward Yi Chen, who responded in a calm voice, Professor Su Myukin. Principal Wang's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he immediately dialed an internal phone line. In a short while, Su Myukin entered the principal's office. With a serious countenance, Principal Wang inquired, Is it true that you are responsible for Yi Chen's thesis? What issues have arisen with his paper? Upon observing the atmosphere in the room, Su Myukin sensed trouble. He felt a pang of guilt regarding Yi Chen's thesis. However, with the second son of the He family seeking him out, he could not afford to offend them, as his own son was employed within the He family. Yet, he was also aware of Yanbai's presence, the sole heir of the Yan family, and their connection was evident. If he were to respond poorly today, it could lead to significant trouble. Su Myukin could only resort to bureaucratic language. Yi Chen's thesis is quite innovative, but some of the arguments require extensive verification, which I have yet to complete. Hence, I have not approved it as of now. Yanbai scoffed, unimpressed by the sanctimonious pretense. As his supervising professor, is it reasonable for a thesis to remain unapproved for 3 months? Does this not imply that your capabilities fall short? If you lack the competence to fulfill the role of a mentor, should you not step aside gracefully and avoid hindering the development of exceptional students? Su Myukin was momentarily rendered speechless. Principal Wang could no longer bear to witness the exchange. What kind of thesis takes 3 months to approve? You are becoming increasingly ineffective with age. Hand the thesis over to me. I will establish a review panel to expedite the approval process. With no alternative, Su Myukin acquiesced. Yet, Yanbai did not let Su Myukin off easily. Professor Su, as a teacher in such a noble profession, do ensure that you maintain your integrity. A trickle of cold sweat began to form on Su Myukin's back. These affluent young heirs were truly formidable. The matter was resolved effortlessly by Yanbai's incisive remarks. Observing Su Myukin's newfound humility and the principal's groveling demeanor, Yichun gained a deeper understanding of the world's dynamics. Only when one stands at an unassailable height will others grant you respect, even reverence. As the two of them exited the office and reached a secluded corner, Yichun pushed Yanbai against the wall. Young Master Yan, what is your motive in assisting me so fervently? Yanbai looked at him earnestly. Naturally, I desire your company. When will you allow me to have my way with you? I feel I have nearly recovered and am ready for a bout. Yichun chuckled it, resting his head on Yanbai's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. Yanbai trembled with indignation, unable to suppress his annoyance. Do you find this amusing? Yichun finally stifled his laughter and met Yanbai's gaze. Not at all. Just then, Yanbai's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was Lin Yizhou. Chapter 10. The 101st encounter with the scoundrel Yanbai hesitated for a moment before answering the phone, and Yichun, with a mischievous impulse, activated the speakerphone. Yanbai shot him a side glance, but ultimately indulged him. Lin Yizhou's cheerful voice resonated. Yanbai, Su has returned. It has been years since we last saw each other. How about we gather tonight? Bring your boyfriend along. Raising an eyebrow, Yanbai inquired, Who is Su? Lin Yizhou, momentarily taken aback, felt a rush of indignation. He was our high school classmate. How could you forget? Yanbai nonchalantly tapped his fingers on the table, responding with a disinterested tone. I never remember inconsequential individuals. Lin Yizhou was nearly exasperated. You were quite close to him back then. Just come over, and you'll recognize him. With a devilish grin, Yanbai replied, Sure. Lin Yizhou was taken aback by Yanbai's sudden agreement, expecting to have to persuade him. His voice brimmed with joy. I'll send you the time and address via WeChat shortly. Be there or be square, and don't forget to bring Yichun. Yanbai promptly hung up the phone and turned to Yichun, asking, Do you want to go? Why not? Don't you want to introduce me to your friends? Yanbai smirked. That's not it. If you wish to go, then by all means. He refrained from expressing that tonight's gathering promised to be lively. Yichun suddenly spoke up. Is this Su fellow somewhat similar in appearance to He Zishuan? Yanbai, disinterested in such trivial matters, replied, I suppose so. Why? Yichun smiled knowingly. Oh, it's nothing. I must attend to some matters now. Yanbai watched his retreating figure, feeling somewhat perplexed. Something seemed amiss. The nine-tailed fox emerged to clarify. The original had a brief romantic rumor with Su, primarily because he somewhat resembled He Zishuan. Years ago, when the original was yearning for He Zishuan, there was a fleeting interaction with Su. However, He Zishuan, consumed by jealousy, eventually accepted the original's affections, leading to Su's quiet withdrawal. Subsequently, rumors spread that Su was heartbroken and left the country for love. Perhaps Yichun has heard something, hence the jealousy? Yanbai was a loss for words. This fellow is quite the jealous type, isn't he? He's been spoiled. Unaware of the original's sordid past, Yanbai took the time to delve into those memories, ultimately sighing. Such rumors are truly destructive. There was nothing between the original and Su. Not even any hint of ambiguity. Though I lack proof, I'm certain this must have originated from Lin Yizhou. He has caused the original no small amount of trouble. The nine-tailed fox nodded vigorously. Who could argue? Didn't you already uncover that Lin Yizhou was the one who bribed those 4 individuals? If he can commit such nefarious deeds, spreading a rumor would be child's play for him. On this topic, Yanbai found it curious and asked the nine-tailed fox. Lin Yizhou seems infatuated with that shared cucumber, Xuan. Xuan has been with so many. Hasn't he ever been with Lin Yizhou? He isn't unappealing. After all, the nine-tailed fox was frantically searching through the narrative. Xuan had indeed not slept with Lin Yizhou, not because he looked down upon him, but primarily because Lin Yizhou understood Xuan's nature too well and was unwilling to merely play the role of passerby. He sought to seize the position of the rightful consort. Thus, the two found themselves in a stage of ambiguous entanglement, with Lin Yizhou both resisting and enticing, keeping Xuan on the hook. As for Xuan, he was never short of companions, hence he did not feel an urgent need to pursue. Yanbai sighed, commenting that a scoundrel and a dog may endure forever together. Let us secure their bond, and if necessary, I can lend a hand. The nine-tailed fox rubbed his hands together in excitement, inquiring if there would be a splendid show to witness that evening. Yanbai smiled, but did not respond, instead retrieving his class schedule from his backpack and heading off to class. The original owner of his body had only thoughts of romance, neglecting his studies. Yanbai was determined not to graduate without a diploma. His esteemed master could not afford such a disgrace. Thus, he resolved to attend his classes diligently. After a while, Yichen turned around only to find Yanbai had not followed him, which incensed him further. Previously, he had disregarded Yanbai, but others often brought him up in conversation, making him remember the name Yusu. This individual was rumored to be Yanbai's first love, who, having pursued studies abroad and failed, settled for the substitute, Xuan. Yichen harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yanbai's romantic history. Now that the old flame had returned, he was seething with jealousy, feeling aggrieved that Yanbai did not come to appease him. By evening, Yichen managed to calm himself and stealthily sought out Yanbai. When the two arrived at the private room of the bar, it was already bustling with more than 10 people. Lin Yizhou was seated beside Xuan, while another man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and bearing a resemblance to Xuan but appearing more refined, was likely Yusu. The others present were mostly affluent second-generation members of their circle, most of whom Yanbai recognized. As they entered, Lin Yizhou immediately stood up enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yanbai Yichen, you finally made it. You are the last to arrive. You owe 3 rounds of drinks." Yusu gracefully stood up, his eyes lighting up with a glimmer of desire upon seeing Yanbai, though he quickly masked it with a facade of gentility. In a soft and soothing tone, he said, "Yanbai, it's been a long time. Allow me to drink those 3 cups for you." Yichen's gaze scrutinized him, appraising him from head to toe, his expression far from friendly. Lin Yizhou's eyes flickered as he glanced at Xuan, who had been observing them from the sofa with a rather displeased countenance, and smilingly teased, "Yusu, you should pamper Yanbai. I haven't seen you shield me from drinks. We are old classmates, so why the preferential treatment?" Yusu chuckled, stepping to fetch the drinks. Exuding an air of gentlemanly grace, his tone affectionate as he remarked, "Yanbai has always been a bit delicate. I naturally must take greater care of him." Yanbai felt a chill run down his spine, and one could easily mistake their relationship for something far more intimate. He promptly interjected, "I will drink every cup that belongs to me. I do not require anyone to drink on my behalf. I shall consume my liquor and my boyfriend's too." Pour musique. Yusu stood there, momentarily taken aback and somewhat awkward, while Lin Yizhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yanbai, it seems you and Yichen share a true love. I wholeheartedly support genuine affection, as well as you." Immediately, a server was summoned to pour 6 glasses of potent liquor. As Yichen observed, just as Yanbai was about to grasp a glass, he swiftly seized it instead, downing all 6 glasses in one breath. Yanbai clicked his tongue. "Why drink so hastily? Are you dissatisfied with how slowly I get drunk?" Yichen met his gaze with a smile. "I can't bear to see you suffer tonight." A raucous cheer erupted around them, and Xuan, nearby, appeared on the verge of exploding with frustration. Chapter 11. The 101st time being betrayed by a scoundrel. Lin Yizhou clapped enthusiastically. "Yichen is quite the drinking capacity. Please, take a seat so we may converse." He then promptly pulled Yanbai down beside him. intentionally positioning themselves close enough to He Xian for him to easily overhear their conversation. Yanbai, do enlighten us about your romantic history. We are all quite curious. How did you and Yi Chun suddenly become a couple? We couldn't find you during the short holiday. Surely, you weren't off on a honeymoon, were you? Yanbai tugged Yi Chun down to sit closely beside him. Yi Chun regarded him, and Yanbai smiled back, appearing rather indifferent to Lin Yizhou's inquiry, as if he were reluctant to engage. Yu Su, maintaining a gentle demeanor, chimed in, "Old classmate, I too am curious. Please regale us with your story. Let us avoid sounding like tabloid reporters, shall we?" Both men's expressions stiffened slightly, as the remark hardly seemed complimentary. However, the ultimate goal was to encourage Yanbai to drink, and other matters could be set aside for the time being. Yu Su suppressed his discomfort, his smile remaining warm. "Let us forego that. It has been so long since we last met. Let's raise a glass to celebrate our reunion and promise to keep in touch more often." Upon finishing his words, he presented a glass of liquor to Yanbai, placing it on the small table before him, his eyes glimmering with an inexplicable thrill. Yanbai raised an eyebrow, glancing at the drink, and with a mischievous grin remarked, "Is this nine-tailed fox liquor spiked?" Nine-tailed fox promptly replied, "Indeed, it has been enhanced. Would you like me to replace it? Since these two brothers share an unbreakable bond, let us not be unfair. Let them share this." Nine-tailed fox chuckled slyly. "Consider it done." Yanbai lifted his glass, clinking it with Yu Su's, then included Lin Yizhou in the toast, expressing a sentiment that resonated deeply. It was indeed a reunion long awaited, and this drink must be savored for its profound significance. Lin Yizhou, feeling included, did not refuse, and both men downed their drinks with gusto. Yanbai brought the glass to his lips, yet hesitated, appearing as if he might not drink. Lin Yizhou, a hint of urgency in his smile, urged, "The flavor of this liquor is delightful. Yanbai, do give it taste." Yanbai raised an eyebrow, bringing the glass to his nose for a cautious sniff. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with this drink." Suddenly, both men grew tense. Lin Yizhou's fingers whitened as he gripped them tightly, yet he forced a calm smile. "I find nothing amiss. Yanbai, you're just overthinking. No one means you harm. We've had our share, and nothing has happened." Yu Su felt a twinge of nervousness, yet maintained an air of elegance as he spoke. "Yanbai, this is a freshly uncorked bottle of wine, the most expensive one in the entire venue. Such a fine vintage should not go to waste." The two men, palms clammy with anticipation, yearned to hastily pour the wine down Yanbai's throat, having observed their theatrical display long enough. Yanbai smiled gently and consumed the drink in one go. After finishing, he smacked his lips as if savoring the taste, though he found it rather off, sensing that this bottle's vintage was likely much older. Lin Yizhou, relieved to see him finish the glass, exhaled deeply, while Yu Su's face lit up with joy, his gaze towards Yanbai imbued with a hint of possessiveness. He Xian, however, remained fixated on Yi Chun, who had his arm draped around Yanbai's waist, his attention solely devoted to him amidst the surrounding clamor. Clad in a simple white shirt and faded jeans, Yi Chun's striking handsomeness was undeniable, and he appeared utterly unfazed in this lavish environment. This composed demeanor only fueled He Xian's ire, prompting him to interject, "Yi Chun, it seems you can hold your liquor. Would you dare to compete with me?" Yi Chun turned his gaze, raising an eyebrow. "Drinking alone lacks excitement. What is the wager?" He Xian gritted his teeth. "Whoever loses must relinquish their claim on Yanbai." Yi Chun chuckled. "Do you take me for a fool? Yanbai was never yours to begin with. Losing would be a futile endeavor. Moreover," he emphasized each word with clarity, "how could I stake Yanbai as a wager?" He Xian cursed under his breath, sensing yet another defeat looming. Yanbai smirked, finding Yi Chun increasingly appealing. In a fit of humiliation and anger, He Xian declared, "The loser shall pay for the entire venue." He was determined to prove that Yi Chun, this impoverished wretch, would not be unperturbed by such stakes. This KTV establishment was the pinnacle of luxury, boasting numerous private rooms and spacious halls, with total expenditures easily reaching millions in a single night. With one arm wrapped around Yi Chun's shoulder, Yanbai exuded the charm of a carefree aristocrat, daring to believe he would not lose even his undergarments in this wager. Waiter, bring a bottle of Port Ellen to every table in this room, charging it to this private suite. After all, someone will be settling the bill shortly. He Xian furrowed his brow, realizing that a single bottle of Port Ellen cost at least $1 million, and with dozens of bottles ordered, the total would exceed tens of millions. Was Yanbai out his mind? Though he Xian could afford such extravagance, he found it utterly unnecessary. Nevertheless, the waiter readily agreed and dashed off, seemingly unable to contain his excitement, as though this windfall would secure his early retirement. These foolish, wealthy heirs were indeed benevolent. The other affluent youths in the private room were similarly astonished. While spending tens of thousands was commonplace for them, the prospect of millions was unprecedented. Yichen, unaware of the Port Ellen's price, discerned from their reactions that the stakes of the evening's wager were extraordinarily high. He turned to Yanbai. You trust me so completely. What if I were to lose? Yanbai blinked and whispered in his ear, it doesn't matter if you lose. I have plenty of money. Just remember your promise. Tonight, you must endure a beating from Yichun. A playful smirk grazed his thin lips, warm breath brushing against Yanbai's earlobe as he teased. Why are you so eager to devour me? Have you been craving my body all along? Yanbai shot him a fierce glare. Yichen chuckled it, unable to resist planting a kiss on his cheek. The intimate interaction between the two ignited jealousy in his Zishuan's eyes, prompting him to declare, bring out the drinks. Nearby, a wealthy second-generation heir, reveling in the spectacle, ordered an entire row of strong spirits. Soon, attentive hands presented a line of glasses, pouring drinks for everyone. Zishuan wasted no time, drinking elegantly yet swiftly. Yichen remained unhurried, turning to Yanbai and saying, I will not lose. Yanbai whispered in his ear, don't drink too quickly. I need to accompany Lin Ezhou upstairs for a performance, and I want to return to see you dominate. Yichen blinked, hurry back. Yanbai smiled, all right. He then retreated to a corner, watching the two engage in their drinking contest. Chapter 12. The 101st time of being betrayed by a scumbag, Zishuan had already consumed 5 cups, while Yichun had yet to begin, still immersed in their flirtation, which was driving him to the brink of fury. Yichun, are you planning to concede? Yichun raised an eyebrow. We're competing on quantity, not speed. Are you that thirsty? Zishuan glared at him. Yichun leisurely lifted a cup and downed it in one go. Lin Ezhou, sensing the timing was right, noticed everyone clustered around Yichun and Zishuan, leaving them unnoticed, and quickly signaled to Yusu. Yusu approached the corner where Yanbai stood. Yanbai, it's been a while. I brought you a gift, left it in the room upstairs. Would you accompany me to fetch it? Yanbai shook his head innocently. I can't go. Just the two of us. My boyfriend would get jealous. Yusu paused, a look of grievance on his face. We've known each other for so many years. Do you really think I could be a bad person? Yanbai scrutinized him thoughtfully. That's hard to say. You've been in the island nation for years. Who knows if you've fallen prey to capitalism's corruption? Learning to drug someone or exert control wouldn't be surprising. Yusu trembled slightly, nearly terrified, wondering if Yanbai had truly uncovered something. Lin Ezhou felt a surge of anxiety, yet refused to let the plan falter. He chuckled. Yanbai, what nonsense are you spouting? You're scaring my old classmate. Yanbai, now with a boyfriend, was undeniably cautious. I'll accompany you upstairs. That should ease his worries, right? Yusu breathed a sigh of relief, regaining his courage and confidence. Yanbai regarded the two with a reluctant expression. Given your generous invitation, I suppose you shall go. Yusu's heart soared with joy as he immediately stood. Then let's hurry. We need to grab the items and return to watch them continue drinking. Yanbai smiled enigmatically. We must indeed be quick. The three of them ascended the stairs with purpose, leading to a luxurious hotel. Yusu took the lead. Yanbai followed closely, while Lin Ezhou trailed behind. 2 individuals confined him in the middle, as if they feared he might reconsider and flee. Yanbai smiled silently, while Yusu, already feeling the heat of the moment as they walked, discreetly unfastened 2 buttons of his shirt. He inwardly chuckled at his own lack of composure. Although he had long been enamored with the beautiful Yanbai, his current excitement seemed unwarranted. It was likely due to his recent lack of romantic encounters. Behind him, Lin Ezhou began to sense something amiss. Why was his heart racing so? Upon reflection, He surmised that it was merely his eagerness to witness Yanbai's distress that stirred his excitement. Yusu swung open the door, and Lin Ijo, in a fit of urgency, shoved Yanbai inside, following closely to lock the door behind them. Yanbai, perplexed, straightened his somewhat wrinkled attire and remarked, "Are you both in such a hurry?" Lin Ijo, panting and flushed, retorted, "Yanbai, are you experiencing this today?" Yanbai rolled his eyes. "Not only do I have today, but I also have tomorrow and the day after. What of it?" Lin Ijo, momentarily baffled, struggled to process his words. He continued, driven by his thoughts, "How dare you monopolize He Xuan for so many years? Why can't you end things decisively? Do you truly mean to break up? Before long, you reconcile again. Are you playing with a dog?" Yanbai chuckled. "Isn't it just amusing you?" Lin Ijo paused, realizing he had spoken his truth. "Those last few didn't even faze you. You truly are fortunate. But today you cannot escape. I've administered tenfold the dosage." Yanbai clicked his tongue. "So ruthless." "Tenfold. Even if you two separate, each of you has 5 times the dosage. Today will be quite the spectacle." Lin Ijo's mind had turned to mush. Yanbai appeared as a mere illusion, yet a fixation lingered. "He Xuan is mine." Yanbai laughed. "Yours, yours, all yours." Meanwhile, Yusu had succumbed to primal instincts, his desires overwhelming him as he swiftly shed his shirt and lunged toward Yanbai. With a nimble sidestep, Yanbai evaded him, causing Yusu to crash into Lin Ijo. Lin Ijo, already sensing something was amiss, was suddenly enveloped by a searing body, igniting all his desires. A flicker of rational thought remained, warning him that the situation was askew. He began to grasp the unfolding events, while pushing against the weighty form atop him. Lin Ijo retrieved his phone and dialed his emergency contact, He Xuan. His voice trembled with desperation. "Brother Xuan, come save me." After several attempts, He Xuan did not answer, and Lin Ijo gradually lost strength, desire overpowering him. The phone slipped silently from his grasp as chaos swiftly ensued. Yanbai covered his eyes, peering through his fingers, exclaiming, "Oh my, how wild! So brutal! So perverse!" The nine-tailed fox, bemused, remarked, "My lord, are you still watching this? If you don't withdraw soon, the gathering downstairs will come to an end." Yanbai, somewhat regretful, turned to leave the battlefield to the two, saying, "Enjoy yourselves, but do be gentle. At this rate, someone might just die." The nine-tailed fox, speechless, commented, "You truly are a kind-hearted one." Yanbai kindly closed the door, a proud expression on his face, thinking to himself how exceedingly benevolent he was to ensure they had a door to close. As he descended the stairs, He Xuan had consumed 2.5 bottles of alcohol and was now sprawled over, retching violently. Yi Chun, in contrast, had emptied 3 bottles but appeared remarkably composed. Yanbai rushed over to embrace him, showering his face with affectionate pecks, exclaiming, "Yi Chun, you have triumphed. Truly splendid." Despite He Xuan's relentless vomiting, his mind remained alert. Observing the state of the two, he felt even more nauseous. Yanbai expressed his disdain. "Such a waste. There are countless individuals who cannot afford to drink." Amidst the vomiting, he reminded, "Don't forget to leave the card for the bill later. Surely, young master He's card has sufficient funds?" At that moment, He Xuan wished only to expel blood rather than alcohol. He produced a black card from his pocket and tossed it to the waiter. "Settle the bill." Yanbai gave a thumbs up, declaring, "How extravagant." He Xuan, having vomited until only bile remained, lacked the strength to retort. Yanbai chuckled triumphantly and then addressed the gathering. "By the way, Yusu just mentioned he has prepared gifts for everyone in the room upstairs. He's in room 3105. The crowd erupted in excitement, questioning how considerate Yusu could be. "Where is he?" Yanbai, with a calm demeanor, fabricated a story. "He's organizing the gifts for everyone. Hurry up and go. Don't keep him waiting." The crowd, finding the odor in the room unbearable, began to rise. 2 individuals assisted the staggering He Xuan, urging, "Brother He, come on, let us see what gifts await us." Exhausted and drained, He Xuan offered no resistance and was led upstairs. As the group reached the door and burst in, the scene before them was utterly eye-opening. The explicit imagery was shockingly stimulating. Two inebriated young heirs had even taken out their phones to capture the unforgettable moments. In mere moments, the affluent social circle was ablaze with activity as several captivating short videos circulated, ensuring the two would gain notoriety. Despite the entrance of over 10 individuals, the intoxicated pair remained undeterred in their fervent engagement. Upon witnessing the scene, Zishuan's previously subdued nausea resurfaced, prompting another wave of vomiting. Concerned for him, his friends escorted him to the hospital, while others, satisfied with the spectacle, began to disperse. Feeling disinterested in witnessing such a scandalous scene again, Yanbai promptly supported Yi-chan back to their cozy abode. Yanbai developed a fondness for their sixth-floor dwelling. The space was sufficiently small, the bed comfortably narrow, and whatever activities they engaged in would quickly ignite the atmosphere with an exquisite energy. Throughout their journey, Yi-chan remained utterly silent, obediently following commands to get in the car and ascend the stairs, appearing remarkably lucid. Yet, Yanbai sensed a certain charming foolishness about him. Did this imply that he could indulge in whatever he desired at that moment? Yanbai was nearly salivating at the thought. As soon as the door closed behind them, Yi-chan slumped, unable to stand or walk, his entire weight leaning against Yanbai. He embraced Yanbai tightly, leaning into Ku. Bye-bye, am I impressive? I didn't make you lose any money, did I? Yanbai had never known of his remarkable drinking capacity. He had never seen him drink before and was surprised by his ability. Yi-chan chuckled as he held him close, his breath warm and tantalizing against Yanbai's ear. There are many things you remain unaware of. The weight of Yi-chan's body pressed against him, pinning Yanbai against the wall. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Why are you so heavy? Just a moment ago, you seemed perfectly sober. How did you suddenly become like this?" Yi-chan's lips brushed against his neck, murmuring, "A man must not admit defeat." The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the window, casting a play of light and shadow that intertwined their figures, evoking endless imagination. Yi-chan's body relaxed completely atop him, making it hard for Yanbai to breathe, while Yi-chan's heated gaze was suffocating in its intensity. An inexplicable tension coursed through Yanbai as he pushed against him. "You shouldn't have drunk." Yi-chan, displaced, bit softly into his neck, murmuring, "Yanbai, I am hungry," though his words were muffled and went unheard. Feeling a sting on his neck, Yanbai rubbed at it. "Annoyed, are you a dog? You bite everything." His irritation was palpable as he glared at Yi-chan, who averted his gaze. Suddenly, Yi-chan captured his lips with his own. Yanbai's body jolted, instinctively wanting to retreat, but with the wall behind him, there was nowhere to go. Yi-chan's invasion was assertive, the scent of strong liquor mingling with the minty freshness of his mouth, creating an intoxicating aroma. Their lips glistened with moisture, soft and damp, reminiscent of rain and wind. Yanbai felt dizzy as their breaths intertwined, becoming heavier and more urgent. Yi-chan's large hands began to tear at his clothes, the haze of intoxication seemingly enhancing his dexterity, albeit with a roughness that startled Yanbai. He attempted to shield himself, clinging to the last vestiges of his reason. "You promised me, let me be on top." Yet, Yi-chan appeared to be oblivious to his plea. Yanbai's voice trembled, tinged with desperation, his alluring tone barely discernible, while the soft gasps of youth lingered near, more enticing than words could convey. Gradually, Yanbai's rationality began to crumble. Yi-chan. He gasped heavily, his body sliding uncontrollably down the wall. Yi-chan's hands gripped his waist, lifting him up and anchoring him firmly against himself. In the darkness, Yi-chan's hand caressed Yanbai's face, his thumb grazing over Yanbai's slightly swollen lips, collecting a trace of moisture before traveling downward. His gaze was dark and intense, unmistakable possessiveness evident in his demeanor. Chapter 14. The 101st time of being betrayed by a scumbag, Yi-chan began to repeatedly ask, "Is Yisu your white moonlight? Do you still like Zishuan?" Yanbai lifted his head defiantly, gasping for breath like a fish out of water, desperately attempting to remain conscious as he replied over and over, "I have never had a white moonlight, and I do not like Zishuan." Yi-chan seemed unsatisfied. Pressing further, "Then who do you like?" Driven to the brink of losing control, Yanbai finally broke down, tears brimming in his eyes. I damn well like you. I damn well like Yi-chun. Hurry up. Yi-chan simile tirimpanti. A sudden, violent knocking reverberated through the wall, followed by a furious roar that was unmistakably audible, even through the barrier. Damn it. Is this ever going to end? They've been at it for 2 hours. Have they ever considered the plight of a single dog? Yanbai gritted his teeth, brimming with the desire to argue. He had refrained from confronting him after spending an entire night watching the game. Tomorrow, I'm moving to my place. Yi-chun could not help but chuckle, covering his mouth to stifle the impending argument, as he effortlessly scooped Yanbai into his arms and carried him onto the balcony. To your place? Are you planning to keep me? Yanbai clung to his neck for support, gazing at the still disheveled figure who had sobered up yet continued to wreak havoc, his teeth clenched in frustration. Is it not acceptable to keep you? Yi-chun smiled. In that case, I must take exceptional care of my benefactor. With a sharp cry, Yanbai found his mouth sealed by Yi-chun's kiss, deep and lingering. The following day, Yanbai, who had no classes until the afternoon, lay in bed, refusing to rise. Yi-chun attended 2 lengthy lectures in the morning, returning with takeout, only to find Yanbai still cocooned in slumber. Amused, he pulled back the covers and placed a gentle kiss on his face. Aren't you suffocating? Still groggy, Yanbai's morning irritability flared as he buried his face deeper into the pillow. Yi-chun's hand crept under the covers, playfully roaming. If you don't get up. With a sudden jolt, Yanbai sat up, swatting Yi-chun's hand away. You scoundrel, what do you think you're touching? Yi-chun laughed and leaned in to kiss him, despite Yanbai's evident disdain. Only after a flurry of kisses did he relent, quickly, get up for breakfast. With no will left to argue, Yanbai resignedly slipped on his slippers and got out of bed. After helping him bathe the previous night, Yi-chun had dressed him in an oversized nightgown of his own, which hung loosely on Yanbai, exposing his collarbone, marked by various imprints. Yi-chun's gazelingirit, desire igniting as he leaned in to kiss the marks. Yanbai pushed him away, exasperated. Are you going to let me eat or not? Yi-chun chucklet. You're such a delicate creature. Hurry up, your class starts in an hour. Feeling sore and lethargic, Yanbai stubbornly declared, I don't want to go to class. Yi-chun's expression turned serious. I checked your grades. You failed 2 subjects last semester. Are you planning to forego graduation? Yanbai fell silent, knowing it was his fault that the original owner had failed. Another day of bearing the burden of someone else's shortcomings. How frustrating. Yi-chun se tonis softenet. Today, my advisor informed me that my thesis has passed the preliminary review. The defense is next week. Before long, I shall leave this school. Yet you still have a year before graduation. Yi-xuan hasn't graduated either. Yanbai raised an eyebrow. What? Do you not trust me? Yi-chun gently combed through Yanbai's disheveled hair. It's not that I distrust others. My wife is simply too enticing. TCH, you're more like my wife. Yanbai retorted. After hastily finishing his meal and changing, the two set off for school together. The campus was bustling that day, with a group of wealthy heirs whispering and gossiping, their grins lewd, akin to a festive occasion. Someone approached Yanbai directly. Yanbai, did you see the short video from yesterday? Having been preoccupied the previous night, Yanbai had no time to watch any videos. Yanbai's tone was languid, exuding a certain nonchalant charm. What is it? He inquired. The wealthy heir across from him appeared momentarily entranced, lost in thought. Another person rushed over, continuing a conversation that had not yet reached its conclusion. Oh, you went upstairs to fetch the gifts yesterday, right? You sent Yi-chun home early and didn't join us. Let me tell you, you missed quite the spectacle. I'll share it with you right away. Yanbai unlocked his phone, revealing 2 rather eye-watering video clips. He felt at a loss for words, having already witnessed the event live before anyone else. However, he could not voice this, and his expression appeared somewhat dazed. The other person, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, wasn't it thrilling? Our expressions were exactly the same. Yanbai paused. Then the individual continued, I heard some gossip. Apparently, Lin Ijo's father also saw the video and went to the hotel to catch them in the act. The chaos was fierce. It took several people to separate them. Lin Ijo returned home, nearly beaten to a pulp, and is now lying in a hospital. Yusu also faced severe repercussions from his family. I heard they sent him abroad overnight. He returned for just one night, and what a lonely return it was. Yanbai was rather dissatisfied with this outcome. How badly was Lin Yizhou hurt? After all, he was his biological father. No matter how embarrassed he felt, he wouldn't go so far as to kill him. However, it was rumored that his family had already arranged for his expulsion from school, and he would not be receiving his diploma. At that moment, another individual chimed in. I have the latest scoop. Lin Yizhou is completely finished. They say the two of them were engaging in some wild activities and consumed something to spice things up, ultimately ruining his health. A crowd quickly gathered around, eager for gossip. Is that true? The cost seems exorbitant. Wasn't he the one below? Wouldn't that be less impactful? Oh, you didn't pay close attention. They were both quite extravagant. He wasn't just below. The group turned to stare at him, their expressions peculiar. How did you notice that so closely? The individual faltered. I was merely observing from a critical perspective. The crowd collectively scoffed at him, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Chapter 15. The 101st time of being betrayed by scoundrel Yanbai was now satisfied, smiling as he perfunctorily delivered polite remarks. Is that so? What a pity. The discussion resumed. Zishuan went to the hospital yesterday as well. Having drunk too much and needing his stomach pumped, he truly suffered. Yanbai smirked. After spending such an extravagant amount the previous night, he could only imagine how much worse Zishuan would feel upon waking. A person who typically found Zishuan displeasing whispered, did you know? After Zishuan maxed out his card, his father discovered it. Upon investigation, it turned out he had spent an astounding amount in a bar, and in a fit of rage. His father locked all his cards and canceled his internship at the company. Is that really the case? Surely, they're not that short on cash, are they? Just because they have money doesn't mean they should spend it like that. Any father would surely have objections, right? Yanbai was utterly astonished by the level of information possessed by this group, exclaiming, "You truly know everything." A few of them redirected their attention towards him, inquiring, "Did you and Yichun truly engage in something genuine?" Yanbai shot them a sidelong glance. After inquiring, "You go gossip to others?" They chuckled. True love is undeterred by societal judgment. Be courageous and speak openly. Yanbai responded with a light-hearted, Go on. You are distracting me from my studies." Zishuan had spent 2 days in the hospital recovering, his spirit finally restored. However, as he reflected on the events of the previous night, a wave of relentless blows struck him, leaving him at a loss for how to process it all. While he was surprised by Lin Yizhou's situation, it did not concern him greatly. To him, Lin Yizhou was merely an indulgence, akin to afternoon tea. One could partake or abstain, and if it became too cumbersome, one could simply forego it. He was a presence even less significant than a standby option. Conversely, it was Yanbai who rekindled his interest. Since that day, Zishuan's gaze had been consistently drawn to Yanbai, discovering something novel each day, feeling increasingly liberated in his affections, and his feelings for him intensified ferociously. Lin Yizhou reemerged 2 weeks later, his reputation in tatters within elite circles, and his physical condition had deteriorated significantly. Although he had positioned himself as a zero in terms of status, the dysfunction of his body severely impacted his quality of life. Moreover, the fact that his precious first experience was not with Zishuan was utterly intolerable to him. While he could endure the physical shortcomings and maintain a facade of madness, a devastating piece of news before his discharge drove his obsession to its peak. Lin Yizhou had contracted HIV, evidently a consequence of that fateful night. He could hardly fathom that Yusu, indulging in pleasures abroad, turned out to be a carrier of the virus. Now, having walked away without a care, he was left to ponder his own fate. All of this stemmed from his fixation on Zishuan, whom he had yet to possess. How could he resign himself to such a fate? Thus, upon his recovery and subsequent discharge, he sought to confront Zishuan. His animosity towards Yanbai was palpable, but his resentment towards Zishuan was even more profound. He extended a final plea for help to Zishuan, calling him several times. They were merely floors apart, yet Zishuan did not answer. Would everything have unfolded differently had he sought help from another? When Zishuan encountered Lin Yizhou, he was taken aback, In just 2 weeks, Lin Yizhou appeared gaunt and eerily sinister, devoid of his former sweetness. Standing before He Zixian, Lin Yizhou's voice was heavy with despair. "Why didn't you save me that night? I called you several times." He Zixian replied, "I was quite inebriated that night." Yet, Lin Yizhou dismissed his explanation entirely. "You went upstairs, you saw, you knew I was drugged and in an abnormal state. Why didn't you come to my aid? You turned and left. How could you be so heartless?" He Zixian paused, attempting to patiently explain. "I was in a daze at that time, and I was hospitalized shortly thereafter." Lin Yizhou, however, showed little reaction to his words, persistently articulating his feelings. "I have loved you for 3 years. I have failed to become a man for your sake. I can forgive your indifference in times of peril. Will you be with me?" He Zixian regarded him with a hint of disdain, replying, "I cannot comprehend your words. I have not compelled you to do anything, nor do I harbor any affection for you. We are not meant to be together. My heart belongs to Yanbai." Lin Yizhou erupted into a maniacal laughter, a sound laden with despair and hysteria. "You are still pretending. If you love Yanbai, how can you repeatedly betray him? Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? You are so filthy. You deserve nothing less than the filth that is me." He lunged forward to kiss him, catching He Zixian off guard. The sting on his lips made He Zixian momentarily falter, and as he pushed Lin Yizhou away, he felt a sickening sensation as blood smeared on his hand. Enraged and humiliated, he exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Did you actually bite me?" Lin Yizhou lay on the ground, yet wore a triumphant smile. "I merely took a bite. How can that possibly quench my resentment?" He Zixian glared at him fiercely. "Devoid of any warmth, you lunatic. Stay away from me." With that, He Zixian turned to leave, while Lin Yizhou wore a sinister smile of satisfaction on his face. He would not disclose to He Zixian that he had an opportunity to use a blocking agent. He intended for He Zixian to experience the same agonizing fate as himself. Had he not already bitten He Zixian? The likelihood of transmitting HIV was alarmingly high. As Lin Yizhou stood up, he was seized by several individuals, bodyguard from the Lin family, dispatched to find him. Upon learning of his affliction, Lin's father was filled with shame, fearing the scandal would tarnish the family name. Consequently, he ordered for Lin Yizhou to be taken and confined to a secluded residence, denying him contact with anyone, even withholding medical assistance. After all, what was the point? They believed his fate was already sealed. Thus, Lin Yizhou met a tragic end 2 years later, his body succumbing to decay. His remains were hastily cremated, vanishing quietly as though he had never existed in this world. Coincidentally, around the same time, the foreign Yusu suffered a similarly agonizing demise. However, these events are merely part of a larger narrative. Chapter 16, the 101st time betrayed by a scoundrel on this particular day. Yi Chun successfully completed his thesis defense and received his diploma, officially commencing his employment at the company. Once clad in a dress shirt and suit, Yi Chun's demeanor transformed, exuding a newfound maturity. Each day after work, he would go to collect Yanbai, unwavering in his dedication. On this day, after picking up Yanbai, Yi Chun did not return home, but instead took an unfamiliar route. Yanbai, puzzled, inquired, "Where are we headed?" Yi Chun similit enigmatijad, and Yanbai shot him a sideways glance. "Come on, you're an adult. Stop keeping me in suspense." Yi Chun remained impervious to his provocations, leaving Yanbai vexed. Eventually, they arrived at the parking lot of an apartment building, where Yi Chun led him directly to the elevator. Yanbai, bemused, questioned, "Isn't this apartment a residential complex?" The renowned internet celebrity apartment, previously famous for its ingenious design, beckoned us here. The elevator halted on the 45th floor, where Yi Chun led him to apartment A. After unlocking the door with a fingerprint, he entered, his voice tinged with shyness. "I know it has been a bit of an inconvenience for you to stay in my rental these past few days. Starting today, we can move here. Although it may still fall short of your previous standards of living, please trust that I will take good care of you and provide you with a comfortable life." As Yanbai stepped into the hall, hand in hand with him, he was greeted by enormous dual-aspect floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing an exceptionally transparent and modern living room. Yanbai instantly fell in love with the overwhelming brightness, standing by the window with a view overlooking half the city. There was also a bedroom, featuring another grand floor-to-ceiling window. Though the overall space was modest, it was sufficient for the two of them. Unable to contain his joy, Yanbai exclaimed, "We will live here from now on?" Yichen nodded. "The company provides apartments for its top employees. I recently overcame a significant challenge in one of my design projects." Yanbai leaped into his arms, exclaiming, "Brother, you are amazing." Yichun embraced him tightly, securing him in place. "Call me that again." Yanbai, feeling the warmth of his body, playfully called out, "Brother Yi." Yichun relished this endearment and pressed him against the large floor-to-ceiling window, leaning down to kiss him. Lost in the moment, Yanbai was oblivious to his surroundings until a sudden chill jolted him back to reality. Yichun gripped his waist, preventing him from slipping down. Their bodies pressed closely together, the pose somewhat perilous. With dreamy eyes, Yanbai felt dizzy. The window's clever design included a small section of transparent glass beneath their feet, creating an illusion of weightlessness. Startled, he shivered, and Yichun tilted his chin, kissing him once more. Yanbai was momentarily at a loss about which danger was more acute. The heated exchange contrasted sharply with the coolness of the glass, driving him to the brink of madness. Finally, as their lips parted, Yanbai's voice faltered, fragmented and breathless. Yichen's voice, alluring and close, whispered, "The first time I entered this room, I envisioned being here with you." Yanbai's voice quivered with emotion. "When did you prepare all this? You don't like it?" Yichen responded, "Everyone says it's wonderful." After a brief moment, Yanbai felt utterly spent, collapsing onto the plush carpet by the window, gazing outside. "Yichen, you placed this carpet here with ulterior motives." Yichun, drawing circles on his back and kneading his lower back, replied, "Is it wrong to protect you from the cold floor?" Yanbai felt a surge of displeasure, suspecting that this apartment was chosen more for Yichen's convenience. He lightly kicked him, saying, "You're too wicked." Embarrassed and flustered, he turned back to cover Yichen's mouth. "You don't have to speak. Will it kill you to say less?" Yichun, playfully licking his palm, caused Yanbai to retract his hand in surprise, wiping it disdainfully on his shirt. It was then he noticed Yichun remained elegantly composed, his tie perfectly in place. "You are a refined scoundrel." After Yanbai finished speaking, he casually grabbed a garment from the floor to cover his modesty and dashed into the bathroom. Yichun gazed at his retreating figure, a broad smile adorning his face. Moments later, he picked up a towel and rose to attend to his tasks. That night, as Yanbai lay on the bed in their new home, he felt drowsy, while Yichun remained exuberant, fervently planning for the future. Yet, in Yichen's envisioned future, there was only Yanbai, in a state of drowsiness. Yanbai curled his lips into a faint smile. The following morning, Yichen drove Yanbai to school before heading to his own workplace. During this period, Yanbai had adapted to the academic rhythm of this world. Although the knowledge systems of each microcosm differed, the underlying principles remained largely consistent. Yanbai's academic performance soared, propelling him into the ranks of top scholars. Despite the commendable progress in his studies, there were also some disheartening occurrences. Zixian, seemingly out of his mind, had begun to ardently pursue Yanbai. Yanbai pondered that this might indicate a masochistic inclination. The more he resisted, the more infatuated Zixian became. On this particular day, Zixian once again brought lunch for Yanbai, who, as usual, discarded it into the trash. Zixian witnessed this, but remained silent. Retreating back to his seat, Yanbai headed to the cafeteria, and Zixian quietly trailed behind. As they approached, he finally caught up and stood in Yanbai's path. "Yanbai, can you not give me another chance? After all these years, can you truly just let go?" Yanbai felt speechless and thought it unjust for the original owner of his body. What did he mean by all these years? Throughout those years, he had been preoccupied with various social media platforms. Zixian quickly pulled out his phone, stating, "I've uninstalled all those apps. You can check." Yanbai rolled his eyes. For a seasoned flirt, wasn't that merely basic conduct? Uninstalling today and reinstalling tomorrow. What did that signify? Besides, didn't he have 3 phones in his backpack? Zixian was momentarily at a loss. "I'll cancel the apps right in front of you." Yanbai immediately waved his hand. "No, that is irrelevant to me. You don't need to prove anything. Just keep your distance." Zixian grasped his wrist. Our families are neighbors, and both our parents are aware of our relationship. Have you considered how to explain this at home? Before Yanbai could respond, a hand suddenly appeared and swatted He Zixian's arm away, pulling Yanbai forcefully into an embrace. Startled, Yanbai looked up to see Yichun. "What are you doing here?" Yichun smiled, a touch of sarcasm in his tone. "If I hadn't come, how would I know someone was pestering you? Why didn't you tell me about this trouble sooner?" Upon hearing this tone, Yanbai recognized that someone was feeling jealous. He mumbled softly, lacking conviction, "I can handle it." Yichun chuckled in disbelief. "Your way of handling it is to hold his hand?" Yanbai retorted, "When did I ever hold his hand? Grabbing a wrist doesn't count as holding hands." He Zixian could no longer contain himself. "Yichun, don't be unreasonable. Yanbai was originally my boyfriend." Yichen's smile turned cold as he faced He Zixian, "But he is mine now." He Zixian scrutinized Yichun from head to toe, taking note of his expensive shirt and impeccably pressed trousers, and could not help but sneer. "So, now that you've latched onto Yanbai, do you truly consider yourself someone of significance? Even if he claims you, the Yin family would never approve of your union. You're merely a superficial pretty boy." These words were unwelcome to Yanbai. Aside from lending his car to Yichun, he had not spent a single cent on him. In fact, it was Yichun who had been pampering him. "He Zixian, you haven't earned a dime. So from where does your sense of superiority stem?" "Yichun is currently supporting me with his own two hands." Upon saying this, Yanbai began to reflect on himself and turned to Yichun. "You cannot simply accept the label of a pretty boy. I have yet to take you out for any extravagant spending. This evening, I shall take you shopping. By whatever your heart desires. My father has plenty of money." Yichun Sudendi laughed. "You're truly amazing." Yanbai playfully punched him. "I haven't even graduated yet. What is wrong with relying on my parents? Besides, I'm not solely dependent on them. I've been leaning on my boyfriend lately. Haven't I?" This made Yichun genuinely laugh as he pulled him forward. "Come on, you can indulge in your boyfriend as much as you wish right now. Let us go for a meal." Yanbai seized his hand and playfully nibbled on it. Yichun suddenly found it difficult to remain upset with He Zixian. With such an adorable partner, who had time to waste on others? The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked ahead, while He Zixian fumed behind them, his eyes nearly turning green with envy. Yichun wrapped an arm around Yanbai's shoulder and turned back to He Zixian with a triumphant smile, thoroughly relishing his moment of victory. This only fueled He Zixian's irritation further. Yichun leaned closer to Yanbai and whispered, "Bye-bye. You're going to be dealt with tonight." Yanbai shivered in surprise. "On what grounds?" Yichun glanced at his wrist. "You allowed someone else to touch you." Yanbai grabbed Yichun's hand and rubbed it over the spot where He Zixian had previously touched him, ensuring that there was no lingering trace of another's presence. "There, is that better?" Yichun chuckled. In the afternoon, Yanbai received an urgent summons to return home. An elder in the business world was hosting a 70th birthday banquet that evening, and Yanbai's father insisted he attend. Facing the prospect of meeting the original owner of this world's narrative parents for the first time made Yanbai somewhat anxious. He sent a message to Yichun. "The old man has issued his decree. I must return home and want to be back at the apartment tonight." Yichun quickly replied with several messages. "I was hoping to cook fish for you tonight. Is it truly impossible for you to come back? I will miss you. Are you afraid that I'll reprimand you and are using this as an excuse to return home? I've been thinking about you since noon. I can't even eat lunch." He attached a cheeky selfie along with an untouched lunch. Yanbai's lips twitched as he put away his phone, looking up at the imposing figure of his father on the opposite sofa. Chapter 18. The 101st time being greened by a scoundrel. Yanbai's father was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding the authority of someone in a position of power. He was clearly a shrewd and capable businessman. Make sure to change into appropriate attire. Yuan Lao is celebrating his 70th birthday. Dignitaries from the political and business spheres will be in attendance. You're about to graduate, and it's time for you to experience the world. The mere thought of such gatherings made Yanbai's head throb, and he rubbed his temples. "All right then." Yan's father observed his son's reluctant demeanor, removed his glasses, and methodically polished them with cloth. "In your younger days, I held no expectations of you, allowing you to indulge in your whims. However, I must show you the true nature of this world. To my dismay, your academic performance has been dismal. and your entanglements with the second son of the He family are far from clear. Yanbai was taken aback, gazing at the seemingly inscrutable elder before him. Yan's father glanced up and continued, "Fortunately, you have found your way back, finally severing ties with that Sea King." Yanbai chuckled, "Dad, I didn't realize you were so contemporary. You know about the Sea King?" Yan's father shot him a playful, yet disapproving glance. "What is so surprising? If you had continued to be oblivious, I was considering leaving some funds for you, while entrusting the rest to professional managers. I never anticipated you would suddenly gain insight and even start cohabiting with someone." Yanbai quickly clarified, "He is not a scumbag, nor is he a Sea King." Yan's father smiled. "He is indeed quite remarkable. When will you bring him home to meet the family?" Yanbai was astonished. "You know him? Have you investigated him?" Yan's father replied with an air of nonchalance, "In our Yan family, you are the only heir. Did you truly believe I would let you roam freely without oversight?" Yanbai looked perplexed. "How much do you know?" Yan's father stretched his legs, appearing somewhat relaxed, "Perhaps just a smidge more than you. When will you start using your brain? You are living together. How well do you truly know him? Do you know where he comes from? How many family members he has? Are you aware of the character of his parents?" Yanbai retorted, "I'm not living with his parents. Why should I know all that?" Yan's father tapped his forehead in frustration. "Dating without the intent of marriage is nothing short of frivolity. You are genuinely being frivolous." Yanbai exclaimed, I must insist that finding a partner requires compatibility in status. This compatibility isn't merely about wealth or social standing. It pertains to the moral character and values of both families. I am quite satisfied with Yi Chen's parents' character. If we were to become in-laws, that would be my only choice." Yanbai, ever the contrarian, replied, "I haven't even decided to marry him yet. Why are you rushing into discussing in-laws?" Yan's father looked at him incredulously. "You have reached the age of 20, and you have accomplished this one commendable deed of finding Yi Chen. Are you still being pretentious? If he were to break up with you, I wonder how you would fare. You lament your lack of ambition. What does he see in you?" Yanbai protested. "Is there such a thing as a father who speaks ill of his own son? What is wrong with me? I am attractive. My father is wealthy. How could I not be worthy of Yi Chen? Your beauty is a gift of my genes, and the wealth is mine. What do you possess that is commendable? As for Yi Chen, he has been independent since childhood, relying on himself, attending the best universities, and securing a solid footing in a prestigious company. What makes you think you are worthy of him? Why haven't you hurried to bring my future son-in-law back? If you let this fine gentleman slip away, I shall not let this rest." Yanbai expressed his inner turmoil. "Father, you mentioned marrying at 39, which I have no objections to, and your foresight is quite commendable. However, the term son-in-law is rather inaccurate. It should be daughter-in-law." Yan's father chuckled, his expression laden with meaning. Yanbai was on the verge of losing his temper. "What do you mean by that?" His father responded dismissively, "Daughter-in-law is fine as well. Just hurry and bring someone home." Yanbai, unimpressed, retorted, "Look at how anxious you are. One might think you were the one getting married." His father playfully swatted him. "You rascal, what are you saying?" Yanbai stepped back, cradling his head. "All right, I admit my mistake. Yi Chen is a wonderful person, and I consider myself fortunate to have found him. I will register our union tomorrow." Only then did Yan's father appear satisfied. "Since you've come to your senses, you ought to take charge. There are many matters at the company that require your attention." Yanbai thought to himself, "Do you imply that I have only become sensible because I agreed to register with Yi Chen? Is he truly my father or Yi Chen's?" With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. "Fine." Yan's father continued, "At tonight's banquet, I will introduce you to some uncles and relatives. Be courteous, and remember those who are introduced to you." He added, "Now, go and tidy yourself up. Your current appearance is quite shabby." Yanbai glanced down at his t-shirt and jeans and protested, "Father, this is not shabby. It is fashion." His father raised his hand to swat him again, prompting Yanbai to hastily retreat upstairs. "However, fashion is not suitable today. I shall return shortly, polished and presentable, beloved by all." With that, Yanbai dashed away. Watching his son's retreating figure, Yan's father found it somewhat amusing and took a sip of his tea. By 7 in the evening, Yanbai descended the stairs impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his hair neatly arranged, looking exquisite. His father finally appeared satisfied. "Let's go. The driver is waiting outside. Yanbai followed him into the car, which swiftly arrived at an opulent private mansion. As they entered the bustling hall, they were greeted by a throng of elegantly attired guests, all exuding an air of affluence. Yan's father led him to greet the guest of honor, Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan looked at Yanbai and jested with Yan's father. Is this the esteemed young master? He is indeed handsome. After all these years, you've never brought him out? Is it because you feared he would attract the attention of some young lady? Yan's father laughed heartily, brimming with pride. Though he feigned modesty, looks alone one tea fill his stomach. Who would take a liking to him? He has much to learn. He added, I merely brought him here to broaden his horizons. Elder Yuan chuckled. Do not be overly modest. I have heard that the young master is attending a prestigious institution, which surely indicates a sharp intellect. Yan's father felt a genuine sense of pride at this remark, recalling that his son had been quite diligent and ambitious before falling for Zishuan. However, since entering university, his focus had shifted solely to romance, causing his studies to suffer. However, it has only been a mere 2 months of earnest effort, and is it not a remarkable progress? Indeed, his son has taken after him, possessing a sharp intellect. As the two engaged in cheerful conversation, others approached to pay their respects to Elder Yuan, prompting Yan's father to introduce his son to everyone in attendance. After making the rounds, Yanbai's smile had stiffened, and at last, Yan's father released him. Yanbai promptly retreated to a corner, guzzling a cup of apple juice as if indulging in a grand toast. After 2 months, Zishuan had finally managed to appease his father, who no longer held a grudge regarding the incident at the bar, where he had charged several million. On this day, He's father brought Zishuan along to the banquet. In terms of corporate strength, the He family lagged slightly behind the Yan family, with many of their enterprises relying on the resources of the Yans. Consequently, the He family had deliberately positioned themselves as neighbors to the Yans, hoping to foster closer ties. The relationship between the two families had always been amicable, and He's father was well aware of the situation between Zishuan and Yanbai, approving of their connection. On their way, Zishuan took the initiative to speak. Father, Yanbai and I have been at odds for 2 months now, and no matter how I try to appease him, it seems futile. Uncle Yan will certainly attend the banquet today, possibly accompanied by Yanbai. If we happen to cross paths, could you kindly speak a few favorable words on my behalf to Uncle Yan, so that Yanbai and I might reconcile? He's father regarded him as if he were a fool, incredulous that one could offend someone as sweet-tempered as Yanbai, and yet expect him to assist in winning back his affection. Lowering his head, Zishuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, what choice did he have? During this period, he had made numerous attempts to mend their relationship, but Yanbai's demeanor had turned exceedingly cold, as though he were an entirely different person. Paradoxically, the more Yanbai treated him poorly, the more Zishuan recognized his worth. Consequently, he found himself disinterested in others. He had indeed deleted those flirtatious applications and had not contacted anyone on WeChat for quite some time. Even when former acquaintances who had once been mere backups reached out to him, Zishuan felt utterly indifferent, struggling to comprehend how he had once been so reckless and indiscriminate in his pursuits. He could only lower his proud head and seek assistance, reasoning that a rift with Yanbai would be detrimental to their family. After all, he still held feelings for him. It was merely a matter of pride. He's father had heard whispers of his son's past indiscretions, expressing, "You never regarded Yanbai with the seriousness he deserved. You took advantage of his kindness. While it is not uncommon for men to indulge, you ought to tread carefully around Yanbai." Zishuan was filled with regret. Yanbai had once treated him with such kindness that he had grown complacent, believing he would never lose him. "Father, I now recognize my mistakes. I promise to be devoted to Yanbai from this point onward. Please assist me." He's father cast a disapproving glance at his son's lack of maturity. Feeling troubled, and could not resist imparting wisdom from his own life experiences, "I merely expect you to feign sincerity toward him, not to be consumed by romantic notions. The ultimate goal is to have him wholeheartedly devoted to you, thinking only of your well-being, willing to support you in your endeavors. That is when you will truly triumph." Zishuan's expression was conflicted, yet he grasped his father's intentions. "Initially, my agreement to be with Yanbai stemmed from this very notion. However, Uncertainty has begun to creep in. Perhaps Yanbai deserves far more than I can offer. Yet these thoughts remain unspoken, merely acknowledged by a nod. Father, he pondered for a moment, remarking on Yan's deep cunning. Though he often appeared indifferent, he was acutely aware of the underlying currents. I could attempt to broach the subject, yet I cannot ascertain his decision with any certainty. He Zishuan was perplexed, believing his father should support their union. Each time he visited Yanbai, he had always been courteous, never once obstructing their interactions. Father, he nodded, expressing hope that this would remain the case. Upon their arrival, Yanbai had already found a corner, indulging in some petite cakes. The moment he Zishuan entered, he spotted Yanbai, casually savoring a piece of strawberry cake, his appearance utterly enchanting. He Zishuan found it difficult to avert his gaze, prompting Father he to guide him over to greet old Yuan before heading straight to Yan's father, who was engaged in conversation with a couple of others. He Zishuan promptly gathered his composure, joining the formal pleasantries that exuded warmth and familiarity. Yan's father was exceptionally adept in the realm of social etiquette, leaving no room for criticism. Father, he cheerfully remarked, "Old Yan, it has been far too long since we shared a drink. Shall we retreat to that corner for a toast?" This was clearly an indication of a private discussion, prompting immediate understanding from those nearby. Yan's father smiled and accompanied him to the corner, acknowledging the long absence of their shared libations, seizing the opportunity provided by old Yuan. Clinking their glasses together, Father He's expression turned solemn as he spoke. "This drink serves as my apology. I have neglected Zishuan during this time, and was unaware of the discord between him and Yanbai. It is my son's folly, and I apologize on his behalf." Yan's father, a master of pretense, feigned surprise. "Oh, that's unnecessary. It is quite common for children to have disagreements. Why such a dramatic apology?" Father, he shot a glare at He Zishuan, urging him to speak for himself. Embarrassed, He Zishuan turned to Yanbai's father, confessing, "Uncle, Bai has been upset with me. I realize I have not treated him well, and I have been reflecting on my actions." Yan's father promptly gestured for Yanbai to come over. Having just finished a piece of cake, a smudge of strawberry jam lingered at the corner of his mouth. He Zishuan, noticing this, spoke in an intimate tone. "Bai, you have something on your lips." Without hesitation, he retrieved a silk handkerchief from his pocket, intending to assist in cleaning up. Yanbai, with a carefree flourish, wiped it away with his sleeve, leaving He Zishuan feeling somewhat awkward as he withdrew his hand. "Dad, what do you need?" Yan's father replied, upon encountering elders. "One should know to offer greetings first." Such a lack of decorum, though his tone bore little reproach. Yanbai quickly complied, addressing Father He. "Hello, Uncle He." "Hello, He Zishuan." He Zishuan was taken aback, but found his demeanor softening. "Bai, you've become so distant, addressing me formally. You used to call me Brother Xian." Yanbai felt a wave of discomfort at this endearment. Chapter 20. The 101st time of being wronged by a cunning rival father, he chuckled. "Yanbai, you have every right to be upset. It serves you right. Bye-bye." Uncle apologizes on his behalf. He has not slept well these past 2 months. Sighing at home every day. If he has done something wrong, you should give him a good beating. I will not feel a shred of pity. He Zishuan also wore a guilty expression. "Bye-bye, you can hit or scold me. Just don't ignore me, please." Yanbai felt a deep resentment. This father and son pair were truly shameless. Weren't they forcing him to back down in public? Yet, how could the Lord of Demons be at a disadvantage? Yanbai immediately feigned innocence. Having grown up, he realized that the childhood nickname was no longer suitable. Hence he called Yu He Zishuan. "You are not to call me Bai anymore. It is rather childish, don't you think? When have we had a disagreement? I was completely unaware." "And for what reason?" Yanbai returned the ball, not believing that He Zishuan would dare acknowledge his various infidelities. Although the two had been in a romantic relationship, they had not officially informed their families. Thus he played the fool, leaving He Zishuan at a loss. He Zishuan was indeed taken aback, somewhat at a loss for words. Uncle Yin chuckled. "As long as there are no conflicts, I pondered how significant disagreements could arise between two children who grew up together. Zishuan is like your elder brother, more mature and composed, naturally thinking more meticulously than you, while you remain in a daze, often unaware of your own missteps. All right, you two go play elsewhere. Don't delay us from drinking." Yin Fu felt a jolt at the mention of elder brother, as if it hinted at something, prompting him to think deeper. However, Zishuan did not dwell on it, rather feeling a bit delighted. Uncle Yin indeed favored him, always supporting him. It seemed there was still hope. Yanbai promptly expressed his gratitude and turned to leave, with Zishuan trailing behind him. Bye-bye, can we talk? Yanbai felt somewhat exasperated. I've told you not to call me bye-bye. Yanbai was thoroughly annoyed by his persistent entanglement and wished to resolve the issue once and for all. He rubbed his fists, casting a sidelong glance at him. Are you sure you want to talk? Zishuan felt a tremor in his heart for reasons unknown. Yet he stood firm in his resolve, yes. Yanbai smirked, then let us go somewhere secluded to have a proper discussion. Zishuan secretly rejoiced and followed him to a lounge on the second floor. Unbeknownst to both, a tall man in a well-fitted suit stood not far away, dark clouds looming over his expression as he watched them. Yi Chun, one of the company's exemplary representatives, had been brought out by his boss. Besides his outstanding business acumen, his handsome appearance made him a fitting choice for such occasions, which was a significant reason for his presence today. However, he did not anticipate encountering Yanbai. Seeing Yanbai was one thing, but witnessing the cheerful exchange between Yanbai and Zishuan as they entered the lounge ignited a fire of jealousy within him. Upon entering the room, Yanbai's demeanor immediately turned cold, arms crossed as he regarded Zishuan. Have you even learned to seek outside help? Zishuan instantly wore a look of grievance. I had no choice. You have consistently denied me the chance to explain myself properly. Thus, I had to enlist Uncle Yin to speak a few kind words on my behalf. The union of our families is a shared aspiration, and Uncle Yin is quite supportive. Could you please cease your antics? Let's reconcile. Yanbai was rendered speechless by his foolish grin. Which of your eyes perceived my father's support for us? Not only are your eyes poor, but your intellect seems lacking as well. Zishuan, was taken aback by the scolding. Did Uncle Yin not just provide us an opportunity for private conversation? Yanbai, in utter disbelief, retorted, Did you not hear my father say you resemble my elder brother? Which family allows siblings to engage in romance? How can you still not comprehend? I'm not merely playing around. I genuinely despise you. Zishuan's expression stiffened as Yanbai continued to thrust daggers with his words. For heaven's sake, possess a modicum of self-awareness. Do you not realize your own shortcomings? Zishuan remained undeterred, insisting, You and Yi Chun have no future. We are meant to be together. I acknowledge my faults. You too have strayed with Yi Chun. Let us forget the past and forgive one another, shall we? Yanbai was appalled by his audacity. I began my relationship with him only after our separation. That does not constitute infidelity. Zishuan attempted to persist, moving closer to embrace him. But Yanbai delivered a sharp kick, causing Zishuan to retreat several steps before regaining his balance. Rubbing his thigh in disbelief, Zishuan gazed at him, eyes filled with anguish. Yanbai continued to issue stern warnings. Should you bother me again, I shall aim for your most vulnerable point, and you shall never have the opportunity to wander again. Should you approach my father with complaints, I shall disclose your promiscuous behavior without hesitation. I did not refrain from speaking of my own embarrassment. It was not a lingering attachment to you. After years of wearing the green hat, I have finally removed it. How could I ever reclaim it? I beseech you to depart as far as possible. Begone, Pan-Jinlian. Zishuan felt a chill sweep over him. He could not muster anger or frustration, only a profound numbness. You once clearly cherished me. You also acknowledged that was in the past. Have you reflected on your actions over these past years? What merits admiration? Am I mad to harbor feelings for shared cucumber? Do you not fear contagion? The harsh words grew increasingly severe, leading Zishuan to confront the stark reality. Yanbai truly held him in disdain, recognizing the time was ripe. He could hardly believe Zishuan still had the audacity to cling on. With a triumphant turn, he exited the room, only to collide with a tall figure at the threshold, startling him. Yanbai looked up to find Yi Chun, his expression inscrutable, leaving Yanbai genuinely astonished. What brings you here? Yi Chun, with a somber countenance, whispered near his ear, You will be dealt with today. This phrase felt eerily familiar to Yanbai, who protested. Why? Yet Yi Chun disregarded him, pushing the door open and glancing back at Yanbai as he shut it, his voice devoid of emotion, stating plainly, Wait outside. Do not leave. His tone, devoid of anger yet eerily calm, sent shivers down Yanbai's spine. As Yi Chun entered, his face remained visible behind the door. Expressionless as he regarded Yanbai, the door slowly closed, obscuring his visage completely. The sound of the lock clicking into place echoed ominously, reminiscent of a slow-motion sequence from a horror film. Yanbai trembled slightly, utterly terrified. Time seemed to stand still as Yanbai engaged in a relentless exchange with the nine-tailed fox. What was Yi Chun up to? Was he just giving me orders? Did he have a death wish? The nine-tailed fox wore an expression of profound incredulity, remarking, "You weren't this audacious just a moment ago." Yanbai retorted, "It's merely a matter of respecting our elders." The nine-tailed fox nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he is but a year older than you, truly. A case of an old bull courting a young heifer, utterly shameless. Yet his stamina is commendable, going at it night after night without fear of exhausting himself." Yanbai, clearly displeased, shot back, "Who are you mocking?" The nine-tailed fox feigned a self-inflicted slap. "I was praising him. Did I flatter him inappropriately?" With a bemused expression, Yanbai replied, "Your partner has nearly beaten He Zishuan to a pulp. Are you going to intervene?" Yanbai dismissed the concern with indifference. "It's not as if he's on the brink of death requiring my assistance for burial. Why should I care?" The nine-tailed fox coolly interjected, "He Zishuan has contracted HIV, though he shows no symptoms yet." Yanbai sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Why didn't you mention such a significant matter sooner?" The nine-tailed fox, with a mischievous glint, added, "To prevent this Casanova from endangering others, I have contained the virus within him. He poses no threat to anyone." Yanbai halted abruptly, impressed by the nine-tailed fox's cunning. "Well, you are quite clever." The nine-tailed fox chuckled, "No need for thanks. Have you ever pondered why Yi Chun attacked He Zishuan?" Yanbai shrugged nonchalantly. "Does one need a reason to strike? If one wishes to fight, one simply does." The nine-tailed fox fell silent, realizing the undeniable truth. He truly was the embodiment of a domineering overlord. Just as Yanbai was enjoying teasing the nine-tailed fox, the door swung open. Instantly, he shifted from a relaxed posture against the wall to a formal military stance, caught off guard by his own reaction. Peering through the gap in the door, he beheld He Zishuan sprawled on the floor, his face a crimson mask of blood, tears streaming down his cheeks as he pitifully gazed towards the entrance, utterly aggrieved. Yanbai felt a wave of disgust wash over him at the sight of the bloodied face. Yi Chun approached him, his gaze fixed on He Zishuan, voice icy. "Are you feeling sympathetic?" Yanbai, at a loss for words, replied, "If your eyes are of no use, perhaps you should dispose of them. My concern lies with your hand." He tenderly cradled Yi Chun's hand, gently stroking the reddened skin. "Look at how bruised your knuckles have become. Will this hand even function? Come, let's return and apply some ointment." The nine-tailed fox covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the overlord's obsequiousness. Yi Chun's mood appeared to lift slightly, though his expression betrayed none of it. "This hand is still quite capable of satisfying you. There is no need for concern." The abrupt shift in the conversation caught Yanbai off guard, and it took him a moment to process. Yi Chun had already taken his hand and led him out of the banquet hall. Yanbai, not forgetting to issue a final instruction to the nine-tailed fox, added, "That mobile HIV carrier shouldn't be allowed to roam freely. Report him and expose the virus he carries." The nine-tailed fox promptly agreed, and shortly thereafter, He Zishuan was taken away by the Disease Control Center, subjected to compulsory treatment, never to harm society again. Meanwhile, the two individuals reached the car, and Yanbai immediately shook off Yi Chun, eager to refute. "Am I someone who can be satisfied with just one hand? Nonsense." Yi Chun smirked, starting the engine. "I could give you both hands. What kind of absurdity is this?" Yanbai was flustered in the car, infuriated enough to drape his coat over his head, wishing to be unseen and undisturbed. Yi Chun drove to a small park adjacent to the school, retrieving a blanket upon exiting the vehicle. As Yanbai, since the car had stopped, he removed the garment from his head and followed Yi Chun out, surveying the surroundings with confusion. "A picnic at this hour? You'll never get to eat outdoors in your lifetime," Yi Chun replied, and Yanbai perceived a deeper meaning in his words, prompting him to ponder. Yi Chun scanned the area and soon spotted a ginkgo tree. "Have you seen this tree before?" Yanbai looked up, recognizing it vaguely. Yi-chan enveloped both of them under the large blanket, pulling Yanbai close. The thin fabric blocked most of their surroundings from view, and the already dim area seemed even darker, with only Yi-chan's eyes shining brightly. His voice was calm, yet Yanbai detected an unusual tone. "This is where you confessed your feelings to Zishuan for the first time? I assent it?" Yanbai searched his memory, recalling that indeed. The original owner's first confession had taken place here. Yanbai realized his expression growing complex. "So, today in that room, you were just asking about my past with Zishuan? You interrogated me just for this trivial matter?" Yi-chan maintained a serene demeanor. "These are the most significant matters. I regret not recognizing your worth sooner, losing 3 years and allowing others to draw near to you." He leaned closer to Yanbai, their foreheads touching, breaths mingling. "I wish to create new, unforgettable memories in these places that once held meaning for you, to replace the past. Do you agree?" It was a question, yet Yanbai felt he had no choice. Yi-chan lifted him, pressing his back against the tree. Yanbai found himself suspended, the sensation of weightlessness prompting him to clutch Yi-chan's neck tightly to prevent himself from slipping down. The rough bark of the tree caused discomfort to Yanbai's back. Yet he paid it no mind, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? This is a park. Isn't that what the blanket is for?" Yanbai thought, incredulous. But this is worse than being exposed. Anyone seeing a constantly shaking white blanket in a park would be terrified. Yanbai trembled, disregarding the fear of onlookers, feeling his own life at stake. "Don't touch me. Yi-chan chaklet lightly. I noticed it." Yanbai gasped, attempting to silence him. "Shut up." Yi-chan, in a teasing manner, leaned closer to his ear, his voice low and suggestive. "Will you die? I want to see what the limits are." Yanbai felt weak, his voice trembling with unshed tears, physiological tears spilling uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. "Just wait. I'll make you pay for this." Yi-chan's smile was tender and lingering. "All right, I too wish to perish by your hand. When we return to this place, let us forget others and remember only each other, shall we?" Yanbai could not dare to disagree. Pressured into making numerous promises, he ultimately found himself in a dire situation, cursing for a long while afterward. In the time that followed, Yi-chan took him to many places, each visit etching unforgettable memories that replaced those Yanbai deemed unpleasant. "Is this where you first gifted him a present? This is where your first date took place. This is where you shared your first movie." Yanbai felt vexed by it all for quite some time, yet he was powerless to change it. Eventually, he could no longer bear it. If he did not take action, his back would surely suffer irreparably. It was imperative to return home and meet the parents. An eye for an eye, grant him a title to ease his heart. When Yi-chan heard of Yanbai's decision, his countenance remained serene, though his hands fidgeted nervously. "Good." Yanbai observed the tremor in his hands, secretly delighted. Yi-chan feigned calmness and inquired, "Does your father know about us? What is his opinion?" Yanbai's expression turned somber as he gazed at his legs, responding evasively, "Are your legs sturdy?" Yi-chan felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that he was to face a discount? Yanbai nodded. "My father holds a black belt in Taekwondo and insists on training at least twice a week. I have witnessed him break 7 layers of wooden boards with a single kick. Tell me, are your legs as tough as 7 layers of wood?" Chapter 22. The 101st time of being greened by a scoundrel. Yi-chan wrapped his arms around Yanbai. "If both my legs were to break, then I would have to endure being beneath you from now on." Yanbai's eyes brightened, finding this an intriguing notion. Yi-chan, as if sensing his thoughts, added with a smile, "Just like in the car last time, you on top." Yanbai seemed to recall an unpleasant memory, glaring at him with a mock ferocity. "You, what difference does that make now?" Yi-chan replied earnestly, "There is indeed a difference. You look particularly beautiful in that position, and I could clearly see every change in your expression." Yanbai's face flushed crimson. "Get lost." Yi-chan held onto him stubbornly, showering him with sweet nothings, each more blush-inducing than the last. In an effort to silence him, Yanbai leaned up and kissed him, causing Yi-chan to immediately comply, reciprocating with fervor. The tide of passion spread from their lips to their entire bodies, leaving Yanbai slightly weak-kneed. Yi-chan supported his wavering form and guided him backward, soon laying him down on the sofa. Yanbai chose a sunny weekend to invite Yi-Chun home for lunch. Yi-Chun rose early, bathing and dressing with a reverence akin to an audience with a revered emperor, nearly lighting incense to pray. Yanbai found it amusing and kindly reminded him, "You need not be so anxious. My father hasn't eaten a child in ages." Yi-Chun shot him a sidelong glance in the dressing mirror, utterly speechless. At last, he had groomed himself and retrieved several tote bags from behind the door. Yinsher gazed at his meticulously groomed appearance, clucking his tongue in amazement. "You certainly did not prepare so scrupulously for our date. One might think you were off to meet a mistress." Yi-Chun couldn't help but lightly tap the top of his head, feeling a flutter of nervousness as he grasped his hand. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yinsher felt the warmth of his slightly damp palm and couldn't suppress a smile. Some people have their day too. Upon arriving at the Yin residence, they found Yin Fu seated on the sofa in formal attire, engrossed in a financial newspaper. Yi-Chun gently placed several bags on the entrance floor and respectfully greeted, "Good day, uncle." Yin Fu was a man of striking features and an imposing demeanor. Accustomed to a stern expression, he appeared somewhat aloof, prompting a respectful attitude from others. Upon hearing Yi-Chun's voice, he looked up, exhibiting no warmth, and gestured for him to take a seat. Yi-Chun approached and sat down on the sofa beside Yin Fu, feeling somewhat constrained, a stark contrast to his usual self-assured demeanor. Yinsher found it amusing and chose to remain silent, allowing the two to interact freely. Yin Fu scrutinized Yi-Chun while casually engaging him in conversation about current events. Yi-Chun's every word was carefully chosen, as if he had deliberated over each syllable before speaking. Yinsher reclined comfortably on the sofa, observing Yi-Chun discreetly wiping his clammy palms, feeling a sense of relief. His father's gaze seemed considerably more amiable now that someone had gained the upper hand over Yi-Chun. Yin Fu cast a sidelong glance at Yinsher, saying, "Yi-Chun, come to the study with me." "Yinsher, you stay here." Yinsher wondered why he was being excluded from the unfolding drama. Yi-Chun immediately complied, rising to follow Yin Fu to the study, casting a seemingly pleading glance at Yinsher, who disregarded it, instead munching on some dried fruit he had taken from the table. The curious nine-tailed fox trailed behind, eavesdropping, only to return later, utterly shattered by the revelations. "Master Demon, you shall forever be my master. The higher the righteousness, the stronger the demon." Yinsher playfully tossed a walnut at him. "Speak sensibly, without all this nonsense. Your father is threatening the antagonist to be with you. He must assume control of the Yin Corporation." Yinsher winced at the thought. Has my father lost his mind? What sort of business incurs the loss of both a son and a soldier? This deal is a tremendous loss. However, it was evident that he had little say in the matter. Yi-Chun's refusal prompted an urgent need to inform you. I am now returning to listen for further developments. Chapter 23. The 101st time of being betrayed by the scoundrel the nine-tailed fox slipped away after speaking. In the study, Yi-Chun indeed turned down Yin Fu. "I appreciate your trust, but I will not join the Yin Corporation when I lack the capability. I cannot allow myself to become a liability to the Yin family. I wish to hone my experience and prove my worth. Once I am sufficiently mature, I can serve as a professional manager employed by the Yin family, handling company affairs without shirking responsibility." Yin Fu raised an eyebrow. "Young man, are you unaware of the magnitude of the Yin family's assets? You may be forfeiting a tremendous opportunity. Such chances do not always linger. I never suggested that you assume the role of a manager. The challenge of establishing oneself in a company as a professional manager is exponentially greater than that of a family member. Are you hesitant to enter the fray under the guise of a family connection, fearing accusations of living off someone else's success?" Yi-Chun's refusal remained resolute. "I appreciate your recognition, yet I am unfazed by others' opinions. Even if I were to benefit from Yanbai's support, it would be a sweet indulgence. I do not wish for my presence in the company to lead Yanbai to harbor any doubts, thereby jeopardizing our relationship. If you have personal commitments that demand your attention, and with Yanbai soon to graduate, a young man of considerable talent, I believe entrusting the company to him would be a more prudent choice than to me." Yan's father's expression darkened. Does he not realize his own capabilities? A mud-soaked wall cannot be propped up, let alone expand its boundaries, I worry he may struggle to maintain the company. Yi Chun's gaze deepened, his expression also clouded. As his father, you should understand him best. How can you judge his potential without giving him a chance? Is such a hasty conclusion truly fair? Yan's father regarded him with a menacing glare, his oppressive presence rendering the air thick with tension. Are you questioning my judgment? Yi Chun's demeanor remained composed, yet a flicker of defiance gleamed in his eyes. I do not question you. I merely fear that a rash decision may lead to regret. Every individual grows, and Yanbai transforms daily. If you would take the time to understand who he is now before passing judgment, it might yield a more equitable assessment. Yan's father, visibly incensed, retorted, I can do as I please with my own son and my own property. I offer you one final opportunity. Will you consider my proposal? Yichen slowly rose, meeting Yan's father's gaze. I have no objections to how you manage your assets, and I hold your decisions in the highest regard. However, Yanbai is currently my boyfriend, and despite your position as his father, I hope for a fair evaluation of his worth. He is not inept. He is exceptionally capable. Without his consent and in the absence of my own capacity, I shall not interfere with your company. This is my decision. I will strive to provide Yanbai with the best life through my own efforts. The tempestuous aura surrounding Yan's father suddenly dissipated, and he reclined in his chair with an air of leisure, even crossing his legs, as a smile graced his face for the first time that day. Yanbai, urged by the nine-tailed fox to eavesdrop, peered through the crack in the door at his father, furrowing his brow, yet finding the scene somewhat amusing. This man is truly cunning. The nine-tailed fox also expressed admiration, observing the intricate maneuvers unfolding, as if Yichun had deftly navigated numerous pitfalls and landed safely. Yanbai smirked, filled with pride. This is the man I have chosen. How could he ever disappoint? The nine-tailed fox looked at him with disdain, longing for the days of the formidable Mu. Yichun had steeled himself for confrontation, yet to his surprise, Yan's father's demeanor softened unexpectedly, leaving Yichun with a feeling of pent-up energy with nowhere to direct it. Noticing Yichun's gradually stiffening expression, Yan's father finally offered a kind smile. Young man, do not be so impulsive. Please take a seat. Yichun slowly took a seat, while Yan's father looked at him with a hint of mockery. Is my son truly that remarkable? What is it about him that you hold in such high regard? Pray tell. Yichun hesitated. I have yet to discover any shortcomings in him. Yan's father glanced at the narrow gap of the door before letting out a light snort. The only merit my son possesses is that he chose the right person this time. Had you performed poorly earlier, you would have undoubtedly been cast aside. And I assure you, you would never see Yanbai again. A layer of unwarranted cold sweat broke out on Yichun's forehead, grateful for his mental fortitude, as he refrained from uttering insincere words under the other's intimidation. Are you testing me? Yan's father disdainfully looked towards the door. Why aren't you coming in? Yanbai entered the room somewhat bashfully. Dad, isn't it a bit excessive to put someone to the test like this? Yan's father laughed coldly, his tone far from cordial. What do you think of your previous boyfriend? He's Yishuan. If I don't intervene, you might not even realize how you could be led astray. Yanbai felt utterly aggrieved, reminding himself that it was the original owner who chose his Yishuan, not him. So, are you satisfied with this one? Yan's father smiled without replying. You two may court for now. Who knows if you might be the one to be dumped in the future. Yanbai, Yichun quickly and cleverly asserted. That won't happen. Yan's father looked at Yichun with a hint of sympathy. I sincerely wish to ask, what exactly is so commendable about my son? Yichun replied earnestly. I genuinely wish to inquire what flaws he possesses. Yan's father, Yanbai, feeling a sense of pride, looked at Yan's father. Indeed, Dad. What shortcomings do I have? Yan's father felt a bit overwhelmed, as if being force-fed dog food, suddenly realizing a sense of loneliness. His wife had passed away over a decade ago. Perhaps it was time for him to seek companionship once more. Chapter 24. The 101st time of being betrayed by a scoundrel. This meal concluded pleasantly. Yichun discovered that Yan's father was quite easy to get along with and held remarkably progressive views. He cared little that his son's partner was a man and was indifferent to others knowing that his son loved a man. How cool. The two enjoyed a delightful conversation, almost neglecting Yanbai. Yanbai gazed at his unassertive father, utterly speechless. How could this old man be so easily swayed? who would stand up for him in the future. Yanbai's graduation ceremony was a month away, and he successfully completed all his studies with straight A's. Yichen's career also encountered a tremendous opportunity. His two designs in artificial intelligence received patents, swiftly attracting investors eager to collaborate with him. Yichen proactively extended an olive branch to the Yin family, thus becoming a legitimate shareholder in the Yin enterprise as a partner. Moreover, the nature of his relationship with Yanbai quickly became known in high society, as they never shied away from other scrutiny. At this juncture, some with ulterior motives approached Yan's father, subtly attempting to instigate something, but were met with Yan's father's unwavering response. "Are you suggesting I introduce my daughter to my son to tarnish their relationship?" The shareholder remarked. Although he harbored such intentions, the shares in his possession, coupled with those held by Yanbai, undoubtedly made him the de facto leader of the company. However, such sentiments could not be openly expressed. The other party appeared genuinely concerned, claiming to act solely in his best interest. "Your vast family estate is without an heir," they lamented. "What of it? My family does not possess a throne to inherit. The continuation of my lineage is inconsequential to the world's existence. As for the family business, they may well choose to donate or relinquish it in the future. It is no longer my concern. I cannot burden myself with such matters. Whether Yanbai has children or not does not affect my quality of life. That is his affair." The shareholder was left utterly speechless. From that moment, Yanbai and Yichen grew increasingly audacious. Yanbai deliberately adopted a flamboyant demeanor, and Yichen delighted in playing along. "White, this style does not suit you at all," he teased. Yanbai, with unwavering confidence, retorted, "Do you have any idea how many people have approached my father regarding our affairs lately? I merely wish to observe their disdain for me, while being unable to undermine my position." Yichen chuckled. After graduating, Yanbai joined the company, embarking on a life of harmonious partnership. Their wedding took place 2 years later, at a time when the company was flourishing. Yanbai's father, the chairman, insisted on having a wedding before his retirement. Yanbai, however, was reluctant. Yichen, merely his boyfriend at the time, was already demanding in their private life. If they were to formalize their union, would he still have any agency left? Yet, unable to withstand his father's insistence and Yichen's relentless encouragement, the grand wedding eventually took place, and he found himself unexpectedly granted an extended honeymoon. On a secluded beach, Yanbai lay on the sand, panting lightly. "Yichen, I warn you, enough is enough. My knees are bruised." Yichen laughed, affectionately kissing the nape of his neck. "I circula pendant ce mot dislodged," rested against Yanbai's back as Yichen playfully nibbled at his shoulder blade. As his lips brushed the pendant, an invisible radiance seeped into it, filling it anew. "Darling, let us change our position. We are only halfway through our honeymoon. It is far too soon to conclude." Ding! Detection of target character's antagonistic value has reached 0. Mission accomplished. The story concludes. Volume 3. Release that rustic man. Allow me to step in. Chapter 25. Release that rustic man. Allow me to step in. As Yanbai regained consciousness, a sudden sharp pain coursed through his wrist, hastening his awareness. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the ceiling and walls were plastered with newspapers, now yellowed with age, while he sat upon a large northeast-style column. Outside the glass window, a blanket of snow adorned the ground. He was clad in an oversized green outfit, somewhat faded from washing. Yanbai first examined his hand. The area around his left wrist was swollen and red, revealing a significant injury. The nine-tailed fox, noticing his awakening, immediately feigned innocence. "Great Lord, does your wrist hurt? Would you like me to numb the pain for you?" Yanbai shot him a cold glare. "If you possess such a capability, why did you not use it sooner? What are you waiting for?" The nine-tailed fox promptly alleviated his pain, albeit reluctantly uttering, "You must be made aware of your injury. Otherwise, how shall we confront the wretched individual responsible for your suffering?" Yanbai gazed down at his swollen wrist, feeling the bones, which were slightly misaligned. With a swift twist, he executed a simple yet deft maneuver, realigning the bones completely, and retrieved 2 bamboo planks from the room to secure it. Although he was uncertain how he possessed such a skill, it was an instinct embedded deep within him. Finally, Yanbai spoke. "Pray tell, which audacious scoundrel dared to lay hands on my body? The nine-tailed fox, invigorated, recounted, as you can see. We currently reside on a planet akin to Blue Star in Blue Country during the 1970s. Your current identity is that of a rural youth, sharing the name Yanbai, who has been in the countryside for 2 years. In essence, this is a tale of a reborn supporting character leveraging foreknowledge of future events to create turmoil and alter history, thereby severing the bond between the original protagonist and the antagonist. Initially, he led the original protagonist into an inescapable abyss, subsequently ensnaring the antagonist in prison, seizing all his possessions, and thereafter indulging in a life of luxury and leisure. Eventually, the antagonist, seeking justice in prison, was brutally beaten to death by the prison bullies, resulting in the disruption of the heavenly order and the complete collapse of this miniature world. And you, alas, are the ill-fated original protagonist, your misfortunes commencing from today, as the reborn character Gu Xiangdong has only just resurrected a few hours prior. From this point, the narrative spirals further and further astray. The memories of the original protagonist have now merged with your consciousness, and your task remains to woo the antagonist, while simultaneously preserving the fragile balance of this world. After sifting through the memories and aligning them with the narrative presented by the nine-tailed fox, Yanbai grasped the entirety of the situation, left speechless. The original protagonist was either naive or foolish, rejecting the support of his loving family, and instead isolating himself like a desolate cabbage. The nine-tailed fox, equally perplexed by this subplot, noted that the original protagonist, being the youngest in the family, was doted upon by his parents and elder brother, rendering him somewhat self-centered and sensitive with a rather awkward disposition. His unwillingness to express his feelings led to significant misunderstandings, mistakenly believing his family no longer cared for him, ultimately abandoning them. At merely 16 years of age when he was sent to the countryside, he was a young and innocent soul, stubbornly convinced that since his family had forsaken him, he too would renounce them. It is no wonder that both were lamenting over the situation. Yanbai had indeed squandered a winning hand, while the reborn Gu Xiangdong played a role in this misfortune. The success of the reborn character was also significantly linked to the flaws in the original protagonist character. In the originally unfolding narrative, the original protagonist's family was quite affluent. His mother was a physician, and he had an elder brother who had been sent abroad for studies 2 years prior. Almost simultaneously, 2 pieces of news arrived at the household, one regarding his brother's scholarship and the other concerning a rural assignment. Following their family's customary practices, it was evident that the hardship of rural life would fall upon the brother, leading the original protagonist to naturally assume that his brother would forego the opportunity to study abroad for the sake of the rural assignment. As a consequence, he was unaware that his brother's journey abroad was part of a clandestine plan. The Blue Nation intended to develop nuclear submarines and had selected a group of exceptional students to study advanced scientific techniques overseas, with the expectation that they would return to serve their country. Out of patriotism, his brother felt compelled to seize this opportunity, leaving the original protagonist no choice but to go to the countryside. However, this plan of his brother's was shrouded in secrecy, preventing him from disclosing the true reason to the original protagonist. Although their parents were also oblivious to the real motive behind the brother's departure, they held a profound sense of duty, believing that since the school had made such arrangements, it was imperative to comply. Faced with the unanimous decision of his family, the original protagonist ultimately had to accept his fate in the rural setting. Yet life in the countryside was arduous, and he harbored deep resentment towards his family for not allowing his brother to go in his stead. Consequently, he severed all communication with them. His parents and brother continually sent him packages and letters. While he accepted the gifts, he never responded to a single letter, nor did he even glance at their contents. Once a cheerful and optimistic individual, he became increasingly reclusive and despondent. In a twist of fate, he encountered the antagonist of this world, the future tycoon Luo Shueisheng, and they developed a deep bond, ultimately falling in love. At that time, Luo Shueisheng was the poorest man in the village, yet he bore no disdain for the original protagonist. In this isolated and backward era, They supported one another, disregarding societal judgment, and eventually ushered in a beautiful new era in life, culminating in a legendary love story. The antagonist devoted his life to cherishing him. Meanwhile, the original protagonist's brother became a prominent expert in nuclear submarines, contributing significantly to the Blue Nation's production of its first batch of attack submarines, safeguarding the borders with great merit. As the original protagonist matured, he developed empathy and began to understand his family's perspective. Ultimately, under the mediation of the antagonist, he reconciled with his family, dispelling the misunderstandings that had long plagued them. Time passed peacefully. At this juncture, it is essential to speak of the antagonist, Luo Shueisheng. A few years older than the original protagonist, his fate was considerably harsher. He was a villager from the same village where the original protagonist was sent. In his childhood, his father fell gravely ill, and the costs of treatment drained the family's finances, leading to insurmountable debt and ultimately his father's demise. Facing relentless creditors and a bleak future, his mother, devoid of the courage to continue, took her own life, leaving behind 3 children. At that time, Luo Shueisheng was merely 12 years old, with his youngest brother only 2 and his sister mere 4. From then on, he bore the immense responsibility of raising his siblings alone. The weight of his family's tragedies was crushing: a sick father, a mother who had succumbed to despair, and young siblings in need, leaving him on the brink of destruction himself. Yet he could not afford a break, for his siblings depended on him. Life was unbearably harsh. They resided in a dilapidated house at the village's edge, struggling to have enough to eat or wear, while often being bullied by others. Although creditors refrained from pressing them, as they now had only 3 children to collect from, they still faced cold remarks. The village children often tormented them. But as Luo Shueisheng grew taller and stronger at around 15 or 16, he became formidable enough that the bullying gradually ceased, leading to a slight improvement in their circumstances. However, this hardship forged within him a character that was quiet and distant, making it difficult for others to approach him. They remained the most impoverished family in the village, seldom interacting with the villagers. However, Luo Shueisheng possesses a keen intellect. Perhaps having endured considerable hardship, he is constantly striving for a better life. When the opportunity arose to engage in commerce, he plunged into the business world. Despite facing numerous challenges and taking many wrong turns, with mutual support from the original owner, he ultimately triumphed, becoming the wealthiest individual in the area. This could indeed be seen as a reward for his sufferings. Chapter 26. Let go of that village man. Allow me to step in. Another pivotal character in the original narrative is the male counterpart, Gu Xiangdong. Gu Xiangdong is a sent-down youth who shared a room with the original owner. He is indolent and seeks personal gain, becoming the male paramour of the village chief. The village chief, in his 30s, wields considerable authority in this era, akin to a local emperor. Although he has a wife, his true affections lie with men. After fathering a child, he ceased to engage with her. Initially, he had his eyes set on the original owner, whose beauty is exceptionally striking. But due to the frequent parcels and letters sent from the city, he could not ascertain the original owner's true circumstances and refrained from making any advances. Consequently, he shifted his attention to Gu Xiangdong, who, while not as handsome as the original owner, possesses a delicate charm far superior to that of the sun-baked village men. Under the village chief's coercion and seduction, Gu Xiangdong quickly capitulated. He harbored his own inclinations towards men and felt a sense of secret delight in aligning himself with the most powerful and affluent man in the village. In the original plot, he looked down upon Luo Shueisheng, the original owner's impoverished counterpart, and even mocked Yanbai in private. Though his own relationship with the village chief was clandestine, the tangible benefits he received were substantial. Not only was he assigned the easier tasks during agricultural distribution, but he was also provided with a decent house, and the village chief ensured a steady supply of rice, flour, and oil. When the news arrived that the original owner had been accepted into a prestigious university, he left the small mountain village with Luo Shueisheng and his 2 siblings. Gu Xiangdong secretly ridiculed them for leaving the land, believing they would struggle to survive in the county, potentially facing starvation. Thus, he kept a close watch on their situation, aware that they endured several years of hardship. Gu Xiangdong had contemplated returning to the city as well, but as an academic underachiever, he failed to gain admission to university. His family, comprising 5 children, although touted as city dwellers, lived in a cramped room, sharing a single white bun among several of them, leading a rather arduous existence. To retain Gu Xiangdong, the village chief even obstructed his paperwork, employing soft words to coax him, promising numerous benefits. Lacking connections in the city, Gu Xiangdong found it impossible to return. Additionally, he began to appreciate life in the countryside. The village chief ensured his life was quite comfortable, without worries about food or clothing, requiring little effort and labor, which dulled his desire to leave. However, the village chief later developed a rather peculiar obsession. That formidable individual would visit his quaint little abode daily, subjecting him to unbearable torment. Gu Xiangdong suspected that the village chief had initially treated him with tenderness to secure his loyalty. They had shared a sweet period together. But once the chief was certain that Gu could not escape, he began to act without restraint. A variety of bizarre methods emerged, escalating in intensity, and Gu Xiangdong came to realize that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Nevertheless, at that time, he truly had no other options. To survive, he could only endure. The village chief forbade him from marrying, leaving him forever the chief's unwitting captive. Years later, Gu Xiangdong saw on television the illustrious Luo Shueishang, now a wealthy magnate, showering affection on Yanbai, disregarding the opinions of others. Though they never married, their true relationship was known to all, and they walked proudly under the sun. Witnessing someone he once looked down upon ascend to such heights filled him with envy. And in stark contrast to his own dismal existence, he became so enraged that it ultimately led to his demise. Of course, this was the original narrative, but due to Gu Xiangdong, everything began to take a strange turn. To his utter astonishment, upon his death, Gu Xiangdong did not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Instead, he woke up reborn. He found himself in the morning of the same day, a few hours earlier than Yanbai, before any feelings had blossomed between Yanbai and Luo Shueishang. Following this, he embarked on a vigorous course of action, steering the plot in an unexpected direction. He first severed many opportunities for the original host to develop feelings for Luo Shueishang. He then lavished attention on Luo Shueishang, even saving his brother at a critical moment, thus becoming his benefactor. Luo Shueishang, characterized by a deep sense of gratitude, subsequently treated Gu Xiangdong with utmost kindness. Naturally, Gu Xiangdong aspired to be his lover, but Luo Shueishang did not reciprocate his feelings and rejected his confession. Gu Xiangdong had no choice but to settle for being his business partner and friend. While he pursued Luo Shueishang, he did not neglect the original host, determined to dismantle any potential for a relationship between Luo Shueishang and the original host. To ensure that the village chief would not meddle in his plans to leave the countryside in a year, he devised a scheme to send the original host to the village chief's bed. By collaborating with the chief, he orchestrated numerous misunderstandings between the original host and his family. The original host grew to resent his family's neglect, vowing never to contact them again, regardless of the difficulties he faced. The original host's striking appearance pleased the village chief, who consequently chose to keep him after a year. Subjected to the chief's coercion and feeling utterly hopeless, the original host believed he had been completely abandoned by his family, leading him to despair and ultimately surrender, squandering his life in the village. Later, his brother sought him out, presenting an opportunity to clear the misunderstandings and escape the village chief. By then, his brother had assumed a formidable secret identity. However, overwhelmed by shame and anger, the original host refused to even meet his brother. With the village chief manipulating the situation from behind the scenes, his brother could only depart with his wealth, leaving in sorrow. Certainly, all of these matters have lined the pockets of the village chief, leaving the original owner entirely oblivious until his demise, when the misunderstandings within his family remained unresolved. Following this, Gu Xiangdong enjoyed a smooth journey, unimpeded by the village chief, and departed the countryside alongside Luo Shueishang, who ventured into the city for business. Admittedly, he was not academically inclined and did not gain admission to university. However, he possessed a modest sum of money. This wealth was procured through his collusion with the village chief, having discreetly withheld all the possessions that were meant for the original owner over the past year. Leveraging the memories of his former life, although he lacked business acumen, he was privy to certain future economic trends, which provided Luo Shueisheng with a spark of entrepreneurial inspiration. For a time, he managed to impress Luo Shueisheng and, under the guise of a benefactor, secured an investment in the venture, thereby becoming his partner. Naturally, the burden of toil fell upon Luo Shueisheng, while Gu Xiangdong reaped the rewards. Luo Shueisheng, possessing a keen business sense, saw his enterprises flourish, ultimately establishing a real estate development company in the 1980s, amassing wealth at an astonishing pace. However, Gu Xiangdong's insatiable greed led him to meddle in Luo Shueisheng's projects, surreptitiously siphoning off demolition funds and inciting gangsters to harass the displaced residents, which tragically resulted in the death of a family of 3. When the situation escalated, Gu Xiangdong shifted the blame entirely onto Luo Shueisheng, who bore the consequences and was imprisoned. In prison, Luo Shueisheng met a grim fate at the hands of nefarious individuals, leading to chaos in the realm and the demise of a favored son of destiny, ultimately causing the collapse of the small world. The Demon Lord and the Nine-Tailed Fox meticulously reviewed both versions of the narrative, with the latter shaking his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "What a self-destructive creature!" Yanbai was equally displeased, as Gu Xiangdong had deliberately injured his wrist, and he felt compelled to settle the score. The Nine-Tailed Fox raised 4 paws in agreement, noting that Gu Xiangdong had resurrected several hours before him. The original storyline was meant to unfold such that today, while you ventured to the county town to retrieve a package, you would serendipitously encounter Luo Shueisheng. Upon learning that his brother was ill and unable to procure medicine, a dire situation in an era marked by a severe scarcity of pharmaceuticals, you extended a helping hand. Each year, your family would send you a regular supply of essential medications, including fever reducers and anti-inflammatory drugs, conveniently included in the package you were to collect today. After taking the medicine, Luo Shueisheng's brother indeed recovered, prompting a wave of gratitude from Luo Shueisheng, who began to frequently bring you gifts. Thus, a bond gradually formed between you. Initially, Gu Xiangdong held a low opinion of Luo Shueisheng due to his impoverished status. However, having shared a room with you in his previous life, he was acutely aware of the entire emotional development between you and Luo Shueisheng, recognizing that today was a pivotal moment in your relationship. Consequently, his earlier actions to injure you and feign goodwill by assisting you to the county town were calculated attempts to usurp your romantic destiny. My lord, the Demon Lord, deal with him. His subsequent actions towards you are utterly unscrupulous. Chapter 27. Let go of that villager. Allow me to come 3 yen by gazed at his restrained hand, bound to a wooden plank, a cold smile creeping across his face, his teeth clattering ominously. Have the antagonists arrived in the county town? Have they crossed paths? Having arrived in the county seat, I am currently traversing various pharmacies and hospitals, while Gu Xiangdong is still en route on the village card, having covered only half the distance. On the 1st and 15th of each month, the village cart makes a trip to the county, ferrying villagers who have matters to attend to in town. In the original narrative, your encounter with the antagonist occurs on the return journey in the evening cart. I surmise that Gu Xiangdong will also be waiting at the cart to return to the village together. Yanbai rose and noticed a diary and pen on the table. He swiftly penned a letter and, after rummaging through the drawer, found an envelope to seal it. He then donned a nearly new military coat, its sleeves wide and long enough to comfortably encase his injured hand without causing discomfort. As he tucked the letter into the pocket of the military coat, Yanbai mused that in this era, such a military coat was akin to a luxurious fur coat. The Nine-Tailed Fox promptly remarked that it was indeed a remarkably dignified garment to wear. Yanbai approached a small mirror affixed to the wall, scrutinizing his reflection. He was a striking young man, with rosy lips, white teeth, and fair skin. Handsome in every regard, save for his height, which was still somewhat lacking. However, at the tender age of 18, there was still potential for growth. He stood the collar of the military coat upright. A thin layer of snow blanketed the ground, indicating it was early winter. The sun shone brightly, the wind was gentle, and the weather was not overly frigid. With the memories of the original owner now ingrained in him, Yanbai proceeded along a main road leading directly to the county beyond the village. The distance was not great, just over 10 kilometers, and the rural scenery was quite pleasant. The village he visited was called Kaoshan Village, aptly named for its proximity to the mountains, which were abundant with brambles. During their leisure, villagers would craft bamboo products, which were collectively sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. The landscape along the way was delightful, with a light dusting of snow on the low-roofed houses and the distant sound of few dogs barking, evoking a tranquil, timeless beauty. Yanbai strolled leisurely and soon arrived in the bustling county seat, which was indeed far more lively than his village. The streets were filled with pedestrians, and numerous shops lined the main thoroughfare. With some pocket change and various tickets in hand, Yanbai navigated to the largest supply and marketing cooperative in the county, purchasing an assortment of candies and pastries. Although the candies and pastries of this era appeared relatively simple and were poorly packaged, they lacked additives, making them quite delectable. After completing his purchase, Yanbai unwrapped a piece of orange candy and began to savor it. Nearby, he spotted a green mailbox and dropped his letter into it. The nine-tailed fox, perplexed, could not comprehend why the esteemed Demon Lord was so leisurely, taking time to meander and snack. "My lord, Gu Xiangdong has already retrieved your package from the post office. Why are you still here indulging?" Yanbai ambled along, responding, "Isn't it nice to have someone assist me with my belongings? What's the rush? It's not as if they can fly away. Show me what the antagonist is doing now." The nine-tailed fox, struggling to keep pace with Yanbai's thoughts, could only relay the information. He has scoured all the pharmacies without finding any antipyretics, and, after queuing at the hospital, he expended significant effort only to be told that there is a shortage of fever-reducing medication. He is currently squatting in a corner of an alley, feeling unwell. "Send me the route map. I shall go find him." The nine-tailed fox promptly projected a map into Yanbai's mind. The destination was not far, merely 2 streets away. As Yanbai approached, he spotted a remarkably robust young man, approximately 20 years of age, leaning against a quiet corner, dressed rather lightly. Ding. Target detected. Villain, Luo Shuesheng. Ding. Current villain's corruption level, 80. Luo Shuesheng wore a stoic expression, enveloped in silence. Yet an overwhelming sense of sorrow and helplessness emanated from him. His blue clothing, slightly tied at the cuffs and hems, bore several patches. Yet it was impeccably clean and neatly arranged. His bulging muscles strained against the fabric, exuding a sense of power reminiscent of a wild leopard. His skin was a healthy wheat tone, with strikingly deep and defined features. He was undeniably handsome, but his fierce aura deterred any potential provocateurs. Yanbai's eyes sparkled, his heart racing wildly. The nine-tailed fox regarded him disdainfully, observing his infatuated demeanor. "My lord, how unrestrained you are. Wipe your drool," it remarked. Yanbai absent-mindedly wiped non-existent saliva, captivated by the man's fierce masculinity. So strong, so wild, so appealing, a true man. Look at that chest, that waist, and those long legs. I want him. The nine-tailed fox sighed. "Is it really so hasty? Don't you wish to learn more about him? He is quite formidable. What if he turns violent? You and T stand a chance." Yanbai nearly rolled his eyes in response. "With my charm, my cuteness, and my allure, he would be more likely to worship me rather than resort to violence. I must find my boyfriend now. Are you so quickly smitten?" The nine-tailed fox inquired. Yanbai adjusted his expression to one of earnestness, taking a few steps forward before feigning surprise, asking, "Are you Luo Shuesheng?" Luo Shuesheng looked up, his mood evidently poor, lacking the inclination for pleasantries, and he curtly replied, "Yin Jiqing." He then lowered his gaze, lapsing back into silence. Yanbai, however, squatted beside him, addressing his apparent distress. "You seem troubled. Is something amiss? I heard your younger brother was ill. Has he recovered?" Luo Shuesheng was taken aback, due to his family's circumstances and years of isolation. He had little interaction with the villagers and even less with these young intellectuals. "How do you know?" he inquired. Yanbai replied, "I heard it by chance." "What symptoms did your brother have?" "My family sent me some common medications today. Perhaps I have something he needs. Luo Shueisheng abruptly looked up. Do you have antipyretics? Yanbai nodded eagerly, yes. My mother is quite meticulous. Every winter, she prepares essential medicines like antipyretics, diarrhea remedies, anti-inflammatories, and frostbite treatments. Help me carry the package home, and I will get you the medicine. After speaking, Yanbai displayed his hand, which was clasping a bamboo board. There rests quite a bit. I can't manage it alone with my injured hand. Luo Shueisheng immediately stood up. I'm strong. Are we heading to the post office? I'll help you. Yanbai also rose, only then realizing the significant height difference between them, unable to suppress a slight smirk. Yanbai handed him a piece of fruit candy, explaining that someone had gone to fetch it, and it would soon be delivered to the ox cart heading back to the village. They could retrieve it there. Luo Shueisheng had not tasted sugar in many years, dismissing it with a wave of his hand, declaring his dislike for sweetness. Yet, Yanbai insisted, unwrapping a candy and placing it directly into his mouth, asserting that life was already so bitter. How could anyone not enjoy sweetness? Just give it a try. Luo Shueisheng took a moment to carefully observe Yanbai, who appeared exquisitely crafted, resembling a porcelain doll raised in luxury, oblivious to the hardships of the world. Yet, here he was, uttering such profound thoughts. The candy melting in his mouth slowly released a delightful orange flavor, undeniably sweet. In Chapter 28, put down that villager. Let me come. Yanbai looked up at him, his eyes sparkling like stars, eagerly asking, is it sweet? Luo Shueisheng nodded, the sweetness lingering on his tongue. Yet a tinge of bitterness arose in his heart as he managed to reply, sweet. Yanbai beamed, his smile sweeter than honey. He pulled a handful of candies from his pocket and stuffed them into his clothing pocket. If you like it, eat more. Sharing doubles the joy. Sharing? What novel concept. Luo Shueisheng initially intended to refuse, but whether due to his slow reaction or an unexpected yearning for the sweetness, the plastic-wrapped candies ultimately found their place in his pocket. He awkwardly covered the pocket and after a moment spoke, thank you. Do you enjoy braised rabbit? Yanbai was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt question. I quite like it. Luo Shueisheng nodded, falling silent as he followed Yanbai. Although Yanbai was puzzled, he did not dwell on it. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox informed Yanbai that Gu Xiangdong had retrieved the package and returned to the ox cart. The load was heavy, and he had exerted considerable effort, as the postal office was somewhat distant from the cart. Yanbai raised an eyebrow, noting their proximity to the ox cart, considering that the antagonist's younger brother must be feeling unwell and Luo Shueisheng would certainly wish for his brother to receive medication promptly. Without further delay, Yanbai led him to the ox cart. From a distance, they spotted Gu Xiangdong, one hand propped against the cart, panting heavily. Beneath his feet lay a large package, tightly secured. Yanbai approached and patted Gu Xiangdong on the back, thanking him for retrieving the package and instructing him to simply hand it over. Gu Xiangdong, startled and feeling guilty, jumped at the sudden touch, turning to Yanbai with disbelief. What are you doing here? Feigning innocence, Yanbai replied, I hurt my hand. Not my foot, so I can come. Upon seeing Luo Shueisheng standing behind Yanbai, Gu Xiangdong's anxiety intensified. His original plan had been to engage with Luo Shueisheng on the return journey in the cart, using the opportunity to discreetly deliver the medicine. He intended to pass off the package as his own, knowing Luo Shueisheng was unaware. Moreover, he had planned to rummage through the package before returning to the youth point, keeping the best items for himself, leaving a few for Yanbai, and repackaging it to conceal any signs of tampering. However, at this moment, Yanbai unexpectedly arrived, and Luo Shueisheng was also present. What space for maneuvering did he have left? Gu Xiangdong felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and frustration within, yet he had to maintain a facade of civility towards the two. Luo Shueisheng, how is it that you are here with Yanbai? Did you just meet? Luo Shueisheng nodded slightly, refraining from further elaboration. He had long recognized Gu Zhiqing's disdain for him, and the contemptuous glances that Gu directed towards him were not unfamiliar. At this moment, he had no desire to engage in idle chatter. Yanbai glanced back and forth between the two, a smirk playing upon his lips, as he had already devised a task for Luo Shueisheng. Luo Shueisheng, Please lift your luggage onto the ox cart. I will assist you in finding the medicine. You should take it home for your brother to take first, and I will return later with the cart. The ox cart was scheduled to depart at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and with the clock striking noon, it was evident that Luo Shui-sheng could not wait that long. He gazed at the woven bag, stuffed to its limits and stitched shut, realizing that if he were to open it now, he might struggle to repack all its contents. Yanbai hesitated momentarily, acknowledging the truth of this concern. Is it all right? I can find a way. Your brother's illness is of utmost importance. Luo Shui-sheng hefted the package with one hand, assessing its weight. Fortunately, it is not too heavy. I shall carry it back to the village for you, and you can unpack the medicine there. But can you manage to walk back to the village? Yanbai replied. I came here on foot, so returning is certainly not an issue, but this package, even if not overly heavy, must weigh several dozen pounds, and the village is over 10 kilometers away. Will you be able to handle it? Even a simple villager could hardly tolerate such skepticism. Without further ado, he hoisted the bag onto his back and strode forward. The package, though initially substantial, seemed to shrink and lighten under Luo Shui-sheng's imposing stature. Yanbai's parents had thoughtfully sewn 2 handles onto the woven bag to facilitate its transport, which indeed proved advantageous for Luo Shui-sheng. With a commanding presence, Luo Shui-sheng moved with ease, while Yanbai trailed behind, a smile gracing his lips. Gu Xiangdong, now thoroughly flustered, hastily followed suit. Perfect. I have nothing else to do. I will accompany you both back to the village. Yanbai shot him a sidelong glance, a fleeting cold smile passing across his face, choosing silence as he anticipated what tricks Gu might employ next. Noticing Yanbai had caught up, Luo Shui-sheng slowed his pace to wait for him, taking the bag of snacks from his hands. You should let me carry it. Is your hand not injured? Yanbai felt a quiet sweetness in his heart, his inner nine-tailed fox nearly turning sour. They had just met, yet he was already so attentive. I doubt this individual is truly capable. Within his mind, the nine-tailed fox retorted, Do you think I can't discern people? I believe you are simply envious of unattainable grapes. By the way, as a system without a physical form, you cannot engage in romance, can you? Are you not feeling lonely and cold? The nine-tailed fox regained its resolve, asserting, Who says I cannot fall in love? My partner is far more than one. Yanbai smirked disdainfully, his disbelief evident. The nine-tailed fox felt aggrieved, burdened by an unshakable melancholy, yearning to take Mu Yuyun out for a leisurely stroll. After playfully teasing the little fox, Yanbai turned his attention to Luo Shui-sheng, inquiring, Luo Shui-sheng, with such strength, do you often engage in physical exercise? Luo Shui-sheng's lips twitched slightly. If climbing the mountains to gather brambles and hauling bricks at the kiln counts as exercise, then indeed, I partake in it regularly. Yanbai, struck as if by a thunderclap, had approached this rural setting with a spirit of amusement, casting a cursory glance at the memories of the original owner, perceiving all within this small world as a mere game. Yet for those residing in this world, it constituted their entirety. The hardships borne by Luo Shui-sheng were undeniably real. Chapter 29. Release the villager. Allow me to intervene. Yanbai's emotions were in turmoil, an unexpected sense of shame flushing his cheeks. Rest assured, your brother will recover. Luo Shui-sheng glanced at him. But before he could respond, Gu Xiangdong, long overlooked, became anxious, and the two began to exchange glances filled with unspoken feelings, their hearts racing. How had everything reverted to its original course? With a hint of urgency, he interjected, Medication should not be taken indiscriminately. If it is not targeted, it could lead to dire consequences. Yanbai, do not let your good intentions result in bad outcomes. Yanbai was momentarily speechless. This individual, in his quest to connect with Luo Shui-sheng, was brazenly fabricating tales, disregarding the plight of the antagonist's brother. With an innocent expression, Yanbai addressed Gu Xiangdong. Just a few days ago, you took my laxative. Why were you not afraid of it harming you then? Are you not well now? You even remarked on how swiftly my medicine worked. Gu Xiangdong found this remark rather unpalatable. What is wrong with you, Yanbai? The two shared a room, and Gu Xiangdong, usually sweet-tongued and considerate, had never been spoken to in such a harsh manner. Instantly, Gu Xiangdong wore a face of grievance, feeling a genuine sense of unfairness, not entirely feigning it. Yanbai, why do you speak to me this way? Just because I used your medicine? Must I endure your curses and troubles? Yanbai was taken aback. When did I curse or trouble you? Was it not you who soiled yourself and lamented your impending demise? I was merely stating the facts. The nine-tailed fox within the sea of consciousness laughed heartily. My lord, your words are truly venomous. Gu Xiangdong is attempting to charm the antagonist, and you casually mention his misfortune. Won't that leave a psychological scar on him? A faint smile played on Yanbai's lips, observing that Gu Xiangdong was indeed both embarrassed and flustered, his face turning a shade of green. He quickly glanced at Luo Shueisheng, who walked ahead, his expression unchanging and stoic. Gu Xiangdong sighed in relief, but undeterred, he awkwardly shifted the topic. Luo Shueisheng, allow me to tend your brother. I possess knowledge of some physical cooling methods that may prove beneficial. Having feigned indifference moments prior, Luo Shueisheng, suddenly called upon, raised his gaze to Gu Xiangdong, feeling a twinge of annoyance. The abrupt shift in Gu Xiangdong's demeanor puzzled him, yet he had little desire to delve into the reasons. He had never harbored any expectations regarding friendships. He had exhausted all the rudimentary methods for lowering body temperature, merely resorting to wiping with a damp towel, rubbing with warm wine, and soaking in baths. He could hardly believe that Gu Xiangdong possessed any secret remedy. Farmers possess their own wisdom. In an era of scarcity in medical resources, their accumulated experiences may rival those of city dwellers. Luo Shueisheng showed no hesitation, rejecting the offer with a straightforwardness that left no room for excuses. There was no need for that. He simply wished to obtain some fast-acting Western medicine for his brother and approached Yanbai, stating, I understand your medicine is precious. I can trade something of value for it. Yanbai smiled, aware that Luo Shueisheng had seldom benefited from others throughout his life. Perhaps he was unaccustomed to receiving favors without cause. Yanbai was willing to uphold his dignity and did not refuse. All right, let us see what valuable items you have at home. Gu Xiangdong was utterly astonished by Yanbai's shamelessness, seizing the opportunity to interject. How can one help others while expecting something in return? Yanbai, such a mindset is rather pedestrian. Yanbai was equally taken aback by Gu Xiangdong's audacity and relentless chatter. Having just been ridiculed, he could not fathom why Gu Xiangdong still dared to speak, proving to be more bothersome than a fly. He longed to silence him with a swift gesture, yet feared disrupting the luck of the favored one. Thus, he continued to engage in verbal sparring, smiling brightly at Gu Xiangdong, which sent chills down his spine. You hold such lofty ideals and cherish selfless giving. Why not gift your coat to Luo Shueisheng? Look at his frostbitten hands. Surely, you wish to help others without expecting anything in return? Gu Xiangdong nearly choked on his words. He cannot part with it. His family was not well off, with multiple younger siblings depending on him for sustenance, and his parents frequently wrote to him requesting provisions. This somewhat worn coat was his only decent winter attire. Nevertheless, considering Luo Shueisheng's potential as a future tycoon, he gritted his teeth and said, Luo Shueisheng, your coat does seem a bit thin. Let me lend you mine for now. He pretended to loosen the coat's buttons, deliberately slowing his movements. Luo Shueisheng, well-versed in the nuances of human relationships, saw through his little ruse immediately. With an inner scoff, he chose not to indulge in further theatrics, responding flatly, that is not a fair exchange. I shall not accept it. His words struck Gu Xiangdong, freezing his actions. Yanbai stifled a laugh, finding the antagonist increasingly agreeable, and preferred not to engage further with Gu Xiangdong, who was merely a buffoon. He followed Luo Shueisheng, exchanging light-hearted banter. It was Yanbai who laughed, while Luo Shueisheng rarely displayed any facial expressions or spoke much, yet listened attentively to every word Yanbai uttered, responding thoughtfully. Gu Xiangdong felt profoundly awkward, yet was unwilling to concede defeat, trailing behind the two, feeling entirely out of place. However, he was not ready to abandon this golden opportunity, resulting in a rather peculiar trio. As Gu Xiangdong walked, he silently ground his teeth, recalling the events from his previous life. Before his rebirth, starting from this very day, The usually reclusive Yanbai's demeanor had inexplicably brightened, frequently mentioning Luo Shueisheng. And approximately a year later, the college entrance examination had begun to open up. Gu Xiangdong was inherently a poor student, failing to gain admission to the university. He knew that even if he did, the village head would never allow him to leave. In their village, there were 8 educated youth, of whom 5 were accepted to universities. Yanbai astonishingly emerged as the top scorer, securing a place at a prestigious university. No one anticipated that he would depart alongside Luo Shueisheng and his 2 younger siblings. Apart from himself, no one was aware that he had already begun a romantic relationship with Luo Shueisheng, a love that was destined to remain concealed in their small mountain village. Yanbai, of course, did not openly confess his feelings. However, living in the same room, he resembled any person in love, eager to share his joy with the world. He was overwhelmed with fervent emotions yearning to be expressed. Though he endeavored to suppress his affections, Gu Xiangdong, having experienced it himself, could easily perceive the truth. He was also aware that their initial years together were fraught with hardship. Luo Shueisheng rented a small shop near the school to sell breakfast. Working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, often looked down upon, enduring several years of struggle. Gradually, as he accumulated some capital, his business flourished, and he became extraordinarily wealthy. Yanbai also achieved significant academic success, and the pair became figures of admiration and respect. Gu Xiangdong possessed self-awareness. He recognized his limitations. Even with the advantage of rebirth and knowledge of future developments, he lacked capital and the resilience to endure hardship, making wealth elusive. The safest path lay in relying on Luo Shueisheng. He understood the advantage of foresight regarding future changes in the world. A few timely suggestions would surely earn gratitude and perhaps affection from Luo Shueisheng. In time, he envisioned himself as someone cherished by Luo Shueisheng, lacking for nothing. Chapter 30. Let go of that villager. Allow me. And Gu Xiangdong smiled to himself, lost in thought. Reflecting on the past, he felt a profound resentment. How could he return to such a life? Yet, a significant obstacle loomed ahead. He needed to sever the bond between Yanbai and Luo Shueisheng, preventing any feelings from developing. Even if Luo Shueisheng currently held no affection for him, as long as Yanbai was out of the picture, he believed he could gradually win him over. However, he had returned to this life a tad too late. He had already entangled himself with the village head for 2 years, and they were presently in a phase of sweet intimacy. The village head would undoubtedly oppose any disruption, especially since he had reaped considerable benefits from their alliance, which meant he could only incite trouble for himself. An idea struck him. If he could entice Yanbai into the village head's arms, not only would he eliminate Yanbai from the equation, but he would also placate the village head, leaving him unscathed, a twofold triumph. But how could he orchestrate their union? As Yanbai currently held little standing in the village and lacked support, he felt confident that he could devise a plan with the village head's cooperation. Gu Xiangdong had been silent, choosing not to interject, and followed closely behind them, contemplating his scheme to undermine Yanbai until they unknowingly arrived at the village entrance. The educated youth station lay to the left, while Luo Shueisheng's home was to the right. Luo Shueisheng halted and inquired of Yanbai, "Shall I deliver your things to the educated youth station?" Yanbai, in his usual carefree manner, replied, "No, let us take everything to your house first. I have some knowledge of medicine and can take a look at your brother." Gu Xiangdong's composure faltered. To his knowledge, Yanbai had no medical skills. "Yanbai, you ought not to speak so lightly of such matters. I was never aware of your medical expertise. Experimenting with a child's health like this could lead to serious consequences. Yanbai possesses numerous skills, yet due to his amnesia, he remains oblivious to the origins of these talents, which seem to be etched into his very bones." He casts a sidelong glance at the provocateur before him, his expression one of displeasure. This individual, repeatedly instigating conflict with lackluster tactics that elicit mockery, has drained Yanbai's patience for banter. My mother is a physician, well-versed in medical lineage. Surely, that shouldn't pose a challenge, should it? You appear rather disinterested in the prospect of Luo Shueisheng's recovery. Were you plotting? At that moment, Luo Shueisheng's heart sank. It became evident that Yanbai's mother was indeed a doctor, which explained the abundance of rare medicines prepared for him. The revelation that Yanbai himself possesses medical knowledge is indeed fortuitous. However, Gu Xiangdong finds the situation less than favorable. How could Yanbai engage in such direct confrontation? Shouldn't the verbal sparring be filled with insinuations and veiled remarks? What an audacious approach. How is one to respond to such frankness? Why is Yanbai exhibiting such aggression today? A smile tugged at Luo Shuixing's lips, a rare moment of levity amidst the days that had passed. Yanbai's fierce demeanor was quite captivating, yet his opponent seemed rather feeble, lacking in competitiveness. Luo Shuixing gently tugged at Yanbai's sleeve, suggesting, "Let us head to my home first. I shall escort you back to the youth station shortly." The sight of such a towering figure engaging in such an endearing manner caused Yanbai to find him unexpectedly charming, eliciting a genuine smile. "Very well, let us go." Even Gu Xiangdong, with his thick skin, struggled to maintain composure at this juncture. As he observed the retreating figures of the two, he was filled with exasperation, stamping his feet in frustration. The nine-tailed fox was equally astonished. Could it be that they had fallen in love at first sight? It wasn't until they vanished from view that Gu Xiangdong, fuming, turned to leave, only to collide with the village chief. The chief, named Feng Aigua, was 35 years of age, a prime time for a man. He was tall and well-proportioned, possessing a rather handsome visage, coming from a well-off family. He took great care in his appearance, always dressing smartly, thus standing out among the villagers. Today he donned a tailored Zhongshan suit, pristine and seemingly newly made, which was quite fashionable for this era. Upon encountering Feng Aigua for the first time since his rebirth, Gu Xiangdong felt a shiver run through him, haunted by the shadows of his past. Yet, Feng Aigua greeted him with a warm smile and a friendly demeanor. "Gu Jijun, are you out and about?" Gu Xiangdong understood that regardless of the circumstances, Feng Aigua always maintained a facade of propriety in public, concealing his true nature behind a veneer of civility. He could only nod in compliance. "I made a trip to the county." Feng Giggle responded, "Ah, splendid, splendid. It's good to get out and explore. I happened to run into you. I have a favor to ask. In a few days, we will need to prepare for weaving wicker baskets. So I need to check if the tools in the storeroom are complete and whether any require maintenance. If you're not busy, would you accompany me to the storeroom?" Gu Xiangdong instinctively trembled. Feng Aigua's intentions were unmistakable. He wished for him to assist with that particular task. Ever since they had become acquainted, the assignments given to Gu Xiangdong had consistently involved overseeing the storeroom, distributing tools, and maintaining records, which, to be fair, were rather effortless. Beside the storeroom, there lay an unoccupied chamber, devoid of windows and shrouded in secrecy. It had been tidied up by Feng Aigua, who had also installed a stove and laid a sleeping platform, designating it as a convenient rendezvous for the two. Over the past 2 years, their relationship blossomed with sweetness. Feng Aigua was a handsome man, skilled in his craft and adept at charming others, providing ample care for Gu Xiangdong during this time. Although his desires were somewhat insatiable, demanding daily attention, Gu Xiangdong had not been devoid of pleasure. Yet, he was acutely aware that such bliss was nearing its end. Approximately a year later, Gu Xiangdong would find any hope of returning to the city extinguished, and Feng Aigua would reveal his more primal nature. That period was harrowing, a memory that still haunted Gu Xiangdong, instilling a sense of dread within him. However, refusal was not an option. Their current relationship rendered such a denial peculiar, especially since Gu Xiangdong had needs that required Feng Aigua's assistance. He had already devised a strategy to deal with Yanbai and was preparing to discuss it with Feng Aigua. Thus, he steeled himself and acquiesced, indicating that they should not delay and should attend to the production team's duties promptly. Feng Aigua immediately turned, chatting amiably as they made their way to the village storeroom. His demeanor was proper, concealing any hint of the underlying complexities of their relationship. Along the path, they encountered several villagers, to whom Feng Aigua cheerfully greeted, exhibiting no signs of guilt or anxiety. Gu Xiangdong held great admiration for this aspect of him. In his previous life, no villager had ever uncovered their secret. Soon, they arrived at the storeroom. As soon as the door was shut, Feng Aigua pushed Gu Xiangdong into the small inner room, locked the door, and swiftly removed his belt. Xiaodong, I've missed you terribly, he exclaimed, eagerly pushing him down. Gu Xiaodong, half-heartedly yielding, noted that Feng Aigua was still gentle, yet due to the memories of his past life and a physiological sense of weariness, he could only endure. After a tumultuous encounter, Feng Aigua cradled him, attempting to soothe his unease. What is the matter with you today? You seem rather downcast. Gu Xiaodong forced a smile, responding, not at all. I just discovered some family matters concerning Yanbai in the city today, and it weighs on my heart. Feng Aigua immediately perked up with interest, as Yanbai was the unattainable swan he yearned for. What family matters? Did something trouble my darling? The term darling nearly made Gu Xiaodong retch. It was remarkable how disliking someone could render even sweet nothings repugnant. He tried to avert his gaze from the face that disgusted him. We had always believed that Yanbai's family dotes on him and possesses some influence, acting as his support. Yet, I discovered today that it is entirely the opposite. Feng Aigua propped himself up on his elbows, eyes fixed on Gu Xiaodong's face, urging, "Do elaboraci." Gu Xiaodong carefully gathered his thoughts, feeling confident in his narrative, and continued, Yanbai has severed ties with his family, and he hasn't written them a single letter since. Although they have sent him some things, it was with great reluctance. His family lacks any powerful figures or significant status. I had genuinely believed he had some connections. Feng Aigua raised an eyebrow. Does his family truly lack any background? Gu Xiaodong spoke with unwavering certainty, raising his gaze to Feng Aigua, and with an air of mystery remarked, "Where is that? They are merely ordinary factory workers. Moreover, I have uncovered a secret. Yanbai has a preference for men." Feng Aigua's heart raced unexpectedly. He had refrained from pursuing Yanbai due to concerns about his family background. Now, learning that Yanbai's lineage was unremarkable, he contemplated the possibility of advancing his affections. How do you know he favors men? Is he pining for you? Gu Xiaodong shot him a reproachful glance, feigning annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting? Just by looking at us, it's evident that he is drawn to extraordinary men like you. Feng Aigua felt a slight elevation in his spirits. Did he confide in you? I would relish the thought of seeing you two share a bed. It's quite tantalizing. Gu Xiaodong lightly kicked his calf. Yanbai is rather aloof. You should abandon your daydreams. Feng Aigua scoffed. You city folk are so pretentious. He is just a child from an ordinary family. What is there to be so lofty about? Honestly, do you think I stand a chance with him? Gu Xiaodong secretly delighted, but feigned displeasure. Are you growing weary of me already? Feng Aigua planted a kiss on his cheek. How could that be? You are my precious darling. I cannot envision life without you. I merely find him intriguing, a fleeting whim. Gu Xiaodong felt a shiver run down his spine, but maintained a facade of enjoyment. At least you have some conscience. It's true that you might not manage it alone. I do speak the truth about his pride. However, should I assist you, your chances would improve. Feng Aigua immediately pressed against him. Are you truly willing to help me? You are so kind. Gu Xiaodong playfully pushed him away, adopting a mock sorrowful expression while cautiously observing his reaction. I must consider your future. If I ever have the opportunity to return to the city, my parents will undoubtedly pressure me to do so. I cannot resist them. If I do not return, they might come to the village in search of me. How could I bear to leave you all alone? Yanbai had already severed ties with his family. No one cared whether he returned or not, nor did he necessarily wish to go back. If he could stay and keep you company, I would feel more at ease. Your happiness brings me comfort. Feng Aigua's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized him. Return to the city? How is that possible? Look at how many educated youth have married and settled down here. You still cling to thoughts of leaving? Gu Xiaodong embraced him, speaking softly and tenderly. Do you think I do not wish to be by your side for a lifetime? I have heard whispers of a potential policy allowing returns to the city. You do not know my parents. They are fiercely protective of me. If they discover I have the chance to return, yet choose not to, they will surely come looking for me. Wouldn't that just add to your troubles? I am merely preparing for the worst. If I can help you win over Yanbai, and I happen to leave, at least you will have someone by your side. Feng Aigua, sensing the sincerity in his words, reciprocated the embrace. What policy? How come I have heard nothing about it? It is still quite early. It may take a year or two to materialize. My father has some connections that have revealed this. It won't be announced just yet. Feng Aigua furrowed his brows. Falling silent, Gu Xiangdong seized a moment, but Yanbai probably does not wish to leave. Feng Aigua raised his eyes, skeptical of the notion that his parents, who sent him numerous packages each year, could ever disregard him. If there were a policy allowing him to return to the city, how could they possibly bear to leave him here? Gu Xiangdong immediately interjected. Whether he can leave or not depends on whether you allow it. You are unaware of the enmity between Yanbai and his family. I have lived with him for 2 years and know the situation intimately. Yanbai harbors no desire to return home. Moreover, his stubborn nature dictates that once he believes his family has ceased to care for him, even if his parents were to seek him out in the future, he would refuse to meet them. Feng Aigua chuckled softly, pondering how his parents, who sent him such generous care almost every month, could suddenly stop caring. Gu Xiangdong, invigorated, replied, "You have no idea how resolute Yanbai is. He hasn't sent a single letter home in the past 2 years, given their existing conflict. If we can intercept his family's packages and lead him to believe they have abandoned him, he will inevitably grow to resent them." Feng Aigua raised an eyebrow. "But how do we intercept the packages?" Gu Xiangdong pushed him playfully. "Why are you so dull? Every time a letter or package arrives, the postman gathers them in the village and announces their arrival through the village loudspeaker for everyone to collect. Just don't give him the letters or the package slips." Feng Aigua frowned slightly. "If he writes a letter home to inquire, this could easily slip through our fingers, and that would be quite troublesome." Gu Xiangdong shot him a glare. "I live in the same room as him. How could I not know whether he is writing letters? If he does decide to write, I have ways to intercept them. This matter cannot go awry." Feng Aigua felt a stirring in his heart, but was somewhat suspicious of Gu Xiangdong's eagerness. "Darling, do not test my fidelity. My heart belongs solely to you, and do not entertain thoughts of leaving me." Gu Xiangdong lightly punched him twice, feigning anger. "Who is testing you? I genuinely care for you and am helping you strategize. How could you think otherwise?" Seeing Gu Xiangdong's sincerity, Feng Aigua embraced him, a smile gracing his face. "I have not regretted cherishing you over these 2 years. If you can assist me with Yanbai, I shall gladly follow your lead." Gu Xiangdong's heart settled, feeling that they had made significant progress. "Given how much I care for you, you must ensure that you appreciate my efforts in the future." Feng Aigua laughed heartily, leaning closer. "Right now, I shall shower you with affection." Gu Xiangdong gasped, mentally cursing endless. Truly a relentless creature. Chapter 32. Let go of that rustic man. Let me take over. It was not until the afternoon that Gu Xiangdong returned to the U station, his legs weary, with 20 yuan that Feng Aigua had given him. Feng Aigua indulged in a brief nap before returning home, refreshed. Upon Gu Xiangdong's arrival at the youth station, Yanbai had yet to return. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. At that moment, Yanbai was in the remote home of Luo Shuishang, a place modest to the point of being destitute, with hardly any proper furniture, only a few chairs and a table, clearly handmade and rather crude. However, it was commendably clean and tidy. Luo Shuishang had a 10-year-old brother named Shan and a 12-year-old sister named Zaitar. When the two individuals arrived home, the younger brother was lying in bed, covered with a quilt, while the sister sat beside him, tenderly applying a towel to his forehead, her face etched with concern and anxiety. The brother's cheeks were flushed, and he was in a dazed state due to the fever. The sister, displaying commendable politeness, immediately stood to greet her elder brother upon his arrival with a companion. Yanbai observed that, although their furniture was modest, their blankets were thick and soft. The siblings wore tattered outer garments, yet the cuffs of their inner clothing, which peeked out, were of good quality. Yanbai raised an eyebrow, noting that the younger brother, a 9-tailed fox, was no ordinary villain. It seemed his family was not as impoverished as it appeared. "Please investigate his background thoroughly," he instructed. The 9-tailed fox readily agreed. "Understood. I will look into it at once." Luo Shuishang placed the package on the Kong, and Yanbai directed him, "Please find some scissors to open the package. I will check on your brother first." Luo Shuishang complied, and Yanbai gently ruffled the head of the obedient and understanding younger sister, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Your brother will recover soon." Zaitar's eyes immediately glistened with tears. For many years, apart from debt collectors, Very few had visited their home, and even fewer had shown kindness. The simple words of this handsome elder brother made her eyes well up with tears. Yanbai was momentarily taken aback. Xiaotair truly embodied her name, delicate and tender, yet as fragile as water, bursting into tears at the slightest provocation. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he quickly reached into a nearby bag of candies and stuffed a handful in her pocket, saying, "Go enjoy the sweets. Once you finish these, Xian will feel better." Before Xiaotair could refuse, Yanbai had already moved to Xian's side. Xiaotair clutched the candies, feeling somewhat awkward, while Yanbai attentively took Xian's pulse. At that moment, Luo Shueisheng had finished unwrapping the package and sat quietly on the other side of his brother, watching Yanbai. It seemed as if Yanbai possessed an innate understanding of medicine. In a matter of moments, the cause of the illness manifested clearly in his mind. The persistent fever stemmed from both external and internal factors. Yanbai touched the Kong and inquired, "Has this Kong been this warm recently?" Luo Shueisheng hesitated, while Xiaotair explained, "We have plenty of firewood at home, and my brother said to heat the room well, so I've been burning more. It's been this temperature for the past 2 weeks." Realizing the issue, Yanbai removed the quilt from Xian and loosened the collar of his clothing to facilitate better breathing. His external condition is exacerbated by excessive heat from the Kong. After a fever, it's essential to help him cool down rather than keep him bundled up. During early winter, while it is important to stay warm, one must avoid overheating at night, for drastic temperature changes can lead to illness. Xiaotair's face flushed with embarrassment and guilt. "This is all my fault." Yanbai smiled at her. "This is not your fault. It is merely a lack of common knowledge. You will know better in the future." Perhaps feeling a gentle breeze, Xian began to awaken from his stupor, though he lacked vitality and merely stared at Yanbai in silence. Yanbai continued, "However, there is another layer to Xian's illness, which is internal distress. He is emotionally troubled, feeling low and despondent. These two factors have led to his recurring fever. First, let's reduce his fever, and then address the root of these two issues. Naturally, his ailment will improve. I shall fetch him some antipyretic medication." Yanbai spoke with such eloquence and clarity, akin to a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, that he left the three individuals in a state of astonishment. Luo Shueisheng, with a furrowed brow, inquired of Shuren, "What troubles you?" Shuren, somewhat timidly, cast a glance at him and whispered, "Nothing." Luo Shueisheng's expression darkened as he urged, "Speak the truth." Instantly, Shuren's eyes brimmed with tears, yet his stubborn demeanor kept him silent. Just then, Yanbai returned with the medicine and, noticing the atmosphere, said to Luo Shueisheng, "Please fetch a glass of warm water for him to take his medicine." Obediently, Luo Shueisheng rose to retrieve the water. Yanbai then turned to Shuren with a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. After taking this medicine, your fever will subside significantly, and with a bit of care, you shall be completely well. You're just a young child. What weighs on your mind so heavily? Would you share it with me? I promise not to tell your brother." Shuren glanced at Luo Shueisheng, who was outside pouring water, and finally spoke in a hushed tone. "The children in the village say my brother is an old bachelor who cannot find a wife. Many in the village marry at 18 or 19. Yet my brother is already 22, and no one has come to court him. I fear he will indeed become an old bachelor. It is a pitiful fate, and it troubles me greatly." Listening from outside, Luo Shueisheng, alongside the little girl, Xiaotao, was taken aback. Yanbai was utterly astonished as well, never having imagined that Shuren was distressed over such a matter. After much restraint, he could not help but burst into laughter. Shuren, at the doorway, felt utterly embarrassed and turned to sit outside. Xiaotao approached the two, her brow furrowed in concern, and asked Shuren, "Will your brother truly become an old bachelor? Like Zhao the bachelor from the village, whose clothes are so filthy they shine?" Yanbai found the two children's worries utterly amusing, to the point of tears from laughter. Once he regained composure, he remarked, "You both worry too much. Whether your brother has a wife or not is of no concern to you two. Besides, being single has its advantages. I have no intention of seeking a wife, and it does not hinder me from living well." Although Yanbai was preoccupied with thoughts of the antagonist's condition, He understood that in this relatively backward society, even if they eventually fulfilled their desires, they could not formalize their union. In name, they would remain single for life. Xiao Tao's eyes brightened with newfound clarity. I observe that the happiest person in the village is Zhao the bachelor. He is always smiling. Perhaps there are benefits to being alone. His clothes may be dirty, but I can help my brother wash them. Shuren was somewhat swayed by her words. You must be joking. Currently, my brother does the laundry better than you could. Yanbai, looking at Shuren, who appeared much more spirited, said, You feel better now, do you not? Worry not for your brother any longer. Take your medicine. Finally gathering his courage, Luo Shui Sheng returned to the doorway, bringing the water at an opportune moment and handed it to Shuren. As Shuren observed him with a hint of trepidation, he took the cup of water with a somewhat conciliatory tone, saying, Brother, the troubling matter has passed. I have taken my medicine and will recover swiftly, so please do not worry so much. Luo Shuisheng glanced at him, his expression complex, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. Chapter 33. Put down that villager. Allow me to attend to this. Shuren promptly consumed his medicine, while Yanbai gently felt his forehead. In about half an hour after taking this medicine, you should start to sweat, and your fever should gradually subside. Unless it is exceedingly cold, refrain from covering yourself with a blanket for now. You can also remove a couple of layers as you are dressed rather excessively, almost like a little dumpling. Once your fever has subsided, you may dress normally. There is no need to wear overly thick clothing, but do ensure you do not catch a chill. Simply adjust your attire according to the temperature changes. Shuren blushed as he shed 2 layers, revealing a single fleece-lined undershirt, which appeared to be of quite fine material. Brother insisted I wear this. He said that to break a fever, one must sweat it out. Yanbai educated the 3 of them, explaining that sweating during a fever is only suitable for colds caused by wind and cold. However, your ailment is due to wind heat, making it counterproductive, as the more you bundle up, the hotter you become. Luo Shuisheng observed Shuren, who visibly seemed to be in better spirits, with a deep-seated gratitude reflected in his eyes. He handed him a cup of water, saying, Yanbai, I shall prepare the meal. You stay and entertain them. Yanbai accepted the cup, smiling as he replied, Thank you. Luo Shuisheng's ears turned slightly red. Ever since he had eavesdropped on Yanbai's declaration of never seeking a wife, his emotions had become quite tumultuous, leaving him somewhat uneasy in Yanbai's presence. Luo Shuisheng had no intention of marrying in this lifetime, primarily due to his family situation, as no one would willingly marry him, and also because he had no genuine interest in such matters. As he turned to leave, he added, The cup is new. I have washed it several times. Having spoken, he did not wait for Yanbai's response and departed. Yanbai was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Luo Shuisheng must have been concerned that he might find the cup unclean, prompting him to offer further clarification. Yanbai chuckled, sharing his thoughts with the 9-tailed fox in his consciousness. How endearing. The 9-tailed fox, having previously been preoccupied with investigating Luo Shuisheng, finally reached a conclusion and remarked with a hint of discomfort, This antagonist is like a black sesame-filled Tang Yuan, cunning and calculating. Do not be deceived by his exterior. Indeed, it was no surprise that he would become a future tycoon, possessing an intricate mind. As Yanbai shared the candies and snacks he had purchased that day with the 2 children, he also retrieved a book from his bag to read to them for amusement. Meanwhile, he engaged in a dual conversation with a 9-tailed fox in his consciousness, inquiring, In what way is he cunning? Please elaborate. The 9-tailed fox, animatedly recounting, stated that his family had faced dire hardships in previous years, yet Luo Shuisheng had, from the age of 16, independently discovered numerous methods for generating income. During winter, he would set traps to catch rabbits and foxes. At this point, the 9-tailed fox gritted his teeth in indignation. Why would he capture such an adorable creature? Yanbai suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the 9-tailed fox. His tone softening slightly. Perhaps it was out of hunger? The 9-tailed fox felt utterly drained, indeed suffering from hunger. Years ago, when his parents had just passed away, all the valuables in their home were seized by creditors, and they truly experienced the pangs of starvation. Subsequently, they relied on the land for sustenance. foraging for mushrooms and wild vegetables in summer, collecting bird eggs, and hunting wild rabbits and quails in winter, barely managing to raise his two younger brothers. However, such activities were officially forbidden. He had to process the meat in the mountains and stealthily carry it back home to eat, carefully cleaning and hiding the skins, which he later sold in the black market of the county once he accumulated enough. He would also gather chestnuts and hazelnuts in the mountains to exchange for money. Although these items were not worth much, his diligent efforts accumulated to a modest yet satisfactory existence. He had enough to eat and wear, with a little spare cash in hand. However, due to the multitude of creditors and the necessity to keep his finances concealed, he continued to feign poverty. As you may have noticed, the clothing of the two children appeared quite decent, covered with tattered outer garments, and the quilts were thick. Nonetheless, it must be said that his character was genuinely commendable, as he was indeed saving money with the intention of repaying his debts. In his possession, he kept a diary, meticulously maintained by his mother, detailing the debts owed to others, which Luo Shueisheng carefully preserved. In his previous life, once he earned money, he specifically returned to the village to repay all these debts, including interest. Some attempted to extort him further, but Luo Shueisheng was not easily intimidated, refusing to part with even a single extra penny. It was said he was quite shrewd, making it difficult for others to scheme against him. Yanbai smirked, remarking that such a description was not cunning, but rather wisdom. The nine-tailed fox clicked his tongue, exclaiming that beauty is in the eye of the beholder and agreeing with Yanbai. Luo Shueisheng had become quite adept at setting traps. Despite the early frost, he had already stored a significant amount of meat in the cellar, primarily rabbit meat from his recent hunts in the mountains. Now, do you understand why he previously inquired if you enjoyed braised rabbit? Yanbai recalled this moment, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart, his face glowing with joy. He had been thinking of preparing rabbit for me so early on. How thoughtful. Just then, Shuren, who had been engrossed in Yanbai's storytelling, looked up curiously. Brother Yan, why are you smiling when poor Paul has been so mistreated? Yanbai found himself somewhat at a loss for words. The nine-tailed fox could barely contain his laughter, exclaiming how unkind it was for you to smile in the face of poor Paul's plight. Yanbai, unable to reprimand Shuren, certainly had no way to deal with the nine-tailed fox. The fox, quick-witted as ever, sensed the demonic lord's mood and knew trouble was brewing. You must be wishing to teach Shur, and that no matter how treacherous the world may be, we should face it with a smile. Oh, esteemed lord, you are truly profound. I am in awe. Yanbai retorted, you are but a heartbeat away from calamity, do you realize? The nine-tailed fox wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief from the near escape. Accompanying the demonic lord on his tasks was indeed perilous. He needed to find Mu Yuyun to calm his nerves. The nine-tailed fox requested a leave of absence. The illustrious and mighty Demon Lord, if you harbor such thoughts, it must indeed be my fault. I shall seek a secluded place to reflect deeply on my errors for a few hours. Would that be acceptable to you? With a hint of pride, Yanbai, flattered by the compliments, replied, Go ahead, reflect thoroughly. Thus, the nine-tailed fox slipped out the door, forming a hand gesture in the air. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, drawing the fox into its embrace before vanishing without a trace. It was the first time the nine-tailed fox employed the incantation bestowed upon him by Mu Yuyun, and he marveled at the shifting hues around him. As he traversed through the kaleidoscope of colors, he unexpectedly tumbled onto a vibrant cloud, only to realize he had returned to his corporeal form. The breathtaking youth lay amidst swirling clouds, his 9 fiery tails cascading around his extraordinarily fair figure, creating an exquisite tableau. The nine-tailed fox, observing the figure draped in black beside him with keen interest, felt a surge of embarrassment and instinctively shielded his body with his fiery tail. You didn't even give me a garment to wear? He inquired. Mu Yuyun replied, his voice languid and alluring. What need is there for clothing? You'll only have to remove it shortly. The nine-tailed fox felt a rush of heat at the tips of his tails, and without hesitation, he nestled into Mu Yuyun's embrace, tugging at the hem of his long robe to cover himself. His fiery tail playfully caressed Mu Yuyun's chin, seducing him with sultry glances. Mu, dear, for the sake of fairness, shouldn't you also disrobe? Mu'iyun's temper flared, his eyes reddening with suppressed intensity as he grasped the unruly foxtail, his voice gravelly with desire. You come here. The nine-tailed fox, not one to back down, retaliated swiftly, tearing at Mu'iyun's black robe, leaving it in disarray, sharp fingertips etching crimson lines upon his chest, vibrant and tantalizing. Unable to resist, the nine-tailed fox delicately licked the markings, his slightly rough tongue sending shivers through Mu'iyun, who remained still, intrigued by the little fox's next move. The nine-tailed fox, as supple as water, entwined around Mu'iyun's neck, his 9 fiery tails seemingly possessing a will of their own, enveloping them both in a cocoon akin to layers of crimson velvet drapery. With a voice both enchanting and beguiling, he whispered, "My lord, shall we indulge in our wedding chamber tonight?" Beneath the cascading layers of red light, the porcelain skin of a nine-tailed fox glowed with a delicate rosy hue, reminiscent of a charming bride. How could Mu'iyun withstand such visual allure and verbal temptation? Overcome by desire, he leaned down fiercely and captured the fox's lips. The red drapery soon fell apart, collapsing into a shapeless heap upon the vibrant cloud, swaying helplessly to the rhythm of their passion. After a night of indulgence, the nine-tailed fox felt utterly fatigued, yet Mu'iyun did not allow him to drift into slumber. Cradling him close, he inquired, "Do you enjoy the space?" The nine-tailed fox, half closing his eyes to rejuvenate, replied languidly, "It is beautiful. You have truly gone to great lengths for our nightly revelries, expending quite a bit of your spiritual energy. Haven to you?" Mu'yu gently kissed the tip of his jade-like nose, whispering that this place had already recognized him as its master, allowing it to transform according to his desires. Whatever he envisioned would manifest. The fox ears of the nine-tailed fox twitched, intrigued by this marvel. How fascinating! I must ponder thoroughly and devise a captivating scene for our next encounter. Mu'yu caressed his cheek, urging him to think swiftly, for he would await him here tomorrow evening. The nine-tailed fox, somewhat exasperated, wondered if this esteemed figure had nothing better to do. Nevertheless, he had promised to accompany him to the 6 realms, and thus he gritted his teeth to honor that commitment. Moreover, aside from being excessively enduring, which was a bit overwhelming, Mu'yu was otherwise delightful, and he genuinely relished the experience. The nine-tailed fox, eschewing pretense, readily agreed. Very well. Mu'yu then bestowed upon him a long, sweet, and tender kiss, bidding him to return, for dawn would break in the 6 realms. The nine-tailed fox, realizing he had spoken too soon, felt a surge of indignation. This fellow was indeed despicable. He delivered a sharp kick to Mu'yu's calf before performing a hand seal to flash back to Yanbai's consciousness, where he nurtured his soul within the realm of the Demon Lord. Mu'yu, with affectionate care, preserved the nine-tailed fox's corporeal form, smiling as he returned to the celestial spirit realm. Luo Shueisheng had prepared a meal and entered the room, only to be greeted by a scene of exquisite harmony. Yanbai lounged lazily on the Kong, flanked by 2 children, each enthralled as he narrated a story from a book. Luo Shueisheng paused momentarily, captivated by the beauty of the scene, reluctant to disturb it. However, it was Shuren who caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and looked up to ask, "Elder brother, is dinner ready?" Yanbai then lifted his gaze, equally drawn to the enticing sight of a large bowl filled with richly sauced meat. Luo Shueisheng nodded, his voice deliberately calm, instructing Xiao Tao to set the table and fetch the bowls. Xiao Tao nimbly maneuvered a square, low table from the side wall, placing it beside Yanbai, then swiftly hopped down to retrieve the dishes. Yanbai also wished to join, but Luo Shueisheng interjected, "Stay seated. Does your hand still hurt? Dinner will be served shortly." Yanbai glanced at his seemingly incapacitated left hand and, conceding, gently touched Shuren's forehead, noting that his fever had subsided. He advised a bland diet for the next few days and encouraged him to drink plenty of warm water. Although there was a possibility of another fever in the evening, he reassured them that it was all part of the healing process, and with a few days of rest, he would be completely well. Shuren had been ill for over 10 days, lacking appetite until today when he finally felt a bit more spirited. The scent of the braised rabbit meat stirred his cravings. It was his brother's specialty. "Can I eat this?" Yanbai smiled and replied, "A little won't hurt. But don't overindulge today." Shuren beamed, retrieving a soft cushion to place at the dining table, saying, "Brother Yin, sit on this cushion or you'll be uncomfortable." Yanbai raised an eyebrow, teasing him. "How are you so filial?" Shuren's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly unaccustomed to such banter. Luo Shuisheng and Xiao Tao had gathered all the necessary utensils. Yanbai, at the table, felt his long legs awkwardly out of place, adjusting them repeatedly without finding a suitable position. Xiao Tao laughed uncontrollably, folding her legs and sitting beside him to demonstrate. "Brother Yin, can't you sit cross-legged?" Yanbai suddenly realized and imitated her, folding his legs. His flexibility was remarkable, his back naturally straightened, and his seated posture exuded an elegant antiquity, as if embodying a natural grace. Xiao Tao gasped in astonishment. "Brother Yin, you are unlike anyone else." Yanbai chuckled and inquired, "In what way am I different? Do I have more arms and legs?" He self-deprecatingly shook his half-mutilated left hand, acknowledging the truth of her words, for he was indeed missing a hand. Xiao Taya, somewhat anxious, clarified, "No, you are exceptionally handsome." Luo Shuisheng also stared at him for a long while before regaining his composure, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his earlier lapse. He quickly bowed his head and silently served Yanbai a steamed bun and a piece of rabbit leg. He also offered Xiao Tao a piece of rabbit leg, hesitating slightly before giving Shuren a chopstick full of bitter melon. Shuren immediately pouted, "Am I not worthy of eating rabbit meat?" Luo Shuisheng buried his head in his meal, reminding him, "Did Yin Xingqing not say that you should eat something light to cool down?" Yanbai, intrigued, observed the feigned calmness of Luo Shuisheng, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Luo Shuisheng, please refrain from calling me Yin Xingqing. It feels rather distant. Just use my name." Luo Shuisheng glanced up, the two syllables slowly escaping his lips, imbued with myriad emotions. Yanbai. Yanbai's eyes sparkled at the mention of his name, as a certain ambiguous sentiment lingered over the dining table. "Big brother, when did you start speaking so slowly?" Shuren took advantage of his elder brother's distraction and quietly snatched a piece of rabbit meat into his mouth. Chapter 35. Put down that rustic fellow. Let me take over. Although Luo Shuisheng's cooking appeared somewhat rough in technique, the flavor was remarkably delightful. Yanbai's body seemed starved, consuming 2 large buns, a generous helping of meat, and a fair amount of vegetables. Observing Yin by relishing his meal, Luo Shuisheng felt a surge of joy, the corners of his lips subtly lifting. After finishing, Yanbai patted his round belly and reclined lazily on the large Kong, resembling a contented cat. Luo Shuisheng, your cooking is simply exquisite, far surpassing Gu Xiangdong's meals that we, the educated youth, order. I provide him with so many grain and meat coupons each month, yet seldom enjoy a morsel of meat. Might I propose that I give my grain and meat coupons to you, allowing me to dine at your home?" Luo Shuisheng's heart trembled unexpectedly with a hint of joy, though he restrained his expression, feigning composure. "You may come every day without needing to provide me with grain or meat coupons. The meat I serve comes from rabbits I catch in the mountains, incurring no cost and requiring no tickets." Yanbai raised an eyebrow, feigning difficulty. "But I am not your wife. How can I dine on your food without reason?" Luo Shuisheng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly glanced at Yanbai, his ears flushing slightly, his voice growing hoarse. "You've given me medicine and candy. This is an exchange. If you say that, I might take it seriously and come every day. However, running back and forth for 3 meals a day is quite a trek. Do you have any spare rooms at your house? Perhaps I should just move in." The 9-tailed fox addressed the Lord of Demons, questioning the appropriateness of their cohabitation on the very first day of their meeting. Yanbai responded, asserting that a man who is adept in both the parlor and the kitchen should not be left for someone as foolish as a reincarnated individual. Moreover, being compelled to share a room with Gu Xiangdong would inevitably lead him to contemplate a rather violent demise, disassembling him into pieces, to be precise. The 9-tailed fox, in a moment of exasperation, remarked on the bloodiness of such thoughts, suggesting that the Lord of Demons might consider a more refined approach to his methods of killing. Yanbai found the flawed system to be as morally misguided as himself, with its peculiar focus. Meanwhile, Luo Shueisheng appeared increasingly anxious in the face of this dilemma. Momentarily at a loss for words, Xiao Tower, however, leaped with excitement, exclaiming that if Yin Gij would be around, he could regale them with stories every day. With several vacant rooms in her home, she urged him to come quickly. Yanbai assured her that if her brother consented, he would indeed narrate tales daily. Luo Shueisheng, observing Yanbai's heart racing and his gaze deeply unsettling, noted the presence of empty rooms. Yanbai, having noted Luo Shueisheng's slightly tense demeanor, refrained from further jesting. Aware that courting his partner required a gentle approach, he suggested he would inquire about any necessary procedures for moving in and promised to return once he had the details. Luo Shueisheng's voice was strained as he replied, "All right." Shuren, overwhelmed with joy, asked if he could share a room with Yin Gij. Luo Shueisheng's expression momentarily faltered, admonishing, "Shuren, stop fooling around. Go lie down and rest. Sleeping well will do you good." Yanbai shot Luo Shueisheng a sidelong glance and added to Shuren, "Indeed, resting is beneficial for your health. You should take a nap." Yanbai proceeded to explain the medication, instructing that if Shuren were to develop a fever again during the night, he should take a tablet, but otherwise, it was unnecessary. He reminded Luo Shueisheng to ensure the bed was not too warm, assuring that Shuren would recover in a few days. Should any new symptoms arise, he advised seeking him out. Luo Shueisheng took the medicine box and inquired if Yanbai was leaving. Yanbai, unable to suppress his mischievousness, teased, "What? Do you already miss me? I have matters to attend to, but I'll come back for dinner, all right?" Luo Shueisheng's ears flushed a deep crimson. He had begun to perceive that Yanbai sometimes spoke in a deliberately ambiguous manner. Unsure of his intentions, he quickly adapted to his playful banter. Gazing at him in silence, "I merely wish to assist you with your luggage." Yanbai feigned disappointment with a soft "oh" before turning to pack his belongings, leaving behind a lingering resonance that stirred something within Luo Shueisheng. As Luo Shueisheng watched Yanbai's retreating figure, he found himself unconsciously following. Upon opening his luggage, Yanbai revealed a small bag containing money and various tickets, which he tucked away, sifting through the food items within. Among them were packets of milk powder, malted milk essence, imported chocolates, and snacks, as well as homemade beef jerky and pickles from his mother. He handed everything over to Luo Shueisheng, stating, "These essentials are rather scarce now. Even in the county supply store, they're considered luxury goods, seldom purchased by the common folk. I shall be dining at your home from now on, so let us share these together." Luo Shueisheng spoke, "Let me first tidy up a room for you, placing these precious items inside. We are not accustomed to such delicacies." Yanbai could not help but glare at him. "Are you being polite with me? Should I also be courteous during our meals, refraining from taking any meat?" Luo Shueisheng, feeling a bit flustered, replied, "That is not my intention." Yanbai smiled, gracefully adding, "I am merely reminding you that what you do not wish for yourself, do not impose on others. If you desire my comfort in your home, do not be overly calculative with me. After all, I am the one benefiting from this arrangement, with Shuren currently in feeble health. The milk powder and dairy essence are perfect for the two children. Please prepare it for them today, and let them enjoy any snacks they fancy. As for the beef, place it in the freezer for now, and we shall slice some later to savor my mother's culinary skills. It is best to consume it promptly. I fear it may spoil if left too long, which would be a waste. Additionally, I will not be taking away the other items from the package. I will leave them here since I will be moving in shortly." Luo Shueisheng glanced at the remaining contents of the package, which mostly consisted of high-quality bed linens, sweaters, thermal underwear, a few books, and a stack of medicine. Rarely did anyone place such trust in him, sharing food and storing so many belongings in his care. A swell of emotion filled Luo Shueisheng's heart, a sense of being valued and trusted, though they had only just met. The emptiness that had lingered within him for years suddenly felt filled, emotions surging to the surface. Recalling Yanbai's words, he no longer felt the need to maintain distance or politeness. "All right." Yanbai tossed 2 pieces of imported chocolate to Xiao Tower and Shuren, saying, "This is chocolate, slightly bitter yet delicious. Give it a try, and if you like it, Feel free to come back for more. Yanbai then unwrapped a piece of chocolate adorned with gold foil, revealing a slab of dark chocolate. He took a bite, the rich and velvety texture melting in his mouth, undeniably delightful. His eyes glimmered as he held up the bitten piece to Luo Shueisheng. You must taste this. It is truly exquisite. Luo Shueisheng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the rectangular chocolate with a missing corner, where two faint bite marks were visible, dainty and utterly charming. In an inexplicable impulse, he took a bite from the same spot, the dark chocolate unfolding a bittersweet flavor that mirrored the essence of his life. Yanbai was momentarily stunned, then smiled. The nine-tailed fox felt as if her eyes were deceiving her. The celestial emperor appeared so earnest and somewhat naive, yet unexpectedly. He harbored a teasing allure. With a meaningful smile lingering on his lips, Yanbai fixed his gaze on Luo Shueisheng, reclaiming the chocolate and biting into the same spot once more. He then delicately licked his pink tongue along his upper lip, a movement both sensual and enticing. Luo Shueisheng found his gaze transfixed on Yanbai's lips, forgetting to chew. Yanbai flashed a smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. I shall take my leave for now, but I will return this evening. With that, Yanbai departed, leaving behind a bittersweet aura, while Luo Shueisheng stood there, dazed and uncertain of his next steps. Shuren and Xiao Tao, seated nearby, carefully examined the chocolate in their hands, oblivious to the unfolding scene. After a while, Luo Shueisheng finally caught his breath, only to discover something even more shocking. His once peaceful brother, who had remained quiet for 22 years, was now restless. Since the awakening of his brother in his dreams during their youth, this was only the second time he had reacted. Luo Shueisheng fled in panic back to his room, shutting the door behind him, leaning against it as his mind buzzed chaotically, filled with the image of Yanbai licking his lips. He felt as if he might explode. For the first time in his life, Luo Shueisheng experienced feelings of affection, overwhelming and tempestuous, capable of shaking the very heavens. The wild and untamed youth had grown up through countless struggles, unrestrained by conventional morality, dismissing societal norms as trivial. For the first time, he yearned for someone to call his own, his thoughts swirling in a tumultuous storm. Once he gained clarity on many matters, a sense of calm enveloped him. Chapter 36. Let go of that rustic man. Allow me to take over. Luo Shueisheng meticulously cleaned his room from top to bottom, even wiping the floor with a damp cloth. The room, already tidy, now gleamed without a speck of dust. He moved all his belongings to the adjacent room to the north, retrieving a brand new set of bed linens he had purchased for the new year, laying them out flawlessly. After spending 2 to 3 hours on this task, he gazed at the refreshed space, a smile blooming on his face, his heart brimming with sweet contentment. He transferred all of Yanbai's belongings into this room, arranging them neatly on the shelves before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Yanbai had mentioned he would come over for a meal, and Luo Shueisheng wanted to ensure everything was perfectly ready. Shuren had ceased his fever. The young boy, with a solid foundation, regained his vitality after drinking a cup of milk powder in the afternoon. Although he longed to assist in organizing Yangiji's room, his elder brother insisted he rest for a few more days and forbade him from getting out of bed, which left Shuren in a state of anxious frustration. Even when Xiao Tao wished to help sweep the floor, Luo Shueisheng would not permit it, fearing they would not do it adequately. Instead, Xiao Tao could only assist with washing clothes and picking vegetables. Despite being only 12, the child of a poor family had become quite the capable worker. By the time all the dishes were prepared, it was only 4 o'clock, and Luo Shueisheng began to feel restless. He stood at the courtyard entrance, glancing out several times. Yet he did not see the figure he longed to catch sight of. At that moment, Yanbai was busy. Upon his return, he found Gu Xiangdong asleep on the bed, and the mischievous nine-tailed fox eagerly divulged to Yanbai the schemes he had overheard between Gu Xiangdong and the village chief. Yanbai scoffed, remaining silent. He first approached the eldest sister, Zhao Man among the educated youth, to inquire if he could move in with the villagers. Hao Man, one of the earliest educated youth to arrive, was older and had dealt with more matters. She explained that the village chief had the final say in such matters. Some educated youth had settled here, marrying or finding wives, and had been allowed to move out, with some even receiving land allocations. Was Yanbai considering marriage? Which girl in the village had captured his heart? Yanbai smiled, clarifying that he was not seeking marriage, but rather wished to relocate to the Luo family house on the outskirts of the village. Today, Luo Shueisheng rendered me a significant favor. His younger brother has fallen ill, and I possess some medical knowledge, so I intend to care for him for a few days, which is also a personal obligation. Zhao Man nodded in understanding and, noticing the absence of others around, stepped closer to Yanbai. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "You have always been kind to the people at our youth commune, sharing whatever good things your family receives with us. That is why I feel compelled to share this with you. Please tread carefully. I have heard that the Luo family is heavily in debt, and their circumstances are quite challenging. Do not foolishly pour all your resources into supporting others. You must consider your own well-being. It is said that in recent years, there have been occasional disturbances from those seeking money. Is it really safe for you to stay at their house?" In Yanbai's memory, Zhao Dejia was already 25 and still unmarried. Her sole desire was to return to the city, which is why she resolutely refused to settle in the countryside. She was a kind person, often looking out for the youth in their commune, and Yanbai enjoyed conversing with her. "Thank you for your reminder, Sister Man. I am aware of the situation and will navigate these relationships carefully." He continued, "By the way, haven't you always wanted to return to the city? It would be beneficial to review your high school subjects in your spare time. Acquiring knowledge is never a disadvantage." Yanbai spoke succinctly, not elaborating further. With a year remaining until the restoration of the college entrance examination and no official documents issued yet, he felt it prudent to say no more. Perhaps if Zhao Man were astute, she would grasp the implication and prepare in advance. Zhao Man gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since she had engaged in study. This was not an acceptable state, should an opportunity to return to the city arise. Not having retained any knowledge would hinder her ability to secure a job. It seemed wise to dust off her high school textbooks. Yanbai returned to his room to pack his belongings. The previous occupant had been generous, leaving items scattered throughout the room, and Gu Xiangdong occasionally consumed his snacks and used his things without concern. However, the Demon Lord was not so easily appeased. Why should he allow those who would harm him to benefit? Having lived here for 2 years, Yanbai had accumulated quite a number of pots, pans, and various other items. As he organized, he filled several bags. Yet, with only one hand to work, his progress was rather slow, taking several hours. The clattering of items awakened the sleeping Gu Xiangdong, who opened his eyes lazily. "Yanbai, what are you up to?" Yanbai smiled. "I plan to move to the home of a fellow villager. If the village chief agrees, I will relocate in a few days." Gu Xiangdong suddenly felt wide awake. Sitting up abruptly, he had just conspired with Feng Aigua to conduct their affairs in this room at the commune. If Yanbai moved out, it would complicate their plans. The nine-tailed fox was puzzled as to why Yanbai would inform Gu Xiangdong, knowing he might act maliciously. Yanbai smirked. "I am merely waiting for him to make a move. How else can I deal with him?" The nine-tailed fox realized, a case of fishing for evidence. Gu Xiangdong, feeling anxious, immediately inquired, "Were you planning to move?" "To the Luo family. By the way, you will no longer need to prepare my meals. I will eat at their house from now on." After speaking, Yanbai gathered the snacks and some remaining rice, flour, wood ear mushrooms, dried mushrooms, and other items into a basket, lifting it with his right hand as he prepared to leave. Gu Xiangdong observed in a state of mild distress as Yanbai carried away all the dishes, exclaiming, "Now that you've taken everything, what am I left to eat?" Yanbai turned back, a mischievous smile dancing upon his lips, and replied, "These are all gifts from my family. Since you used to cook for me, I don't mind sharing a bit, but I wouldn't be troubling you anymore, so it wouldn't be fair for you to keep eating my food without cause." Gu Xiangdong noted the profound changes in Yanbai. He had transformed significantly, for in the past, he would never have been so particular about such matters. His solitary nature had left him with few friends, and he primarily conversed with himself. A sudden thought flashed through Gu Xiangdong's mind. Could Yanbai have also been reborn? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. After all, the favor of the heavens could only bestow its grace upon one, and that one was already him. It was impossible. Impossible. Before he could ponder further, Yanbai had already stepped outside with his belongings. Having only taken food today, Yanbai felt no urgency for other items. As he strolled along the small path outside the Luo residence, Luo Shueisheng, resembling a stone of longing for his wife, spotted him immediately. Seeing the large basket in Yanbai's hands, he hurriedly ran a few steps to meet him, exclaiming, "Why didn't you call for me when you had something to carry? Your hand is still injured." A sweetness blossomed in Yanbai's heart as he replied, "My hand is perfectly fine. Why were you standing at the door, waiting for me?" Luo Shueisheng cast a penetrating glance at him, stating, "Let us go home for dinner first. I have something to discuss with you afterward." His demeanor, already marked by a rebellious spirit, revealed an untamed wildness, exuding an almost predatory intensity. Yanbai's heart fluttered, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, leaving him in a state of delightful disarray. Luo Shueisheng, now far from his previously bashful self, walked ahead with purpose, ignoring Yanbai's inquiries. Feeling a mix of anxiety and curiosity, Yanbai followed closely behind him. Upon entering the house, Luo Shueisheng led him to a tidily arranged room. "This is the room I prepared for you. The sheets and pillows have all been replaced with new ones. If you find anything unsuitable, please let me know, and I will make adjustments," he said. Yanbai gazed at the spotless room, suddenly touched. "You cleaned this up in the afternoon, didn't you? You must be exhausted." Luo Shueisheng set the basket on a nearby shelf, which, though rudimentary and crafted by his own hands, possessed a rustic charm. "I made the shelf. If you don't like it, we can go to the county town tomorrow to find a suitable cabinet, and I will buy it for you." A playful thought flickered in Yanbai's mind, making him feel as if they were shopping for a dowry. Luo Shueisheng, initially intending to wait until after dinner to speak, felt an urgency that could not be contained. "If that were the case, would you be willing?" Yanbai froze momentarily, taken aback by the directness of his question. "Are you serious?" Luo Shueisheng approached him, meeting his gaze with an unprecedented intensity. "Would you be willing to be my wife? I wish to spend my life with you." His words were straightforward, perhaps even a touch rustic, yet they bore a sincerity that was undeniably profound. Yanbai, suppressing all frivolity, looked at Luo Shueisheng earnestly. "Have you thought this through? We are both men, and others may not understand. They might judge us. You will face many challenges, and we cannot have children." To Luo Shueisheng, none of these matters hold significance. He has grown up facing the scrutiny of others, developing an inner resilience that renders him indifferent to their opinions. Life is to be lived for oneself. The judgments of others, if not acknowledged, bear no harm. Public opinion can only wound those who care about it. Luo Shueisheng asserted, "I have younger siblings. I do not require children. I am unconcerned with the whispers of others. Those who speak derisively are inconsequential. Why should I care? I only concern myself with whether you care or not." Chapter 37. Set aside that rustic man. Allow me to come. Yanbai understood and was profoundly moved by Luo Shueisheng's straightforward yet philosophically rich words. Who says country folk lack insight? Their experiences differ from those of city dwellers. But that does not denote a lesser intellectual realm. City dwellers are equally ignorant of rural matters. Such judgments are overly simplistic. Life's trials are equitable for everyone, and one's development hinges on personal comprehension. Yanbai was deeply attracted by his carefree demeanor, reaching out to grasp his hand. "Luo Shueisheng, I too disregard what others say. I wish to be with you, yet I believe we can still negotiate who plays the role of the wife." The nine-tailed fox, embodying the mischievous nature of the Demon Lord in the myriad small worlds, still harbored vain ambitions of ascendance. However, the stark contrast in physicality between the two in this world rendered any reversal of fortune a mere fantasy. The nine-tailed fox chuckled wickedly, choosing not to interrupt the blossoming romance. Above Luo Shueisheng's head, it felt as if a firework had exploded. The anxieties of the afternoon transformed into joy, overwhelming him with a sense of happiness that left him breathless, as though he were drowning in bliss. Yanbai gazed into Luo Shueisheng's eyes, where the profound depth mirrored the most exquisite illusions of the world, enticing him to lose himself in its allure. Enchanted, Yanbai tugged at Luo Shueisheng's collar. bringing his head down and on tiptoe, gently kissed his gem-like, radiant eyes. Luo Shueisheng felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, emanating from the delicate touch of their lips, spreading rapidly throughout his being. He felt slightly intoxicated, floating as if he had consumed a bottle of spirits at 18. Yet this sensation was far more exquisite. Captivated by Yanbai's lips, he instinctively leaned in to kiss him. Their lips met in a fervent embrace. Yet a sense of unfulfillment lingered, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Amused by his clumsiness, Yanbai parted his lips and extended his smooth tongue. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Shueisheng finally emerged from Yanbai's room, his legs feeling weak. He had never realized that a kiss could be so intoxicating. Had it not been for the voices of Shi and Xiao, he would have hesitated to let go. Yanbai's face flushed, and he feigned a calm demeanor, though internally he was quite flustered. In his memory, it was indeed his first kiss. Had Luo Shueisheng not been equally inexperienced, Yanbai would have undoubtedly felt shy. As he stepped out of the room, he reminded Luo Shueisheng to place the basket of food in the kitchen. Luo Shueisheng did not refuse. In his view, the relationship between the two was already established, and from this moment onward, they were akin to family, naturally sharing their resources. He neatly arranged their belongings, instructing Xiao Tao to set the table, and ventured into the cellar to retrieve a small chest he had hidden away. Yanbai and the others had already gathered around the Kong table. Luo Shueisheng, holding the small chest, sat beside Yanbai and solemnly addressed Xiao Tao and Shiren. Yanbai is now a member of our family. He and I are partners, and I expect you to treat Brother Yan as you would treat me. Shiren and Xiao Tao were taken aback, with Shiren being the bolder of the two, questioning, "Aren't partners typically a man and a woman?" Luo Shueisheng frowned at him. "Who told you that it must be one man and one woman? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it isn't possible. While it is indeed rare for two men to be together, apart from their gender, what is wrong with it? Do you like Brother Yan?" Xiao Tao eagerly raised her hand. "I do." Shiren, a beat slower, quickly followed suit. "I do too." Yanbai chuckled softly. "I like you both as well. From now on, we are family, so please take care of me." Luo Shueisheng opened the box in his hands and pushed it toward Yanbai, saying, "This is our family's wealth. I entrust it to your care. Any money I earn will also be given to you." Yanbai peered into the box, revealing neatly stacked bundles of banknotes in various denominations, tens, fives, ones, and even dimes, all secured with rubber bands, alongside an old plastic ledger. Yanbai estimated there to be at least 1,000 yuan, a considerable sum in an era where the average monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Yanbai remarked, "We've known each other for just a day, and you're already handing over your money? Isn't that rather hasty? What if I take it and run?" Luo Shueisheng grinned. "I trust that you won tea." Yanbai was momentarily speechless at this carefree individual. Luo Shueisheng then took out the ledger and opened it for Yanbai to see. "Here's the situation. My father fell ill over a decade ago and borrowed extensively, accumulating debts of 10, 8, and even hundreds of yuan, nearly exhausting the entire village. I've calculated it to total over 3,000, but I currently have just over 1,000 saved, which is insufficient to settle everything. Thus, I am someone with external debts. But rest assured, I can earn money to repay these debts, and I will ensure you have a good life in the future, so there is no need to worry." Observing Luo Shueisheng's slightly anxious demeanor, Yanbai rose and approached the door, retrieving a small cloth pouch from the inner pocket of his military coat and handed it to him. "Open it and see." Hesitantly, Luo Shueisheng opened it to find a collection of loose banknotes and various ration coupons for rice and meat. The money appeared substantial, likely amounting to 200 or 300 yuan. Luo Shueisheng quickly returned it to him, but Yanbai smiled. "Since you've shared yours, it's only fair I share mine as well. Didn't we just agree that we are family? When we are able, we will repay the money together. There's no rush." Yanbai pushed the small box back towards Luo Shueisheng. "I haven't moved in yet, and keeping this money at the commune is unsafe. It's better kept at home. The ration coupons and such can be used, so let us not let them go to waste. We have ample meat. If the meat tickets go unused, you may exchange some for cloth tickets. As winter approaches, it is essential to make a few cotton outfits for the little ones. Your clothing is far too thin. We must procure something suitable post-haste. Luo Shueisheng gazed at him, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, though his voice trembled with emotion. He refrained from uttering his heartfelt sentiments, perceiving such declarations as superficial and insincere, akin to attempting to win someone's favor. Instead, he grasped Yanbai's hand resting upon the table, unwilling to let go. Yanbai had entered his life under such fortuitous circumstances, yet he had to endure hardships alongside him. Luo Shueisheng silently resolved to provide Yanbai with a good life and to care for him diligently. Yanbai reciprocated the warmth of his hand, smiling at Luo Shueisheng, and the two exchanged no words, their gazes entwined, filled with joy. Xiao Dao and Shuren exchanged glances at the two, observing how their eyes sparkled with unspoken affection. Neglecting both conversation and their meal, Xiao Dao hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "Yinge, big brother, shall we eat?" Yanbai returned to reality, embarrassment flickering across his countenance. "Why not eat? Your brother cooks the most delectable meals. Why is the spread today so lavish? A whole beggar's chicken?" The entire roasted chicken accompanied by a pair of green vegetables truly constituted a feast in this era. Luo Shueisheng assisted him in tearing off a chicken leg. This mountain chicken was caught in the hills. "If you enjoy it, I'll catch more. Our family is never short of meat." Yanbai chuckled softly, realizing that the villagers assumed the Luo family lived in the direst of circumstances, unaware that they could devour an entire chicken in one sitting. Chapter 38. Let go of that rustic man. Allow me to take charge. Gu Xiangdong learned that Yanbai intended to move away and hurried to find the village chief. At this hour, the chief was typically at the village committee, engaged in tea and conversation with several village officials. Upon noticing Gu Xiangdong loitering outside the open window, the chief fabricated an excuse to leave, and the two proceeded to a small storage room. Feng Aiguo regarded him with a sly glimmer. "So soon again? Did you not enjoy yourself this morning?" Gu Xiangdong pushed him aside, his expression earnest. "I have serious matters to discuss. Yanbai wishes to leave the educated youth point, and if that happens, it will complicate our plans." Feng Aiguo paused. "Where does he intend to move?" "To Luo Shueisheng's home." Feng Aiguo frowned, and Gu Xiangdong, anxious, insisted. "We cannot allow him to go there." Feng Aiguo shot him an incredulous glare. "Can we truly prevent this? Numerous educated youths have already left. What grounds do I have to stop him? There is no regulation to support that." Gu Xiangdong clenched his teeth, then delay him for a few days. "We must secure him within this time frame. You need to win him over first." Feng Aiguo scrutinized him. "A few days isn't nearly enough. Even winning you over took me 2 months. Gu Xiangdong realized that their initial plan of a gradual approach was no longer viable. They could only act swiftly and then soothe him later. Arrange for a film screening at the village committee to lure everyone out. Then, Gu Xiangdong whispered the entire plan into Feng Aiguo's ear. Feng Aiguo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Your cunning ideas are indeed plentiful. I must admit, I underestimated you before." Seizing the moment, Gu Xiangdong asked for a favor. "Given my meticulous planning for you, do you recognize my goodwill? How shall you express your gratitude?" Feng Aiguo swiftly unfastened his belt and pressed the man against the wall. "Thank you very much," he said. Gu Xiangdong retorted angrily. Who desires such a form of gratitude? Yet, with the opportunity presented before him, Feng Aiguo was not one to let it slip away easily. Perhaps overwhelmed by the thought of savoring Yanbai, his excitement led to a roughness that caused Gu Xiangdong to shed tears from the pain. The nightmares of his past life seemed to resurface, and Gu Xiangdong found himself in utter despair. After their meal, Luo Shueisheng did not allow Yanbai to move, instead cleaning the dishes himself, while Xiao Tao, ever considerate, went to wash them. Luo Shueisheng then pulled Yanbai into his room to talk. Noticing the old frostbite scars on his hands, Yanbai felt a twinge of sympathy and fetched some ointment to apply. "These frostbites must have been with you for years. If not treated properly, they will recur every year, causing both itch and pain. With consistent application of this ointment, we can heal them this year." Luo Shueisheng allowed Yanbai to tend to his hands, and despite having been in the countryside for 2 years, Yanbai's skin remained unblemished and fair, in stark contrast to Luo Shuisheng's sun-kissed, wheat-colored hands. As Luo Shuisheng watched Yanbai cradle his hands delicately, warmth flooded his heart. "Then you must apply it for me every day," he said. Yanbai looked up, his expression teasing. "A grown man like you cannot apply ointment for yourself?" His playful demeanor, laced with an inherent pride, was irresistibly charming, prompting Luo Shuisheng to steal another kiss. After a morning of practice, his kissing technique had improved remarkably, leaving Yanbai somewhat defenseless, his body going limp against the Kong. This, however, made it easier for Luo Shuisheng, who carefully cradled Yanbai's injured wrist, as if unlocking a hidden pathway within him, pressing him down and kissing him passionately. They continued until Yanbai's lips were red and swollen, at which point Luo Shuisheng finally released him. By then, the moon had risen. Yanbai lay back, catching his breath until his breathing steadied. Luo Shuisheng lay beside him, unable to take his eyes off him. After regaining his composure, Yanbai spoke. "It's dark outside. I must return." Luo Shuisheng pulled him up, saying, "Let me escort you." Yanbai complied, rising with his assistance. The two children were quiet, presumably asleep. Luo Shuisheng lit a torch to escort him back to the youth station. Outside, they both became more subdued, quickly reaching their destination. His room still glowed with light, indicating that Gu Xiangdong had not yet retired. As Yanbai watched Luo Shuisheng's torch fade away, he entered the room. Gu Xiangdong greeted him with a smile. "Yanbai, you're back. Have you eaten? If not, I can prepare something for you." Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox, who had been observing the lively scene, hurried to report Gu Xiangdong's new scheme. Upon hearing it, Yanbai was taken aback, losing his good humor with Gu Xiangdong. "I'm full," he replied curtly. After washing up without regard for whether Gu Xiangdong still needed the light, he pulled the lamp cord, plunging the room into darkness. Gu Xiangdong felt a surge of frustration, but, recalling their plans for the following night, he forced himself to endure. In the ensuing silence, the nine-tailed fox asked Yanbai, "Master Demon Lord, how shall we deal with Gu Xiangdong and that stallion tomorrow night?" Yanbai's lips twitched slightly at the term stallion. The nine-tailed fox contemplated the scene it had witnessed, concluding that only this particular term could aptly describe Feng Aigua. Yanbai smirked, a hint of ruthlessness gracing his countenance. He resolved to reclaim what was rightfully his, both from the previous day and the following one. In the morning, Yanbai rose languidly. Finding Gu Xiangdong had already prepared breakfast, placing a bowl of corn porridge beside him with an earnest demeanor. "You must be hungry. Please have your breakfast," he urged. Yanbai glanced at the porridge, which contained scarcely a few grains of rice, and with a twitch of his lips replied, "I cannot stomach such a breakfast." "You may have it." Typically, the two would boil 2 eggs for breakfast, but all of those eggs were taken by Yanbai the previous day. Indifferent to Gu Xiangdong's presence, he directly proceeded to Luo Shuisheng's abode. Upon his arrival, he found Luo Shuisheng just finishing the last egg pancake. The rich aroma of eggs wafting through the modest room, infused with the essence of daily life. Yanbai inhaled deeply. How delightful! Promptly, Luo Shuisheng filled a basin with warm water from another pot and placed it on the stool by the door. "Wash your hands and face. You can eat shortly." Yanbai, feeling content, noticed a new blue checkered towel laid out on the basin rack, a thoughtful gesture from Luo Shuisheng, and he used it without hesitation. The nine-tailed fox couldn't help but marvel at how well the celestial emperors of this world attended to others. Today, Xian was able to get out of bed and, upon seeing him, instantly brightened, circling around him. "Brother Yin, why didn't you stay at my house yesterday? Didn't you say you were moving in?" Yanbai chuckled. Ruffling his hair, "I will move in a few days. I still have some matters to attend to." "You must hurry." Shout Hao called out to them, "Brother Yin, come eat." Breakfast consisted of a stack of egg pancakes, seaweed, and egg soup, and a small plate of braised beef prepared by Yanbai's mother. Simple yet bountiful. Yanbai's appetite surged, and after finishing his meal, he informed Luo Shuisheng, "I have already inquired. A word with the village head will suffice for me to move in. I shall seek the village head shortly. Moving in should only take 2 or 3 days." Luo Shuisheng's spirits soared, though his demeanor remained composed. "Do you require my assistance?" "No need. When I need you, I will let you know, and then you can help me move. All right. As Yanbai turned to leave, Luo Shueisheng slipped several chocolates into his pocket. Hurry and eat these, lest the two little ones finish them off. Yanbai smiled, and seizing the moment while the two children were distracted, he planted a kiss on Luo Shueisheng's cheek. Such a good boy. Luo Shueisheng was momentarily taken aback, then grasped Yanbai, pulling him into an embrace and showering him with fervent kisses before finally letting him go. This little wolf is quite spirited. Chapter 39. Set aside that villager. Let me handle this. When Yanbai arrived at the village committee, the village head had just arrived as well. Yanbai spoke candidly. Village head, I would like to inquire if I may move out of the youth point to reside with a villager. Fengagua, having anticipated this, immediately donned a troubled expression. I am aware that some youths have moved out, but they either have taken wives or have been married. You are still quite young and have none of those matters. It will be difficult for me to facilitate your moving out. Yanbai inwardly scoffed, addressing the nine-tailed fox within his consciousness. Is that the broadcast button behind? Stealthily, you shall open it. I intend to ensure that Fengagua cannot meddle in our affairs. The nine-tailed fox promptly turned the switch, demonstrating a proactive attitude. Once the broadcast commenced, any utterance from Fengagua would be amplified, and I shall establish a barrier to prevent external sounds from intruding. Yanbai, acknowledging this in his consciousness, raised his thumb in approval, retracting his previous remarks labeling you as inept. With a composed demeanor, Yanbai articulated, we, the educated youth, venture to the countryside to learn from the impoverished peasants and to forge genuine friendships with them. Without a profound understanding, how can we cultivate such relationships? I contemplate relocating to Luo Shueisheng's household, for we must not indulge in comfort. Rather, we should assist the most disadvantaged families in the village. Village chief, do you believe my awareness of such matters is misguided? Yanbai's voice resonated throughout the village via the broadcast, compelling everyone to gather at their doorways to listen. Unbeknownst to them, Fengagua was entirely oblivious, still devising ways to delay matters. While it is commendable for a youth like Yin to possess such awareness, I'm also concerned for you. The Luo family is exceedingly poor, with 2 young children. Would you not suffer there? Perhaps you should consider residing with me. To provide mutual support? A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Yanbai's mouth. Village chief, your understanding is already sufficient. Otherwise, how could you have attained a leadership position? Moreover, your living conditions are so favorable that I would hardly grasp the hardships faced by the impoverished peasants. How can I hope to progress? Fengagua, sensing the absence of onlookers, adopted a somewhat flippant tone. Silly child, going to the most arduous places does not hinge upon you alone. Yanbai, with such delicate hands. Surely you have never endured hardship in your youth? I truly cannot bear the thought of you toiling daily, cutting thorns and transporting bricks. Luo Shueisheng, in his struggle to support his younger siblings, toils incessantly during the off-season just to barely fill their bellies. How could I allow you to suffer such trials? Look at those fair hands of yours. Upon finishing, Fengagua reached out, but Yanbai recoiled in distaste, instructing the nine-tailed fox to dispel the barrier. It is precisely because I have not endured hardship that I now seek the most challenging places. Without experiencing the struggles of the farmers, how can I actively participate in the construction of a new countryside? Fengagua was taken aback. How had the broadcast activated on its own? Yanbai's voice echoed, undoubtedly heard by the entire village. A wave of unease washed over him. Fortunately, his previous words had not transmitted, or it would have been disastrous. He immediately regained his composure, adopting a more dignified tone. Since Yin, the educated youth, is resolute in his decision, our village committee shall certainly support him. I have some formalities to complete for your registration. You may relocate in 3 days. Feigning surprise, he added, oh dear, how did the broadcast turn on by itself? Perhaps a mouse accidentally hit the button. I shall turn it off. The nine-tailed fox, being likened to a mouse, nearly lost its temper, lunging forward to scratch Fengagua's face. Had it not been for Yanbai's swift intervention, pulling him back into his consciousness, Fengagua would have found himself with a rather colorful visage. Yanbai calmed the agitated fox. What is the rush? To scratch such a wretch would only dirty your claws. Rest assured, I shall deal with him thoroughly, just wait and see. The nine-tailed fox let out a soft whimper, nearly moved to tears. Even the Lord of Demons has moments of humanity. Yanbai, having achieved the desired effect, turned and departed without a word. Feng Aigua mused that this Yin Jiqing was indeed a little firecracker. While Feng Aigua lingered in his daydreams, the villagers erupted in outrage, shocked to discover that their village chief was such a hypocritical character. How could someone with such a lack of awareness befit the role of village chief? Luo Shuixing's expression darkened. The ambiguity in Feng Aigua's words might escape the notice of the unthinking, but having recently opened his heart, he was acutely sensitive and immediately perceived Feng Aigua's unusual concern for Yanbai as being laced with ulterior motives. Infuriated, he smashed a piece of wood onto the ground, his temper flaring to the point where he contemplated giving Feng Aigua a good thrashing. Luo Shuixing's demeanor was fearsome. He had always appeared somewhat intimidating, but now, consumed by rage, he was even more terrifying. Yet he was no fool. Violence required a suitable moment, and impulsiveness could lead to disastrous consequences. What would happen to the two children and to Yanbai if he found himself in trouble? Someone certainly deserved a beating, but careful planning was imperative. It was only after hearing that Yanbai had handled the situation that his anger began to subside. Yanbai, feeling thoroughly disgusted by Feng Aigua, hurried back to wash his eyes in the presence of his beloved boyfriend. Feng Aigua, with his facade of charm, was truly a vile character. Nine-tailed fox. Investigate his finances and search his home for any incriminating evidence, he instructed. The nine-tailed fox perked up, brimming with enthusiasm. The Lord of Demons was about to embark on a scheme, and I wholeheartedly support the endeavor to bring down Feng Aigua. I'm off to do just that. In the blink of an eye, the nine-tailed fox vanished, moving with incredible speed. Yanbai was left speechless. This fox certainly held grudges. Upon returning to the Luo household, Yanbai found Luo Shuixing remarkably composed, diligently sanding the surface of a desk in the courtyard. This was a desk he had crafted specifically for Yanbai that very morning. Noticing the books in Yanbai's package, he thought that a scholar ought to have a proper desk for reading. He had seen a similar style in a county town and decided to make one himself. However, his wood was rather rough, requiring careful sanding to ensure no splinters would harm anyone. Yanbai approached and ran his hand over the smooth surface of the desk. Is this for Shuren and Xiao-Tao to study? The craftsmanship is impressive. Luo Shuixing paused. I see you enjoy reading. It was made for you. Yanbai looked up at the man engrossed in his work, unable to suppress a smile. This desk is a bit small for 4 people. I've already written to my parents, asking them to send me some textbooks. I plan to dedicate 2 hours every evening to teaching Xiao-Tao and Shuren. The rest of the time, I'll study myself. We all need to learn, and you shouldn't be idle either. You should join us in reading. Luo Shuixing halted his movements and gazed at Yanbai, his eyes flickering with emotion. You intend to teach them how to read? Yanbai beamed back at him indeed. I don't have many other skills, and you handle all the chores at home. I must contribute something to our family. In the future, a lack of literacy will certainly lead to hardships. Chapter 40. Let go of that villager. Allow me to take over. Luo Shuixing felt a tumult of emotions surging within him. Years ago, he had attended school for a few years, managing to recognize a fair number of characters, but after his father's illness, he could no longer continue his education. Subsequently, he devoted himself to earning a living for his younger siblings, and with the closure of the village school, Xiao-Tao and Shuren were unable to receive any formal education. Although he had not discarded the textbooks from his childhood, his busy life left little room for learning, which seemed to pale in comparison to the pressing demands of daily survival. However, in recent years, as he navigated the underbelly of the county and even the provincial capital, he had come to profoundly appreciate the value of knowledge. Despite being able to read, he found himself at a loss when faced with more sophisticated business discussions. Lucrative opportunities appeared before him, yet he felt incapable of seizing them. This was the pressing dilemma he faced. His lack of knowledge was stifling his potential for growth. Yanbai was indeed his beacon of hope. He felt unworthy of such a light. Without a second thought, Luo Shuixing enveloped him in a tight embrace. Overwhelmed by emotions he could scarcely articulate. Yanbai felt the pressure of the embrace, while Shuren happened to step outside and caught sight of the two, sharing a suppressed laugh with Xiao Tower. Yanbai, upon noticing their amusement, was rendered speechless. He gently patted Luo Shuisheng's back, remarking, "They're onlookers enjoying our little spectacle." Yet, Luo Shuisheng remained undeterred, holding on tightly. Yanbai could feel the rapid thumping of his heart, and an inexplicable excitement coursed through him, prompting him to return the embrace in silence. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Shuisheng finally released him. "I will modify this desk to accommodate 4 people," he declared. "Xiao Tower, Shuren, come here. Once Yen Gij moves in, we shall dedicate 2 hours each evening to study." This was a rare opportunity, with Yen Gij as their guide. He urged them to take their learning seriously, adding with mock severity, "Otherwise I shall break your legs." Xiao Tower and Shuren were momentarily taken aback. Although they too cherished the idea of learning, such a threat was rather intimidating. They stared at Luo Shuisheng, dumbfounded. Yanbai chuckled and playfully nudged him. "Learning should be inspired by interest. Your threats might deter them from wanting to learn at all." Luo Shuisheng's demeanor softened immediately. "You are right from now on. I shall heed your counsel." Xiao Tower Shuren, he continued, "It seems the hierarchy of our household has shifted." The 2 little rascals promptly rushed to Yanbai, their sweetness palpable. "Yen Gij, we promise to study diligently." "Yen Gij, we will follow your guidance." "Yen Gij, please take a moment to rest. I shall massage your legs for you." Yanbai was taken aback by their affectionate attention as they ushered him into the house. Luo Shuisheng shook his head with a smile, bemused that these 2 little rascals had managed to steal away his wife. He focused on crafting the desk at hand, ensuring it would be ready by day's end, applying a coat of varnish to prevent any injury to his beloved's hands. Upon entering the house, Yanbai noticed a plethora of wild bramble sticks strewn across the floor, alongside 2 half-finished baskets. He understood that the nearby mountains were abundant in this wild bramble, and during winter, the primary sideline of the villagers was weaving these baskets. In the village, a spacious house has been dedicated to organizing the villagers for collective basket weaving, piece by piece, which the village committee then sells to the supply and marketing cooperative, generating considerable income annually. By year-end, these funds enable every household to share in the festive provisions, allowing them to enjoy a prosperous new year. Little Tao, noticing Yanbai's gaze fixed on the thorn baskets on the ground, explained, "Basket weaving usually requires everyone to work at the village factory, but our family situation is unique. There are no adults at home, and my older brother must care for us, so we are exempt. However, if we do not contribute baskets, we will miss out on the year-end provisions, which in the past, my elder brother handled alone. It was too arduous for him. He also had to go up the mountains to gather thorns, and during winter, it's frigid, with snow sometimes reaching halfway up his legs. The thorns are sharp, and accidents are common. My brother truly bears a heavy burden. Eventually, we learn to assist him, but we cannot finish the baskets. My brother closes them up and submits them once we have a sufficient amount. Thus, for the past 2 years, we have been able to share in the year-end provisions." Yanbai observed the children's rough hands and thought of Luo Shui's laboring in the harsh winter, feeling a pang of sympathy. "You are commendable, understanding the importance of supporting your brother. Hardship is temporary. Focus on your studies, for knowledge can alter your destiny and propel technological progress. One day, we shall live well." Little Tao looked up, surprised. Her brother had spoken similarly, yet he lacked the time to teach them. "It's wonderful that you are here, Yinge. We will study diligently." Yanbai did not hinder the children's work, believing that their shared efforts for the family would foster unity and cohesion. As they wove baskets, Yanbai regaled them with tales of geography, history, and biographies. Though the original owner had a quirky disposition, he was a passionate learner and reader, brimming with references and knowledge. Yanbai, equipped with his own wisdom and experience, enlivened these dry narratives, rendering them engaging and enjoyable, which the children adored. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Shui had quietly moved his tools indoors, working while listening intently to the stories. Yanbai noticed and smiled at him, becoming even more animated in his storytelling. These narratives were not merely tales. They contained profound knowledge and wisdom, benefiting the trio immensely. As night fell and the moon emerged, Yanbai reluctantly returned to the youth commune, leaving the two children longing for his presence. The following day, he spent another day at Luo Shui's home, and after dinner, the two retreated to a small room to share tender moments. Yanbai informed Luo Shui, "I must return early today. There's a grand performance at the youth commune." Luo Shui immediately became alert, asking, "What is going on? Do you need me?" Yanbai was pleased with his perceptiveness. "Indeed, I do need your assistance. Gu Xiangdong intends to harm me. How can I not thwart his plans?" He recounted the circumstances, explaining that they would likely wait until the movie commenced. Seizing the opportunity when everyone was distracted, you should be ready to gather a group of young men to catch them in the act. Luo Shui's expression darkened, simmering with indignation. "Fan AI Gua has audacity." Yanbai chuckled softly, pondering why he should bother with these wretched lives. Let them face the consequences. Luo Shuishang grasped his hand, expressing his concern. "I can't help but worry about you. What if something goes awry?" Yanbai raised an eyebrow and replied, "With my cleverness, how can anything possibly go wrong? As long as you arrive on time, I shall present you with a splendid performance." Luo Shuishang enveloped him in an embrace. Resting his head on Yanbai's shoulder, his voice muffled, "One day, I will stand at the pinnacle and ensure that no one dares to covet or bully you again." The rough stubble of Luo Shuishang's head tickled Yanbai, yet he was reluctant to push him away. Chapter 41. Put down that rustic. Let me take over early in the morning. Feng Igua ventured into town to borrow 2 films, both of which were currently popular. Upon his return, he announced the screening over the loudspeaker, planning to show the films in the village committee's courtyard that evening. In the countryside, entertainment was scarce, and thus, a movie night was a grand affair. Upon hearing the news, everyone was elated, especially the children, who filled their pockets with peanuts and sunflower seeds, eager to claim their spots on small stools. The educated youth center was bustling, with everyone discussing who would secure a good position for the evening's film and who would bring the snacks. The center occupied a large courtyard, flanked by 2 rows of houses. Yanbai's room was situated in the quieter back row on the left. Gu Xiangdong had initially worried that Yanbai would return late, compelling him to seek him out at Luo Shuishang's home. However, to his surprise, Yanbai returned before nightfall. Gu Xiangdong immediately greeted him warmly. "Yanbai, you're back. It's been several days since I last saw you." Unperturbed, Yanbai walked over to Zhao Man, inquiring, "Sister Zhao, are we discussing the movie tonight?" Hao Man smiled brightly, nodding, "Yes, I heard that this time they're showing the Chinese Connection. I wanted to see this film for quite some time. I can't believe it's finally here. Shall we go together?" Yanbai agreed. "Sound good." Gu Xiangdong, standing among the crowd, felt a pang of anxiety and whispered, "Yanbai, could you come to my room for a moment? I have something I need your assistance with." Yanbai looked at him with curiosity. "We're all friends here. Why not just say it? Perhaps everyone can help." Jiao Wei, who, observing the scene, smirked and teased, "Oh, Master Demon, you clearly want to cooperate. Yet you're intentionally toying with him, making him anxious." Yanbai responded nonchalantly, "Just having a bit of fun." Jiao Wei, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Gu Xiangdong, who had unwittingly provoked the Demon Lord and was bound to be toyed with. Nevertheless, Jiao Wei, who felt no obligation to extend his sympathy. After all, those who sow mischief shall reap their own troubles. Gu Xiangdong, sensing the peculiar gazes of the crowd upon him, felt a wave of embarrassment. Zhao Man, ever forthright, remarked, "Xiao Gu, if you need assistance, just say so." Gu Xiangdong could only manage an awkward smile. "It's nothing major. I don't want to trouble everyone. It's just a matter at home, and I was hoping Yanbai could offer some advice since he is more familiar with the situation." Having seen enough of the spectacle, Yanbai, recognizing Gu Xiangdong's discomfort, kindly relented. "All right then, let us discuss it inside." As Gu Xiangdong observed Yanbai retreating, a sense of relief washed over him. He turned to Zhao Man and said, "I will accompany Yanbai to the cinema. You need not wait for us. Please proceed once you are ready." Zhao Man sensed an unusual air about Gu Xiangdong today, so she merely acquiesced, "All right." Hearing the sounds from behind, Yanbai smirked mockingly and opened the door. Gu Xiangdong, adjusting his expression, followed him inside. ready to embark on a melodramatic performance he had meticulously crafted in his mind. Yanbai, you may not be familiar with my family's circumstances. Allow me to elaborate. I have 3 younger siblings and an older sister, whom our parents dote upon excessively. However, my sister has recently encountered some misfortunes. With one hand propping up his chin, Yanbai appeared somewhat indifferent, zoning out as Gu Xiangdong delivered his tearful monologue, which was exceedingly poignant. Gu Xiangdong spun a tragic tale about his sister, involving deceitful marriages and abusive partners, merely to capture Yanbai's attention and buy himself some time. Although Yanbai feigned patience, listening to his performance, his thoughts drifted elsewhere, engaging in whimsical banter with a 9-tailed fox about what to have for dinner the following day. Gu Xiangdong, convinced of the emotional impact of his act, was met with Yanbai's apathy, leading him to harbor unspoken resentment. Fortunately, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, he noted that the young intellectuals in the courtyard had begun to depart in groups. Seizing the moment, Gu Xiangdong pretended to be parched and poured 2 glasses of water, mixing in a packet of concoction handed to him by Feng Aigua into one of them. The clever 9-tailed fox had discreetly swapped the 2 glasses without Yanbai's instruction. Gu Xiangdong presented the glass to Yanbai, saying, "Thank you for listening to me for so long. I have been feeling quite distressed, and you're the only one with whom I can share my burdens." Yanbai accepted the glass, and to assuage his concerns, took a few sips. Gu Xiangdong felt a surge of triumph. In his joy, he drained his own glass entirely. The 9-tailed fox, witnessing this, couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude, remarking that Gu Xiangdong had quite the appetite. The concoction Feng Aigua procured was intended for stallions, its potency far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. He had consumed it all, and today promised to be eventful. Is Yanbai truly playing such a dangerous game? The 9-tailed fox mused. In this day and age, how could Feng Aigua possibly acquire medication meant for human use? Securing such a thing is no small feat. He must have obtained it from the town's veterinarian. With Yanbai having consumed the water, Gu Xiangdong relaxed and casually engaged him in conversation, awaiting the effects of the concoction and the arrival of Feng Aigua. After a short while, Gu Xiangdong began to sense something amiss. He felt an unusual warmth enveloping him. Just then, Feng Aigua entered, dressed neatly and with his hair meticulously styled, clearly having made a concerted effort in his appearance. Upon seeing him, Gu Xiangdong greeted him enthusiastically. "Village head, what brings you here today?" Feng Aigua assumed a serious demeanor, stating, "It is my responsibility to inquire about the living conditions of the young intellectuals. I have come to see if you require any assistance." As he spoke, his gaze wandered inappropriately toward Yanbai, his eyes glinting with an unsettling eagerness. Yanbai felt a profound discomfort, sensing that he had been slighted. His performance lacked genuine emotion, but with the village chief arriving, he felt compelled to entertain properly. He recalled the presence of several apples outside and went to fetch them. Without waiting for a reaction from the 2, Yanbai stepped out. Feng Aigua's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, and he quietly inquired of Gu Xiangdong, "Did you give him anything to drink?" Gu Xiangdong tugged at his collar, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Feng Aigua's words drifted away, leaving him unable to comprehend. Noticing Gu Xiangdong's unusual state, Feng Aigua approached and gently patted his face, urging him to snap back to reality. "What's wrong with you?" Gu Xiangdong's mind was buzzing, his body ablaze with discomfort, thoughts spiraling out of control. He craved Feng Aigua's closeness, which provided him a sense of direction. He lunged forward, kissing Feng Aigua's face in a frenzied manner. Feng Aigua, seeing his condition, was consumed by a surge of anger, lowering his voice menacingly. "Did you really take the medication yourself?" Gu Xiangdong, impervious to the words around him, was engulfed by a burning desire, his strength astonishing as he swiftly removed Feng Aigua's belt. Feng Aigua, flustered, struggled against Gu Xiangdong's advances, glancing anxiously at the door, fearing Yanbai's return. Yanbai, sensing that the moment was ripe, called out from outside, "Gu Xiangdong, village chief. I just remembered that Zhao man asked me to bring 2 stools. I'm off to deliver them before heading to the movie." As his voice faded, the sound of the courtyard gate closing echoed, and Feng Aigua realized that today's opportunity was slipping away. Gu Xiangdong was beyond his control. Under the influence of too much medication, he acted with the vigor of a person imbued with immense strength. And perhaps their familiarity with one another allowed Gu Xiangdong to find all of Feng Aigua's sensitive spots with ease. Feng Aigua quickly succumbed to the rising sensations. Casting aside his reservations, his voice harsh, "This is your own doing." The room soon filled with Gu Xiangdong's cries, but Feng Aigua understood that outside, no one remained. With his inhibitions cast aside, his pent-up frustration from the failed plan was unleashed upon Gu Xiangdong. Chapter 42. Put down that villager. "Let me handle this." Yanbai strolled leisurely out of the courtyard, startled when Luo Shuisheng leaped down from the wall, landing before him. How could Luo Shuisheng truly allow Yanbai to face danger alone? He had been monitoring the situation closely. Upon seeing him, Yanbai understood his intentions, a sweetness blooming in his heart. He whispered, "Have the arrangements been made?" Luo Shuisheng pulled him into a secluded corner, nodding. "Everything is set. Once I give the signal, the people will come. You stay here and watch the show." After speaking, he placed his fingers to his lips and whistled, the sound resembling that of an ordinary bird call, loud yet discreet enough not to attract undue attention. Luo Shuisheng's strategic demeanor was captivating, prompting Yanbai to steal a kiss from his cheek. If the timing and place were different, Luo Shuisheng would have wanted to pull him close for a more passionate embrace. In truth, Luo Shuisheng did not possess the connections that the villagers believed. He had little influence in the village. However, due to his entrepreneurial ventures, he had two clever young men who had once used his resources to earn some pocket money, fostering a good rapport over time. However, such matters must remain undisclosed. Luo Shuisheng instructed them to refrain from associating with him in the village. Thus no one was aware that he actually had two close companions. Yet, the reputation of these two young men among the villagers was far from favorable. They were seen as idle and unambitious youths. Today, Luo Shuisheng had early on assigned tasks to them, while he kept watch at the youth station. Although the two appeared carefree, they were remarkably reliable when it came to their duties. As soon as he signaled, a throng of people soon arrived. One group comprised several young intellectuals and villagers, while the other consisted of Feng Aigua's wife and her relatives. The two young men led the way, swiftly opening the door and ushering everyone into the back room, where they opened Yanbai's door before retreating behind the crowd. The scene inside was suddenly laid bare before all, leaving everyone speechless and aghast. Under the influence of drugs, Gu Xiangdong remained oblivious to the shift in surroundings, continuing his raucous behavior. The disarray of clothing scattered across the floor, along with the sight of two figures on the bed, shattered the collective worldview of those present. Feng Aigua, who had previously exercised restraint, was now caught up in the moment, caught off guard and lost in pleasure when the crowd entered. It wasn't until his wife unleashed a fierce reprimand that he froze in fear, glancing back at the gathering and momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Gu Xiangdong, deprived of his sustenance, began to writhe in dissatisfaction. In that moment, Feng Aigua's wife was handed a stick by someone, and in a fit of rage, she charged forward, striking the two individuals without forethought. Feng Aigua's relatives, not to be underestimated, rushed in as well, with two impetuous younger brothers joining the fray. Gu Xiangdong, jolted back to reality by the pain, found that the excruciating sensations masked a certain desire, allowing him to finally comprehend the situation. Beside him, Feng Aigua was bleeding profusely, pushed forward by the crowd. As he desperately explained, it was all his doing. He pursued me relentlessly. I had no desire for this. Gu Xiangdong found himself thrust forward, his injuries more severe than Feng Aigua's, and hearing such degrading words nearly caused him to faint from humiliation, wishing for nothing more than to perish on the spot. Yanbai and Luo Shuisheng emerged from a corner, standing at the back of the crowd, while the two young men discreetly leaned in to exchange glances with Luo Shuisheng. He bestowed upon them a look of faint approval, prompting the two to beam with delight as they stepped forward to deliver mocking remarks. "Ah, it seems the village head has some issues with his conduct. Can he still be our leader?" Indeed, no wonder Gu, the young intellectual, has always been assigned to such easy tasks in the storeroom. It turns out he's been entangled with someone already. Someone began circulating account books, and those who could read gasped in shock, realizing the village head had been unlawfully withholding their earnings from selling bramble baskets, having embezzled over 500 last year. No wonder he always appeared so well dressed. It was all funded by their hard-earned money. Such revelations prompted an urgent demand for a closer look. Yanbai curled his lips in a sly smile. The nine-tailed fox had timed the revelation of evidence perfectly. Standing triumphantly on Yanbai's shoulder, the nine-tailed fox proclaimed, "My lord, the evidence of Gu Xiangdong's corruption that you asked me to deliver to the county leaders has arrived. What the villagers have seen are merely copies. This old rogue is bound to face the consequences." Upon hearing the villagers' discussions, the village chief's wife ceased her activities. Over the years, she had been well aware of her husband's misdeeds, as she too had benefited from them. With the scandal now exposed, she understood the gravity of the situation. She hurriedly dragged the village chief home. Meanwhile, Gu Xiangdong found himself in a pitiful state. Shunned by the villagers and scorned by the educated youth who felt he had brought shame upon them. Ignoring him entirely, he curled up in his bed, pulling the nearby blanket over himself, too afraid to show his face. The villagers, now disinterested in the spectacle, dispersed. A few astute individuals gathered in small groups, contemplating how to report the village chief's misconduct. The room soon emptied, and Yanbai yawned, finding it uninhabitable. "Luo Shuisheng, please take my belongings. I shall move to your place today." Luo Shuisheng's eyes lit up as he picked up the 4 or 5 large bags Yanbai had packed. His voice tender and inviting, "Come, let us return home." Cowering under the covers, Gu Xiangdong bit his own teeth until they bled. Now he fully comprehended that his scheme had been unraveled by Yanbai, and the glass of water he had drunk was indeed Yanbai's. Regardless of his misfortune, Yanbai was already embarking on a new chapter of his life. Soon after, the county's investigative team arrived, and Feng Aigua was dismissed from all his positions, leading to the appointment of a new village chief in Kaoshan village. It was then revealed that Feng Aigua's wife had taken all their money and returned to her family with their child. Stripped of his status, Feng Aigua found himself utterly destitute and isolated. He became the village pariah, and families with sons warned their children to steer clear of him. Even relatives and brothers felt ashamed of him, eager to sever ties. Unable to cope with such a drastic fall from grace, Feng Aigua succumbed to despair. Gu Xiangdong, too, had not dared to step outside in recent days, bearing visible marks from Feng Aigua's wife's attack. Yet despite his seclusion, visitors sought him out. Feng Aigua, attributing his misfortunes solely to Gu Xiangdong, used him as a scapegoat, entering Gu Xiangdong's home to vent his anger through both blows and insults. Given the nature of their relationship, no one dared interrupt. Who could tell whether they were quarreling or engaging in a heated argument? The potential for an awkward encounter loomed large. Gu Xiangdong, frail by nature, stood no chance against the towering Feng Aigua. Thus began a relentless nightmare for him. Feng Aigua would frequently come by to unleash his frustrations, sometimes beating him, other times berating him, but each time Gu Xiangdong was left in a state of utter desolation. Chapter 43. Let go of that peasant, allow me to. Yanbai's life was progressing smoothly as he took Luo Shuisheng to the county post office, only to discover that he had 3 packages awaiting collection. He was unaware that the first letter he sent home in 2 years would create such a stir. Enclosed within was a letter addressed to his elder brother, requesting their parents to forward it, which they indeed did. Yan's mother observed her pampered child suddenly becoming more sensible, demonstrating a desire for academic advancement and even requesting study materials. His parents were more than willing to support him and promptly gathered the necessary resources to send. The elder brother, who had been burdened with guilt, felt a rush of excitement upon receiving the letter, realizing that his younger brother had finally understood him. Yanbai inquired of the nine-tailed fox about his brother's research pursuits. Nuclear submarines, came the reply, and ultimately, he succeeded in his endeavors. Yanbai tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering that even with advanced weaponry, the overall capabilities will be limited without progress in radio technology. Thus, he resolved to delve into the realms of radio and computer technology to bolster his brother's arsenal. The nine-tailed fox, lacking comprehension of these matters, could only admire him blindly. Yanbai then took up his pen and swiftly penned another letter to his brother. A month later, upon seeing his younger brother's request for books on radio information technology, computer science, and the latest scientific journals, his elder brother offered unwavering support, diligently seeking ways to gather and send the materials home. Although the books from his brother took time to arrive, the 3 packages from their parents astonished Yanbai. Luo Shueisheng assisted in bringing the parcels home, which primarily contained textbooks from both elementary and high school, along with some food. Luo Shueisheng was taken aback. Feeling an immense pressure, it seemed that Yanbai's parents cared for him deeply, and he wondered how his own love could possibly compete. Consequently, he became particularly busy, rising early each day, driven by an unprecedented motivation to earn money and provide Yanbai with the best life possible. Thus, Yanbai's small classroom officially commenced from that day. He instructed Luo Shueisheng to create a makeshift blackboard, teaching them to recognize 50 characters daily, alongside a lesson in language and mathematics each day. Luo Shueisheng was not idle either. He had learned many characters but still lacked knowledge in various areas, and he found himself particularly interested in Yanbai's English textbook. Noticing his enthusiasm, Yanbai decided to add an English class, and since all 3 of them were beginners, they taught each other together. Yanbai, of course, did not neglect his own studies. While reviewing his high school textbooks, he also immersed himself in researching radio technology. A year later, news of the college entrance examinations revival reached them, igniting excitement among the educated youth, who eagerly began gathering study materials. Yanbai possessed the most comprehensive resources and generously lent them to Zhao Man and others, allowing them to transcribe and study from them. He had already informed Luo Shueisheng about the potential reinstatement of the exam, so he remained calm. Wherever Yanbai went, he took his family along. Over the year, he had saved a considerable amount of money, making a small business venture in the provincial capital feasible. Moreover, as his experiences broadened, so did his perspectives and insights. With larger cities come greater opportunities. During this year, he even visited the capital twice, having heard that the finest universities resided there. He was confident that his astute Yanbai would surely gain admission to the best institution, and he intended to arrange everything for him, ensuring he led the most fulfilling life possible. As the day of the college entrance examination approached, the young intellectuals of Kaoshan village were filled with fervor. Yet Gu Xiangdong chose not to partake in this pivotal event. That year had been akin to a hellish ordeal for him. Feng Aigua, having lost everything, seemingly regarded Gu Xiangdong as the sole possession he could cling to, holding on tightly. Gu Xiangdong found it utterly impossible to study, as Feng Aigua forbade him. Aware of the examination's impending arrival, Gu Xiangdong had previously informed him, and how could Feng Aigua allow him a chance to soar? If Gu Xiangdong were to leave, Feng Aigua would truly be left with nothing. Feng Aigua brought Gu Xiangdong to stay at his home, entirely indifferent to the opinions of others. The villagers were also reluctant to intervene, making it a topic too delicate to address. On that day, Gu Xiangdong sat by the window, his gaze hollow as he watched the young intellectuals pass by in laughter aboard ox carts, en route to the examination. Feng Aigua entered and followed Gu Xiangdong's line of sight, sneering, still thinking about the exam. Stop dreaming. Just serve me faithfully, and I might show you some kindness. Gu Xiangdong, lost in thought, turned to behold the disheveled and repugnant Feng Aigua, then glanced at the iron chains binding his feet. In a sudden frenzy, he howled, "No, this is not how it should be. Everything has unraveled. Yanbai is a monster who has destroyed my life and taken everything from me." Feng Aigua scoffed. "Who is Yanbai? You're not even worthy to carry his shoes." Unfazed by Gu Xiangdong's madness, Feng Aigua closed the door and left, indifferent to the state of his companion as long as Gu Xiangdong remained by his side. Soon, the examination results were announced. Among the 8 young intellectuals from Kaoshan village, only Gu Xiangdong had failed to pass. In comparison to other villages, their success was remarkable, especially with Yanbai emerging as the top scholar. Zhao Man looked at Yanbai with gratitude, saying, "Yanbai, had it not been for your encouragement to persevere in our studies and your provision of resources, we would not have succeeded. Thank you." Yanbai waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing. The village head felt a sense of pride and organized a grand farewell ceremony for them. No one anticipated that the following day, as Yanbai departed, he would take along the Luo family, a matter that quickly became the talk of Kaoshan village. It took more than a decade for them to realize that Yanbai and Luo Shueisheng had long been entangled, yet no one looked down upon them. For by then, Yanbai had risen to prominence, having developed an electronic system that significantly enhanced the performance of submarines in conjunction with his brother's nuclear submarine project. Both had achieved remarkable success. Luo Shueisheng had become immensely wealthy, providing unlimited financial support for Yanbai's research endeavors. What was there to criticize about two such illustrious individuals finding mutual respect and companionship? Observing their harmonious coexistence, who would dare voice dissent? Yanbai's brother, as in a previous life, had made notable achievements aboard attack submarines, becoming a heavyweight figure. Meanwhile, Shuren, at the tender age of 28, had entered the Tianlang team, establishing himself as a formidable character commanding thousands of subordinates, a person not to be trifled with. Xiao Tao, having mastered multiple languages, became an outstanding translator, sought after by influential figures across various sectors. Apart from her exceptional real-time translation abilities, she possesses a dignified yet incisive charm that has deftly dismantled the verbal traps set by those who hold themselves in high regard. Additionally, she has astutely identified contractual loopholes for numerous affluent businessmen, thus forging connections with many influential figures, resulting in an extensive network. Should one wish to oppose Yanbai and Luo Shueisheng, it will be prudent to first ascertain whether these two families consent. As time flows inexorably, Gu Xiangdong, experiencing a parallel existence, also comes across this news. Yanbai and Luo Shueisheng have achieved even greater heights than in their previous lives. Gu Xiangdong wrestles with confusion. Having been reborn, he finds his current life more tragic than the last. What then is the purpose of his reincarnation? Yanbai departed first. In this life, he has never endured the hardships of existence, yet he left before Luo Shueisheng, who has borne the brunt of life's trials. In his final moments, the circular pendant around his neck shimmered with luminescence, as a small void filled with color, becoming more resplendent. Luo Shueisheng cradled Yanbai, his voice devoid of sorrow, yet imbued with profound reluctance. Bye-bye, I shall join you soon. Ding. Detection of target character's villainous corruption value at 0. Mission accomplished. The story concludes. Volume 4. The Bandit and His Captive Wife, Chapter 44. The Captive Wife, An Unexpected Turn of Events, 6,000 Worlds. The Third Realm's Peach Blossom Debt. Ding. Detection of target character, Yi Fan. Ding. Current villainous corruption value at 50. Yanbai languidly reclined in a grand armchair, draped in a loose-fitting red robe that revealed a generous expanse of dense chest hair, his visage adorned with a scruffy beard, embodying an unabashed masculinity. He gazed at his own chest hair for an extended period, still struggling to reconcile with his reality. Must the original owner have disguised himself so thoroughly? It was one thing to wear a full beard, but to sport a chest that rivaled that of a baboon was altogether excessive. Yanbai lifted his gaze once more, locking eyes with the handsome man bound upon the bed. Faced with the mess left by the original owner, he felt a sense of existential despair. Nine-tailed fox, please recount this to me once more. The nine-tailed fox, with a sigh of resignation, reiterated, the man before you is the antagonist Yi Fan, a martial general under Prince Beichenyu, who has come to apprehend you, the bandit. In essence, this tale narrates the journey of the protagonist, Prince Beichenyu, and the supporting character, County Guard Jun Mo Lee, as they navigate myriad obstacles to ultimately find love. One life, one soul, one pair. You and the antagonist serve merely as collateral damage along their path, enhancing the richness of the protagonist's romance. The prince is currently stationed at Qing, Shui County below, having dispatched Yi Fan to act as an insider. You are the bandit chief of Peach Blossom Mountain, known as Tian Shao Yi, your stronghold being strategically formidable and difficult to breach. Renowned for your fondness for handsome youths, it just so happens that Yi Fan possesses striking beauty. Hence, They have devised this captivating scheme, and indeed, you have ensnared the passing Yi Fan from below the mountain, preparing to consummate your union with him this very night. Yanbai stroked his chin, his gaze somewhat lecherous as he regarded Yi Fan, the man before him exuding a gentle elegance, undeniably alluring. While he was indeed handsome, possessing a rare beauty, he did not appear inclined to comply willingly with the impending consummation. The nine-tailed fox fell into a moment of silence. He certainly would not share a bed with you. He is a master, a champion in martial arts, after all. Who else would dare to venture alone up the mountain? In the original storyline, the character Tian Xiaoye is a naive and innocent soul who falls head over heels for him, intending to force her affections upon him, only to be soundly beaten by Yi Fan. Unexpectedly, that beating kindled feelings, and the original protagonist grew even fonder of Yi Fan, determined to win his heart with genuine sincerity. Each day, she took Yi Fan to gaze at the stars, admire the moon, and explore the terrain of Peach Blossom Mountain, unaware that Yi Fan was merely surveying the landscape to find a tactical advantage for an assault. As time passed in the mountains, Yi Fan discovered that the naive Tian Xiaoye was, in fact, a kind-hearted individual. The heinous acts attributed to him by the outside world were actually the misdeeds of the hypocritical Jun Mo Li, who had framed him. Consequently, Yi Fan descended the mountain to seek out Prince Baichunyu and stood on Tian Xiaoye's side, recounting Jun Mo Li's numerous crimes. At that moment, however, Baichunyu, having developed feelings for Jun Mo Li during their brief acquaintance, was not inclined to sever ties over such trivial faults. In narratives of mindless romance, it is always about choosing beauty over power. How could Baichunyu jeopardize his beloved over minor transgressions? Thus, he directly bestowed upon Yi Fan a cup of poisoned wine, ruthlessly eliminating the unsuspecting antagonist. Even in death, Jun Mo Li's reputation was not spared. Baichunyu accused him of colluding with the leader of Peach Blossom Village, Tian Xiaoye, branding him a grave criminal and displaying his corpse upon the city walls. Upon witnessing the demise of the one he adored, the love-struck Tian Xiaoye, in a fit of rage, descended the mountain, losing her advantageous position. Outnumbered, Tian Xiaoye was slain, and Peach Blossom Village met its end. Meanwhile, Yunmo Li, moved by Baichunyu's defense, agreed to be with him. Subsequently, the male protagonist ascended to the throne, appointing the male lead as prime minister, thus plunging the heavenly order into chaos and causing the collapse of the small world. Great Lord of Demons, do not drool. The antagonist before you is not someone you can conquer. He is a martial arts champion. Think of a way to avoid a beating. The Demon Lord sighed deeply, lamenting the fact that such a fine physique could not be enjoyed. Yanbai suddenly rose, taking a couple of steps towards Yi Fan, who regarded him with caution. "I wish to have you," he declared. The Demon Lord was indeed courting disaster. Yanbai swiftly changed his tone, but not at this moment. He poured a glass of wine from the small table beside Yi Fan onto the floor. "This wine is not safe. My subordinates, eager to please me and ensure your compliance, have tampered with it." Yi Fan was somewhat surprised, lifting his gaze to meet Yanbai's, his expression unchanged, curious to see what trickery this notorious village leader had in store. Yanbai continued, "I am indeed tempted by your form, but such matters require mutual consent. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you." He retrieved a knife from a row hanging on the wall and cut the ropes binding Yi Fan. However, he discovered that among the tangled ropes lay a severed end, indicating that Yi Fan had already managed to break free from his restraints. Yanbai's lips twitched, feigning ignorance. "I shall keep you for half a month. You will accompany me in my daily life. If after this period you still do not harbor feelings for me, you may leave, and I shall not hinder you." Yanbai, having concluded his words, turned and seated himself before a grand dressing table adorned with a towering copper mirror. He had absorbed the memories of the original owner and was somewhat prepared, yet gazing at the reflection before him still stirred a tumult of emotions within. The visage in the mirror bore a rugged, unkempt beard and a loose, crimson outer garment that revealed a substantial expanse of chest, thickly adorned with hair. With great care, Yanbai began to peel away the false beard from his face, unveiling a delicate and youthful countenance. He proceeded to remove the copious artificial chest hair as well. As he descended from the bed, rubbing his sore wrists, Yi Fan's pupils dilated in disbelief. "Are you a woman?" Yanbai shot him a sidelong glance, exasperated. "Are you blind?" Yi Fan's incredulity was not unwarranted. Devoid of the false beard and chest hair, Yanbai's skin was exquisitely fair, and his round face was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of an enchanting young girl. Yanbai understood well that the original owner, possessing such a doll-like face, was hardly capable of embodying the imposing demeanor of a mountain bandit, thus resorting to such disguises to enhance his masculinity. However, the subpar glue of that ancient era was far from satisfactory, and Yanbai found himself rubbing his somewhat sore chest. Yi Fan, catching sight of the excessively delicate area, quickly averted his gaze in embarrassment. Yanbai sighed deeply. "This chest hair cannot be applied again tomorrow." Yi Fan stood by a wall lined with swords and knives, silently observing. The notoriety of the Peach Blossom Village chief, Tian Xiaoye, was indeed dismal. His misdeeds were numerous, bringing hardship to the citizens of Qingshui County, inciting widespread grievances. It was only then that Prince Beichunyu took it upon himself to lead elite troops for a siege. Upon meeting the county magistrate, Jun Moli, and hearing of the many atrocities committed by the Peach Blossom Village, Yi Fan found it exceedingly difficult to harbor any fondness for this bandit chief. In a mirror, Yanbai beheld a tall and elegant figure, broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, with long, dark hair cascading down to his waist. Even from behind, he was an object of desire. Yanbai swallowed reflexively, forcing himself to suppress his burgeoning lust. With a casual attempt at conversation, he inquired, "Your name is Yi Fan, is it not?" Yi Fan turned, his every movement exuding an air of refined elegance, not at all reminiscent of a warrior, but rather akin to a scholar. "Indeed, I am Yi Fan," he replied. Yanbai, observing his scholarly demeanor, recalled Yi Fan's status as a martial champion, and a pang of annoyance struck him. Nine-tailed fox, he mused, recognizing that such a noble bearing could not have been cultivated in a mere day or two. His identity could not solely be that of a martial champion. Is there perhaps a hidden identity? The nine-tailed fox promptly responded, "I shall investigate." Yanbai turned to gaze intently at Yi Fan, his eyes appraising him from head to toe. Yet in conjunction with his current youthful visage, there was an inexplicable dissonance. "Little Fan, let us establish some ground rules. For the next fortnight, we shall share meals and lodging. Unless you choose to abandon your modesty, I shall not lay a finger on you. Let us endeavor to understand one another, and you are forbidden from displaying any lewdness." Yi Fan, taken aback, was left with a furrowed brow, realizing the bandit chief before him spoke in such crude terms, undeniably revealing himself as a lecher. Yanbai observed the distress etched upon his face, even as he endeavored to conceal it. Amused inwardly, he continued to tease him, suggesting, "If we cultivate feelings, we shall become husband and wife. If not, then merely friends. When the time comes, I shall respectfully escort you down the mountain. A fair trade. Wouldn't you agree?" Yi Fan had initially intended to remain close to Tian Xiaoye, as proximity would facilitate his exploration of the terrain. "Very well. Let's set a period of half a month." As Yi Fan gazed upon the charmingly radiant countenance before him, he pondered the incongruity between this delightful visage and the notorious reputation that preceded it. The notorious leader of the Peach Blossom Village, Tian Xiaoye, had been infamous for a decade, yet the individual before him appeared no older than 17 or 18. Was there perhaps some misunderstanding? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Yi Fan inquired, "How old are you?" In truth, Tian Xiaoye's body was already 28, 5 years his senior, hardly youthful by any measure. Yet, that cherubic face seemed eternally youthful, forever reminiscent of 18. The Demon Lord could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards this enchanting face, questioning how it could possibly befit his formidable presence. With a slightly fierce tone, he retorted, "I am older than you. Should you not believe it, take a look. Certainly old enough to be your husband." What kind of brazen words are these? Yi Fan thought, lowering his gaze to conceal the disdain flickering in his eyes. Truly, Tian Xiaoye was nothing but a ruffian, utterly uncouth. After a bout of frenzy, Yanbai found satisfaction in seeing Yi Fan more uncomfortable than himself, rising to freshen up in the adjoining space. Although his quarters were not lavish, they were adequately furnished. A simple screen separated a bathing area, complete with a large wooden tub filled with warm water prepared by his attendants. Previously, Yanbai had felt discomfort due to the hair against his chest. Disregarding Yi Fan entirely as he leapt into the tub, the sound of water splashing nearby reminded Yi Fan of Yanbai's delicate chest, stirring a sense of unease within him. Seizing the moment of solitude, he hastily searched the room, hoping to uncover a map or something of the sort. Yet after an extensive search, he found nothing of significance. The splashing ceased, and Yanbai emerged, prompting Yi Fan to stand at attention, immediately adopting a respectful posture. Clad in pristine white undergarments, with damp hair cascading down, Yanbai's attire clung to him, revealing hints of flesh beneath, exuding an alluring charm. Coupled with his youthful visage, he embodied both innocence and desire. With a yawn, Yanbai revealed his fatigue, promptly turning to lie upon the bed. Propping his head with one hand, he regarded the somewhat restrained Yi Fan with a playful smile, beckoning with his other hand, "Xiao Fan Fan, come here." Yi Fan cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, replying, "Please rest first, village master. I shall freshen up." With that, he turned to leave, and Yanbai chuckled at the sight of his hasty retreat, wondering if he was still a novice. The nine-tailed fox sighed, noting that Tian Xiao Yi was, in fact, also a novice. Feeling somewhat deflated, Yanbai yawned once more, tracing the circular pendant around his neck, resolutely deciding he would not remain inexperienced for long. He must win Yi Fan over within the fortnight. Seated beside the screen, the large wooden tub still emitted a veil of steam, which added an air of vexation to the atmosphere. With his keen senses, Yi Fan awaited until he could hear Yanbai's breathing become steady before re-entering the room. Whereupon he found Yanbai sprawled out, blissfully asleep and devoid of decorum. He lay beside Yanbai on half of the bed, not daring to fall into a deep slumber, merely closing his eyes to rest. In the morning, Yanbai opened his drowsy eyes, and Yi Fan had already completed his morning routine, gazing out from the window. Yanbai's sleeping posture was far from graceful. At this moment, his clothing was disheveled, revealing a large expanse of his porcelain-like collarbone. The sound of his getting up startled Yi Fan, who turned to behold the enchanting sight of a beauty awakening. His eyes flickering momentarily, Yi Fan hastily averted his gaze, looking out the window instead. Peach Blossom Village was nestled within mountains, surrounded by a basin, with only a single chasm leading outward, truly a land of abundance. Yanbai's room was situated halfway up the mountain, providing an unobstructed view of the basin below. A splendid panorama indeed. The basin was extensive, encircled at the foot of the mountains by countless wooden houses, numbering in the thousands. In the center lay a vast expanse of cultivated land, now in autumn, with waves of golden wheat rolling across the fields. At the foot of the mountains, wisps of smoke curled upwards from the houses, where a few women and children wandered about, and numerous men tended to the fields, weeding and watering, their faces radiant with smiles, portraying a scene of tranquil contentment. This starkly contrasted with Yi Fan's preconceived notions of a bandit stronghold, leading him to fleetingly believe he had stumbled upon a hidden paradise. Yanbai was at the mirror, applying glue for his beard, grumbling as he did so. "This glue is terrible. It hurts my face." Yi Fan, regaining focus, observed his displeasure, his gaze flickering as he approached Yanbai's vanity. Picking up the bowl of glue in front of him, he sniffed it, confirming its poor quality. "I shall write down a few materials for you. Have someone prepare them, and I will assist you in concocting a new glue." Yanbai raised an eyebrow, his habitual charm surfacing. "Xiao Fan Fan, truly talented and resourceful. How shall I ever repay you for your thoughtful efforts? Perhaps with your body?" Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly. Having known the village chief for merely a day, he felt he had yet to understand him fully. Yanbai stood, drawing closer, his fingers lightly tapping at Yi Fan's chest, his large, round eyes feigning seduction. Yet, due to his appearance, it only appeared endearing. "I wouldn't mind if you got to know me quickly. Don't you wish to remove my clothing and thoroughly understand every inch of me?" Yi Fan firmly grasped the finger that was causing mischief at his chest, his gentle countenance betraying no anger at the offense, calmly responding, "Do not rush, Chief. We have a lengthy 15 days ahead of us. Wine only becomes more fragrant with age." Yanbai paused, suddenly realizing, wait, the nine-tailed fox. Is he attempting to entice me? The nine-tailed fox, weary from a night of investigation, had unearthed some intriguing information. Now observing Yi Fan, his mood became somewhat complex. "My lord, do not be bewitched by his beauty. He's clearly trying to deceive you." Yanbai vehemently disagreed. "No, he loves me. He simply does not yet realize it." The nine-tailed fox retorted, "How can that be? This child of fortune is evidently smitten with you, playing a game of seduction and retreat. It's truly shameful." The once amusing fox was now merely flattering him. The child of fortune in front of him was constantly scheming against him. Yanbai abruptly released Yi Fan's hand, hastily scribbling down the formula for the glue. "This chief is quite busy," the nine-tailed fox exclaimed. "Why turn your back so quickly?" Chapter 46. The Lady of the Stronghold. Yi Fan discreetly placed the hand that had just grasped Yanbai behind him, disdainfully wiping it against his clothing. However, his subtle gesture was entirely captured by the copper mirror, prompting Yanbai to narrow his eyes dangerously. It appeared that someone was rather defiant. How amusing. Yi Fan took a piece of paper and a pen to write a note, which he handed to Yanbai. Yanbai casually tucked it into his pocket. He truly wished to avoid the chest hair and had donned a garment that completely concealed his chest. Rising, he announced, "Xiao Fan, let us go. I shall take you for breakfast." Yi Fan obediently followed behind him, resembling a compliant little wife. To Yi Fan's astonishment, Yanbai led him to a vast shelter. A long table was laden with several large porcelain jars, emitting wisps of steam, likely containing porridge or soup, alongside heaps of steamed buns, fried dough cakes, eggs, and 2 types of pickles, all arranged in abundance. Piles of clean bowls and chopsticks were set nearby. A few women were frying dough cakes over a makeshift stove not far off, delivering them to the table once prepared. Several long, makeshift tables were set up under the shelter, bustling with at least dozens of people, with more arriving and departing continuously. Each newcomer took a large bowl, selecting their desired items from the side table before finding an empty seat to enjoy their meal. Yi Fan was taken aback. This stronghold offered him countless surprises. Although the food was simple, such a breakfast was considered quite lavish among the common folk. The quality of life for the bandits on this mountain was surprisingly good. Yi Fan had not anticipated that Yanbai would partake in the same fare as them. Though the breakfast was abundant, it seemed somewhat modest for a leader of a stronghold. While lost in thought, Yanbai had already brought him to the long table, advising, "Take as much as you desire, but do not waste." Yi Fan replied, "I suspect you are seeking revenge, and I have evidence." Yanbai casually filled a bowl with plain porridge, topped it with some pickles, and took a bun, making his way to an empty seat. Along the way, several individuals greeted him. "Leader, you're a bit late today. You look quite dignified. Indeed, a man with a family is different." "Leader, we heard you married a young man yesterday. I trust you had a delightful evening? This must be your young spouse. How striking he is." Most of these individuals were young men, dressed in a somewhat disheveled manner, their postures casual, lending an air of irreverence to the stronghold, reminiscent of a bandit camp. Yanbai engaged with them jovially, exuding a down-to-earth charm. Yi Fan casually filled his bowl with porridge and took a bun, sitting beside Yanbai, nibbling on the bun with indifference. Some bandits nearby could not help but stare at Yi Fan. His nonchalant demeanor, however, radiated an elegance, as if he were dining on a grand feast. Having been blessed with exceptional looks from a young age, he was accustomed to such gazes and paid them no mind, focusing solely on the bun in his hand. Yet, Yanbai was displeased, remarking, "Refrain from staring. You might frighten my beautiful companion." The onlookers immediately lowered their heads, too intimidated to glance up. Yanbai wrapped an arm around Yi Fan's shoulders, reassuringly declaring, "Fear not. I shall protect you." Yi Fan raised his gaze to Yanbai. "Sir, you have a leaf stuck in your teeth." Yanbai immediately released the person he was holding and glanced at the bun in his hand, which was filled purely with meat. Where could a leaf possibly come from? This rascal was teasing him again. How infuriating. Yi Fan smirked, finding the flavor of this makeshift steamed bun rather delightful. After they finished their meal, Yanbai stood up to leave, and Yi Fan promptly followed him like a devoted little shadow. At that moment, two young scholars approached Yanbai, each holding a notebook and a pen, reporting as they walked. Chief, there is only a month left until the autumn harvest. This year, the weather has been favorable, and the crops are flourishing. We anticipate a yield of 8,000 stones. We won't need to purchase additional grain. It should be sufficient, and perhaps we could save some. Yanbai nodded. That's good. Any surplus grain should be stored properly. We must avoid attracting rodents. One never knows when the heavens may become temperamental and deny us sustenance. If we have an abundance, we should save some. Understood, Chief. This month, we need to procure vegetables and salt. Shall we maintain the usual quantity for a month? Yanbai seemed to recall something. Yes, let us stick to a month's supply. I remember that some villagers have a habit of storing large cabbages and radishes for pickling in the autumn. Inquire if they require assistance. If so, let us buy extra for them, with the funds coming from the public treasury. It won't cost much, and they can prepare more to share with those villagers who haven't tasted it. Very well. At this moment, the man holding the documented notes turned to leave, but Yanbai called him back, retrieving a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to him. Prepare the items on this list and place them in my room. The man carefully unfolded the paper, noting that the items were all commonplace and of little quantity, thus easily obtainable. Understood, Chief. Yi Fan observed the transformation of his list into such a state with a hint of helplessness. After the man departed with the paper, the other stepped forward. Chief, the tea shops in the south are performing well this month. We have garnered a profit of 5,200 taels. Oh, a profit in just 3 months. The shopkeeper is commendable. Grant him 0.5% of the profits to encourage his efforts. Indeed, the accounts from the silk shops in the north have also arrived, but the situation is not promising. Profits have dropped by 10%. Yanbai's brows furrowed dangerously. 3 consecutive months of losses. What is that Wong shopkeeper doing? With his rugged appearance, adorned with a full beard, he radiated an imposing aura when angered. Indeed, we have faced losses for 3 months straight. Wong sent a letter requesting permission to sell some lower-priced goods, claiming our premium products aren't moving. Nonsense. In these turbulent times, the common folk can barely afford to eat. Who has spare money for silk? I will only sell top-tier goods to profit from the corrupt officials. I am redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor. That Wong is merely making excuses for his failures. He knows I would never agree to selling cheaper goods. That old fox has ulterior motives. Should we send someone to investigate? Yes, send Sun Xiaoman on a covert visit. I suspect that rascal is up to something. As autumn arrives, it marks a prosperous period for the silk trade. Did he truly expect me to endure 3 consecutive losses? Does he take me for a fool? I shall gather evidence from Sun Xiaoman. I want him to relinquish everything he has consumed. If it genuinely stems from his incompetence, let him return to a life of leisure, and I shall provide for him indefinitely. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoman will manage the shop, and I shall assume the role of the new steward. Very well, the village chief remarked before departing with his ledger. Yefan, who had been silently trailing behind like an invisible specter, lifted his gaze to observe Yanbai's retreating figure, his eyes lingering for an extended moment. The village chief, though seemingly rough around the edges, exhibited remarkable acumen in commerce and management, a rare talent indeed, which explains the meticulous order of Taohua village. It is unfortunate that his character is lacking. Yefan couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. At that moment, the two arrived at a relatively spacious courtyard, where the clear voices of children reciting their lessons echoed. Yefan paused, looking up to see a simple sign above the entrance, elegantly inscribed with the words, Academy. Once again, Yefan's worldview shattered. An academy within a bandit's lair? One astonishing notion. Just then, a refined elderly gentleman, noticing their presence, instructed the children to continue their recitation and approach them. Village chief, you have arrived? Indeed. Are there any mischievous little rascals today? The elderly man smiled kindly. What child is not mischievous? It is merely a consequence of their previous indulgence. After some time spent in education, they will naturally come to understand decorum and righteousness. Yanbai nodded. Your dedication is commendable. It is indeed a sacrifice for one of your esteemed knowledge to teach these village children. The elderly man stroked his beard, his smile genuine. Not at all. I must express my gratitude to you, village chief, for providing this destitute soul with a haven. Allowing me to educate these innocent children brings me great joy. Yefan felt a sense of familiarity towards the elderly gentleman, and suddenly recalled that he was a renowned scholar who, 3 years prior, had incurred the emperor's wrath with a petition on behalf of the people, resulting in his exile 3,000 miles away. It was an unexpected reunion in this place. They had met briefly when Yefan had just entered the court, but given the elderly man's high position, he likely had not noticed Yefan. Yefan slightly lowered his head, diminishing his presence. What other surprises does Taohua village hold? Chapter 47. The village chief's consort Yanbai and the elderly gentleman exchanged a few more pleasantries. At this moment, Yanbai had shed his previous demeanor, adopting a composed and dignified manner, speaking with elegance, in stark contrast to his earlier casual and coarse exchanges with his subordinates. Yefan listened intently, his mind filled with uncertainty. He had not anticipated that Tian Xiaoye possessed such duality, seemingly well-versed in knowledge. Yanbai did not wish to disturb the elderly gentleman for long. After a brief conversation, he exited the academy and strolled along the edge of the farmland. The elderly man observed Yefan's silhouette, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. He pondered for a moment, but could not discern the reason. Yanbai led Yefan through several turns, ascending some steps, until they arrived at a vast open space resembling a martial arts arena, where simple weapons were displayed on racks. At least 2,000 individuals were divided into small formations, practicing their techniques. On a high platform, a robust middle-aged man demonstrated a set of boxing techniques. Yifan observed for a while and was astonished to discover that the individual displayed considerable martial prowess. Below the stage, every 20 people formed a small square unit, each unit having a leader demonstrating standard techniques. Once a complete set of moves was practiced, they transitioned into a one-on-one combat phase, showcasing a rather advanced training methodology. These individuals were evidently the bandits under Tian Xiaoye's command. Yet, Yifan felt an odd illusion. These people resembled disciplined soldiers, approaching their training with a seriousness and rigor that rivaled that of a regular army. This group was anything but a rabble. If faced against the royal troops, they would certainly pose a challenge. If a confrontation ensued, it could become quite troublesome. Although the prince had brought 5,000 soldiers, the terrain of Taohua Zhai was defensively advantageous, and unless a shortcut to ascend the mountain could be found, the battle would indeed be difficult. Yifan inquired of Yin by whether only these 2,000 individuals were undergoing training on the mountain. Yanbai, with a smirk that seemed to mock, glanced at him sidelong, as if to say that the villain's schemes were all too apparent. Are you also planning to serve me, little Fan? There's no need. If you truly wish to be of service, just behave obediently in bed. Yifan, caught between embarrassment and indignation, couldn't help but retort if it comes to that. Perhaps the one who should be obedient should be the chieftain. After uttering these words, Yifan regretted them. Why was he even engaging in a war of words with this rogue chieftain over an improbable scenario? Truly, one is influenced by their surroundings. And he found himself veering off course. Observing his vexation, Yanbai was secretly amused and leaned in to whisper, I am the chieftain, and you are the chieftain's consort. Who do you think ought to be obedient? Yifan's mouth moved faster than his brain. The chieftain's consort. Is that correct? Yanbai retorted, is this rebellious child plotting a coup? This time, the nine-tailed fox could hardly contain its laughter, and upon seeing the fox rolling with mirth in his consciousness, Yanbai kicked it away in exasperation. Annoyed, he fell silent and strode ahead, while Yifan let out a sigh of relief. After observing for a considerable time, Yifan had not gained much insight into the terrain, but his worldview had nearly shattered. At noon, they once again dined at the usual spot, though the variety of dishes had significantly increased, including fish, meat, and vegetables, all of which were self-served. The individuals seen earlier at the training ground gradually arrived, but the atmosphere remained unhurried, suggesting that they had prearranged their time slots. The food was freshly prepared and continuously brought out, ensuring both supply and flavor. Yifan suddenly found this dining method quite advanced, as it saved time and, importantly, minimized waste. He contemplated that such an approach should be implemented in more places. After a busy morning, Yanbai had scarcely paused. Following lunch, he returned to his quarters. Yet he remained occupied in his study, with people frequently entering to consult him on various matters. Shortly thereafter, a young man dressed as a peddler entered, looking quite competent. And without any formal greeting, he went straight to the teapot in front of Yanbai. After gulping down 3 cups of warm tea, he finally sat down, appearing somewhat fatigued. Yanbai regarded his own cup with mild disdain. "You've used my cup again." Tang Mo, removing the peddler's hat from his head, replied, "Brother Xiao Yi, let us not dwell on it. I've ridden all day without food or drink just to deliver news quickly. A couple of sips of your tea is hardly worth your reprimand." The individual known as Tang Mo is remarkably astute, having grown up alongside Tian Xiaoya, forming an unbreakable bond of trust between them. Tang Mo abhors constraints and cannot endure the monotony of being confined to Peach Blossom Mountain. Thus, he has been assigned the responsibilities of external relations and intelligence gathering. What significant event has transpired? Yanbai is aware that there is no grave matter. This esteemed gentleman would not be so fervently rushing. Immediately, Tang Mo seemed revitalized, his tone brimming with excitement. The current emperor is devoid of compassion, and the tax burden is already heavy. That rascal Jun Mo Li has imposed an additional 30% tax throughout the entire Qingshui County, leaving the common folk barely able to survive. Unexpectedly, a new county magistrate has been appointed in Sang Village, purportedly orchestrated by Jun Mo Li, who is his confidant. This magistrate, emboldened by his newfound patronage, has also raised the tax by another 30% upon taking office. Previously, Sang Village was the most prosperous county in all of Qingshui, thanks to the abundance of wild mulberry trees, allowing villagers to thrive by harvesting and rearing silkworms to supplement their incomes. However, this ingenious magistrate, in a moment of folly, introduced a mulberry leaf tax, imposing heavy levies on those who ventured into the mountains to collect leaves. Many deemed this tax exorbitant and unprofitable, opting to cease silkworm rearing altogether. Consequently, this brilliant magistrate, under the pretense of silkworm extermination, confiscated vast amounts of wealth, leading many families to ruin. Now, half of Sang Village finds itself in dire straits, struggling to make ends meet. In desperation, they organized a group to petition the county governor Jun Mo Li for redress. However, upon discovery, the magistrate apprehended numerous individuals, throwing them into prison. Some managed to escape and sought to raise their grievances in Qingshui County, only to find themselves imprisoned by Jun Mo Li as well. They were naive to believe that without Jun Mo Li's tacit approval, the magistrate would dare to act so brazenly. Ye Fan, sitting upright, was taken aback by the shocking malevolence of the situation, scrutinizing Tang Mo's expression in search of any signs of deceit. Yanbai furrowed his brow, questioning whether Tang Mo suspected collusion or had indeed uncovered evidence. Tang Mo produced several letters, an account book, and a stack of banknotes from his possession, presenting them to Yanbai. "I have gathered irrefutable evidence this time. I ventured into the magistrate's private treasury and discovered letters exchanged between him and Jun Mo Li. I also intercepted one of his confidants along the way, seizing these banknotes and a letter. Behold, their malevolence knows no bounds." Yanbai immediately seized the letters. Yifan, seated beside him, caught a glimpse of the characters and instantly recognized Jun Mo Li's handwriting. It was indeed authentic. "This prodigious talent, Jun Mo Li, had once made a name for himself in the capital with his literary prowess, and his exquisite calligraphy was widely admired. His poetry collection had gained popularity in the capital for a time. Yi Fan, having been a contemporary of his in both civil and martial examinations, had the fortune of viewing Jun Mo Li's authentic script, which bore the same elegant style. However, their paths diverged thereafter. Jun Mo Li voluntarily departed the capital for official duties, becoming a county governor, while Yi Fan remained in the capital. Later caught the eye of the crown prince and was appointed to his side. Yi Fan appeared composed, yet internally, he was profoundly shaken. Just days prior, he and the Crown Prince had secretly visited Qingshui County and engaged in several discussions with Jun Li. However, Jun Li, a paragon of virtue, eloquent in speech, elicits a certain fondness upon first encounter, which starkly contrasts with the image portrayed by Tang Mo. Yet, Yi Fan finds himself hesitant to trust his instincts, as his worldview has been incessantly challenged throughout the day. His identity remains undisclosed, and there is no reason for Tian Xiaoyi to feign in his presence. Thus, what could the truth be? Chapter 48. The Lady of the Stronghold. After Yanbai perused all the letters, he set them aside and engaged in conversation with Tang Mo. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan scrutinized the contents of the letters, confirming their authenticity yet again, which weighed heavily on his heart. From a young age, he had been taught to prioritize the welfare of the people, fervently dedicating himself to the court. However, his enthusiasm has waned under the relentless cruelty of reality. The tyrannical emperor, the corrupt court, and the mediocre crown prince have left him feeling utterly powerless. Were it not for his concern for the common folk, he might have succumbed to disappointment and departed during these 3 arduous years. Yet, the sense of responsibility and mission within him forbids him from seeking personal solace. He can only strive with all his might to advocate for the populace. Today, although he cannot fully ascertain the truth of Sang Sang village, he harbors a faint premonition that Tang Mo's assertions may indeed reflect reality, which serves as yet another blow to him. Tang Mo addressed Yanbai, saying, Xiaoyi, there are over 300 people and 57 households in Sang Sang village. We must bring them to the mountains, or they will not survive. Yifan. This notion struck him as somewhat peculiar, yet entirely rational. Aren't bandits meant to seize possessions? Yanbai hesitated to acquiesce and summoned a scholar-like individual from the guards at the entrance. This man, named Nyo, was responsible for the internal affairs of Taohua Stronghold. Though his name might seem coarse, he was meticulous in nature, and his contributions were significant in maintaining the current order of the stronghold. Upon Nyo's arrival, Yanbai inquired, if we were to add 57 households and over 300 people to the stronghold, could we sustain them? Nyo, dressed in scholarly attire, swiftly perused his ledger. Currently, the stronghold has over 60 vacant rooms, which I had previously arranged during idle times for potential marriages and families. As you are aware that there are many bachelors here, we could temporarily allocate these rooms for their use. There is sufficient space. However, before the autumn harvest next year, with 300 additional mouths to feed, we may face a food shortage. Let me calculate how much we would lack. Producing an abacus from his pocket, Nyo began to click away, and in no time, he arrived at a figure stating, we will be short approximately 500 stones of grain. But this is not a significant issue, as we can purchase it. Roughly 2,000 taels should suffice. Additionally, considering the essential items required for settling down, we will need another 2,000 taels. There are enough funds in the account for temporary arrangements. The long-term concern, however, lies in our limited arable land. With 300 more people, it will be increasingly challenging to maintain self-sufficiency in food production. Our stronghold currently houses over 10,000 individuals, and with the prospect of more births, our numbers will inevitably swell. Nyo paused, his silence conveying a clear message. From a long-term development perspective, he was evidently opposed to the acceptance of new inhabitants. Tang Mo, known for his forthright nature, immediately expressed his displeasure. Nyo, that is rather ungrateful of you. Remember the days when you could barely survive outside? The chief rescued you back then. How can you now turn a blind eye to those in a similar plight? Nyo, with his gentle disposition, sighed deeply. There are tens of thousands in the Great Qi Kingdom, and even in Qingshui County, there are several thousand. How many of them are truly living well? Can we save them all? Our territory is not vast, and should we attract the attention of the court, I fear we may not be able to protect these people. Tang Mo fell silent for a moment, his anger simmering, but it was not directed at Nyo. It was all the fault of that old emperor. Over 20 years ago, even as the previous dynasty was beginning to decline, life was not nearly as harsh as it is now. Ye Fan, who had remained quiet until now, lifted his gaze upon hearing these words. A flicker of emotion briefly crossing his eyes, though it was difficult to discern. Yanbai gestured dismissively to the two, stating, "What good is complaining? Regardless of what the future holds, if we neglect these 300 individuals, they will have no future at all. Our business is thriving at the moment. We can afford to bring them back for now." Anyo raised no objections, and Tang Mos spirits lifted immediately. "Xiao Yi, you truly have the audacity. Even as a child in short pants, your aim was better than others. I always knew you were destined for great things." Yanbai retorted, "I've told you countless times to read more. What nonsense are you spouting? Focus on how we can discreetly bring these people back. Over 300 is no small number. And it won't be easy to do so without alerting Jun Mo Lee, the county magistrate." Tang Mo chuckled. "What difficulty is this? We shall employ the old methods." After saying this, he cast a wary glance at the enigmatic Yefan. Is this person reliable? Yanbai shot a sly look at Yefan, the smile on his face carrying a deeper significance. "The pretty face I've set my sights on, though we have yet to share a bed, is just a scholar, harmless and without any strength to speak of. There is no need for concern." Tang Mo felt a twinge of discomfort. "Over the years, how many individuals have you acquired? Doesn't your backyard feel crowded? Why acquire another? This one seems a bit aged." Yanbai chuckled softly, acknowledging that compared to those previously acquired by the original owner, Yefan was indeed somewhat older. Yefan's gaze shifted to Yanbai, his expression laden with meaning. Yanbai felt a twinge of guilt under that scrutiny. He indeed possessed a house full of handsome young men, residing in a separate small building behind his current two-story abode. The original owner had gained notoriety due to his preference for beautiful young gentlemen, which contributed to his reputation. But there was more to the story. A few years prior, a cruel organization specializing in the cultivation and trafficking of young boys had emerged to rescue those children. The original owner had masqueraded as a wealthy lecher, spending money to purchase several young gentlemen from that organization while it operated in Qingshui County. The reason he did not directly eliminate the members of that organization to rescue the children was due to the knowledge that they had branches in many locations and trained numerous young boys. To avoid alarming them, the original owner became their primary patron. Eventually, following the trail, he rescued many children and ultimately dismantled the organization. However, several years have elapsed during which the original owner gained notoriety for his lecherous reputation. Consequently, the challenge of how to accommodate the rescued children emerged as a significant dilemma. If the children had only recently been captured, it would have been relatively manageable. Their innocence could allow for a return to their families, and if that was not feasible, they could be cared for in the Peach Blossom Village, thus ensuring their survival. However, many of these children had undergone years of training, having been thoroughly brainwashed. Due to their delicate physiques and amiable dispositions, the organization had inundated them with potent aphrodisiacs over the years. As a result, they had long since lost their sense of self and suffered physical degradation. In their perception, the only means of pleasing men had become instinctual, leading them to seduce any man they encountered. This behavior was not a reflection of their innate depravity, but rather a consequence of years of conditioning that had severely warped their true natures. They were all exceptionally beautiful, captivating in their appearance, making it impossible for the original owner to allow them to live among the villagers. Instead, he had to confine them in a separate building at the back, assigning a few trustworthy individuals to care for them, while ensuring they had no contact with the inhabitants of Peach Blossom Village. Formally, these individuals became his concubines, a title the original owner accepted without explanation, aimed at preventing others from perceiving the children as vulnerable and seeking to exploit them. He had no intention of marrying, thus being indifferent to the addition of a lascivious reputation. As Yanbai reflected on this, he found himself admiring the original owner, recognizing him as a fundamentally good person. To honor the original owner's intentions, he reluctantly accepted this situation. Yanbai could only respond to Tang Mo in this manner, acknowledging the difference. Tang Mo chuckled and did not pursue the topic further. In Chapter 49, titled The Lady of the Stronghold, the three individuals engaged in discussions about the details of the rescue, without the slightest hesitation regarding Yi Fan's presence. Naturally, Yi Fan did not interject, content to assume the role of a quiet, handsome companion. After a long day of negotiations, Yanbai urged Tang Mo to rest promptly, while Nyo prepared for the task ahead. After dinner, Yanbai returned to his quarters with Yi Fan, who maintained a demeanor as gentle and serene as jade. While Yanbai attended to his personal hygiene, Yi Fan obediently remained in the room, embodying the image of a compliant young man. Leaning back in a steaming wooden tub, Yanbai allowed the warm water to envelop him, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. The nine-tailed fox observed Yanbai's adaptation with great admiration. "My lord, you previously requested that I investigate Yi Fan's background, and I have uncovered some secret information that has remained concealed within the original narrative," the fox remarked. Yanbai, "I still shut," replied nonchalantly. "Go ahead." His apparent lack of curiosity did not deter the nine-tailed fox, who found the hidden plot thrilling and spoke animatedly. This revelation would necessitate a recounting of the historical transitions of the current dynasty. The previous dynasty, the great literary nation, reigned for 3 centuries, experiencing a rise and fall. The final emperor, Emperor Wenjiang, was an individual enamored with literature, a remarkably talented poet and painter, yet he lacked the capabilities of an exceptional ruler. His benevolent heart was not matched by the ability or resolve to benefit the populace, leading to the gradual usurpation of political power by the martial clan of Beichen. The Beichen clan was once renowned for its loyalty and valor, having made significant contributions in the defense of their homeland. However, over time, their ambitions grew increasingly audacious. The clan leader, Beichen Nanxiong, conspired with several courtiers and, under the cover of night, stormed the palace with weapons drawn, accusing the Emperor Wenjiang of a myriad of crimes. Known for his benevolence, the emperor could not bear to see his loyal guards perish for his sake. Aware of his shortcomings in governance, he humbly accepted the accusations, penned a confession, and willingly abdicated in favor of another. His sole request was that his confession be acknowledged and that the palace maids be spared. At the time, Emperor Wenjiang had recently ascended the throne and had yet to establish a consort or bear children. Beichen Nanxiong perceived the emperor's compliance as a trivial matter, agreeing to spare the palace attendants. Unbeknownst to him, among the maids was a beloved whom the emperor had kept hidden due to her lowly status. To protect her, he had refrained from revealing their bond, and at that moment, she was with child. Before his demise, the emperor secretly met with her and entrusted her with a seal, revealing it to be a symbol of a clandestine force within the Great Wen Kingdom known as the Dark Division, intended solely for the emperor's use. He instructed the maid to inform the Dark Division not to seek vengeance on his behalf or to restore his rule, but rather to safeguard the lineage of the Wen family and ensure the child's upbringing, regardless of the child's gender. He implored her to instill in him a love for the people, urging him to think of their welfare. Should a son be born, he must not harbor resentment towards the reigning emperor, for the abdication was voluntary. He encouraged the child to carry her surname and, if capable, to serve in the court as an official, but he cautioned against the pursuits of poetry and art, which, while enriching, bore no practical benefit for governance. Despite her humble origins, the maid deeply admired the emperor's exceptional talents and adhered to his wishes. Following the emperor's death, she connected with the Dark Division, who assisted her in escaping the palace. She gave birth to Yi Fan and raised him in a secluded valley. Mourning the untimely loss of the emperor, she wished for her son to grow up unremarkably, thus naming him in a manner that echoed ordinary while retaining her surname, Yi. The Dark Division, profoundly loyal and comprised of many talented individuals, both scholarly and martial, educated Yi Fan in the arts of both warfare and wisdom. Growing up surrounded by the refined customs of the court, he developed an innate grace. Though he was aware of his lineage, Yi Fan held no desire for revenge or restoration. He inherited his father's compassionate heart and, embracing his father's final wishes, sought to serve the people as a military official. "My lord, with such an impressive background, does it not excite you?" the nine-tailed fox inquired. Yet, Yanbai remained unperturbed, as if nothing could surprise him. His demeanor, shaped by years of courtly etiquette, could not have been cultivated without such upbringing. Everything now made perfect sense. "My lord, you should take a grand approach and help him reclaim the throne, suggested the nine-tailed fox. Yanbai shot him a glance, retorting, I am not unwell. My only task is to ensure the survival of the destined child. Why would I complicate matters for myself when no one appreciates it? Why does it seem that your tone carries a hint of old vinegar? The nine-tailed fox remarked. In a moment of clarity, he suddenly realized, surely you are not still harboring resentment over Yi Fan's disdain and the incident of secretly wiping his hands? Yanbai, struck by the truth of the statement, felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. His tone turned sharp. I find him insufferably arrogant. One day, I shall bring him to his knees, making him weep and plead. The nine-tailed fox thought this ambition rather unrealistic. Yi Fan stood at the window, gazing into the night sky, his emotions fluctuating like the stars above. As Yanbai emerged from his ablutions, he noted Yi Fan's demeanor and couldn't help but smirk internally. Who was he pining for in the moonlight? Yet, he feigned sweetness in his voice. Xiao Fan, why are you not yet retired for the night? The figure by the window snapped back to reality. Would you mind calling me Yi Fan instead? Yanbai raised an eyebrow. Just the other day, you had no objection to Xiao Fan. What has changed? Yi Fan found himself unable to articulate why he no longer wished to indulge in such teasing. He spoke instead, in a few days, as you depart. May I accompany you? Naturally, Yanbai desired his presence. How else could he protect this son of fate? Yet, he was reluctant to concede easily. What would I need you for? I am going into battle. There is no time for protection. What if someone were to mar your beautiful visage? I will be heartbroken. Yi Fan felt exasperated. While this mischievous lad was charming in many respects, his incessant banter and tendency to take advantage were irksome. Did you not suggest that we spend these 15 days getting to know each other? If you leave, how shall I learn about you? Yanbai pretended to relent. Fine. I know you cannot do without me, yet you refuse to admit it. I shall take you along tomorrow, but you must stay close, lest I lose you. Yanbai's demeanor was far from serious, his tone casual. Otherwise, where would I find such a stunning bride? Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. Despite his striking appearance, often the subject of envious gazes, few dared to openly flirt with him. In the secluded valleys, his mentors were his subordinates, and thus, they never disrespected him. Once he entered the court as a martial champion, those who knew him were well aware of his prowess and dared not entertain any improper thoughts. Now, disguised as a mere scholar, he encountered someone so oblivious, it was truly vexing. Yi Fan managed a strained smile. I shall be cautious. Observing his discomfort, Yanbai felt a secret satisfaction. With a casual toss of his hair, he irresponsibly climbed into bed. Yi Fan stood alone for a moment before quietly tending to his own needs, then returning just as silently. Lying beside Yanbai, he found sleep elusive. The steady rhythm of Yanbai's breathing oddly instilled a sense of calm within him. Chapter 50. The lady of the stronghold Yanbai continued to sleep poorly. One turn found a leg draped over Yi Fan's waist. Perhaps sensing the discomfort in his slumber, he mumbled and shifted, half of his body now resting on Yi Fan, resembling a large, unwieldy pillow. His head nuzzled against Yi Fan's shoulder. Finally finding a comfortable position, he settled down to sleep soundly. Yi Fan soudain s'était finit, unsure of how to proceed, feeling the heat of Yanbai's breath against his neck. In the late autumn season, he felt as warm as in the height of summer. Yi Fan slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of Yanbai's long eyelashes, dense like two small fans, which left him feeling flustered. He dared not look again, hesitating repeatedly, ultimately refraining from pushing the other away. His mind, however, was in turmoil, racing with chaotic thoughts. He had expected a sleepless night, but upon opening his eyes again, he found the sun high in the sky. Yanbai remained soundly asleep, wrapped around him, while Yi Fan's body had gone numb from maintaining a rigid posture. He dared neither to move nor to remain still. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Yanbai stirred. Yi Fan promptly shut his eyes, feigning sleep. Yanbai felt exceptionally comfortable after a night of slumber, his entire body languid and soft, unable to suppress a soft whimper. With his eyes closed, he sensed he was hugging something warm, yet remained oblivious to its nature, instinctively beginning to fumble about. Yi Fan's face turned dark with regret for pretending to sleep, realizing he could no longer resist. in his drowsy state. Yanbai finally sensed something amiss and opened his eyes. His mind instantly cleared, and a phrase of traditional wisdom slipped from his lips. He quickly withdrew his hands, startled, sitting up as if jolted from a near-death experience. Retreating to the farthest corner, his back pressed tightly against the wall, he found himself with no further retreat. Yi Fan felt a wave of despair wash over him. However, the more anxious he became, the more intense his reaction. Yanbai's eyes widened in shock as he questioned the nine-tailed fox. "What is this?" The nine-tailed fox, equally astonished, replied, "You don't know? Does your world not possess such a thing?" In a moment of panic, Yanbai forgot to chastise the fox for its indiscreet words and glanced down at himself, exclaiming, "This is not my model." The nine-tailed fox calmed its startled heart, finding it difficult to comment, and could only offer reassurance. Having one is sufficient. "Oh, Yifan. After evaluation, it's exquisite." Yanbai stared in silence, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Although Yi Fan kept his eyes closed, he could sense the intensity of someone's gaze upon him. Unable to endure it any longer, he pretended to turn in his sleep, pressing the scene beneath him. Yanbai finally regained his composure, his face flushing crimson as he stealthily climbed over Yi Fan and dashed towards Tang Mo's residence, forgetting his jacket in the process. Tang Mo, having slept in, was still oblivious when Yanbai burst in. Grabbing him, Yanbai shook him vigorously, nearly causing Tang Mo to retch. Upon waking and seeing Yanbai, he was instantly vexed, pushing him away. "Are you insane?" Yanbai stared at him, at a loss for words, before mustering, "It's time to get up," and promptly turned to flee. Behind him, pillows, shoes, and eventually a chamber pot clattered down the steps, producing a cacophonous sound. Tang Mo found himself utterly exasperated with this inexplicable person. In the midst of his frantic escape, Yanbai glanced back, secretly relieved that the chamber pot was empty. He hurried back to his own small building, only to find Yi Fan had vanished. After inquiring, he learned that Yi Fan had gone to the kitchen to borrow a stove for making paste. Yanbai felt both relieved and regretful. For the next 2 days, Yanbai was quite busy organizing matters in Sang Sang village. Yi Fan, too, seemed occupied, leaving early and returning late. And the two of them had not exchanged a single word. The glue was indeed visible, elegantly housed in a delicate porcelain bottle upon his vanity. Its hue was faint, resembling skin tone, with a refined texture and an exquisite fragrance, making it remarkably effective. Indeed, it was a superior product. On this day, everything was prepared, but he could not face Yanbai, so Yi Fan had been wandering outside, avoiding encounters. This, however, led him to realize that this band of brigands was not a mere rabble. Rather, they exhibited remarkable cunning. They operated in small groups, disguising themselves as various inconspicuous characters, with remarkable authenticity. Subsequently, they descended the mountain in batches, ensuring they drew no attention. Yi Fan also discerned that Taohua Zhai seemed to possess a secret exit. Yet Yanbai had not brought him there, clearly still wary of him. As these individuals gradually finished their business, Yi Fan finally adjusted his mindset and, feigning nonchalance, descended the mountain alongside Yanbai. Yanbai removed his false beard, which had been quite bothersome. Had it not been for the necessity of maintaining his disguise on the mountain, coupled with his youthful appearance, he would have discarded it much earlier. Without the beard, Yanbai instantly transformed into a gentle, charming youth, embodying the grace of a scholarly gentleman. For the first time, under the clear light of day, Yi Fan beheld such a visage of Tian Xiaoya and found himself momentarily unaccustomed to it. The two portrayed a pair of wandering scholars, and, upon descending the mountain, they hired a horse-drawn carriage that sped towards Sang Sang village, changing carriages twice along the way to avoid drawing attention. The distance was not great, merely 100 miles, yet they arrived after a day of travel, both day and night. Just a few miles from Sang Sang village, Yanbai instructed the driver to stop, settled the fare, and dismissed the carriage. Yanbai possessed an innate adaptability. Despite the jostling of the carriage throughout the day, he seemed to float on clouds, sleeping soundly. Now, stepping out and stretching, he appeared refreshed and invigorated. Yi Fan, unable to sleep, nonetheless felt relatively well, owing to his robust constitution. Yanbai surveyed his surroundings. This was a narrow path leading into the village. On either side rose mountains, adorned with lush wild mulberry trees, verdant and flourishing. No wonder the village was named Sang Sang. Yet, the mountains now appeared somewhat desolate. At this hour, the time most suitable for sericulturists to harvest mulberry leaves, the mountains were eerily empty. Yanbai selected a crooked tree and etched a few marks upon it, resembling the chaotic scribbles of a child. Yet, Yifan suspected these were indeed signals from Taoijai. However, without understanding the nuances, he could not replicate them. Out of the corner of his eye, Yanbai noticed Yifan fixated on the markings and smirked inwardly, thinking, how could I possibly let you get lost amidst this? He feigned ignorance of Yifan's gaze and spoke. Let us walk to the village and investigate whether the news regarding Tang Mo is true. Taoijai neither wrongs a good person nor spares a wicked one. Yifan remained silent, trailing behind him, feeling an undeniable irony in those words. If the justice of a nation required a bandit leader to uphold it, then whose failure was it, truly? Chapter 51. The bandit's wife, his style was off. Not far ahead, the two soon arrived at a picturesque village, where the scenery was delightful. Most households cultivated various flowers and plants, revealing a past of leisurely and contented living in this village. The flowers and grasses have evidently been neglected for a considerable time, wilting in a state of despair. Much like the villagers they occasionally encounter, hollow-faced, hurrying along with a sense of lifelessness, they exhibit no curiosity towards the strikingly handsome strangers, Yanbai and Yifan. Wandering aimlessly, Yanbai does not find his spirits lifted. Observing the seemingly decaying village, Yifan too is weighed down by a heavy heart. Just then, as they pass by a cottage, faint sobs drift out, suggesting that more than one person is in distress. Yanbai halts, seeking the source of the sound, and turns to enter the dwelling, with Yifan naturally following behind. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, the cries become clearer. Yet, Yanbai appears oblivious to the sorrow. Calling out loudly at the entrance, "Good fellow, might you spare a drop of water?" Shortly after, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s but already bearing the marks of age, emerges. He looks worn and spiritless, hunched like an elderly man. His face reflects deep sorrow, and upon seeing them, he manages a faint smile, revealing a kind-hearted nature. "Come in and have some tea," he invites. The two enter the courtyard and settle on two small stools at the entrance. The weeping within subsides somewhat, replaced by hushed conversation. The middle-aged man soon brings them two bowls of tea that, despite the dilapidated surroundings, appear to be of good quality. "You two seem unfamiliar here. Are you in search of relatives or friends?" he inquires. Yanbai, with a bright, innocent smile, responds, "Our teacher has sent us on a journey. We heard that Sang Sang village is picturesque and that life here is blissful, so we came to see for ourselves." The middle-aged man heaves a long sigh. Once, such words would not have been inaccurate, but now they ring hollow. Yanbai feigns confusion and asks, "Why can't one say that anymore? Has something happened?" A young man's voice suddenly interrupts from within the house, filled with indignation. "Sang Sang village is on the brink of extinction. We can no longer survive." A woman's voice attempts to soothe him, but the youth remains defiant. "Regardless, our entire family is doomed. Why should we paint a rosy picture for the county magistrate? The outside world deserves to know the plight of Sang Sang village. We are powerless against those corrupt officials, but surely someone can hold them accountable." The woman's helpless sobs follow, and she no longer tries to restrain him. Seizing the opportunity, Yanbai stands and strides toward the interior, while the middle-aged man, sighing deeply, does not intervene. Upon entering, Yanbai finds a young man lying on a simple bed, his legs grotesquely twisted and wrapped in layers of bandages, with a faint hint of blood seeping through. Beside him sits a middle-aged woman, weeping softly yet with immense restraint, her expression one of utter despair. Upon seeing them, the young man seems to have found an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Sang Sang village is no longer what it once was. You must have noticed upon your arrival. There are hardly any of us left. Over 30 people are still imprisoned. Although my parents managed to pay my ransom, my legs are crippled. What is the purpose of living? My parents have lost everything for my sake. What good is it to save a useless wretch like me? I might as well be dead. The woman beside him wept more fervently, while the middle-aged man wore a pained expression. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, observing the young man's knee, which was evidently fractured and had not been properly set. If left unattended, these legs would indeed be rendered useless. Yanbai also regarded his legs, and his voice, calm yet startling, broke the silence. There may still be hope for your legs. The middle-aged woman immediately looked up, filled with hope. Are you a doctor? Please save my son. Yanbai stepped closer, scrutinizing the injury with great care, his words flowing steadily, so young. With parents to support, yet you speak of death so readily. If you dare to contemplate death, what is there to fear about living? The youth paused, for he was a dutiful son. It was precisely the fear of becoming a burden, unable to care for his parents, that had led him to such despair. Before him stood a scholar, relaxed in demeanor, youthful yet imbued with a sense of trust. His voice trembled slightly. Can you truly heal my legs? Yanbai gently caressed the site of the fracture, assessing the injury. Your legs can be saved, but full recovery will require 100 days of rest. Do not entertain thoughts of death. If life in Sang Sang village becomes untenable, I can offer you an alternative path. Are you willing to become a bandit? Only robbing the corrupt officials, of course. Without hesitation, the young man declared emphatically, I will. What distinguishes today's officials from bandits? Staying in Sang Sang village. Our family faces only death. The middle-aged man and woman exchanged uncertain glances at Yanbai. He proceeded to unwrap the bandage, causing the middle-aged woman to tense up. Please be gentle. He is in pain. Observing a pair of scissors nearby, Yanbai carefully cut the bandage, making every effort to avoid disturbing the leg. He knew the pain would return, but the bone was completely misaligned and needed to be reset, or else the youth would indeed be crippled. Yanbai inquired of the boy, Are you afraid of pain? Beads of sweat formed on the youth's forehead, yet he resolutely replied, I am not afraid. Go ahead. He had endured much pain during this time. Although instinctively fearful, even sweating from the physiological response, he reasoned that to walk again, he could withstand another bout of suffering. The middle-aged woman grasped her son's hand, her expression a mixture of concern and fear, uncertain whether she sought to impart strength to him or to herself. Yi Fan watched Yanbai's actions with a hint of trepidation, fearing that he might instill hope only to lead to disappointment. Yanbai meticulously examined the young man's left leg, seeking the right angle, maintaining a light tone. There are so many silkworm baskets and frames outside your door, yet not a single silkworm in sight. The youth's attention shifted, his indignation rising. Our family relied on silkworm farming for a living, and we were doing well. Who could have foreseen that 3 months ago a new county magistrate arrived, imposing a mulberry tax exclusively on our Sang Sang village? The mulberry trees on the mountain are wild. For over a century, our villagers have harvested leaves without issue. Why must we now pay in silver? And the sum is exorbitant. Calculating the situation, we toil throughout the year to rear silkworms, yet are left with scarcely any earnings. Consequently, a group of us, numbering in the dozens, sought to confront the county magistrate, only to find ourselves imprisoned. We endured great suffering within those walls, my leg being broken by their brutality. Without the payment of a ransom, we would not be released. I am aware that my parents, in their desperate attempt to secure my freedom, have exhausted all their silver and even mortgaged our home and land to the county office. Today, the officials have come to demand our departure. With nothing but our skills in farming and sericulture, we find ourselves destitute, unable to continue our livelihoods in Sang Sang village. As the youth passionately spoke, a sudden excruciating pain surged through his leg, which had been healing for several days. As Yanbai yanked it down, he cried out, yet Yanbai swiftly repositioned the leg, alleviating much of the agony. The boy gazed at his leg, restored to its normal posture, still reeling from the recent torment, rendered momentarily speechless. Yanbai skillfully bandaged the leg, then picked up a nearby plank to stabilize it, securing it with a bandage. For the next 3 months, refrain from movement. Once the bone heals, you will recover fully as you are still young. A glimmer of hope sparked in the boy's eyes. Please, tend to my other leg as well. I fear not the pain. Yanbai employed the same technique. swiftly and adeptly dealing with the other leg, striving to minimize the duration of discomfort. Once both legs were attended to, a middle-aged woman knelt before Yanbai. Initially, she had harbored doubts about him, treating him as a last resort, but witnessing her son's genuine improvement filled her with gratitude. "Oh, benefactor!" Yanbai halted her descent, producing a uniquely shaped small pouch. "It is evident that survival in Sang village is no longer feasible for you. My prior offer of a lifeline was not in jest. Your son's leg requires careful tending for 3 months and must not sustain further injury. If you wish to leave Sang village, attach this token to your waist and wait 5 miles beyond the village. Those who see this token will naturally escort you and tend to your son." The middle-aged woman hesitated, torn by the attachment to her homeland. The boy decisively took the pouch, proclaiming, "Father, mother, remaining here leads only to death. I trust this elder brother. Let us depart." Yanbai admired the boy's resolute spirit. "How many others from Sang village remain in the county jail? I emerged 3 days ago, and at that time, there were still 10 individuals inside, unable to gather the exorbitant ransom demanded by the magistrate," he replied. Yanbai nodded. "I will devise a plan to rescue them. If any villagers wish to escape Sang village in search of survival, you may guide them to the village entrance." The youth felt a surge of excitement. Having been born in this village, he was well acquainted with many familiar faces and relatives. Having discovered a glimmer of hope for himself, he was eager to extend a helping hand to others. The middle-aged woman and her husband shared in his joy, yet a hint of concern lingered. "But if there are too many people, could it become too troublesome?" Yanbai spoke. "No worries, the people from Sang village have all left, so there is ample space. The place I have found for you will certainly provide you with shelter. There will be houses available, and provisions will last until next autumn. Once you regain your health, it is essential to seek a means of earning a living based on your capabilities." Yanbai tilted his head in thought. "I recall that there are mulberry trees on that mountain, though not as plentiful as those here. I suggest you bring some silkworm eggs along. Perhaps you can rear them there as well." The middle-aged woman immediately felt a surge of excitement. Having raised silkworms for decades, her skills were exceptionally refined. If she could continue her silkworm cultivation, it would be perfect, for it would always provide her with sustenance. "Wonderful. Let us call upon my elder brother, second brother, Uncle Wong, and Aunt Sunday. They too have lost their homes and land in their quest to redeem their children. Remaining here is not an option. Let's invite them to join us." The middle-aged man concurred, agreed. The youth, brimming with enthusiasm, chimed in, and their Tai Zhu, Go Dan, and Er Longzi. After some counting, they realized that nearly half the villagers had already departed. With only a few dozen households in the village, most of whom were related, this suited Yanbai perfectly, sparing him the need to persuade them further. Having made arrangements, Yanbai departed, and as he left, the 3 expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Although they were uncertain of their destination, they trusted that a person as kind as Yanbai would never lead them astray. Besides, could there be any place worse than the current state of Sang village? The middle-aged man pushed a wheelbarrow laden with thick cushions, ready to carry his son away. They gathered their meager possessions, ensuring to take the silkworm pupae, and began contacting their relatives and friends before heading straight outside the city. Naturally, there were those waiting to assist them outside the city, who would then disperse them into smaller groups. After disguising themselves, they would return to Peach Blossom Village, a detail that did not require Yanbai's concern. Just as Yanbai stepped out of the farmhouse, he encountered Tang Mo, who had come looking for him. Under Tang Mo's guidance, the 3 made their way to the residence of the county magistrate. This magistrate governed more than just Sang village. Yet he had chosen to treat Sang as his primary target, moving swiftly and decisively. His private residence was located in the most desirable area of the county. Having previously pilfered letters, Tang Mo was now well acquainted with the layout. The 2 were quite agile, effortlessly scaling walls and rooftops. Only Yi Fan, who was attempting to pose as a scholar, struggled somewhat. However, Yanbai was determined not to abandon him, persistently keeping him by his side. The 9-tailed fox watched the seemingly clumsy Yi Fan with a headache, exclaiming, "This fellow is quite the actor. Master Demon Lord, why do you indulge him?" Yanbai replied, It is essential for him to discern who the true allies are and who the foes might be. The nine-tailed fox fell silent, acknowledging that this was indeed a necessary process. The trio made their way directly to the study. Tang, Mo, cautiously removed 3 tiles from the roof. Peering through the gaps below, what he beheld was an opulent study, filled with a dazzling array of valuable items on the antique shelves. A corpulent man, with a mind full of schemes, sat in the central position. Beside him, a clerk-like individual was nervously reporting matters while holding a ledger, his voice obsequious and anxious. "My lord, the folks from Sang Sang village have incapacitated 3 of them. Is everything all right?" The rotund man was thoroughly engrossed in admiring a jade ornament in his possession, contemplating the situation. "No matter," he mused, "the ransom has been obediently delivered. How much silver has been amassed?" "Not much, merely 3,000 taels, yet the mortgaged houses, land, and silks, along with various other items, collectively hold considerable value." He let out a disdainful snort, pondering how these individuals dared to gather and cause trouble in his domain without first inquiring about his stature. Only 3,000 taels? They have certainly gotten off lightly. Yet, it is of little consequence. The profits from Sang Sang village have nearly been realized. Combined with previous gains, does it total to 10,000 taels? Indeed, it surpasses that by an additional 300 taels. The man smiled triumphantly, reflecting that the benefits promised to Jun Mo Li amounted to 10,000 taels, and merely a single village had sufficed to recoup his investment. This county, with its multitude of villages, would finally provide him with a substantial fortune. Chapter 53. The Lady of the Stronghold. Yi Fan's countenance darkened, realizing that it was indeed Jun Mo Li, a reminder that appearances can be deceiving. Tang Mo's teeth clicked together as he gestured silently to Yanbai, mimicking a throat-slitting motion and wordlessly inquiring, "Is it feasible?" Yanbai nodded, leaning close to Yi Fan's ear and whispering in a hushed tone, "Remain still and vigilant. If anyone approaches, call for us. We shall return once our task is complete." The warm breath against Yi Fan's ear was uncomfortable, yet he refrained from retreating. Before Yi Fan could respond, Yanbai tugged at Tang Mo's sleeve, and the two stealthily descended a nearby wall, leaping to the ground and entering a room through the door. Yi Fan reached out in an attempt to grasp Yanbai, but was met with empty air. He was engulfed in inner turmoil, overwhelmed by the deluge of information he had recently received, which had been incessantly reshaping his worldview. The corrupt county magistrate was undeniably a figure of great malevolence. Yet prior to this day, he would have firmly opposed any form of extrajudicial punishment. Now, however, he found himself wavering, uncertain whether to intervene, his resolve still unformed. Peering through a crevice, Yi Fan observed as Yanbai and Tang Mo entered the room, startling the rotund magistrate. Upon seeing the delicate beauty of Yanbai's youthful visage, resembling a flower on the verge of blooming, the magistrate's audacity surged, and he brazenly flirted, "Ah, what a striking beauty! Who sent you here? The steward or the secretary? They certainly know my tastes." The secretary beside him ground his teeth in frustration, wondering where the magistrate had found such exquisite talent. This could overshadow my own presence. Yanbai, feeling nauseated under the scrutiny, was met with Yi Fan's darkened expression from above, who suddenly felt that the magistrate was most deserving of his fate. Unworthy of lament, Tang Mo had lost his temper, swiftly delivering 2 stinging slaps to the magistrate's face before drawing a knife to his throat, exclaiming, "What filthy words are you uttering? Do you believe I won't end your life right now?" Yanbai, quick-witted and agile, incapacitated the secretary who sought to flee, striking him down with a swift blow. "Tang Mo, make him write the release documents for the people of Sang Sang village first. Do not be so hasty in ending his life." Tang Mo immediately recalled this necessity. "Yes, you old fool, write it quickly, or I shall dismember you limb by limb." The corpulent county magistrate finally comprehended that he was not facing a delectable opportunity, but rather a harbinger of death. His speech faltered as he stammered, imploring, "Noble hero, let us converse civilly. I shall write, provided you spare my life. I can offer you silver." Tang Mo's eyes glimmered with intrigue at this unexpected fortune. "How much silver do you possess? Hand it over swiftly." The magistrate, trembling, completed a handwritten note with great reverence and presented it to Tang Mo. He then hastily retrieved a considerable stack of silver notes from a nearby small chest. Tang Mo cast a fleeting glance over the pile, estimating nearly 10,000 taels. His teeth clenched in frustration. "Is this all pilfered from Sang Sang village? Surely, your greed has amassed more than this over the years. Where's the rest?" The magistrate's voice bore a note of indignation. "This is my private property. All my years of salary are encapsulated here. I have been the epitome of integrity and cannot be accused of avarice." Yanbai scoffed coldly. "What nonsense! I am acutely aware of your recent dealings. Did you think you could deceive us? A clean county magistrate earns 100,000 snowflake silver in a year. In just 3 months, you've accrued 10,000 taels. Do you really need reminding of your total over the years? Should you dare to lie again, it seems you truly wish to forfeit your life." Without hesitation, Tang Mo severed one of the magistrate's hands with a single stroke, his movements fluid and precise. The magistrate stared in shock at the severed limb, failing to comprehend for a moment. It was only after a while that he emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yifan glanced around, his brow slightly furrowed. Yanbai's voice rang coldly. "If he cries out again, sever his other hand." As if under a spell, the magistrate clamped his remaining hand over his mouth, daring not to utter a sound, though his body quivered in pain. Blood gushed from the stump, and he recognized that if he did not staunch the flow, he would soon meet his demise. He hastily seized a tablecloth, wrapping it around his wrist with trembling hands. His voice quaking yet subdued, "I have money. It's in a small chest behind the antique shelf." Tang Mo cast a disdainful glance at him. "You want to shed tears until you see the coffin." Following the magistrate's directions, he indeed found a small chest. Upon opening it, he discovered a thick stack of silver notes. As he counted, it was the first time he had encountered such a sum, but rather than joy, he felt only rage. "Boss, he has 7,000 to 8,000 taels. How much of the people's hard-earned wealth is this?" Just then, 2 servants, having heard the commotion, approached with curiosity. Yifan, observing from above, furrowed his brow slightly. He picked up 2 small stones, and as the servants drew nearer, he hurled the stones with remarkable speed, striking them both on the temples. They collapsed into the grass without a sound, rendered unconscious. Yifan then turned his attention back to the room, and the 9-tailed fox coolly remarked to Yanbai, "Master Demon, Yifan has eliminated 2 potential threats among the servants. Your intention to have him guard the rooftop was indeed a strategic use of resources, wasn't it?" Yanbai did not respond, instead picking up a nearby blue stone inkstone and forcefully striking the corpulent county magistrate on the head. His plump skull instantly blossomed with crimson, collapsing onto the table before him. Tang Mo quickly clutched a small box and retreated to a safer distance. Yanbai continued to rain down blows until the county magistrate was utterly lifeless, at which point he discarded the inkstone and casually brushed off his hands, exuding an air of nonchalance. The contrast between his innocent, cherubic visage and the gruesome scene was striking. With a slight lift of his head, Yanbai locked eyes with a face peering down from the roof. Yifan, lying atop the building, felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance. Yanbai stood beside the table drenched in blood, the tableau eerily harmonious. A drop of blood splattered onto his face, vibrant and stunning. Yifan's scalp tingled, utterly captivated. A sense of exhilaration began to stir within him, dispelling the heaviness of recent days. Something surged within his heart, causing his pulse to race. An inexplicable thrill igniting a fire in his gaze. So intense was this feeling that when Yanbai's gaze fell upon him, he momentarily forgot to mask his true emotions, displaying a calmness uncharacteristic of a scholar. Yanbai smirked, pleased with his own serenity. He then casually addressed Tang Mo, saying, "Tang Mo, take the money. We now have the funds to settle the villagers of Sang Sang, so this venture is not a loss." Tang Mo silently sheathed his knife, gazing at the pitiable corpse of the county magistrate, somewhat speechless. "Why must you resort to such brutality? Look at this table of blood and brains. How revolting. Yanbai rolled his eyes, retorting, does he not deserve a gruesome end? Tang Mo conceded, well, there's a point to that. Chapter 54. The Lady of the Stronghold. Tang Mo packed away the box, and he and Yanbai returned to the rooftop, assisting Yi Fan as they leaped over the wall, making their way to the county jail. Yi Fan, exuding an air of righteousness, pretended to be an official from the capital, allowing Tang Mo to successfully extract the remaining villagers of Sang Sang. These individuals were gravely injured and struggled to walk. Tang Mo promptly arranged for a cart from Tawa village to transport them back to Sang Sang. By the time they returned to Sang Sang, the villagers, accompanied by the boy with the broken leg, had already departed for the most part. The remaining few were primarily relatives of the injured, and their joy at the return was palpable. Naturally, they could not remain there, and with a few persuasive words, Yanbai sent them all away. In the span of a single night, the entire mountain village of Sang Sang was rendered desolate. The mountain bandits brought by Yanbai had not engaged in battle, leaving them with a tinge of regret. However, the safe transport of over 300 villagers was no small feat, keeping them sufficiently occupied. They had to divide the group to avoid detection while ensuring everyone was safely brought to the mountain, which required considerable effort. It took several days, but they successfully transported all individuals to safety. Yet, this was not their first experience with such endeavors. The majority of the 10,000 people residing in the mountains had been rescued in a similar manner. After all, who would willingly become a bandit unless driven by desperation? Tang Mo, Yanbai, and Yi Fan remained at the rear, keeping a watchful eye until everyone was safely on the mountain before they ascended themselves. The scene below the mountain descended into chaos. The corpulent county magistrate met a gruesome end. The first to awaken was the scribe, who, upon witnessing the horrific crime scene, was driven to madness. The case was promptly reported to the Qing Shui County. However, the sole witness, the scribe, had lost his sanity, babbling incoherently, rendering any inquiries futile, while others had seen nothing at all. As investigations unfolded, the entirety of Sang Sang village vanished, becoming an unsolved mystery. Receiving the news, the county governor, Jun Mo Lee, personally journeyed to Sang Sang village to investigate, accompanied by Bei Chunyu. Within a mere few days of their interaction, Bei Chunyu found himself profoundly captivated by the refined Jun Mo Lee, yet the latter remained elusive and distant. A few days prior, stationed at the county capital, Bei Chunyu had encountered Jun Mo Lee for the first time, realizing that the poet he admired most possessed such remarkable grace and elegance. Years ago, when Jun Mo Lee achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations, his poetic works had circulated widely throughout the capital, while Bei Chunyu was still a student at the academy. The instructor had used Jun Mo Lee's poems as exemplars in his teachings to the crown prince, Bei Chunyu. Instantly, Bei Chunyu had developed an affection for the ornate and exquisite language, the fresh and refined style. Just as he yearned to meet this illustrious scholar, he discovered that Jun Mo Lee had already requested a transfer from the capital for official duties. Bei Chunyu found this perplexing. Many longed to remain in the capital as officials, a privilege not easily attained. So why was Jun Mo Lee treated so exceptionally? Given his status as the top scholar, securing a position in the capital would have been a simple endeavor. Little did Bei Chunyu know that, although a bureaucratic position sounded illustrious, it offered little intangible benefits. Jun Mo Lee, having thoroughly studied the intricacies of governance, sought practicality. Thus, he voluntarily departed, ultimately securing a significant post. This, however, left the crown prince, who had a fondness for handsome men, with a sense of regret, especially upon hearing that Jun Mo Lee was exceptionally handsome, a paragon of elegance and virtue. Bei Chunyu became increasingly enamored with this individual. 3 years later, due to the severe banditry afflicting Qing Shui County, Jun Mo Lee submitted a petition. The bandits of Taoistai were committing acts of arson, murder, and pillaging, leaving the populace in distress, and he sought a reduction in taxes to alleviate their suffering. Bei Chunyu promptly volunteered to quell the bandits in Qing Shui County, indifferent to their status as bandits. His primary motive was to see Jun Mo Lee once more. Upon their first meeting, Bei Chun-yu was utterly entranced. Yun Mo Lee possessed taking fetus. Yet his demeanor was as tranquil and aloof as a chrysanthemum, exuding an air of refined detachment that captivated Bei Chun-yu's heart. However, Jun Mo Lee's responses to Bei Chun-yu's affections were ambiguous and elusive, leaving Bei Chun-yu uncertain of his feelings. The challenge of winning Jun Mo Lee's affection only deepened Bei Chun-yu's resolve to stay longer. Though he had brought 5,000 elite troops stationed outside the city, he had no intention of deploying them immediately. Should he lay siege to Taohua and conquer it within a few days, he would have to return to the capital for a report, thus missing the opportunity to spend time with Jun Mo Lee. Therefore, he devised an alternative strategy. He arranged for Yi Fan to ascend the mountain under the pretext of investigating secret passages, allowing Bei Chun-yu the time needed to cultivate his relationship with Jun Mo Lee. On the day of the magistrate's brutal murder, news reached Jun Mo Lee, who hesitated momentarily before deciding to inspect the scene personally. Naturally, Bei Chun-yu seized the opportunity to accompany him. Jun Molin, a civil official, naturally traveled by carriage. Yet Bei Chun-yu insisted on squeezing into the same vehicle. Jun Molin, feeling somewhat helpless, maintained a gentle demeanor, stating, "Your Highness, this carriage is quite humble. It may not live up to your standards." Bei Chun-yu, laughing with carefree abandon, replied, "Molin, I have long told you, we are of similar age. It suffices for us to interact as friends. Addressing me as your Highness feels too distant." Jun Molin lowered his gaze, adhering to the principle that the boundaries between sovereign and subject should not be crossed. Bei Chun-yu sighed in resignation, saying, "Molin, whether we are sovereign and subject or something more, it rests solely in your thoughts. Why must you torment me?" Jun Molin paused, feeling a deep sigh welling within him. Since the other had laid his feelings bare, he could no longer evade the matter. "Your Highness, you are the future supreme ruler, and the affection between us is not orthodox. It may not be accepted by society." Yet Bei Chun-yu grasped Jun Molin's hand firmly, asserting, "I will cherish you carefully, ensuring that no one discovers our bond, nor will I allow you to face reproach." Yun Molin coldly smiled inwardly, gently releasing Bei Chun-yu's hand, his face portraying a conflicted expression. "What shall I do if, in the future, you take a wife and concubines? They are merely adornments, once they bear sons. I shall never set foot in the harem again. Only our companionship is eternal." A trace of bitterness curled at Jun Molin's lips as he remarked, "Your Highness possesses a heart full of love, while I am indeed a narrow-minded individual. I fear that should I delve into matters of love, my affections would be too consuming, leaving no room for your entanglements with others. Matters of love can easily lead to deep wounds. I truly hesitate to engage, lest I betray your noble intentions." Bei Chun-yu fell silent for a moment, fully comprehending Jun Molin's sentiments. What he desired was a lifelong companionship, yet his status rendered that impossible. Had he been an ordinary man, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. However, as a future emperor, he required heirs to perpetuate the dynasty and needed to marry women of noble lineage to consolidate power and stabilize the court. What Jun Molin saw was a mere fantasy in his world. An awkward silence enveloped the carriage, and as Jun Molin noticed Bei Chun-yu's sudden quietude, he too lowered his gaze, focusing intently on the tips of his shoes. Chapter 55. The Mistress of the Stronghold. Thus, they endured 2 days of this oppressive atmosphere until they finally reached their destination. Jun Molin exhibited no hint of embarrassment, treating Bei Chun-yu with the same respect as ever. Bei Chun-yu, momentarily setting aside his thoughts, cherished every moment they shared. Their first destination was the private residence of the corpulent county magistrate. The remnants of dried blood were still visible on the table and floor. Jun Molin meticulously searched every corner of the room. Bei Chun-yu stood nearby, somewhat disdainful, and remarked, "Molin, this place is filthy. What are you searching for?" Yun Molin, maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor, replied, "I am investigating whether the murderer left any clues. If you find it uncomfortable, you may wait outside." Naturally, Bei-chun, you could not truly leave, and feigned interest in examining the surroundings. After a lengthy search, June Molin still found nothing of value and had to summon the steward, asking, "Has anyone entered this house since the incident occurred?" "Lord County Magistrate, no. After the Master-S incident, aside from carrying the body out, I have kept this room under strict watch, permitting no one to enter." Yun Molai nodded, though a sense of urgency stirred within him. He had previously exchanged several letters with the county magistrate. It was imperative that these correspondences remained undisclosed. Moreover, to his knowledge, the magistrate possessed a considerable amount of silver, yet he had found not a single coin. Either the magistrate had hidden it too well, or it had been seized by the bandits. Jun Molai instructed his trusted aide, conduct a thorough search of the entire residence to ascertain whether the perpetrators left behind any clues. Having served by his side for several years, the aide understood precisely what Jun Molai sought and promptly nodded before setting off to carry out the task. Turning to Bei-chun, Jun Molai suggested, "Your Highness, after 2 consecutive days of travel, it would be prudent for us to rest at the relay station." Bei-chun looked at him with concern. "Molai has also endured much. Let us go together." "Very well." The two remained there for 2 days but gleaned little insight. Jun Molai had not uncovered a single banknote nor those letters, and could only hastily conclude his findings for reporting. Naturally, all blame fell upon the notorious Tao Wajai. Yet this time, Tao Wajai was not unjustly accused. They were indeed responsible. Over the years, Tao Wajai had frequently been made the scapegoat for Jun Molai's troubles, their reputation being of great utility. The complete disappearance of the villagers from Sang Sang village was also attributed to the murderous thievery of Tao Wajai. This time, they had committed heinous acts, slaughtering over 300 souls from Sang Sang village, leaving no remains behind. With the case established, the two naturally returned to Qingshui County. Yanbai had been exceptionally busy these past few days. The sudden influx of over 300 individuals from the mountain necessitated dedicated personnel for their accommodation. Among them were several severely injured who required specialized medical care. Yi Fan observed that Yanbai was highly methodical in his operations. There was even a system of household registration established on Taohua Mountain. Each newcomer was documented alongside their skills, allowing for work assignments tailored to their talents. Accompanied by monthly stipends, resembling a miniature nation. Within the population of over 10,000, a diverse array of talents emerged. Some were carpenters, others masons, with designated individuals overseeing construction. Some excelled in commerce, while others were adept at bookkeeping. Yanbai ensured that everyone's skills were utilized effectively. Those lacking specific talents could learn farming, carpentry, embroidery, or cooking, ensuring that everyone had a role to play. Each individual could exchange their efforts for a share of the income. Even women and children contributing by cooking for the bandits or mending clothes received compensation. The arrival of the Sang Sang villagers introduced a new venture to Taohua Mountain, sericulture. Surrounded by mountains, Taohua Mountain boasted a variety of trees, including mulberry. Albeit in limited quantity, nonetheless, it sufficed for silkworm rearing. Yi Fan recognized Taohua Mountain as a self-sustaining machine, efficiently mobilizing all its inhabitants and perpetually achieving self-sufficiency. This model was extraordinarily progressive. Yi Fan's mind began to wander. If such a model were implemented nationwide, how could anyone ever worry about hunger? On this day, Yanbai's advisory council convened in his study. Yanbai weighed a substantial stack of banknotes in his hand. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he needed to find a way to put this money to use, as he currently had some idle funds that could be invested to develop new business ventures. "Do you have any suggestions?" One person spoke up. Among the villagers of Sang Sang, due to their previous experience with sericulture, nearly all the women are exceptionally skilled in silk embroidery. I examined their creations. The materials are exquisite, and the craftsmanship is refined. I wonder if this could pave a new path for us. Yanbai raised an eyebrow. Don't we already own our own silk shop? We could expand our reach, educate them about the market, and perhaps commission some delicate handkerchiefs or fabric from the villagers, thus providing them with an additional means of income. However, these are mere small-scale businesses, trivial matters. The silver in my possession remains unspent. We have trained numerous martial arts experts, yet there aren't many tasks at hand, and it's rare to have them descend the mountain for a heist. Having them idle every day is unproductive. Why not establish a security escort agency? Someone disagreed, stating, "Boss, there are already numerous escort agencies out there. It seems this route may not be lucrative. We won't operate like those agencies. They transport valuable goods, charge exorbitant fees, and adhere to many regulations. If we are to start one, let it be distinct. We shall provide affordable transportation services, initially testing the waters in a few bustling cities." "This sounds remarkably like a logistics company," remarked the nine-tailed fox, bemused. "Is the Demon Lord trying to con the ancients?" Yifan listened to Yanbai's continuous stream of ideas, thinking him a true business prodigy. She watched him with rapt attention, unable to tear her gaze away, slowly becoming lost in thought. Noticing he had been speaking for quite some time, she nudged the cup beside her towards him. Yanbai understood, filling his cup to the brim, while Yifan poured a cup from a teapot and set it aside to cool. Yanbai smirked, and the nine-tailed fox appeared delighted, as if someone was intrigued by the proposition. After they finished their discussions, the two returned to the small courtyard that evening, only to be confronted by two striking youths rushing out from the back courtyard. The boys sprinted towards them, seemingly fleeing from wolves. Yanbai was caught off guard as they lunged at him, calling out, "Chief, Chief, have mercy on us." One of the boys kept nuzzling against him. Yanbai jumped back in surprise and tactically pulled Yifan in front of him. The boys froze, their eyes suddenly brimming with tears, looking utterly pitiful. "Chief, don't you care for me anymore? It has been ages since you visited me." The atmosphere around Yifan suddenly turned cold, and as Yanbai hid behind him, gripping his arm, he could feel the tension in Yifan's muscles. Yanbai cautiously poked his head out, looking timid, and asked, "Could you clarify your words? When have I ever visited you?" At that moment, a middle-aged woman suddenly rushed over and seized the two boys, repeatedly apologizing. "My apologies, I was busy brewing tea." And they both ran out. She tugged at the boys, who resisted fiercely, making another lunge towards the accessible Yifan. "Young master, it has been quite some time since you last visited. Have you forgotten us, now that you have new companions?" The woman, taller than the two boys, grew anxious seeing them attempt to approach someone else. She lifted them by their waists, all the while continuing to apologize. "Young master Yi, please do not take offense. I shall return them immediately." The boys flailed under her arms, and Yifan's previous cold demeanor softened considerably as he glanced at Yanbai, his eyes laden with significance. "Is this the harem of the tribe leader?" "Indeed, each one is a feast for the eyes." Yanbai blinked. "Are you feeling jealous?" A sudden surge of unnamed anger ignited within Yifan. "Humph, we have already exchanged vows. Shouldn't he, the tribe leader, provide me with an explanation?" Yanbai chuckled unexpectedly. "Though we have exchanged vows, you refuse to take responsibility and still seek an explanation from me. Do you not think that is rather greedy?" Yifan then realized how absurd his words had been and turned to leave. Chapter 56. The tribe leader's wife Yanbai laughed heartily behind him, and after he had his fill of laughter, he entered the room. Yifan was already composed, engrossed in a book. Yanbai leisurely picked up a cup of tea and sipped it slowly, commenting, "This tea is not hot enough. It has a strange taste." Yifan lowered his head in silence, seemingly unaffected by her words. Yanbai glanced at him sideways, chuckling lightly. "I have not touched those people in the back courtyard." Yifan paused. "Why must you inform me of this?" Yanbai propped his chin on one hand, looking at him. "Because I am concerned for your well-being. I worry that if I do not clarify, you might not allow me to approach you." Yifan set down his book, his expression complex, as he remained silent for a considerable time before picking up the book again. Finding it rather dull, Yanbai decided to take a bath. After his bath, he lay on the bed, unusually refraining from teasing Yifan, as he felt particularly exhausted and soon fell asleep. Yifan, having finished his own grooming, sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at the slumbering Yanbai. His expression remained unchanged, yet he could not divert his gaze for a long while. He watched like this throughout the night. The nine-tailed fox awoke in the middle of the night, and upon seeing Yifan's deep, contemplative gaze, nearly cried out in fright, thinking there was a ghost. Only in the moonlight did it realize it was Yifan, leaving it speechless. When Yanbai awoke the next morning, Yifan was already dressed and standing by the bed, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. The nine-tailed fox immediately interjected with a grin. Lord Demon Sovereign, you may not know, but someone last night was heartbroken and reluctant to part. Yanbai, irritated, retorted. Speak plainly. The nine-tailed fox replied, the 15th day is upon us. He likely wishes to slip away. Yanbai looked at Yi Fan, his expression somewhat complicated. Tian Xiaoya. I am sorry. Yanbai, dressed in his undergarments, got out of bed, stretched lazily, and looked at Yi Fan with an innocent expression. What is it that requires an apology? Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from disclosing his true identity. The 15th day had arrived, and it seemed that fate had deemed them incompatible. Thus, it was best for them to part ways amicably. He wished for the other's future endeavors to be smooth and prosperous. Yanbai immediately feigned deep sorrow, asking if, after all this time, Yi Fan still held no affection for him. But I like you, he insisted, his expression conveying sincerity tinged with a hint of heartbreak. Yi Fan felt a pang in his heart and, mustering his resolve, replied, affection is a rare treasure. Do not utter such words lightly. I must take my leave. Yanbai, undeterred, adopted a feigned expression of helplessness. If you wish to depart, so be it, but may I request a farewell embrace? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan gently enveloped him in his arms. Yanbai reciprocated the embrace and whispered softly in his ear, whenever you long for me, do return. His words dripped with intimacy and lingering desire. Suddenly, Yi Fan released his hold and turned to leave, as if lingering any longer might compel him to utter something reckless or act inappropriately. In the shadows, Yanbai smirked mischievously, watching Yi Fan's receding figure with an air of frivolity devoid of any sorrow. He approached the vanity and pulled open a small drawer, discovering that the letters within had indeed vanished. Yanbai chuckled. The little thief has made off with them. The curious nine-tailed fox observed the unfolding drama, questioning. You let him go just like that? Do you truly harbor feelings for him? He asked, descending the mountain to face certain death. And you permit this? Yanbai shot him a sidelong glance. If I prevent him from descending and hinder Bei Chunyu from ending him, how can he wholly relinquish his official duties and accompany me in a life of shared adventure? But if he is dead, he cannot accompany you in any escapade. Yanbai quickly prepared himself and summoned Tang Mo. You must hold the fort here for a while. I'm going to pursue Yi Fan. Tang Mo was at a loss for words. I just saw him descend the mountain hand in hand with you. Clearly, you consented to his departure. He is hardly a fighter. You could have restrained him easily. Why pursue him after letting him go? Doesn't that wear you out? Yanbai smiled slyly. You know nothing. This is what we call romantic intrigue. Tang Mo, focused solely on the martial world, could not fathom such nuances, merely expressing his exasperation. Please return swiftly. I can only hold this position for a month at most. Yanbai waved dismissively. That will suffice. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. The nine-tailed fox expressed concern. You are going alone? Is that not a bit too precarious? Can you handle it? Yi Fan is merely a skilled individual. It is the perfect opportunity to gauge his true feelings for me. The nine-tailed fox felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that the Demon Lord was about to embark on a perilous endeavor. Upon descending the mountain, Yanbai removed his disguise and made his way toward Shui County, a mere few dozen kilometers away. He was in no rush. He dared not follow too closely. Yi Fan was a master, with sharp senses, and detection would spell trouble. Yi Fan soon arrived at Shui County, where Bei Chunyu had just returned from Sang village a few days prior. He sought an audience with the crown prince, but the guards barred his entry to inform the prince. Bei Chunyu was engaged in a game of chess with Jun Mo Lee. The match had only just begun, and it was unwise to interrupt before a victor was declared. He casually instructed the guards, wondering how news had reached them so swiftly. Let him wait outside. I will summon him in once I am finished. After a considerable time, Yi Fan finally encountered someone in the study, only to find Jun Mo Lee present as well. Yi Fan hesitated slightly, addressing him, Your Highness, I wish to report on the matters concerning Peach Blossom Village privately. Jun Mo Lee blinked his long lashes but remained still. Bei Chunyu was diligently attempting to win Jun Mo Lee's favor, and upon hearing Yi Fan's words, his expression darkened. The governor of the Jun is one of our own. Why must you complicate matters? Chapter 57. The Lady of the Stronghold. Yi Fan glanced at Junmo Li and handed the letters he had taken from Yanbai to Bei Chunyu without uttering a word. Bei Chunyu, somewhat perplexed, unfolded the letters, examined them for a moment, and casually passed them to Junmo Li. Someone has forged your correspondence to slander you. It would be wise to investigate those around you. Junmo Li paused before reaching out to accept them. His gaze met Bei Chunyu's, and he quickly averted his eyes, perusing the letters in hand. Bei Chunyu, however, was already smiling at Yi Fan. Although your approach this time lacked caution and you were unable to discern the authenticity of the letters, your efforts are commendable. Phantom, pour a cup of my finest wine for Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I shall have someone deliver the treasures I bestow upon you to your residence shortly. After enjoying the wine, you ought to take some rest. One of Bei Chunyu's personal guards promptly poured a cup of clear, fragrant wine from an exquisite flask and presented it to Yi Fan. The aroma hinted at its superior quality. No wonder the esteemed crown prince regarded such a drink as a reward. Yet, Yi Fan felt a fire of indignation brewing within him. He was astonished that Bei Chunyu chose to overlook this piece of evidence so easily, failing to inquire about his findings. Words lodged in his throat. Yi Fan finally spoke. Your Highness, regarding my observations, Bei Chunyu immediately gestured for silence. Not in a hurry. Return and rest well. Once you are rejuvenated, we shall converse in detail. Phantom had already raised the wine before Yi Fan, compelling him to accept it. Just then, Yanbai, having watched the commotion from the rooftop, tossed a small stone down, shattering the cup in Yi Fan's hand. The cup fell to the ground, spilling wine everywhere. The liquid then transformed into a wisp of white smoke, scorching the ground beneath. Phantom immediately turned his gaze to the rooftop with caution. For guards swiftly surrounded Bei Chunyu, drawing their swords and keeping a vigilant watch above. Yi Fan was the most astonished. He stared at the marks on the ground in bewilderment. What had just happened? Why did the crown prince suddenly seem intent on his demise? Yanbai kicked through a tile on the roof, leaping down to stand beside Yi Fan, patting him on the shoulder with a bright, sunny smile. Hey, what a coincidence to see you again so soon. Yi Fan snapped back to reality, asking, what brings you here? Yanbai rolled his eyes dramatically. If I hadn't come, you'd be in serious trouble. Who would take on the role of my Lady of the Stronghold? Yi Fan was immensely grateful for the rescue, yet the mocking tone of the speaker left him at a loss for words. He could only turn to Bei Chunyu, his expression somber, and inquire, Your Highness, may I ask why? Bei Chunyu, realizing the situation could not be resolved amicably, remained unperturbed despite the skilled fighters surrounding him. He shielded Junmo Li behind him before responding. It is, of course, for someone of great importance to me. Yanbai, lacking decorum, placed a hand on Yi Fan's shoulder, his tone irreverent. Haven't you figured it out yet? That pretty boy named Jun is his paramour. Naturally, he is clearing obstacles for his beloved. Yanbai's words were shockingly ungracious, prompting Bei Chunyu to bark in anger. Impudent. Junmo Li's expression also darkened. Fortunately, they were alone. Your Highness, this person speaks too freely. His existence is indeed a liability. With his secret affections exposed by Yanbai, Bei Chunyu had no intention of sparing the two. He commanded his shadow guards, eliminate them, leave no one alive. Yi Fan immediately shielded Yanbai, but Yanbai pulled him back, declaring, My lady, let me take the lead. Under Yi Fan's guidance, with only one person remaining by Bei Chunyu's side for protection, the rest brandished their swords and charged at the two. Yanbai, possessing some remarkable skills from a youthful adventurer, proved quite formidable, and for a moment, the others struggled to subdue him. The nine-tailed fox remarked coolly, You are quite desperate to win the favor of the Child of Destiny, aren't you? You know he surpasses you in strength. Yanbai raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by the revelation. One day, this fellow will beg me for my affection. At this moment, Yi Fan felt a flicker of emotion, seeing that his top four guards could not subdue Yanbai and that Yi Fan had yet to act. Bai Chen grew impatient. He gestured, and suddenly, at least 20 dark-clad figures emerged from the shadows. These were the prince's shadow guards, rarely seen unless the prince's life was in peril. However, driven by a thirst for blood, Bei Chunyu unleashed them all. Upon witnessing this formidable display, Yanbai gasped. It was time to abandon the charade. He shouted, "The wind is fierce. Let us make a run for it." Grabbing Yi Fan, they fled. Aware that their adversaries outnumbered them, Yi Fan ceased to conceal his abilities, shielding Yanbai as they leaped onto the rooftops and swiftly advanced. Bei Chunyu's voice was cold as he commanded, "Pursue them, kill them." The Phantom immediately led the group in pursuit. Only then did Bei Chunyu release Jun Mo Lee, whom he had held protectively. "I apologize for my rudeness." Jun Mo Lee regarded him with a complex gaze. "You wish to kill Yi Fan to protect me? Those actions were indeed mine. I want to impose on you. I leave my fate to your discretion." Bei Chunyu's expression softened. "What your actions? The one I cherish has the right to be willful. Regardless of what you have done, even if you were to commit murder and arson, with me by your side, no one can harm you in the slightest." A flicker of emotion crossed Jun Mo Lee's eyes, mingled with guilt. "Why must you go to such lengths? You know I cannot repay you." Bei Chunyu gently grasped his hand, his eyes filled with affection. "I seek no repayment. I only wish to treat you well and cannot bear to see you suffer even the slightest grievance." Jun Molin ultimately grasped his hand tightly, yet offered no response to his words. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to elate Bei Chunyu, for it marked the first occasion on which Jun Molin did not reject his approach. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Yanbai, pursued by dozens, found themselves in a rather precarious situation. Continuously running atop the rooftops proved challenging, as they were notably conspicuous targets. Yanbai seized Yi Fan's hand, leaping down to the ground, darting through street corners and alleyways, momentarily evading their pursuers. However, the sheer number of their adversaries began to encircle them, forcing the duo into a corner. With quick reflexes, Yanbai slipped through a narrow back door into a courtyard. Inside, the ornate architecture came alive with the presence of captivating beauties. Yi Fan halted in realization. They had stumbled into a brothel. Chapter 58. The Lady of the Stronghold Yanbai, however, did not grant him the chance to pause, dragging him around. Soon, they ascended to a corner on the second floor, carelessly pushing open a small room only to find a man and woman engaged in intimate conversation by the table. The man, in his 50s and dressed lavishly, contrasted sharply with the young woman, who was merely in her 20s, charming and alluring. The sudden intrusion startled the couple. As the woman began to scream, Yanbai swiftly rendered her unconscious. The man immediately knelt, his actions so familiar they tugged at the heartstrings. "Hero, let us speak amicably. Did my wife send you here?" Yanbai's lips twitched, yet he clearly had no intention of conversing civilly. With a precise motion, he incapacitated the man as well, commanding, "Quickly, bind them, gag them, and stow them beneath the bed." Yi Fan, bewildered by his intentions, obediently dragged the two to the bed's underbelly, arranging the surroundings to conceal them completely. Turning back, he found Yanbai had discarded his outer garments and trousers, now clad only in a thin undergarment. Yi Fan swallowed hard, his voice strained. "Yanbai, this is not the time." Yanbai paused, deeply impressed by Yi Fan's unique thought process. He swiftly donned a pink women's long dress from the rack, a flurry of straps complicating the attire. Yi Fan felt a twinge of confusion as Yanbai struggled to fasten the intricate garment. Ultimately, neatness was not paramount. Yanbai hastily tied a few straps and tore off the headdress, allowing his hair to cascade freely. Impatiently, Yanbai addressed the still-dazed Yi Fan, "Remove your outer coat." Yi Fan, having grasped his intent, complied and shed his coat. Yanbai tucked the coat beneath the table, just as commotion erupted outside. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon our dwelling?" With a swift motion, Yanbai pushed Yi Fan into a chair, settling himself upon Yi Fan's lap and wrapping his arms around his neck. He lowered a portion of his garment, revealing a delicate shoulder, creating a tantalizingly seductive pose. With his androgynous beauty accentuated by the deliberate adornment, Yanbai was transformed into a captivating figure. Yi Fan, overwhelmed by a cascade of sensations, instinctively encircled Yanbai's slender waist with his arms. As the two individuals prepared their stances, the door was abruptly pushed open. Yanbai swiftly pressed Yi Fan's head against his chest. With a playful pout, Yanbai glanced back towards the entrance, his voice laced with a soft, sultry tone. Who dares to disrupt my moment of bliss? His striking beauty, coupled with the delicate accent of a Jiangnan woman, was utterly enchanting. At that moment, clad in a disheveled pink dress, with a flushed face and bare shoulders exposed, the scene was undeniably provocative. A man nestled against his bosom, leaving the two guards at the door momentarily stunned. Yet, Yanbai impatiently shouted, "If you wish to enter my chamber, form an orderly queue. We are not finished here. So be gone." The two guards almost instinctively closed the door, their hearts racing. Throughout their training, asceticism had always been a core principle. Typically cold-hearted and emotionless, they found themselves inexplicably stirred by the alluring sight before them. Perhaps it was the sheer beauty of the woman that ignited a spark within them. Once the door was closed, Yifan immediately lifted his head and adjusted the clothing on Yanbai's shoulder. Yanbai raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, "Xiao Fan, do you fancy this attire? If you indulge me, I shall procure a few more outfits for your viewing pleasure." Initially disheartened, Yifan now found himself in a state of mixed emotions, caught between laughter and despair. Ignoring the jest, he inquired, "How is it that your voice has changed?" Yanbai, nonchalantly fixing his own clothing, replied dismissively, "It's merely a trifling matter." The commotion outside showed no signs of abating, and the two knew it was unwise to leave at that moment. The dishes on the table remained warm, untouched, as it seemed the two individuals outside had been too preoccupied to enjoy their meal. Yanbai settled onto a nearby stool, realizing that they could not depart anytime soon. He suggested, "Let us eat while we wait." He began to sample his favorite dishes with fervor. Yifan, devoid of appetite, poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Yanbai glanced at him, sensing the internal struggle within, but continued to eat, unfazed. To his surprise, the culinary skills of the brothel chef were exceptional. The dishes were both exquisite and delectable, and Yanbai found it hard to stop eating. After consuming an entire jug of wine, Yifan finally resolved, "Xiao Yi, a nation in disarray, a prince indifferent to the lives of his people for his own selfish desires, is unworthy of inheriting this kingdom." Yanbai, still engrossed in his meal, showed little reaction to Yifan's declaration. Yifan continued, "Xiao Yi, I wish to restore order. Will you join me in this endeavor?" Reluctantly, Yanbai set down his chopsticks, replying, "Are you jesting? It's impossible. My entire peach blossom village, including the elderly and women, numbers only 10,000, with merely 2,000 trained in combat. The northern general, a formidable warrior, commands an army of 80,000. 5,000 against 80,000 would leave nothing but ashes." Yifan's voice grew somewhat strained as he spoke. "I possess an army of 10,000 elite soldiers, but I lack funds. If you could provide financial support, I am confident I could recruit an additional 20,000 soldiers in a short time. If commanded effectively, we might stand a chance in this battle." Yanbai rolled his eyes, questioning whether he was being taken for a fool. "I refuse to be deceived into doing your bidding. Do you have any idea how much grain it takes to sustain 30,000 soldiers? The silver required each month is astronomical. This does not even account for the weaponry, equipment, and various supplies needed for warfare." Yifan regarded Yanbai and said, "Once we seize the world, I shall make you emperor." Yanbai looked at him disdainfully, resolutely refusing. "Nonsense. Managing 10,000 people from Peach Blossom Mountain is exhausting enough. I will not oversee hundreds of thousands." Yifan bit his lip, pausing for a moment, his cheeks flushing slightly as he finally spoke the words that had been weighing on his heart. "I will give you my bed." Upon uttering this, Yifan felt a sense of liberation, as if he had finally voiced what had long resided within him. Yanbai's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. "When will you grant me this?" Yifan, observing Yanbai's exuberance, felt an unfamiliar sensation stirring within him. "When we conquer the world." In an instant, Yanbai's enthusiasm waned. He drummed his fingers on the table, scrutinizing Yifan's face, which was filled with calculations. "This is too much effort. I toil endlessly, yet the rewards remain out of reach. No way. I shall only accept payment in installments, 10 kisses and 10 embraces each day." At this proclamation, the nine-tailed fox was taken aback. With such boldness and fervor, One would have expected the Demon Lord to refuse outright. Yet, he had spoken the softest of words with the fiercest tone. Beneath the bed, two individuals had awakened, bound and gagged, forced to passively listen from their concealed position. They could only sigh in exasperation at the disregard for their feelings. The nine-tailed fox's expression twisted slightly, perplexed by the fickleness of the Demon Lord. Did you not say that preserving his life was sufficient, that you would not engage in such a thankless endeavor? Is it merely because you find Lee displeasing that you wish to extinguish her? The nine-tailed fox fervently shook his head. No, I would not dare. With the fox settling down, Yanbai's anger subsided. Yifan was equally surprised by Yanbai's willingness to comply, and after a moment of astonishment, he broke into laughter. The man's striking features and radiant smile were simply irresistible. The proud Demon Lord could no longer withstand the charm. He set down his chopsticks and returned to Yanbai's lap, wrapping his arms around his shoulders with an intimate tone. Since we have reached an agreement, I shall collect a deposit first. You came here with feigned intentions. This time, it must be genuine. Yanbai closed his eyes and pouted, presenting himself in a manner that suggested he was awaiting affection. Yifan embraced him, finding Yanbai's current demeanor utterly adorable. Unable to resist, he pressed a gentle kiss on his pouted lips. The soft sensation sent a shiver through Yifan's being, yet Yanbai opened his eyes in dissatisfaction. Was that it? You haven't even savored the experience. Do you not know how to kiss? Allow me to teach you. Yanbai lowered his head, capturing Yifan's lips, entwining and caressing in a tender yet fervent embrace. Yifan felt as though he had entered a fantastical realm, akin to being within a kaleidoscope, surrounded by dazzling brilliance that left his heart racing and head spinning, desperately seeking an escape. His mouth was filled with a sweet, fragrant essence surpassing all earthly delights, almost addictive upon tasting. Guided by Yanbai's delicate tongue, Yifan swiftly discovered the key to this intimate battlefield, which soon transformed into his domain, leaving Yanbai breathless from the kiss. With a forceful push, Yanbai separated them, still slightly panting, his eyes glistening with a hint of reproach. Yifan, reluctant to part, gazed longingly at Yanbai's crimson lips, pondering their repeated encounters. Yanbai, rubbing his slightly sore chin, remarked, "Are you gnawing on bones? Why the force?" Yifan feigned innocence, suggesting that his technique had not satisfied the little wild one. Thus he ought to practice more diligently. With that, he leaned in again, this time with a gentler touch. Yanbai closed his eyes in pleasure, savoring the sweet fruit of their connection. While his lips found solace, his hands grew restless, exploring Yifan's chest. He had longed to do this for ages. Yifan's physique was exquisite. Even from 3 kilometers away, he could see the allure of his chest. It was truly captivating. Yanbai, having long desired this moment, finally indulged. Just as he imagined, it was indeed full and well-defined, both bouncy and supple. Yifan trembled slightly, but restrained himself, allowing Yanbai to indulge as the fervor of their kiss intensified, transforming their heat into a passionate exchange. As the kisses deepened, Yifan found himself increasingly addicted, and Yanbai felt as though he was losing half of his vitality. Eventually, he managed to push Yifan away, a teasing expression gracing his features. "Only 10 times a day, and you've nearly taken half an hour." Yifan, captivated by Yanbai's luscious lips, felt a lingering desire. Was that not merely once? Yanbai, feeling a bit flustered under Yifan's gaze, remarked, "You little wolf cub." Once the pursuers outside had departed, Yanbai suggested they return. With an air of hurried retreat, he descended from Yifan, who smiled, elated beyond measure. The two exited the brothel, winding their way back to Peach Blossom Village. Those few dozen individuals who had searched all day for Yifan's whereabouts returned empty-handed, only to face the ire of Bei Chunyu, who was furious. The group stood listlessly until Lee interjected with a few kind words, allowing Bei Chunyu to relent, albeit begrudgingly, as he too faced a shortage of manpower and could not afford to punish them severely, lest he feel compelled to lash out in anger. Useless fools. After dismissing them, Bei Chunyu and Lee conversed in the room. Lee wore a frown, prompting Bei Chunyu to gently grasp his hand in comfort, his earlier irritation dissipating. Though Yi Fan is a martial champion, he hails from humble beginnings. He lacks substantial connections in the court and cannot stir significant waves. There is no need for your concern. However, Jun Mo Lee remained less optimistic, questioning, who was that person accompanying him? He seems quite skilled. Bei Chunyu tilted his head in thought, recognizing the face as unfamiliar. Likely a nameless junior, perhaps even a fellow townsman of Yi Fan. Yun Moti suddenly the cold something. Since Yi Fan's arrival, he had only visited Peach Blossom Mountain. Could he truly be colluding with the bandits up there? Bei Chunyu furrowed his brow, contemplating Yanbai's appearance. He was quite young, fair-skinned, and handsome, which didn't seem to fit the image of a bandit, did it? However, Jun Emoli shook his head, reminding himself that one should never judge a person by their looks. The Peach Blossom Village had stood strong for a decade, flourishing even more, indicating that it must have many capable individuals. In recent years, Jun Emoli had, for appearances sake, dealt with the imperial court and had attempted to encircle Peach Blossom Village several times. Although driven by personal motives, he had deliberately allowed the village to remain as a shield, fighting in a rather perfunctory manner. Yet, the opposition was neither reckless nor foolish. They had a strategy in place. If he truly wished to attack, it would likely not be an easy task. At that moment, Jun Emoli thought to himself that Peach Blossom Village possessed considerable talent. Seeing that Bei Chunyu did not share his conviction, Jun Emoli suppressed his suspicions. Your Highness, now that we lack an insider, should we still attack Peach Blossom Village? Bei Chunyu straightened his back, exclaiming, why not? I have 5,000 elite soldiers, and your county's garrison number's around 2,000. Surely, we could take down a mere Peach Blossom Village? Jun Emoli felt a twinge of apprehension. Aware that his actions had been exposed, Yi Fan and that boy were privy to his deeds. Yi Fan was most likely hiding within Peach Blossom Village, and the only way to eliminate the threat was to destroy the village, ensuring that there would be no future repercussions. Thus, he agreed to the attack. Very well. There are several individuals familiar with the terrain within the camp. They participated in the previous encirclement of Peach Blossom Village and possess knowledge of the strength on the mountain. I will assign them to your Highness's army as guides. They will certainly lend some assistance. In his dealings with Bei Chunyu, Jun Emoli's previously aloof demeanor had softened significantly, displaying a newfound liveliness. His eyes sparkled, as if brimming with emotion. How could Bei Chunyu withstand such a lure? Seizing the moment, he grasped Jun Emoli's hand. Jun Emoli hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not push him away. Instead, he lowered his gaze, his long lashes trembling, and his face seemed to flush slightly. Bei Chunyu's heart raced, and his voice softened. Emoli, with you caring for me so deeply, how can I possibly let you go? Jun Emoli glanced up at him briefly before quickly looking down again. Your Highness, your affection for me far surpasses what I could ever do for you. Faced with Jun Emoli's gentle and somewhat shy demeanor, which was clearly softened, Bei Chunyu was not one to let the opportunity slip away. He took advantage of the moment, pulling Jun Emoli into his embrace. I thought you had a heart of stone. Jun Emoli raised his arms and wrapped them around Bei Chunyu's waist. Chapter 60. The Lady of the Stronghold Peach Blossom Village. Yanbai's swift return with Yi Fan surprised Tang Mo. Was Yi Fan really not worth much if he could be retrieved so quickly? Yi Fan stood behind, feeling a tad embarrassed. Yanbai, exasperated, chose not to explain further and called everyone together, announcing that there were plans to attack the stronghold. However, Tang Mo was somewhat unconvinced. Again, Jun Emoli is merely bluffing. He calls for a ruckus for a few days at the mountain's edge before leaving. Why all the fuss? Yanbai shot him a glare. This time, it is the Crown Prince Bei Chunyu leading the troops. Tang Mo's expression grew serious upon noticing Yanbai's unwavering demeanor, indicating he was not jesting. Without further ado, he promptly summoned others. Yanbai turned to Yi Fan and stated, it is time to unveil your true identity. Otherwise, how can I persuade my brothers to follow you? Yi Fan paused, asking, you were aware of my true identity all along? Internally, Yanbai silently scoffed. Not only was he aware of Yi Fan's status as a martial champion, but he also knew of his lineage as a prince from the previous dynasty. However, this was a significant secret that he could not disclose. It was quite a coincidence that the current crown prince had a martial champion by the same name, Yi Fan. If he could not deduce Yi Fan's true identity upon meeting Bei Chunyu, he would indeed consider himself a fool. Yi Fan grasped Yanbai's hand firmly, saying, "White, I know that to overthrow a dynasty is no simple task. Yet, I shall protect you with my life. I will fight for our cause and capture Shengjing. You shall oversee the rear. This world ultimately belongs to you, and I am yours as well." Yanbai, feeling a headache coming on, retorted, "Isn't it merely about needing silver and grain? No need for all these sweet words. I'll provide them." Yi Fan chuckled lightly. "What I speak are words from the heart. Even if you do not provide silver or grain, I am still yours." Yanbai raised an eyebrow. "If there is no silver or grain, does that mean you are mine alone? What the world then?" Yi Fan feigned innocence. "Without your provisions, this world cannot be conquered. It would solely belong to the Bei Chen clan." Yanbai contemplated Bei Chunyu's demeanor and concluded, "Forget it. That fellow is unworthy of the world. It's better it comes to me." Yi Fan smirked and playfully bit his lip. Yanbai abruptly pushed him away. "They are coming soon. Behave yourself." Yi Fan took 2 steps back, his voice tinged with a hint of hurt. "Some people, once they have what they desire, no longer cherish it." Yanbai retorted, "I haven't even fully explored the third base. How could it be in hand?" Yi Fan widened his eyes at him, seemingly grasping his meaning. Actually, if you were to take action, I would not resist." Yanbai nearly drooled at the thought, but just as he was about to pursue this revelation, footsteps echoed from outside. With a frustrated glare, Yanbai turned and took his seat, a look of regret etched on his face for the missed opportunity. Yi Fan lowered his head, concealing the laughter in his eyes. As everyone gathered, Yanbai formally introduced Yi Fan as the martial champion. He then uttered a shocking declaration. "Crown Prince Bei Chunyu has brought 5,000 elite soldiers to besiege us. This time, it will not be a mere skirmish. For the sake of his reputation, he intends to fight to the bitter end. Therefore, I have decided to support Yi Fan in rebellion, to overthrow the old emperor. If there are any questions, direct them to Yi Fan." The crowd turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Yi Fan. They recognized him as the young man who had recently been taken to the mountain by their leader and speculated that he had somehow charmed their chief into betraying his own master. A wave of murmurs erupted, with some supporting and others questioning. Yi Fan stood up to reveal another layer of his hidden identity. The crowd fell silent. A prince of the previous dynasty. This identity was potent enough to silence most dissenting voices. It must be understood that to raise an army in rebellion, one must possess a righteous cause, and nothing could serve as a better banner than being a prince of the former dynasty. Although the previous dynasty eventually fell into decline and lost the favor of the people, in comparison to the current tyrannical North Star clan, memories of the former era evoke a sense of nostalgia among the populace. Yi Fan then revealed his trump card, claiming to possess a formidable armed force, though he was wise enough not to disclose that it comprised merely 10,000 soldiers. This created an illusion that he commanded an innumerable army, capable of executing his plans. Regarding the Prince Bei Chunyu's impending siege, I have already dispatched my troops to converge here. When Bei Chunyu assaults the mountain, my men will encircle from the rear, ensuring the safety of Taowa village. Yi Fan's eloquent address completely rallied the hearts of the villagers. The people of Taowa village had been coerced into banditry by the court, harboring grievances against it. Witnessing an opportunity to strike at a fallen adversary, they naturally lent their support. Yanbai observed Yi Fan's performance with narrowed eyes, acknowledging that with such persuasive skills, the world should rightfully belong to him. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Bei Chunyu commenced his attack on the mountain. The defenders were well prepared, armed with catapults that rendered any assault futile. Due to the terrain, Bei Chunyu's 5,000 troops found themselves concentrated on a bare slope, vulnerable and exposed. At that moment, a formidable contingent of soldiers clad in black emerged from the rear, impeccably disciplined and agile, clearly well-trained. The two forces clashed, and Bei Chunyu's soldiers, lacking a positional advantage, were easily overwhelmed. The soldiers of Taowa village, witnessing the chaos below and recognizing their own superiority, grew eager for battle, requesting to engage. Yanbai had already entrusted the command of the troops to Yi Fan, who, from his elevated position, assessed the terrain and the situation before deciding to join the fray. He lowered the drawbridge and led the bandits of Though village into the heart of Baichenyu's forces. Caught in a pincer movement, the conflict concluded swiftly, with Yi Fan emerging victorious and reuniting with his troops. Regrettably, Baichenyu did not personally partake in the battle, instead preoccupied with romantic pursuits at the county governor's residence. Upon learning of his army's total annihilation, he could scarcely believe it. Yet, the truth was undeniable. The commotion caused by Yi Fan's 10,000 troops was unmistakable, and the news was indeed accurate. Phantom spoke, "Your Highness, it is unwise to linger here. We must hastily return to the capital." Baichenyu understood the necessity of departure, but could not abandon Jun Mo. Thus, that very day, the two gathered their belongings and, under the protection of dark guards, fled under the cover of night. By the time Yi Fan and his forces entered the county capital, it was already deserted. The prince and the local garrison had fled, encountering no resistance, and easily seized control of Qingshui County. Although Yi Fan felt a tinge of regret for not capturing Baichenyu, he remained unfazed. He established Qingshui County as a stronghold and rear base, enlisting soldiers and formally commencing his northern campaign. He chose this location not only for its strategic advantage, but also to safeguard Though village. With this layer of protection, no one could easily threaten it. Chapter 61. The bandit lady. The most exhilarated by the prospect of rebellion was Tang Mo. He immediately became the liaison between Yi Fan's grand army and Though village. Yanbai dedicated himself to amassing wealth, provisions, and resources, while Tang Mo continuously transported these supplies to Yi Fan. In just 6 months, Yi Fan's forces swelled from over 10,000 soldiers to an impressive 50,000. This growth was fueled by citizens voluntarily enlisting, as well as former soldiers defecting. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Baichan clan dwindled to a mere 10,000, steadfastly defending the capital. On this day, Yi Fan finally arrived at the city's gates, surrounding the capital in a tight encirclement. Unable to withstand Yi Fan's repeated urgings, Yanbai joined him. The two stood outside the city, gazing down at the towering gatehouse. Yi Fan embraced Yanbai, exclaiming, "Behold the empire I have forged for you." Yanbai replied, "The empire belongs to you, and you belong to me. Was this not agreed upon long ago? Do not attempt to deny it." Yi Fan chuckled, unable to resist planting a kiss on his cheek. The nearby officers quickly turned their faces away, pretending to look at the sky or the ground, deliberately avoiding the sight of the two. The gossip regarding Yi Fan and Yanbai had become common knowledge among the troops, primarily because Yi Fan did not conceal his affections. After overcoming their initial astonishment, the soldiers quickly adapted. Yanbai had removed his beard, appearing even more delicate than a woman. Furthermore, Yi Fan's formidable strength elicited a blind admiration from the people, making his unconventional relationship seem entirely reasonable. At the city gate, Baichenyu stood alongside Jun Mo, and the atmosphere between them had soured considerably. After 6 months of relentless defeats, Baichenyu's spirits were understandably low, as were those of his imperial father. The presence of the ambiguous figure beside him only fueled his frustration, having repeatedly embarrassed him in court. Nevertheless, Baichenyu displayed a sense of responsibility, steadfastly keeping Jun Mo by his side, though his demeanor had shifted significantly. One stormy night, disregarding Jun Mo's wishes, he forced the matter. Yet, this fulfillment of desire did not deepen their bond. Jun Mo had long recognized the dire situation, with the Baichan clan in decline. Following Baichenyu was a path to certain doom. However, Baichenyu offered no opportunity for escape, naturally breeding resentment in Jun Mo. Baichenyu believed that Yi Fan's rebellion stemmed from Jun Mo's influence, harboring an unspoken regret within. Thus, the once loving couple transformed into estranged partners. At this moment, Jun Mo stood at the city gate, his heart heavy with desolation. Baichenyu's pent-up fury erupted after days of restraint. Yun Mo, were it not for your corruption and your entanglement with the Peach Blossom stronghold, how would Yi Fan have dared to rebel? Yunmo likis that bison you, feeling a profound emptiness. So you finally voice your thoughts? Bachin Yu, incensed by Jun Mo Lee's composed demeanor, found himself unable to contain his rage. Previously, this demeanor had captivated him, but now it repulsed him. It's all a facade, all of it. Bachin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to tear away the hypocritical mask that Jun Mo Lee wore. He bellowed at the soldiers stationed at the gatehouse. All of you, turn around. Afterward, Jun Molin was pressed against the city wall, his trousers torn apart, subjected to the utmost humiliation before the eyes of the multitude. As a mere delicate scholar, how could he resist? Thus, his dignity was utterly trampled upon. Once Bachin Yu had his fill of amusement, he delivered a vicious kick, sneering. You wretch, begone! Jun Molin, dragging his exposed form, traversed through the ranks of soldiers, under their cold, disdainful gazes, descending from the city wall. That night, Bachin Yu met his silent demise, his head severed while he slept. Jun Molin, grasping Bachin Yu's head, seizing a moment of power, unexpectedly gained control of the city gates, flinging them wide open. Yi Fan's forces, seizing this opportunity, swiftly advanced to take the gates. Standing before the gates, Yi Fan beheld Jun Molin, drenched in blood, holding a head aloft. He cast Bachin Yu's head at Yi Fan's feet, his voice chillingly calm. Bachin Yu is dead, and I have opened the gates for the general. May I exchange this for my life? Yanbai, witnessing Jun Molin's current demeanor, gasped in astonishment. This man is truly ruthless. Yi Fan regarded Jun Molin, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Indeed, you have saved us considerable time in our siege. Had you not opened the gates today, it might have taken me half a month to capture the city. However, your past transgressions are numerous. Your crimes cannot be overshadowed by your contributions. I cannot let you go. Yanbai raised an eyebrow, admiringly observing Yi Fan. Yun Molinis condenanse shifted, Yi Fan. You are lacking in martial ethics. Yi Fan, unfazed, replied, and take him away. After this matter concludes, we shall deal with him. Thus, Jun Molin was bound by two men and taken away, still cursing as he was led off. Yanbai chuckled. I thought you might spare him. Yi Fan, exasperated, retorted. A person with such ruthless methods is a menace. How could I let him go? The subsequent siege proceeded remarkably smoothly, with most soldiers surrendering without resistance. Bachin Nanxiong took his own life before the Dragon Throne. After arranging for the cleanup, Yi Fan took Yanbai to the secluded valley. Before Yanbai could react, he was pulled into Yi Fan's chamber and pressed down onto the bed. Yi Fan loomed over Yanbai, his gaze fervent, his voice sultry. Xiao Yi, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. Let's share a night together. Yanbai, suddenly invigorated, flipped over, pinning Yi Fan beneath him. A triumphant smirk on his face. Wrong position. Fret not, my dear. I shall be gentle. Yi Fan will link complete. Allowing Yanbai to clumsily tear at his garments and explore his body with abandon. Yanbai, filled with enthusiasm, found Yi Fan's obedience solidified his dominant position. Later that night, Yanbai clutched the bed covers, whimpering at the foot of the bed, while Yi Fan cooed soothingly. Yanbai lamented, You promised to let me sleep. Why must it be you instead? After 3 days in the secluded valley, having left Yanbai with his mother and seeing them get along harmoniously, Yi Fan ventured alone to the capital to handle the final affairs. 3 months later, the coronation ceremony was held simultaneously with the emperor's grand wedding. Yi Fan ascended the throne as emperor, and Yanbai served as his consort, together governing the realm. Although their subordinates were perplexed by this arrangement, they offered their support. Yi Fan chose not to revert to his original surname, thus honoring his late father's wishes. Henceforth, the two ruled in concert, with Yi Fan overseeing political affairs while Yanbai managed economic matters. In just 50 years, the nation flourished and the populace enjoyed prosperous lives. With peace reigning and political stability achieved, Yi Fan, at the age of 70, entrusted the throne to a member of the one family's collateral branch. He had nurtured this individual for over a decade and deemed him an exceptional heir. Following this, he and Yanbai returned to Peach Blossom Mountain, a place he cherished above all. In Yanbai's final moments, he tenderly kissed the circular pendant around his neck before closing his eyes. Yi Fan embraced him and, almost simultaneously, shut his own eyes. Beep. Detection of target character's villainous corruption value at 0. Mission accomplished. The end of this tale, Chapter 62. The ailing youth's hidden ambitions, the 6,000 worlds. Fourth realm, city, beep. Detection of target character's villain, Zhongli. Beep. Current villain corruption value at 95. Dizziness enveloped him. His chest felt tight, and he struggled to breathe. His body oscillated, and soft sensations brushed against his lips. They were fervent and warm. As Yanbai's consciousness began to return, he felt ensnared within a vast whirlpool, disoriented and immobile. Sounds were near, yet seemed miles away, rendered indistinct and unresponsive. A refreshing wave of air intermittently eased his discomfort. Each gentle touch on his lips pulled him slightly from the abyss. Yanbai felt as though he were fracturing, his mind clear while his body remained frail. Yet the softness against his lips felt achingly real, beautiful, and familiar. Instinctively, he summoned every ounce of strength to extend his tongue. When the next soft touch arrived, he swept it across the other's delicate lips, exhausting his last reserves of energy. Zhongli, who was fervently attempting to revive the fainting youth before him, paused, taken aback. The exquisite yet frail boy remained with his eyes tightly shut, his lips a shade of violet. It was a classic state of hypoxic shock associated with Eisenmenger syndrome, rendering him incapable of frivolity. The uncharacteristically smooth tongue and seemingly frivolous action might have been an unconscious response. Suppressing his unease, Zhongli continued with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, striving to save the youth's life. The nine-tailed fox was astonished by Yanbai's desperate attempt to seize even a moment of intimacy. "My lord, you truly are relentless. Even in death, if you do not regain control and breathe independently soon, you may indeed perish." Yanbai had undoubtedly recognized the fragility of this body's heart and discerned that the cause lay in the abnormal flow of 2 heart meridians, currently devoid of magical energy. It was evident that he was in the presence of a villain. Otherwise, his magical power would not have inexplicably vanished. The Dark Lord found himself temporarily unable to employ magic against the 2 heart meridians, but resolved to utilize controlled breathing techniques to alleviate the discomfort in his heart. The nine-tailed fox exclaimed, "What a wretched body you have found! Had it not been for my spirit's arrival, it would have truly met its end." Upon witnessing the Demon Lord's decisive actions, the nine-tailed fox finally felt a sense of relief. This body is quite exquisite. You cannot fathom how beautiful you appear at this moment. Enduring a little pain is entirely worth it. Before them stood the antagonist, Zhongli, who found himself in dire straits, falsely accused of a crime and pursued by the police. In the original narrative, today marked a pivotal moment. This body was destined to succumb to illness today, leading to its demise, while inadvertently dragging him into imprisonment. Before one can pursue him, they must first safeguard their own life. Yanbai, feeling his breathing stabilizing considerably, was in good spirits. Death was certainly not on the horizon. The villain possessed formidable skills. He could afford to indulge in the kiss a little longer. The nine-tailed fox thought, "How shameless of you, Demon Lord. Clearly, I am performing artificial respiration. What do you mean by indulging further?" Yet, the nine-tailed fox dared not voice her thoughts and retreated into the sea of consciousness to observe from afar after transmitting her memories. With Zhongli's expert application of CPR combined with Yanbai's self-regulation, Yanbai's beleaguered heart gradually revived, and he slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a man in his 30s, mature, stern, with sharp brows and captivating eyes, exuding an alluring breath that lingered. Yanbai could not help but lick his lips, still tinged with the man's essence, a blend of morning dew and deep wood fragrance, both subtle and profound, utterly enchanting. Yanbai squinted. The Demon Lord was evidently harboring ulterior motives. After a tumultuous day filled with dramatic highs and lows, Zhongli, having finally saved Yanbai, felt the strain of exertion overwhelm him as he sank into a seat, nearly exhausted. He gazed at the youth, breathless, as the pale and frail boy opened his eyes, revealing a pair of lively orbs that sparkled like stars. Vitality danced within those eyes, and an indescribable radiance fixed upon him, leaving Zhongli both astonished and delighted. Confirming that the boy was out of danger, Zhongli could not spare time for further conversation. He had pressing matters to attend to. "May I borrow your phone for a moment?" Without waiting for Yanbai's response, he seized a phone from the control panel and dialed number. As soon as the call connected, silence ensued. Zhongli cautiously spoke, and then, fearing that Gu Shiliang would answer, he felt a wave of relief wash over him when his sister's voice came through, albeit in a hushed tone filled with excitement. "Brother, save me. I heard what you shouted in court. Gu Shiliang is the villain, but I didn't dare to let him know. I feigned confidence in him. I just made an excuse to enter the women's restroom at Qiandao Mall, and he is waiting outside. What should I do?" In her anxious fervor, she failed to grasp why her brother, who should have been imprisoned, was able to call her. Zhongli was utterly impressed by his sister's cleverness. "Do not trust Gu Shiliang. I am coming to rescue you. Lock the door and stay put. Wait for me." Zhongli hung up the phone, only to realize that his device had connected to the car's Bluetooth, broadcasting all sounds aloud, much to the surprise of the young man in the vehicle. Yanbai retrieved a pill from his pocket and swallowed it, acknowledging the frailty of his current form, which necessitated medication. Though his lips retained a slight purplish hue, his strength had notably returned, presenting him as if he were an ordinary person. Yanbai spoke, "You saved my life. Since you are intent on saving others, I shall assist you in return as a matter of mutual obligation. I know the address of Qiandao Mall. I will drive there now." Seeing Yanbai's seemingly robust condition, Zhongli felt a wave of relief. Yanbai's recovery was astonishingly swift, surpassing the typical pace of healing, perhaps attributable to his prolonged battles with illness. Such rapidity was not unfathomable. For reasons unknown, he found himself placing unwavering trust in the individual before him. Despite not even knowing his name, Zhongli gazed at him, his eyes heavy with gratitude, conveying a multitude of unspoken words in a single phrase. "Thank you." However, this momentary relaxation brought forth a sharp pain in his previously dislocated hand, which throbbed with an intensity that pierced to the bone. In his eagerness to assist, adrenaline had surged, causing him to forget his recent injury, which, despite having been reset, still required time to heal. The vigorous chest compressions he had just performed exacerbated the swelling in his wrist. Yet, his face betrayed none of this discomfort. He merely cradled his hand, massaging it gently to ease the tension. He observed the resilient youth, who had similarly emerged from the grips of illness. Yanbai appeared pale and frail, having just recovered from a recent ailment. Yet that moment, he exuded a vibrant energy. With a casual glance at Zhongli, he uttered a light admonition, "Buckle your seatbelt." As the car accelerated, Zhongli soon understood Yanbai's caution. The young man possessed driving skills that belied his appearance. The sleek red sports car, nimble and agile, roared as it navigated through the traffic at astonishing speed. In a mere 7 minutes, they arrived at the underground parking of Qingdao Plaza, skidding to a halt at the elevator entrance. Zhongli, typically meticulous and composed, had never once breached a traffic regulation. Yet, in this instance, he was propelled forward, and had it not been for the seatbelt restraining him, he would have surely been ejected through the window. He struggled to calm his racing heart, bewildered by how a patient suffering from Eisenmenger syndrome could maneuver the vehicle so skillfully, maintaining a calm demeanor. At this moment, he felt as if he were the one experiencing a heart condition. Once his heartbeat steadied, Zhongli quickly unfastened his seatbelt and dashed toward the elevator. Yanbai exited the car at a leisurely pace, entering the elevator just as the door slid open. "Thank you, but the matters ahead are perilous. You need not involve yourself," Zhongli urged. Yanbai, with an expression of earnest defiance, replied, "I am not one to abandon a cause midway. I must rescue your sister, and can you truly manage this alone?" Zhongli knew he could not. He was now a fugitive. If Gu Shiliang were to see him, not only would he be in jeopardy, but he would also be unable to save his sister. Yanbai countered, "A sound mind is a treasure. It must be employed. I overheard your sister on the phone, mentioning whom she needed to evade. I can divert his attention. You take the opportunity to bring your sister to the car. Here are the car keys. Wait for me for 3 minutes, and I will come down. If I do not appear in 3 minutes, you must drive away with her." Zhongli could not help but admire the seemingly frail youth before him. Indeed, this was the most prudent plan at present. He found it exceedingly difficult to refuse the car keys, and with a determined bite of his lip, he accepted them. "Aren't you curious about the reason behind this?" Yanbai smiled. "It has nothing to do with me. I am merely repaying a debt, seeking peace of mind. Everyone harbors secrets. It is not necessary for you to disclose yours." Zhongli raised his gaze, his eyes deep and resolute, suppressing his guilt. "I owe you a favor. Henceforth, I shall comply with any request you make." Yanbai smirked. "Good. I shall remember that." Simultaneously, feeling somewhat triumphant, he turned to the nine-tailed fox and declared, "From now on, everything shall be according to my will." It appears that the strategy is quite simple. The nine-tailed fox was utterly astounded by the unfolding events. Before the Demon Lord, it seemed that even the most perilous paths were not truly without hope. The two hastily approached the entrance of the ladies' restroom, where they found Gu Shiliang leaning against the wall, anxiously glancing at his watch. Zhongli pointed at Gu Shiliang, his voice icy yet laced with profound enmity. "That's him. I cannot make my presence known right now. Please distract him while I find my sister." Yanbai promptly patted Zhongli on the shoulder, only to realize that the other was half a head taller than him, making the gesture somewhat awkward. He withdrew his hand and thumped his chest. "Leave it to me." With a single hand pressed to his chest, Yanbai advanced towards Gu Shiliang. Just 2 steps before him, he stumbled and fell towards Gu Shiliang. Instinctively, Gu Shiliang reached out to support him, and Yanbai seized his arm, pulling him in a different direction. He leaned over Gu Shiliang's shoulder to glance at Zhongli, subtly raising his chin in acknowledgement. Zhongli felt an inexplicable discomfort as he observed the two standing excessively close to one another. However, he had no time to ponder his feelings and swiftly dashed towards the ladies' restroom. Zhongli clutched her phone tightly, anxiously awaiting his arrival, until Zhongli's gentle call broke the tension. Zhongli flung open the stall door and rushed into Zhongli's embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Zhongli, do not make a sound. We must leave at once." He grasped Zhongli's hand and cautiously peered around the corner towards Gu Shiliang. There stood Yanbai, still clutching his clothing, shivering and mumbling incoherently. Gu Shiliang, being tugged along, had no choice but to lean down to catch his words. Yanbai, with his ethereal beauty and fragile demeanor, easily evoked sympathy, making it challenging for even Gu Shiliang to cast him aside callously. "What ails you?" Yanbai caught sight of Zhongli's half-exposed face from the restroom door. Their eyes met, in a corner unseen by Gu Shiliang. Yanbai quickly waved his hand at him. Zhongli nodded, swiftly leading Zhongli around the corner towards the elevator. Seeing the two disappear into an unseen alcove, he released Gu Shiliang, no longer interested in maintaining the charade. Standing tall, he apathetically remarked, "I just saw a large rat. It has now vanished." After speaking, it was as if nothing had transpired. He turned and ambled away. Gu Shiliang was taken aback. What was this all about? He redirected his gaze to the restroom. It had been nearly half an hour since Zhongli had entered. Why was she still not out? Growing increasingly impatient, he attempted to call her, only to be met with an abrupt disconnection. Undeterred, he dialed repeatedly, but her phone had already been powered off. A wave of unease washed over Gu Shiliang just then, when a cleaning lady approached. He produced a banknote and implored her, "My sister went to the restroom half an hour ago and hasn't emerged yet. I fear she may have fainted. Could you kindly check on her? Her name isn't in." The lady promptly accepted the 100 yuan bill, slipping it into her pocket with an air of righteousness as she replied, "It's not that I'm greedy for your money. I simply enjoy helping others." Without hesitation, the cleaning lady entered the restroom, calling out, "Are you in there? Your brother is looking for you," she shouted while pushing open each stall. Yet found them all empty. Confused, she exited, pondering if perhaps Nin had gone to another restroom. Gu Shiliang's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled the inexplicably appearing Yanbai and hastened to pursue the direction in which he had vanished. But there was no sign of anyone. Frustration surged within him as he pounded his fist against the wall. What was there left to comprehend? The boy's appearance had been far too convenient. Only within that brief 2 minutes had Zhongli the opportunity to depart. Regardless of his regrets, Yanbai had successfully descended the stairs, and by the time the elevator doors opened, 3 minutes had already elapsed. Zhongli was anxiously waiting at the elevator entrance, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing him. Yanbai, however, wore an expression of disbelief. "Why are you waiting here? Didn't you know to wait in the car? Where's your head? Get in quickly." Zhongli clambered into the driver's seat, casting a slightly disdainful glance at Zhongli, who was lagging behind and closing the door. In the back seat, Zhong Enin felt a twinge of unease as she cautiously scrutinized Yanbai. Was this the good friend her brother had spoken of? Zhongli promptly fastened his seatbelt and addressed Zhong Enin. "Hurry and buckle up, brace yourself, and hold on to the handle beside you." Zhong Enin couldn't help but notice how eerily similar his instructions were to a flight attendant's safety announcements. Although puzzled by her brother's apparent nervousness, she promptly complied. 10 seconds later, she understood why her brother had been so anxious. Yanbai was driving as if he were in a race. Chapter 64. The ailing youth with malicious intent. Just as the adrenaline began to surge through the siblings, Yanbai's phone rang. He answered it via the car's Bluetooth, and, immediately, a furious voice erupted on the other end, resonating with impressive clarity within the vehicle. "Yanbai, you ungrateful wretch. How could you have broken your mother's favorite necklace? I will cancel all your cards and dismiss your medical team. Only when you kneel before your mother's tomb and confess will I restore your medical assistance." Yanbai, having absorbed the memories of the original owner, was well aware that this was his troublesome father. He wore an air of indifference, scratching his ear as he lowered the volume by 2 notches. "The money is yours, so you can stop any time you wish. But let us be clear, it was not I who damaged the necklace. The one who should apologize is that woman." The surround sound system across from him continued. "What do you mean, that woman? She is your stepmother. Have you lost your sense of humanity to lay hands on her?" Yanbai chuckled in anger, his voice dripping with scorn and arrogance. "She provoked me deliberately, intending to give my mother's jewelry to the servants. I only acted to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Given her appearance, only you would find her appealing. Do you really think I could be swayed by her? Are you all insane, or is it I who am blind?" The anger on the other side evidently intensified further. "Your stepmother clearly intended to give you your mother's jewelry today. Why are you fabricating such lies? I saw you groping her." Yanbai sneered coldly. "Have your eyes dimmed to the point of losing your mind? With my looks, I could attract countless individuals far more beautiful than her, and I wouldn't even bother. Do you think I'm a fool, or are you the one lacking sense?" Yanbai seemed to relish calling others dim-witted, having similarly referred to himself not long ago. Reflecting on this, Zhongli's thoughts momentarily strayed. Indeed, Yanbai was strikingly handsome, and it was entirely reasonable for others to be drawn to him. Moreover, his lips were exquisitely soft. Yanbai's sharp tongue continued its assault. "You should think for a moment. You once said that no one is allowed to touch anything in my mother's bedroom. She clearly does not take your words seriously. The 9-tailed fox couldn't help but commend. The Demon Lord excels at sowing discord." While Yanbai was engaged in his tirade, he had no time to entertain the foolish fox. "That woman claimed she was kindly offering the jewelry to me. If I wanted it, would I not tell you? What a pathetic excuse. Does she truly believe that those with the surname Yan are all fools?" Yin Bojun felt he had been subtly insulted. The surround sound system erupted once more. "Are you calling me foolish?" Yanbai replied with a cold laugh. "If such petty tricks can succeed, and she casually destroyed my mother's favorite necklace, who is the fool here?" Zhong Enin suddenly found herself admiring Yanbai's eloquence. Zhongli furrowed his brow, perplexed by how Yanbai's father could be so naive and his stepmother so malicious. "Tell her that if she dares to lay a hand on my mother's belongings again, she will face an unbearable consequence." After uttering this, Yanbai hung up the phone, leaving Yin Bojun panting into the receiver. The atmosphere in the car grew awkwardly tense. After a moment, Zhongli finally spoke. "Your car's audio system is quite impressive." Immediately regretting his words, he wished to retract them, while Zhong Enin covered her face, unwilling to acknowledge that this person was her brother. Yanbai deftly maneuvered the car, glancing at him with a teasing expression. "Isn't my skill in insults even more remarkable?" Zhongli was at a loss for how to respond, while Zhong Enin, seated in the back, sincerely remarked, "Your talent for insults is truly extraordinary." Zhongli cast a glance at his sister through the rearview mirror, reluctant to acknowledge her as a member of his family. The vehicle swiftly came to a halt in an underground parking lot, and with a sudden brake, Yanbai turned around with a radiant smile, her face aglow like spring blossoms. "You truly have discerning taste," she exclaimed. Zhong and was momentarily overwhelmed by her beauty, flustered and struggling for words. Remembering Yanbai's plight ignited a spark of indignation within her, and she comforted with fervent righteousness. Stories always say that no stepmother is ever good. With a stepmother comes a stepfather, so do not be disheartened. It is not worth it. Zhongli observed his sister with some surprise. Over the past few years, she had remained notably quiet and reserved, rarely engaging with others. Today marked her first encounter with Yanbai, rendering them relative strangers. Yet, Yanbai possessed an unusual charm, effortlessly instilling feelings of affection and trust. Under the scrutiny of those around her, Yanbai's eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, and a mischievous thought surged forth. Leaning back against the rear seat, her voice took on a feigned frailty. "Indeed, I suffer from Eisenmenger syndrome, and he has even dismissed my medical team. I am now left destitute. Should my condition worsen, it could become perilous." The nine-tailed fox observed Yanbai's indifferent performance with slight annoyance. "My lord, what exactly are you attempting to achieve?" Yanbai sent forth a mental projection, stating, "Of course, I intend to rely on the antagonist." "How else could one accomplish the mission?" the nine-tailed fox retorted. "So you are simply going to shamelessly depend on him?" Yanbai replied with conviction, "Otherwise, should I not indulge in lavish rituals?" The nine-tailed fox could only grit its teeth in exasperation, acknowledging, "Indeed, my lord, you are quite formidable." Zhongli discerned that Yanbai's current condition was far from dire, yet the inherently kind-hearted Zhong and grew anxious. "You truly have Eisenmenger syndrome? Oh, that requires careful nurturing. Brother, you must assist him. My brother is an exceptional physician. He alone is equivalent to an entire medical team." Zhongli Sigelplesli, fully aware of the undeniable bond with his sister. "Yanbai, I must be forthright with you. I should remain to care for your health. But I am currently a wanted fugitive, and my presence would only bring you greater trouble." Zhong and suddenly recalled her brother's sentencing, and tears welled in her eyes. "You must have escaped to save me." Yanbai's expression shifted to one of astonishment and indignation. "I believe a person of your integrity would never commit wrongdoing. After all, you just saved my life. You are a true hero. Is there a deeper reason for your fugitive status?" Zhongli hesitated briefly, but ultimately resolved to share the truth. Yanbai, having no prior knowledge of this segment, listened intently. The narrative unfolded over a considerable timeline, and with the nine-tailed fox's prior background exposition, Yanbai finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Zhongli was a distinguished surgeon, blessed with a younger sister, Zhong Anen, who was the cherished daughter of their parents, born many years after her brother. Both siblings were exceptionally beautiful, exuding charm and cuteness from a young age. Yet, the family harbored a hidden sorrow, unbeknownst to outsiders. From the tender age of 5, Zhong Yanin was incessantly plagued by harassing letters, each containing a chilling proclamation. "Yanin, I will wait for you to grow up. You are mine." The young child, oblivious to the horrific implications of such correspondence, left her parents in a state of terror. What sort of depraved individual would target a 5-year-old? It was utterly repulsive. Zhong Yanin's parents promptly reported the matter to the authorities. However, despite extensive investigations, the police found no leads, while the disturbing letters continued to arrive monthly, leaving the family in a constant state of dread. The burden of such a life became unbearable. A few years later, Zhong's father chose to distance his family from their original city and familiar faces, relocating them to an entirely foreign metropolis in hopes of providing his daughter with a safe and worry-free environment. Yet, this decision unleashed a Pandora's box of calamities upon the family. On Zhongmin's 18th birthday, her parents tragically collided with a large truck, resulting in their untimely deaths. On the same day, Anin narrowly escaped a horrific assault in a secluded hospital storage room, the assailant being the very threat that had loomed over her for years. Thankfully, Zhongli arrived just in time. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unimaginable. In a matter of days, Zhongli found himself falsely accused of drugging several patients. With victims, witnesses, and even lawyers compromised, he was ensnared in a meticulously orchestrated plot that led to his imprisonment. While in court, a storm of realization struck Zhongli. As he connected the dots, recognizing that the true culprit was none other than his classmate, Gu Shiliang, who had been lurking in the shadows all along. The threatening letters over the years had been a ruse to isolate their family from all familiar faces and relatives. With the death of his parents and his own incarceration, Zhong Inan was rendered utterly alone. Whatever Gu Shiliang planned next, she had no one to trust or turn to for help. It was he who had unwittingly invited danger into their lives by introducing Gu Shiliang to his sister. His singular thought was to rescue Inan, who had already fallen into Gu Shiliang's clutches. Thus, en route to prison, Zhongli cleverly dislocated his wrist to free himself from his handcuffs and leap from a bridge. His actions reminiscent of a scene from an action thriller. The two officers were left astounded. Seizing the opportunity, Zhongli swiftly commandeered the original vehicle parked by the roadside. This is the tale of his encounter with Yin by before the clash with the antagonist. Zhongli, how shall one put it, is indeed a tragic saga. Zhongli ultimately reflected. Although I have committed no crime, I am far from the paragon you envision. My intention for entering your vehicle was not to rescue you, but rather to evade the pursuing officers and to find a phone to save my sister. In truth, you aided in her rescue, so you owe me nothing. In my desperate haste to save, I selfishly withheld the truth, for which I apologize. Yanbai, with a solemn expression of righteousness, replied, I was not driven to distress by your intimidation. It was that woman who incited my illness. Indeed, you saved me, and I am indebted to you. The current predicament is as follows. I am impoverished and in need of a doctor. You are wronged and seek vindication, and your sister requires refuge from malevolence. Since we all have our needs, why not band together for warmth and mutual assistance? You can act as my physician, and I have a place here to accommodate you. I also possess my own network, which can aid in uncovering the truth. So, shall we collaborate? The nine-tailed fox widened his eyes in astonishment. The words of the Demon Lord were remarkably reasonable, and he was nearly swayed. Zhongli hesitated for just a few seconds. All right, if the police find us here, just say you were coerced. I will not implicate you. Yanbai inwardly marveled at the nine-tailed fox's goodness. This child of fortune had a surprisingly kind heart. The nine-tailed fox nodded in agreement, but internally he was rolling his eyes. Of course, this is the true form of the celestial emperor. How could his values be anything but upright? Yet, he dared not reveal Zhongli's true identity. Taking on this role was truly a challenging endeavor. Forcing a chatty fox to keep secrets daily was a daunting task indeed. Sigh, he would need to find his boss Mu later to unwind and alleviate some work-related stress. Yanbai immediately spoke up, deal? We'll discuss the details at home. Come help me out of the car, my legs feel a bit weak right now. This was not an exaggeration. His frail body was indeed weak. The series of vigorous actions he had taken earlier had relied solely on the strength of the Demon Lord. And now he was genuinely fatigued. Zhongli promptly exited the vehicle and opened the door for him. As Yanbai trembled down, Zhongli observed his quivering calves and suddenly felt a teasing impulse. Are you certain this isn't due to being frightened by the car's speed? The Demon Lord could not tolerate such an accusation. He was a man of utmost integrity. Nonsense. Can't you see what's wrong with my legs? I suspect your medical license was purchased. Zhongli burst into laughter, assisting Yanbai's frail form forward, refraining from further teasing. The slenderness of his waist was excessively delicate, and he was so light that Zhongli could easily encircle him with one arm. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Yanbai's physique was rather too insubstantial. Did he never eat? Zhong alighted from the car, helping to close the door, and looked at Zhongli with a hint of surprise. Her brother, who had always been mature for his age, had a personality that was cool and meticulous, rarely indulging in jest, especially after she began receiving harassing letters. Zhongli had hardly smiled. Yet, today, in the presence of someone he had only just met, not only did he smile, but he even made a joke. This was nothing short of miraculous. Unbeknownst to her, since meeting Yanbai, she had also become more lively and talkative. The three down-and-out individuals supported each other as they ascended to the 39th floor. Yanbai used his fingerprint to unlock apartment A, simultaneously registering the siblings' fingerprints. There! Now you can come and go freely. Zhong Enan stood at the entrance, evaluating the apartment. It was neither shabby nor luxurious. A standard dwelling that did not quite match the caliber of the car Yanbai had driven, appearing less like the residence of a former rich heir. Yanbai seemed to sense her thoughts and explained, "My mother passed away the year I was accepted into university, and I moved out of the family home. At that time, my father was consumed by grief and had no time for me, and he stopped sending me pocket money, so I could only afford a modest apartment. He never inquired about my place of residence. It was always my mother who managed everything. He has grown accustomed to being hands-off, perhaps even believing I reside in a school dormitory. However, my health condition is not suited for communal living. Thus, this abode remains a secret. It should be safe for both of you to dwell here. Originally, I shared this rental with someone else, a student from country C who has just returned home. And you may occupy his room, while he can only share mine, which conveniently allows you to care for me." Both readily agreed, dragging their weary bodies along. Yanbai continued to jest lightly, expressing relief that Yanbo Jun had not interfered with my medical team, enabling me to maintain good health. In truth, today marks my second episode. The first coincided with my mother's passing. I believe I have been managing quite well, haven't I? Zhongli helped him settle onto the sofa, feeling a sharp pang in his heart, yet remaining silent. He noticed an advanced oxygen machine nearby. After verifying its functionality, he placed the port before Yanbai and assisted him in donning it, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "You are currently in a state of low oxygen. Your demand for oxygen has increased. Breathe for a while. It'll bring you some comfort." Yanbai blinked at him, ultimately complying and leaning back on the sofa to inhale the oxygen. Chapter 66. The frail youth with sinister intentions and had endured a harrowing day, filled with uncertainties, particularly regarding Yanbai. Yet, it was evident that he needed rest and should not be disturbed. She turned to Zhongli and asked, "Brother, is the one who has been sending me harassing letters truly Gu Xiliang? He is terrifying. Over the years, he has masqueraded as a good person, deceiving us all." Zhongli nodded, sharing his analytical conclusions, most of which were derived from his own deductions and conjectures. However, Yanbai, who had been absorbing oxygen nearby, recognized the truth in Zhongli's words. Truly, a villain and rather astute. Zhongli spoke solemnly, were it not for his brazen declaration in court, claiming in his mind, "I would not have pieced together this entire chain of events." Now, everything makes sense. The ever-eavesdropping nine-tailed fox remarked, "Indeed, villains perish due to their loquacity. The truth does not deceive me." And then suddenly comprehended, her voice thick with emotion. "So, my parents were indeed harmed by him?" He whispered in my ear that he was punishing me. Zhongli remained skeptical, unable to ascertain with certainty. "He may have said that deliberately to intimidate you, instilling fear to exert control. This requires further investigation. However, his years of tormenting you are enough to warrant his demise." And it felt tears welling in her eyes. "Why did all this happen? I miss my parents so much. If I hadn't drawn his attention, they might still be alive." Yanbai, unable to bear the heavy atmosphere, pulled off his oxygen mask. "I have never encountered a villain so audacious, and I will not allow him to roam free any longer. Eradicating evil begins with me." Zhongli and the nine-tailed fox found his melodramatic declaration utterly disruptive to the somber mood. Yet, the destruction of the somber atmosphere did not seem entirely unwelcome. Zhong Enan, ensnared in a web of painful self-reproach, found a sudden reprieve in this diversion. Yanbai seized the opportunity to console her, asserting that villains are simply malevolent, randomly selecting their victims, and that their choice of her was entirely fortuitous and devoid of any fault on her part. Continuously dwelling on a painful past proves utterly futile. The more life challenges us, the stronger and braver we must become, striking back fiercely against its adversities. There is no need to fear Gu Xiliang in the past. He masked his inadequacies with the guise of authority, which only augmented his aura of terror. In truth, he is but a coward, lurking in the shadows and employing base tactics to instill fear in others. Now that he is exposed to the light, we have become the hidden hunters, and it is his turn to be afraid. Zhong Enan gazed at Yanbai, whose seemingly simple words were imbued with profound wisdom, igniting a sense of strength within her. Zhongli observed Yanbai and felt an invisible spark ignite. A small spark can indeed set an entire prairie ablaze. Witnessing the two emerge from their despondency and rekindle their fighting spirit, Yanbai felt a great sense of admiration for his own method of mental fortification. He declared resolutely that the immediate priority was to clear Zhongli of the wrongful accusations and uncover the truth. If fortune favored them, they might even unearth some incriminating evidence against Gu Shiliang, potentially leading to his incarceration. The origins of the matter lay within the hospital. Tomorrow, I will apply a disguise on you, ensuring that even your sister would not recognize you. Afterwards, I shall accompany you back to the hospital to seek the truth. All paths leave traces. I refuse to believe their methods are flawless. Zhong Enin regarded the spirited Yanbai with immense respect. Despite battling a serious illness, no one exhibited greater courage, wisdom, or nonchalance than he. She proclaimed that from this day forth, Yanbai would be her idol. With renewed determination and hope for the future, Zhong Enin returned to her room. The influence of those around her was indeed remarkable. Zhongli, witnessing his vibrant sister, regarded Yanbai with newfound depth of appreciation. Noticing Yanbai's evident fatigue, he gently suggested that he should rest for a while. Yanbai, acknowledging his weariness, rose to return to his room, with Zhongli assisting him by pushing the portable oxygen machine, accompanying him back to his bedroom. Exhausted, Yanbai collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Zhongli reconnected the oxygen machine and placed a mask over his mouth and nose. Knowing that oxygen during sleep could alleviate the discomfort symptoms associated with Alzheimer's syndrome. Observing Yanbai's weary visage, Zhongli felt reluctant to disturb his slumber, helping him remove his socks and covering him with a blanket before retreating to the bathroom. After showering, Zhongli borrowed a pair of sleep pants from Yanbai's wardrobe. Though slightly short and snug, they were wearable. The shirt, however, was of a size that was impossible to don, leaving Zhongli to lie on the bed shirtless. As her head rested on the pillow, she inhaled a faint, refreshing scent of herbs and woods, soothing to the heart. She gazed at the peacefully slumbering Yanbai, whose pallid complexion and slightly bluish undereyes bore the telltale signs of oxygen deprivation. Alzheimer's syndrome presents in various forms, and Zhongli was uncertain of the specific type afflicting Yanbai. It is essential to ascertain the optimal treatment plan. Zhongli's gaze lingered on Yanbai's wrist, where a medical bracelet was affixed. This device, designated for certain patients, stores vital medical information, enabling healthcare personnel to swiftly comprehend the patient's condition during emergencies for prompt assistance. Zhongli carefully removed the bracelet and, noticing a laptop on the bedside table, sat up and connected the bracelet to the computer to access the stored data. After a quick review, he exhaled in relief. Yanbai's condition was not dire. He primarily exhibited symptoms of hypoxemia, and with regular oxygen supplementation, pulmonary pressure reduction, and cardiotonin treatments, significant improvements could be achieved. With proper care, a lifespan akin to that of an average person was within reach. Zhongli meticulously examined all the detailed data in the examination reports, conceptualizing the best treatment strategy while jotting down his thoughts on paper. Anticoagulant therapy could enhance the survival rate, exercise endurance, and quality of life for those with Alzheimer's syndrome. He desired not only for Yanbai to survive, but to thrive. The nine-tailed fox marveled, exclaiming how truly benevolent and handsome the celestial emperor of this world was. After indulging in the spectacle, he stealthily exited the realm of consciousness, invoking incantations to seek his beloved. Upon appearing amidst the colorful, auspicious clouds, Mu Yiyun, summoned by his presence, was already awaiting him. The nine-tailed fox sprawled on the pristine white bed, with Mu Yiyun, clad in black, lying beside him. "Why are you here during the day in this little world?" The nine-tailed fox playfully drew Mu Yiyun closer, cooing and whining. Oh, my lord is unwell. I am frightened." Mu Yiyun replied, "What should I do with such a charming wife? Fear not, I shall show you something wonderful." After a while, the nine-tailed fox's voice trembled with grievance. "You deceitful trickster. This wonderful thing is life-threatening." Mu Yiyun's voice wavered, slightly breathless. "You are not human. You are a nine-tailed fox." The nine-tailed fox lamented his plight. bullied in the realm of 6,000 worlds and oppressed by Mu Yu Yun here. The life of a fox is fraught with challenges. After sufficient enjoyment, the nine-tailed fox returned to the realm of 6,000. Chapter 67. The frail youth with malicious intent in an opulent mansion in the suburbs, Yin Bojun, having hung up on his son, remained seething with anger, his face flushed as he gasped for air. Ruan Qingwei stood cautiously beside him, observing his demeanor while gently massaging his back to ease his tension. Her voice soft yet tinged with remorse. "It's all my fault for upsetting Bai. I shall keep my distance to avoid further conflict. A harmonious family fosters prosperity. Do not harbor anger towards him." In a fit of rage, Yin Bojun hurled his phone, shattering it with a resounding crash that startled Ruan Qingwei. Heartbroken, he gazed at the broken necklace in his hand, the remnants of his temper leaving him in silence as he turned and ascended the staircase. Ruan Qingwei's cautious expression faded, replaced by disdain as she watched Yin Bojun's retreating figure, internally scoffing at his sentimentality. It has been 3 years, and he still cherishes that person's keepsakes. One might think his feelings were profound. If his loyalty were truly steadfast, would my existence be tolerated? Ruan Qingwei turned her head and returned to her room, preferring solitude over seeking discomfort. She busied herself with a facial mask. Yin Bojun ascended the stairs to the room he once shared with his late ex-wife, sitting before the vanity that Qian Huaxin had cherished most in her lifetime. Qian Huaxin was a striking beauty, devoted to her appearance, and each morning, she would adorn herself here, transforming into a vision of elegance. Yin Bojun had spent languid afternoons in this very spot, learning the art of makeup from Zhang Sheng. His love for Qian Huaxin had not waned with her departure. Rather, it aged like a fine wine, growing richer over time. In contrast, his relationship with Ruan Qingwei was a mere misstep. Their initial encounter had been a fleeting fantasy, too enchanting to be real, and he often found himself mired in regret for not having exercised restraint. Yet, Ruan Qingwei, unyielding in her affection and devoid of expectations, would spiral into despair at the mere mention of a breakup, compelling him to sustain their relationship. Eventually, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, he married her, and they welcomed delightful twins, which should have made their lives more fulfilling. However, the reality was starkly different. Beneath the facade of prosperity and happiness, Yin Bojun's heart grew increasingly hollow. The dreamlike encounter with Ruan Qingwei, now reflected upon, seemed insipid and lacked the enduring depth he had shared with Qian Huaxin. From another perspective, this tale reveals an alternate narrative. Qian Huaxin, the original protagonist's mother, possessed extraordinary beauty in her youth, yet hailed from an ordinary family. She fell deeply in love at first sight with the youthful Yin Bojun. However, the Yin family, wealthy and established through generations of commerce, held high expectations for their eldest son, particularly regarding his marriage. While they did not demand that his bride come from a superior lineage, they insisted on a suitable match. Despite Qian Huaxin's exquisite looks and remarkable talents, her humble background was deemed insufficient. Nonetheless, Yin Bojun's profound love overcame substantial familial opposition, leading him to marry the beauty. Their bond flourished for many years, or so Qian Huaxin believed. She remained eternally grateful to him for enduring the pressures to wed her. Throughout the years, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to Yin Bojun, genuinely enamored with him, displaying a somewhat naive romanticism. After the birth of their child, however, they soon discovered that he suffered from a congenital heart condition. The Yin family, displeased with the prospect of their vast fortune being inherited by a fragile son, exerted considerable pressure on Qian Huaxin to bear more children. She endeavored tirelessly, exhausting every avenue. It seemed as though fate conspired against her, and she was unable to conceive again, a lingering sorrow in her heart. Fortunately, Yin Bojun remained kind and supportive, reassuring her that they would care for Yanbai, who was no different from any other child. Qian Huaxin's gratitude towards Yin Bojun deepened, and her love for him remained unwavering. Yet, their idyllic dreams were abruptly shattered on Yanbai's 18th birthday, when, during the day, Yin Bojun gifted him a luxurious sports car as a coming-of-age present. On the occasion of her birthday, Qian Huaxin prepared a delightful celebration, and the family of three spent a heartwarming day at home. However, that evening, when Yin Bojun returned after attending to some matters, he discovered Qian Huaxin lifeless in the bathtub. The true cause of her demise remained a mystery, and had it not been for the constant care of a medical team, she might have succumbed to the shock she experienced. Yin Bojun was engulfed in profound sorrow. He sealed off Qian Huaxin's room and belongings, often retreating there to reminisce about his late wife. The world believed her death to be a tragic accident, assuming she had merely fallen asleep while bathing. Yet in truth, it was anything but an accident. On the fateful night of her birthday, while Yin Bojun was away, a young and beautiful woman named Ruan Qingwei sought out Qian Huaxin. The husband and father whom Qian Huaxin had trusted implicitly had been leading a secret life, fathering a pair of twin boys with Ruan Qingwei, who was over a decade his junior. Ruan Qingwei, with her gentle demeanor and tearful pleas, expressed her remorse, saying, "Sister Qian, I know I have wronged you, but matters of the heart are often uncontrollable. I fell in love with Bojun, but my arrival was far too late. I understand I should leave gracefully, yet my love for him makes it unbearable. Thus, I have humbly chosen to remain, willing to live in obscurity for his sake. I had intended to accept this fate for a lifetime, but Bojun expressed his desire for a son, our son. He promised to provide me with an explanation once the child was born. I have already given birth to twins, now 3 years old, yet I have received no such account. I can wait, but my children cannot. They are about to enter kindergarten. How will teachers and parents regard them? As the illegitimate children without a father? You are also a mother, and you understand the care your child receives, yet mine cannot even call out father in the presence of others. I acknowledge my faults, but what have my children done wrong? Bojun has always felt guilty towards you, unable to confront the truth that he no longer loves you, which is why he has delayed revealing it for all these years." Qian Huaxin heard none of these words. Her gaze was fixed on the photographs strewn across the table. Among them were images of the twins, bearing a striking resemblance to Yin Bojun, along with countless pictures of the four of them together, resembling a blissful family. In her ears echoed the relentless refrain. Bojun has always felt guilty towards you, unable to tell you that he no longer loves you. Without uttering a word, she departed. Like a wraith. For years, she had existed in an ivory tower, blissfully unaware of the world's cruelties. Her life had revolved solely around two individuals, her husband and her children, with her husband holding even greater significance. Now, she learned that her husband had betrayed her long ago and no longer loved her. Yet out of years of affection or perhaps kindness, he had withheld this painful truth, continuing to feign a deep marital bond. This semblance of affection felt like a charity to her, inducing a profound sense of shame. She could no longer face the man who had caused her such anguish. Behind her, the sorrowful Ruan Qingwei wept beautifully, gazing at the departing figure. Her cheeks stained with tears, yet a smug smile crept upon her lips, revealing an expression starkly incongruous with her voice. Chapter 68. That frail youth harbored malicious intent. None were aware that Ruan Qingwei was no ordinary woman. She had been meticulously trained to ensnare the affluent, with the ultimate aim of amassing wealth. She had thoroughly studied the dynamics of love and human nature. After diligently preparing for Yin Bojun, she presented herself to him in a manner tailored to his desires. A middle-aged man finds it difficult to resist the allure of a youthful beauty who seeks neither riches nor returns, yet offers her unwavering love. Moreover, Ruan Qingwei's entrance was crafted with exquisite romance and beauty, reminiscent of a serendipitous, dreamlike romance. Yin Bojun was in essence a responsible man, devoted to Qian Huaxin. However, this did not preclude his desire for a carefree affair. Yet, events spiraled out of control when Ruan Qingwei discovered she was pregnant, twins no less. For a wealthy middle-aged man burdened with a child suffering from congenital heart disease, the arrival of these children was difficult to refuse. Unbeknownst to him, these two children were the result of meticulous scheming, not a natural conception, but rather artificially created and implanted after careful selection. For Ruan Qingwei, this was merely a cog in her grand design. Yin Bojun had contemplated urging her to terminate the pregnancy, yet she presented him with the ultrasound tearfully declaring, "I know this child comes at an opportune time, but they are twins, two boys, innocent lives. I cannot bear to part with them." After much internal conflict, Yin Bojun ultimately consented to the birth of the twins. Feigning weakness to compel Qian Huaxin to withdraw was yet another of her covert maneuvers against Yin Bojun. Although he had never promised Ruan Qingwei marriage, Qian Huaxin remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Ruan Qingwei merely sought to nudge Qian Huaxin into vacating her position, yet unexpectedly. That very night, Qian Huaxin perished. Everyone perceived it as an accident, yet only Ruan Qingwei understood it to be a tragic suicide born of despair. She had always known of Qian Huaxin's deep affection for Yin Bojun and the significant place she held in his heart. After years of patience, Yin Bojun had yet to grant her a rightful status. Ruan Qingwei had acted decisively, yet she was taken aback by Qian Huaxin's fragility and her subsequent demise. How could there exist such a foolish woman in this world? Even in the event of divorce, given Yin Bojun's feelings, she would have secured a considerable share of his wealth, enabling her to live her remaining years in comfort. Ruan Qingwei struggled to comprehend such emotions and the resolute finality behind them. A mixture of disdain and envy stirred within her, though she could not quite discern the object of her envy. After several days of trepidation, Ruan Qingwei remained uncertain whether Qian Huaxin had left behind incriminating evidence against her. Yet, all was quiet. Yin Bojun believed Qian Huaxin's death to be accidental, harboring no suspicion toward her. Only then did Ruan Qingwei truly exhale, content to await the moment when Yin Bojun would welcome her into his life. After a year of anticipation, Yin Bojun remained indifferent. It seemed he was still ensnared in the sorrow of losing his late wife, which had rendered him considerably aloof towards Ruan Qingwei. Undeterred, Ruan Qingwei devised a scheme, subtly influencing Yin Bojun's parents to inadvertently witness him dining with his two sons. The twins bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Anyone who laid eyes upon them would immediately recognize the familial bond. Yin Bojun's parents, having yearned for healthy grandchildren over the years, could not help but be enchanted by the sight of such delicate and charming boys. Thus, with little need for Yin Bojun's explanations, they embraced their newfound grandsons. Through their persistent encouragement, Ruan Qingwei eventually wed Yin Bojun 2 years later, becoming the genuine Lady Yin, albeit a stepmother only slightly older than the original matriarch. Yet, the cunning Ruan Qingwei was unwilling to allow Yanbai, the eldest son, to usurp her son's inheritance. Thus, she concocted a ruthless plan. Months of interaction had afforded her ample insight into the original matriarch, allowing her to devise effective strategies against him. She first ventured into Qian Huaxin's room and took several pieces of jewelry, intending to present them to the cleaning lady in Yanbai's presence. Naturally, the original matriarch objected, prompting Ruan Qingwei to provoke him until he became enraged and attempted to snatch the jewelry from her grasp. At that moment, Yin Bojun descended the stairs, a timing that Ruan Qingwei had meticulously orchestrated. Seizing the original matriarch's wrist, Ruan Qingwei feigned a struggle, pretending to evade him while exclaiming, "No, no, you're insane. I'm your mother." The original matriarch, already frail and innocent, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, failing to react in time. From Yin Bojun's perspective, it appeared as though the original matriarch was being inappropriate with Ruan Qingwei. With a thunderous roar, Yin Bojun intervened. Ruan Qingwei, clutching the disheveled buttons of her blouse, dropped the jewelry and, weeping, threw herself into Yin Bojun's embrace, claiming, "I was merely trying to return sister Qian's jewelry, and he dared to lay hands on me." The original matriarch, despite her innocence, recognized the need to defend herself but was rendered speechless by anger, stammering, "No. She's wicked. She wants to give mother's jewelry away." I disagreed and tried to take it back. The cleaning lady, who had been biding her time for her cue, immediately understood it was her moment to shine. Having already been bribed by Ruan Qingwei, she echoed the narrative seamlessly, articulately performing her role with flair. "Young master, one must act with integrity. You clearly laid hands on the lady. How can you lie? I once saw you peeping at her while she changed." What a disgrace! Furious, Yin Bojun fully believed their accusations. He chastised the original matriarch further, trembling with indignation and unable to articulate her defense, fled to the car in a fit of rage, succumbing to a breakdown. Coincidentally, at that moment, the enigmatic Yanbai arrived, embodying the tumult of past entanglements. Yin Bojun had always believed in the tenderness of marital love, yet it culminated in such an unbearable conclusion, oblivious to the nuances that lay in between. Chapter 69. The ailing youth harbored ill intentions. Yin Bojun lowered his gaze and gently caressed the necklace in his hand. It was not the most exquisite piece from Qianhua Xian jewelry, yet it was her favorite. Qianhua Xian wore this necklace the most, and Yin Bojun had once inquired about her fondness for it, expressing his perception that it was rather simplistic and unworthy of her elegance. With a radiant smile, Qianhua Xian had replied, her eyes sparkling, "It was on our first shopping trip. I merely glanced at this necklace, and the very next day, you secretly purchased it for me. My affection lies not in the necklace itself, but in the thoughtfulness you bestowed upon me back then." Yin Bojun was taken aback. He had never realized that Qianhua Xian possessed such delicate sentiments, all rooted in her love for him. Indeed, after their marriage, once he had given her an unlimited supplementary card, his gifts had lost the earnestness of yore. He would often present her with the latest collections from renowned brands, hastily assembled without even considering whether the styles suited her. Later, compounded by the affairs concerning Ruan Qingwei, he felt a sense of guilt towards her, prompting him to treat Qianhua Xian with renewed attentiveness. Yet, who could foresee that she would depart so unexpectedly, just hours after they had celebrated her birthday as a family? He returned home that evening to find her lifeless body. The memory of that day as celebration conjured thoughts of their son, Yanbai. His coming of age at 18 felt like a curse, having taken away his beloved Huaxin. Since then, Yin Bojun had been reluctant to see Yanbai, as if directing his impotent wrath towards him. Yin Bojun understood, yet he could not conquer this inner demon. Previously, Yanbai had mirrored Qianhua Xian's gentle and refined disposition. Yet today, in the midst of a quarrel, he resembled a rebellious tyrant. His words were sharp and struck home. Now, in retrospect, he believed it improbable for Yanbai to have taken liberties with Ruan Qingwei. What did Yanbai look like? He possessed a beauty surpassing that of his mother, who was renowned for her grace, while Ruan Qingwei, despite her own merits, paled in comparison to the women who had once pursued Yanbai. It seemed only a fool would be captivated by Ruan Qingwei. Again, it felt maddening that he would dare to approach Ruan Qingwei in a public setting. Therefore, the remarks made by Ruan Qingwei and that lady today felt particularly nuanced. Yin Bojun's mind was a tumult of thoughts, and that night, he chose to remain in that room, clutching the necklace that had brought Qianhua Xian such joy. Ruan Qingwei was aware that Yin Bojun had spent the night in that room once more, feeling both constrained and disdainful. This had occurred before. When he was in low spirits, he would retreat to that space alone. Nonetheless, in the morning, she endured her frustrations and, accompanied by their twin sons, gently knocked on the door, hoping to lift Yin Bojun's spirits. After all, she was the embodiment of the perfect wife. To her surprise, her usual charms proved ineffective today. As Yanbai and his brother leaped onto the bed, Yin Bojun bellowed in anger, "Who permitted you to enter? Did I not say that this room is off limits? My words hold no weight in this house anymore." The two 6-year-old twin sons were so frightened that they stood frozen in the middle of the path. And Ruan Qingwei was also somewhat startled. Yin Bojun, though occasionally aloof, rarely displayed anger, especially towards the twins, always appearing remarkably patient. As the three of them stood motionless, the twins suddenly burst into tears. Last night, Yin Bojun had dreamt of Qian Huaxin, envisioning her demise as excruciating and filled with regret, leaving him with lingering feelings of turmoil by morning. His patience had worn thin with the twins, and he barked, "Be quiet. Go outside and cry." Terrified, the children turned and fled. While Ruan Qingwei was about to gently close the door and leave when Yin Bojun's icy voice pierced the air, "Did I not say that no one is allowed in this room? Why did you take that necklace?" Ruan Qingwei halted in her tracks, astonished that she was being blamed for this incident. Her expression turned aggrieved, and just as she was about to speak, Yin Bojun dismissed her with indifference, declaring, "No one is to enter this room or touch these items again. If it happens once more, you shall leave this home." Ruan Qingwei was taken aback. This was the first time Yin Bojun had spoken to her so harshly, and she found herself at a loss for a response. Yin Bojun's gaze had turned unfriendly. "Aren't you leaving yet?" She awkwardly turned and exited, forgetting to close the door behind her. Yin Bojun reclined back onto the bed, his eyes shadowed with deep pain. In the morning, when Yanbai awoke, his mind was exceptionally clear. After a night of meditation, his heart had regained some strength, and he felt considerably lighter. The oxygen therapy had significantly alleviated his physical discomfort. He opened his eyes with renewed vigor, only to behold a chest resembling a marble statue before him. Yin Bai's pupils dilated in shock, and as his gaze traveled upward, he discovered Zhong Li lying on his side, his upper body bare. He was still in slumber, his jawline illuminated by the morning light, casting a graceful curve. The drifting white curtains made the sunlight appear particularly gentle. The light caressed Zhong Li's well-defined muscles, exuding an alluring sensuality. Yanbai swallowed hard, unable to tear his gaze from Zhong Li's nearly perfect physique. It was surprising that a doctor could possess such an impeccably toned body, proportionate in all the right places. Yanbai found himself entranced, until Zhong Li's long eyelashes fluttered, prompting him to blush and quickly turn away, flipping over and bolting to the bathroom. Zhong Li, roused by the noise, noticed the bathroom door just closing. After a moment of disorientation, he rose and made his way to the kitchen, rummaging through the refrigerator for ingredients to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Yanbai leaned against the bathroom wall, gently soothing his racing heart, muttering, "Damn it, Ilikamen, a nine-tailed fox. Aren't their roles in male-male dynamics?" Exhausted from the night, the nine-tailed fox, having barely dozed off, was suddenly called upon and opened his sleepy eyes. His voice carried a nasal tone. "My lord, are you muddled? You have always liked men. Don't think too much. You are the one beneath." Yanbai instantly bristled. Why should it be that way? The nine-tailed fox nearly leapt up in shock within the sea of consciousness, rubbing its slightly numb ears. In a moment of drowsiness, it seemed to have disclosed something of great significance, potentially revealing celestial secrets. "Well, I can only speculate. Your physique is rather delicate. Perhaps you might consider taking the initiative." "Miracles do happen," it suggested. Yanbai, irritated, kicked the nine-tailed fox away. "What do you mean by miracles? Do you look down upon anyone?" The fox, floating out of the sea of consciousness, landed lightly on the rooftop opposite, utterly bewildered. Was the demon lord's temper truly so volatile? Resigned, the nine-tailed fox decided to lie down on the roof and sleep, reasoning it would be wiser to wait for the demon lord's temper to cool before returning. The plight of a humble working fox was indeed challenging. Chapter 70. The ailing youth's unscrupulous thoughts. Yanbai paid no further attention to the nine-tailed fox. After bathing and preparing himself, he exited the room, drawn by the delicate scent of congee wafting through the air. In the kitchen, Zhong Li remained bare-chested, adorned with slender straps around his neck and waist, bustling about while donning a floral apron that was clearly several sizes too small. Yanbai halted mid-step, his gaze fixed. The contrast of broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs, coupled with the defined lines of his back, rendered him uncommonly alluring. His throat grew dry, nearly causing him to exclaim a traditional Chinese expression of admiration. Upon hearing footsteps, Zhong Li turned, his tousled hair cascading charmingly over his forehead, exuding an effortlessly rugged appeal. His voice, gravelly from the morning, broke the silence. "You're up? I made some porridge. Wash your hands and join me." Yanbai, flustered and somewhat awkward, approached the dining table, his mind in turmoil. Realizing his attraction to men, he found it exceedingly difficult to remain indifferent to the breathtaking beauty before him. Unfortunately, Zhong Li was as straight as could be, blissfully unaware of the temptation he presented, leaving the demon lord uncertain of how long he could withstand this trial. The two shared the same bed, and the thought of succumbing to his primal instincts and overpowering the other troubled him. Surely, such matters required mutual consent? What if he ended up imprisoned while trying to rescue Zhongli? The Demon Lord felt a deep sense of melancholy. The tantalizing, fragrant body before him posed the question, when and how could he indulge? Oblivious to Yanbai's complex emotions, the straightforward Zhongli placed several fried eggs on the table. Just then, Zhongli awoke, cheerfully greeting them, "Brother Inge, good morning." Yanbai rarely witnessed such exuberance from Zhong, and a smile crept onto his face, lifting his spirits. "Come and have breakfast." "Okay." Both were unaware that, upon seeing Zhongli's smile, Yanbai nearly drooled. That smile was irresistibly enchanting. His heart raced uncontrollably, prompting him to lower his head and sip his porridge, while summoning the nine-tailed fox back from its rooftop slumber. He lamented, "The original owner's heart is utterly unreliable, racing for no reason at all." The sage nine-tailed fox, having seen through it all, remained silent, choosing to act as though it were dead. Zhong sat across from Yanbai. "Inge, I have just over a month until school starts. May I use your computer during this time to get a head start on my law courses?" The Yanbai family possesses 2 or 3 computers, and he nonchalantly waved his hand, indicating that she could use whichever she preferred, even all of them if she wished. Zhonglin's face brightened instantly. "Thank you, Brother Yan. You are truly kind." Yanbai looked up and inquired, "Are you majoring in law?" Zhonglin's face beamed with pride. "Yes. I aspire to become a criminal lawyer in the future." Yanbai nodded, his memories from countless lifetimes slightly fading, shrouded in a dense fog. Some parts remained vivid while others eluded him. Yet, he vaguely recalled the essence of becoming an exceptional lawyer, a notion that seemed to resonate deeply within him. The original owner of this identity had studied philosophy and was now confronted with the impending issue of graduation internships. The most fitting career paths for this major were teaching or public service, neither of which appealed to Yanbai. However, Zhonglin's sudden mention of law provided him with an alternative route. He asked her, "How long until the judicial examination?" Zhongli paused. "The registration is now, with the exam in July, so there's about half a month left." Yanbai nodded, speaking casually. "All right, I shall become a lawyer. I'll register for the exam and then seek a law firm to apply for my lawyer's license." Zhongli cautiously replied, "Brother Yan, do you perhaps misunderstand the judicial examination? Were you previously a law major?" "No, I studied philosophy," he clarified. Zhongli, maintaining her caution, expressed concern. "With only half a month left, is that not a bit rushed?" Yanbai looked at her, innocently blinking. "Do you harbor any misunderstandings about me? I feel that half a month is quite ample." And it found it difficult to suppress her words of caution, ultimately opting for well wishes. "Well then, Brother Yan, I wish you every success." Zhongli observed his sister struggle with amusement, fully aware of Yanbai's intentions. "Just eat your fried egg." And then took the small plate containing 2 perfectly round fried eggs. "Thank you, brother." "Brother Yan, don't you think my brother cooks like a surgeon? The eggs are so smooth and round. Do you know why?" Zhongli felt an ominous premonition, and indeed, completely exposed him. "I once saw him cutting the edges of the fried eggs with such skill and seriousness." Zhongli felt a wave of despair. This sister was simply unbearable. Yanbai gazed at the 2 eggs in his plate, so precisely round they could be measured with a ruler, casting a sidelong glance at Zhongli. Quite adorable. It was unclear whether he referred to the eggs or the person. Zhongli hesitated, his gaze meeting Yanbai's teasing eyes, his ears flushing with a faint blush, and wondered why the atmosphere felt oddly peculiar. Yanbai, with a smile playing on his lips, lowered his head to eat while quietly placing an order for a few items on his phone. By the time they finished their meal, the deliverman had knocked at the door with a package. Zhongli had just finished washing the dishes, removing his floral apron. Yanbai, carrying a bag, called out to Zhongli, handing him some clothes. "These aren't expensive. I can't afford anything lavish at the moment, but you can make do with these. You can't keep going around bare-chested." Zhongli paused, then realized he was indeed shirtless, which was rather inappropriate. He reached out to take his clothes while Yanbai, seemingly unintentionally, made a move that could be deemed inappropriate, playfully patting his abdomen twice with a feigned casual tone. "Nice abs. Have you been working out?" Zhongli's gaze deepened as he looked at Yanbai, suddenly grasping the hand that Yanbai had not yet retracted. Startled, Yanbai looked up at Zhongli. With a smirk and an expression of utter composure, Zhongli remarked, "Let me check your pulse. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine, and it's my duty to care for your health." Yanbai breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped being caught taking liberties. Fearing Zhongli might lose his temper, placing a hand on his slightly racing heart, Yanbai noticed Zhongli observing him intently. One of Zhongli's hands took his pulse, while the other unexpectedly captured Yanbai's hand resting against his chest and placed it on his bare torso. Yanbai's pupils dilated in shock, rendered speechless by Zhongli's actions. In a low voice, Zhongli stated, "I want you to feel my heartbeat." Yanbai's heart raced. The statement carried a hint of ambiguity. Could it be that Zhongli harbored feelings for him? What a delightful turn of events. Zhongli continued, "This is a healthy heartbeat. Now, compare it to your own. Yours is decidedly weaker." Yanbai nearly choked on his own indignation. What a misunderstanding. This fellow was simply a medical enthusiast, treating himself like a guinea pig. Chapter 71. The ailing youth harbors illicit thoughts. Yanbai forcefully withdrew his hand, his tone icy and devoid of warmth. "I'm feeling much better today. There's nothing wrong. Change your clothes and come out. I need to do your makeup, as we have much to accomplish today." Zhongli watched as Yanbai nearly stormed away, a swirl of emotions within him, before returning to his tasks. Meanwhile, the invisible figure of Zhong stood dumbfounded. What had she just witnessed? Just because she was young didn't mean she lacked experience. This was undoubtedly flirting. Were they both so heedless of her presence? As if she were invisible? The nine-tailed fox chuckled mischievously, observing the scene with an air of calm, in stark contrast to Zhong's naive astonishment. A mere touch to the chest was trivial. She had seen far more thrilling interactions. Zhongli donned a plain white t-shirt he had taken from a packaging bag and commented to Zhong, "Yanbai chose this outfit for me. He's quite the eye." Zhong examined the exceedingly simple white t-shirt, struggling to discern where the good taste lay. She managed to utter a few words, "Very nice," before turning away to her computer to study, wishing to escape the awkwardness of the moment. Yanbai rummaged through a collection of colorful items left behind by his former roommate, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. When he stepped out of the room, Zhongli was already seated obediently at the dining table. Yanbai approached him with a stoic expression. "There will undoubtedly be many acquaintances of yours at the hospital. But since all events transpired there, we must seek evidence from that location. Therefore, I need to apply some makeup to transform you into my former roommate's likeness. You have no objections, do you?" Zhongli glanced at the vibrant assortment in Yanbai's hands, his lips twitching slightly, yet maintaining his composure as he nodded, "No objections." Yanbai immediately set to work, and within a mere 10 minutes, Zhongli appeared completely transformed. In a quiet corner of the living room, Zhong diligently studied, occasionally casting glances in their direction as she witnessed the entire transformation unfold. Zhongli transitioned from a graceful young gentleman into an exotic figure with blue eyes and brown hair. His features were already strikingly deep-set and with a touch of embellishment. He exuded an alluring foreign charm. Yanbai lowered his gaze, meticulously applying mascara to adjust Zhongli's eyebrow color to complement the hue of his wig, their proximity palpable. As he spoke, a sophisticated scent of greenery enveloped them, cascading onto Zhongli's face like the most enchanting fragrance. Yanbai's delicate lips hovered close to Zhongli's, parting and coming together in a rhythmic dance. Zhongli was transfixed, his thoughts consumed solely by those lips, oblivious to all else. Yanbai scrutinized the alignment of the eyebrows, inquiring of Zhong, who had been observing from a distance. "From your vantage point, do the eyebrow and hair colors match?" Zhongli could only focus on the allure of the red lips, which seemed to beckon with an inviting charm, rendering the spoken words inaudible. Realizing the nature of his thoughts, Zhongli suddenly regained his composure, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he collected himself. Yanbai, captivated by the handsome visage so near, felt his desires stir within him. Inadvertently, the mascara slipped from his grasp, landing with a crisp sound on the floor. Bending to retrieve it, he inadvertently brushed against the corner of Zhongli's mouth, the friction sending a jolt of electricity through him. Both froze in surprise. Yanbai's heart raced, and his legs weakly gave way, threatening to collapse. Seated on the stool, Zhongli instinctively pulled him into his embrace, feeling Yanbai's delicate form, as fragile as a wisp of smoke. A surge of affection welled up in Zhongli, yet he promptly steadied him, his voice hoarse and urgent. Be careful. It's done, right? I'll check. With that, he hurriedly retreated to the bathroom, his demeanor somewhat flustered. Left alone, Yanbai gently caressed his still warm lips, taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart, declaring to himself, "Nine-tailed fox, this man is mine." The nine-tailed fox yawned, responding, "Of course he is yours." Zhong Enin, nearly blinded by the scene, lamented, "He has still a baby." From her perspective, the two appear to be openly kissing. Her emotions were a tumultuous mix of joy for her brother, finding someone he cherished. Yet the public display of affection was nearly unbearable, making her want to shield her eyes. Who wishes to witness their brother in such an intimate moment? With a swift motion, Zhong Enin snatched her computer, covering her eyes as she turned back to her room, her flustered haste causing the door to slam loudly behind her. Yanbai snapped back to reality, and Zhongli returned, having steadied himself. Observing Yanbai's flushed cheeks and slightly rapid breaths, he instinctively took hold of his wrist to check his pulse, a habitual gesture they had developed. Yanbai's voice was soft and lingering. "You just kissed me, and your sister witnessed it." Zhongli, fixated on Yanbai's wrist, steadfastly refused to meet his gaze, his tone remarkably composed. "She has already retreated to her room. Your heartbeat is a bit quick. Do you feel unwell?" Yanbai's eyes sparkled with a misty allure, replying, "I feel wonderful. Shall we do it again?" After speaking, he pouted, reminiscent of a child begging for treats. Zhongli finally raised his gaze to meet him. "Yanbai, we are not suited for each other. Do not entertain such thoughts. That kiss was merely an accident." Yanbai looked at him, his eyes brimming with unreserved affection. "You do not like me?" Zhongli hesitated before responding, "I do not. You are wonderful, truly exceptional. Yet we are incompatible. I hope you find your true love." Yanbai slowly reined in his expression, his brow furrowing as his demeanor returned to neutrality, as if his rejection did not affect him in the slightest. With a casual pat on Zhongli's arm, he said, "We must leave for the hospital. If we delay any longer, night will fall. Remember, you're my roommate, named Aaron." After saying this, Yanbai adjusted Zhongli's clothing before adding, "Let's check if Enin wishes to join us or stay home alone, to see if she dares to be by herself." Zhongli regarded Yanbai's expression intently, his emotions somewhat conflicted. At that moment, Zhong Enin opened the door and stepped out. "I'm no longer afraid. I can stay home." Zhongli repeatedly sought confirmation from her. "Are you truly brave enough? It is fine to come with us." Enin shook her head. "I cannot rely on you forever. Sooner or later, I must face this world alone. Knowing that the mastermind is Gu Xiuyang, I'm truly not that frightened anymore. He is just an ordinary person, nothing mysterious." Zhongli managed a faint smile of relief, then locked the door. "Call me anytime if you need anything." "All right." As Zhongli and Yanbai exited, Enin saw them off at the door. "Brother, take good care of Yanji. He deserves it." Hearing this, Zhongli felt a momentary stiffness and cautiously glanced at Yanbai's expression. Yanbai remained composed, as if nothing were amiss, tossing the car keys to Zhongli before taking his seat in the passenger side, and then closed the door and locked it, retreating to the living room to study. She was not lying. She was indeed not very scared. She had merely placed 3 fruit knives nearby. But isn't that a normal setup for a girl staying home alone? It does not prove she is a weakling, and then encourage herself in this way. Chapter 72. The ailing youth harbors malicious intent upon arriving at the hospital. Yanbai registered for a health check, ensuring their presence would appear reasonable should anyone inquire. The Lord of the Demon Realm always operated with meticulous precision. With Zhongli, who was familiar with the hospital, leading the way, they achieved their objectives with remarkable efficiency. The first task was, naturally, to search for the records of the 3 patients who had accused Zhongli. Having remembered the names of the 3 individuals from the trial, Zhongli and Yanbai found a quiet corner with good signal reception, where Yanbai accessed the hospital's intranet via his phone. Entering the patient database, they quickly located the information on the 3 individuals. Leaning closely together, They examined the records and soon discovered a commonality among them. They exchanged knowing glances, and Zhongli quietly said, "They are all terminal patients." Yanbai added, "Terminal patients are easily swayed, for they have nothing to lose. Those who have today may not have tomorrow. Do they truly fear being accused of defamation?" Yanbai immediately utilized his exceptional hacking skills to investigate the connections, call logs, and account information of the three individuals. Zhongli observed the results with some confusion. The accounts exhibited no significant transactions, leading him to ponder whether they had indeed been bribed. Unperturbed, Yanbai continued to delve deeper and ultimately uncovered an anomaly. The brother of one patient had recently received a substantial sum of money. Zhongli appeared perplexed, but reasoned that it had been transferred from a company, questioning whether it might simply be a legitimate business transaction. Yanbai countered, questioning how an ordinary bus driver could engage in such a considerable business endeavor. Moreover, he noted that this was the only large income the man had seen in the past year. What kind of business would yield only a single transaction? Zhongli, too, found the situation suspicious and urged Yanbai to investigate whether the other two individuals had similar income sources. Soon, Yanbai discovered transfer records from the same company involving the relatives of the other two patients. He remarked on Gu Xiliang's caution, noting that he had chosen to conduct transactions under a company's name, making it difficult to trace back to him even if an investigation were initiated. Zhongli frona deeply. Gu Xiliang's family was illustrious and vast, making it relatively easy for him to employ a shell company for nefarious activities. Indeed, Yanbai confirmed that the company was a facade registered under an elderly man from a remote village, revealing no connections to Gu Xiliang. Frustrated, Yanbai acknowledged the man's cunning. Such meticulousness suggested a history of unscrupulous behavior. Furthermore, he believed these three individuals would not retract their testimonies. They were on the brink of death, having exchanged their remaining value for a significant sum, and preserving that money was their sole objective. Unless someone offered a greater sum, both he and Zhongli found themselves financially constrained. Zhongli recognized the stark reality and resolved to explore another avenue by investigating Dr. Wang. How much would it take for him to forsake his integrity to frame Zhongli? Yanbai glanced at him nonchalantly, speculating on the worth of such a person's integrity, guessing that bribing him would not require a substantial amount. This speculation proved accurate, as it turned out that Dr. Wang had been bought off for a mere 1 million. Yanbai found this astonishing. For such a paltry sum, Wang had abandoned his profession? The investment his parents made in his education surely exceeded that amount. It appeared he had resigned and whisked his girlfriend away on a vacation, living quite the carefree life. Zhongli felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing that this individual lacked sound judgment, pondering whether his mother would be driven to despair by his choices. Yanbai, equally exasperated, questioned how long such a sum could sustain their travels. To relinquish a promising career for this amount was bewildering. Countless individuals aspired to become doctors, but could not. Zhongli's tone turned icy as he recalled the numerous diligent individuals who had earned their place as physicians, yet failed to value their roles. What he deemed a noble profession, others might not appreciate in the same light. Yanbai gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that the only concrete evidence against the plaintiff was the skin flakes found on the clothing, which were likely taken by Dr. Wang. With a sardonic smile, he pondered who would meticulously preserve skin flakes from a garment for an entire year. Had I anticipated the necessity of preserving evidence, I would have long since brought forth a lawsuit against you. The methods employed to slander me are rather too crude. If you had encountered a competent attorney, you would undoubtedly have prevailed in this case. Zhongli lowered his gaze, acknowledging that he had misjudged the character of those around him, having mistakenly regarded his classmate Gu Xiliang as a friend and placed undue trust in the lawyer he recommended. In truth, they had already conspired to ensure my incarceration. Yanbai's voice was icy. Indeed, your judgment of character is lacking. You fail to seize the opportunities that present themselves, and you overlook those who are truly deserving. With a hint of understanding, Yanbai noted Zhongli's pallor, yet he refrained from elaborating further. The nine-tailed fox widened his eyes in confusion, unable to fathom the celestial emperor's repeated rejection of the signals from the Demon Lord. Yet, he seized the opportunity to stir trouble in their budding romance, Demon Lord. He is utterly misguided. He fails to recognize your worth. Such a person is not worthy of your affections. Yanbai was rendered speechless by the foolish fox. It is precisely because he cares for me so deeply and holds such affection that he rejects me. Do you not comprehend? The nine-tailed fox, disheartened, remained oblivious. How can such conflicting emotions exist? Yanbai continued. What is his current status? A fugitive. He does not yet realize that I can assist in his vindication. How can he dare to promise me a future? The nine-tailed fox winced. So, he is indeed a man of profound feelings? Yanbai felt an inexplicable pride, of course. Following this, he became annoyed. How dare he doubt my capabilities? It is infuriating. The nine-tailed fox noted the demon lord's volatile temperament, which shifted dramatically within a minute. Yanbai soon calmed himself, deciding to temporarily cease pressuring Zhongli. I need to copy all the surveillance footage from the hospital to see if I can fortuitously uncover evidence of him stealing your DNA. Yanbai spoke with utmost seriousness, while internally he reveled in the thought of seeing Zhongli in a white coat, which stirred a certain excitement within him. The demon lord's little secrets could hardly escape the perceptive nine-tailed fox. He sighed, having seen through too much, Demon Lord. You truly wish to witness Dr. Zhongli shedding his white coat, do you not? Yanbai retorted. Why is this wretched fox so insufferable? Must he speak the truth so openly? In the hospital, there were 56 cameras, and Yanbai focused on those surrounding Zhongli's office, as well as several positioned near his frequently used operating room. After setting the time and commencing the download, Zhongli observed Yanbai transferring an immense volume of video files and could not help but feel stunned. With so much stored, when will you ever finish watching? Engrossed in his task, Yanbai inadvertently revealed his thoughts. You are so handsome. I could gaze at you endlessly, like a slow-moving film. Realizing the implications of his words, Yanbai froze. Zhongli paused momentarily, and Yanbai nearly bit his tongue in embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. Observing his distressed expression, Zhongli felt an overwhelming affection, longing to kiss him, yet he suppressed his emotions. Although the two found themselves in a secluded corner, individuals occasionally passed by in small groups. Once Yanbai finally transferred all the materials, they swiftly returned to their residence. As they were concerned that Zhongli might feel frightened alone, Zhongli knocked out the secret code at the door, and Zhongli immediately opened it, her face beaming with a sense of pride and joy. Brother, Yinggu, I managed to study normally for a few hours without cowering in the corner. I'm truly remarkable. Yanbai handed her an ice cream, exclaiming, well done, this is your reward. Surprised, Zhongli accepted it. Noticing the couple carrying several plastic bags filled with daily necessities and groceries, she quickly helped by taking one of the bags. Did you go grocery shopping too? Did you find anything helpful for brother? Well, there were some gains. Zhongli headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Yanbai played the transfer videos on the computer, searching for useful clues. The sheer volume of videos was overwhelming. Yanbai divided them into several screens and browsed them at triple speed simultaneously. Eager to assist, Zhongli was given a portion to review. Yet, despite the trio's collective efforts, they uncovered no valuable leads that day. Later that evening, as they lay in bed, Zhongli suddenly felt a bit awkward. Yanbai lay quietly beside him, yet his presence seemed to saturate the air, leaving Zhongli in a state of agitation. After a long while, he still couldn't fall asleep, afraid to move. In truth, Yanbai was not at peace either. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted from Zhongli, a fragrance that should have been calming but instead stirred Yanbai's heart, racing it as if he'd taken too many stimulants. Feeling restless, Yanbai turned over, and Zhongli, sensing his hurried breaths, nervously grasped his wrist. Unable to contain his irritation, Yanbai exclaimed, "What are you doing? I'm just unsatisfied and restless. Don't you understand?" Zhongli's expression froze momentarily, yet his hand remained on Yanbai's pulse. "Your pulse is strong, with heat within. Are you feeling agitated or thirsty?" Yanbai glared at him. "Isn't that obvious? Have you never experienced unfulfilled desires?" "I'm parched." Zhongli responded, "I'll get you some ice water." He stepped out the door, entirely ignoring Yanbai's remarks. Frustrated, Yanbai sprawled on the bed, lamenting the difficulty of dealing with such a man. Zhongli sat at the dining table for a long time without returning, lighting a cigarette and smoking quietly, displaying no discernible expression. It was not until the late hours of the night, after finishing an entire pack, that he returned. By then, Yanbai had fallen asleep. Zhongli quietly lay down beside him, tracing his outline with his gaze, ultimately lingering on Yanbai's lips. The color of Yanbai's lips was a deep crimson, a result of his ailment. However, they were significantly better than the initial purplish hue. After taking his pulse, Zhongli felt that Yanbai's heart was stronger than before. Yanbai's fair complexion contrasted strikingly with his deep red lips, resembling a vivid oil painting, rich and intense. Zhongli leaned in slightly, bestowing a light kiss upon Yanbai's lips. Yet, in an instant, Yanbai opened his eyes wide, devoid of any trace of sleepiness. Zhongli froze, forgetting to withdraw, their lips lingering together. Yanbai's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he playfully extended his delicate tongue to tease the gap between his lips. Zhongli, feeling a jolt of electricity, instinctively wanted to retreat, but Yanbai was quicker, grasping his collar and pulling him closer. What began as a fleeting kiss transformed into an intimate exchange of lips and teeth. After a prolonged moment, Yanbai released Zhongli, his face beaming with triumph. "Now that you've kissed me, can you still claim you don't like me?" Zhongli's expression was conflicted, on the verge of speaking, when Yanbai gently covered his mouth with his hand. "I don't wish to hear your words right now. You have nothing worthwhile to say. I haven't had enough of your kisses. Come, kiss me again." That night, Yanbai completely disregarded his own dignity, clinging to Zhongli, showering him with embraces and kisses. Zhongli found it impossible to refuse and had no desire to do so. He momentarily set aside the chaos of the outside world, focusing solely on the sweetness shared between them. That night, Yanbai fell asleep in Zhongli's arms, feeling an unparalleled sense of security. The following morning began with more video watching, a routine that continued for a full 3 days. The three of them sat side by side at the dining table, each with a computer in front of them, resembling three internet-addicted youths, and finally, their efforts bore fruit. Yanbai called out to Zhongli, who was engrossed in a video on another computer. "Zhongli, come here. Did you lose a comb?" Zhongli and Zhong promptly approached Yanbai's computer, where they witnessed Dr. Wang sneakily pilfering a comb from Zhongli's drawer, carefully placing it into a plastic bag. Zhongli glanced at the video timestamp, realizing it was just days before the lawsuit. Everything aligned. Yanbai rubbed his sore eyes and extracted the video segment, formulating a plan to lure Dr. Wang back and take action. Zhong, in intrigue, wondered aloud, "He is probably having a great time out there. How can we trick him back?" Yanbai, with a mischievous grin, revealed an electronic document he had prepared. "And then, have you ever played a trick? Would you like to give it a try? Here's your chance." Seeing Yanbai's playful demeanor, Zhong felt a rush of excitement. Having never engaged in mischief before, the thought thrilled her. How do we deceive him? She pondered, feeling no moral burden about tricking a villain who bullied her brother. Yanbai, with utmost seriousness, began to teach her, while Zhongli watched in curiosity, wondering how Yanbai possessed such an abundance of clever ideas. He found it amusing to watch the two as they conspired together to concoct a ruse. Zhong's lively childhood spirit seemed to be rekindled, her playful charm shining through. Zhongli observed them, feeling a serene contentment. Might his own case truly be vindicated? Could he and Yanbai dare to dream of a future together? A flutter of anticipation swelled within Zhongli's heart. Chapter 74. That weak youth harbors unwholesome intentions. Zhong quickly grasped Yanbai's intentions. Utilizing his hacking skills, Yanbai dialed Dr. Wang's number, which appeared on the caller ID as a landline from a certain court. Following that, Zhong, freshly trained for her role, began her performance. "May I ask if you're Mr. Wang Yongzhou? I'm a staff member from the Zhongshan Road People's Court. You have a relative named Wang Lisha, correct? She has passed away, leaving behind a property and some cash deposits, all of which she bequeathed to you in her will. You should come and handle the formalities. The arrangements for Wang Lisha's remains also need your prompt attention. When will you be available to come over?" Wang Yongzhou repeatedly glanced at the telephone number in his hand, confirming it was a landline, Yet he felt a twinge of skepticism about such extraordinary news. He indeed had an aunt named Wang Lisha, but she had severed ties with the family a decade ago and had not been in contact since. What could have caused her sudden demise and the unexpected bequest of her estate to him? Could it be that her lifelong single status and lack of children prompted a change of heart, leading her to leave everything to him? He recalled that she had been quite fond of him during his childhood. His heart raced with excitement, but he remained cautiously inquisitive. May I inquire how much property Wang Lisha left behind? Is there any legal documentation to substantiate this? Zhong Anin exchanged glances with Yanbai, relieved that Yanbai had anticipated this question from Wang Yongzhou. Please provide an email address, and I will send you the list of assets. There is also a notification letter. Follow the procedures outlined within. Additionally, you must return promptly. Any delay will be considered a relinquishment of your inheritance. As the details unfolded, Wang Yongzhou's conviction in the authenticity of the situation intensified. He promptly provided his email address. After hanging up, he immediately searched the landline number on Baidu, and indeed, it was linked to the court. His heart raced. What stroke of fortune had he encountered? Just after receiving a windfall. Now this. Properties in the metropolis were not cheap. Even a modest one would command millions. He anxiously opened his email, awaiting the notification. After about 10 minutes, he received an email from an official court address. The reality of the situation became increasingly certain as he opened the asset list, and he could not contain his exhilaration. The property was situated in a prime location. Over 100 square meters, worth at least several million, and the bank deposits amounted to over 700,000. His girlfriend, who had been sleeping on the hotel bed, was roused by the commotion and looked at him with annoyance. What on earth is wrong with you? Wang Yongzhou leaped onto the bed, embracing her with enthusiasm. I've struck it rich. My aunt left me a house, and I'm going to claim my inheritance. His beautiful girlfriend, now fully awake, sat up with curiosity. What location is the house in, and how much is it worth? Wang Yongzhou, filled with excitement, replied, Look, it's in a pretty good area. Over 100 square meters. It must be worth 7 to 8 million. And there are savings too. His girlfriend's eyes widened with excitement. You've truly caught the eye of the god of wealth. Shouldn't the property be in both our names? Wang Yongzhou smiled at her. Then we should get our marriage certificate, right? You always said you felt insecure without a house, and now we have one, without any mortgage. The woman playfully pushed him. It's all yours already. What does a marriage certificate signify? If you insist on marrying, then let the house be registered in my name, and I shall immediately accompany you to obtain the marriage certificate. Wang Yongzhou cherishes this girlfriend so deeply that he would willingly sacrifice his life for her. Very well, let it be in your name. Does this not warrant a celebration, perhaps an exuberant bout of passion? The girlfriend, half-heartedly consenting, soon found herself in bed with him. After attending to Wang Yongzhou's matters, Yanbai proceeded to partake in the judicial examination that afternoon. Zhong Anin and Zhong Li awaited him outside the examination hall. Anin, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired of Zhong Li, Brother, Yingge has not studied a single day. This judicial exam is no trivial matter, and I fear he may not pass, which would sadden him. Zhong Li, maintaining his characteristic demeanor with blue eyes and brown hair, replied, Have you ever seen Yanbai undertake a task without assurance? Anin pondered, her large eyes blinking. Indeed, he has succeeded in everything he has set out to do, but this is a judicial examination. He is not even a law student, and there are numerous legal statutes that must be memorized verbatim. Zhong Li gazed towards the entrance. Should he pass the judicial exam, my dear future law student? Would it not be quite embarrassing for you if you failed to pass it in the future? Anin felt a pang in her heart. Brother, have you forgotten your sister now that you have a wife? Just look at your proud expression. Even if Yingge succeeds, it is his own accomplishment. What do you have to be so pleased about? Zhong Li felt wounded by her words, especially since Yanbai was not even his wife, but rather someone he had relinquished. Do not speak such nonsense about wives. Have you heard something? Anin was taken aback, then grew angry. You scoundrel. You have been intimate, and now you wish to abandon her? Zhong Li was bewildered, unsure how to explain himself. Just as the two siblings were exchanging barbs at the entrance, Yanbai emerged with a relaxed demeanor. Zhong Li glanced at his watch. Merely an hour had passed since the 3-hour morning examination. A sense of foreboding washed over him. prompting the siblings to temporarily cease their quarrel. Anin whispered to him, Yingu must have found the questions too difficult and given up. Do not discourage him later, but rather comfort him. Zhongli nodded slightly in agreement. Yanbai approached the pair. Let's find a place to dine. There is another exam this afternoon. Zhongli slung an arm around his shoulder, speaking softly. If you feel fatigued, you need not take the afternoon exam. Shall I take you boating instead? Yanbai looked at him with a perplexed expression. Why would I not take an examination that I am sure to pass? I am taking this exam to ensure that I can represent you in court later, as we currently lack the funds to hire a top attorney. Zhongli was taken aback. An hour? Sure to pass? Yanbai seemed to suddenly grasp something. You think I emerged too quickly, leading you to believe I cannot pass? You hold me in contempt. Zhongli quickly denied it, while his sister showed no hesitation in speaking out. You emerged so soon. It must mean you have given up, and I should comfort you. Anin added, Yingu, turning to him, I do not doubt you. I know you will succeed. I am the one who should have my brother pamper you, for it is his rightful duty. After all, encountering you is akin to a divine blessing for him. His future hinges upon you, so it is only fitting that he lavishes you with affection. How dare he question your capabilities? Such audacity is utterly reprehensible. Yen, do set him straight. Zhongli, the retribution arrives swiftly, much like a tempest. Chapter 75. That ailing youth harbors unseemly intentions. Yanbai glanced once more at Zhongli, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The trio had reached a temporary parking space by the roadside, where Yanbai pressed the car lock. Zhongli, do you have any objections to my acting as your proxy lawyer? Zhongli promptly declared his stance, his demeanor earnestly sincere. No objections. I merely wish for you to serve as my proxy lawyer. Anin, we are of the same lineage. Why this haste to betray one another? Anin placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Who told you to push me out as a scapegoat just now? You insufferable man. Aside from Brother Yen, no man is worth a dime. Anin remained resentful of Zhongli's earlier disparaging remarks, her usual amiable tone replaced with ire. The three of them bantered playfully as the vehicle advanced. Across the street, a luxury car sped by. Gu Shiliang caught a fleeting glimpse of the beaming Anin and Yanbai at the wheel. It was evident that they were in cahoots. Gu Shiliang immediately rolled down the window, recognizing the license plate, and shouted to the driver, Quick, turn around and pursue that car. The driver found himself in a quandary. As this stretch of road was heavily monitored, with barriers in place, the nearest turning point required navigating to a traffic light. Gu Shiliang hastily glanced at the traffic light's position, then at the receding red sports car, frustration mounting as he thumped the seat. What good is that? They've already escaped. Indeed, by the time the car could turn around to that spot, the red sports car had vanished. Fortunately, Gu Shiliang had memorized the license plate. Utilizing his connections, he began to investigate the vehicle's details. That very day, he uncovered Yanbai's identity. To Gu Shiliang's astonishment, he discovered that Yanbai was the eldest son of the Yin family. The Yin family and the Gu family operated in disparate business realms, yet both were formidable in their own right, with little prior interaction. However, the situation had evidently grown more intricate, with Yanbai's lineage aiding Anin would undoubtedly complicate matters for him. Yet, he had already invested over a decade into Anin, a truly exquisite and charming prize, not easily found again. Moreover, she was the first quarry he had set his sights upon, imbued with extraordinary significance. How could Gu Shiliang bear to relinquish her so readily? How did Yanbai come to connect with Anin? She ought to have no acquaintances. Zhongli had even managed to escape from prison, and he was still unaccounted for. Yet, Zhongli was undoubtedly keeping tabs on Anin. If he found her, he would also locate Zhongli. It was imperative to resolve matters with these two before he could savor Anin's presence in peace. Having finally waited for her to mature, the time to reap the sweet fruits of his labor had come, and Gu Shiliang was resolute in not yielding easily. Should the two of them be residing together, discovering Yanbai's address would also lead him to Anin's whereabouts. Envisioning two individuals cohabiting, perhaps with further developments, Gu Shiliang was consumed with rage. His animosity towards Yanbai reaching its zenith. Anyone daring to encroach upon his possessions would face dire consequences. He dispatched individuals to investigate Yanbai, only to discover that he did not reside at home, and given that it was summer vacation, he was nowhere to be found at school either. Frustration boiled within him. Yet he found himself powerless. Yanbai successfully completed the judicial examination, benefiting from the advancements in technology that had streamlined many administrative processes. For instance, the introduction of computer-based grading allowed for immediate results, and Yanbai's outstanding scores earned him his certification on the very same day. Zhong Enan genuinely admired Yanbai, prompting her to intensify her own studies, fearing that failing the judicial examination in the future would be a significant setback. The trio celebrated that evening at home, sharing a meal and opening a bottle of wine. Yanbai confidently declared, "Rest assured, I have submitted my resume, and I have an interview tomorrow. Once I secure a position at a law firm and manage to clear Wang Yongzhou's name, I will be able to support you both." Zhong slid a card across the table to Yanbai. "Previously, I refrained from purchasing property due to Anan's threats. I did not wish for her to be easily located. Over the years, I invested a portion of my earnings into cryptocurrencies, which have appreciated quite well. This portion of assets remains anonymous and unmonitored. I have divided it into two parts, one for Anan and one for you. If I ultimately fail to overturn the verdict, I ask that you take care of Anan. This sum will suffice for you both to settle anywhere you choose." Tears welled in Zhong Enan's eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Yanbai, with a hint of levity, teased, "Do you still doubt my ability to rescue you?" Zhongli, unable to suppress his feelings, grasped Yanbai's hand, saying, "It's not that I don't believe in you. I am merely preparing for the worst, a habit ingrained in a doctor." Yanbai withdrew his hand, tucking the card into his shirt pocket, while also placing the card into Anan's pocket. "All right, Anan will be under my care from now on, so you need not worry." Zhong Enan held firm confidence in Yanbai's capacity to rescue her brother, convinced that he was merely engaging in reckless behavior. Yanbai resumed his meal as if nothing had transpired, while Zhongli felt a lingering unease. Anan recalled a troubling thought and voiced her concern. "Does this mean my brother is considered a fugitive? Even if the truth in his case reveals his innocence, could he still be charged with escape?" Yanbai's smile turned cunning. "I have a solution for this predicament. I will locate a suitable police station to fabricate a confession record, and later find an opportune moment to turn him in. Everything will be fine." Zhong Enan was perplexed, but the timelines 1T align, and the officers have memories too. Yanbai chuckled, "In the hands of hackers, time is not an obstacle. Moreover, if the officer assigned to the case is on a business trip or has retired, as long as we orchestrate things properly, we can create flawless evidence, and no one will scrutinize the details." Zhong Enan's expression was fraught with conflict. "Brother Yan, does such conduct not constitute a crime?" Yanbai narrowed his eyes and spoke with conviction. "What is law? Law is the pursuit of truth, the punishment of the wicked, and the protection of the virtuous. Is your brother a good man?" Zhong Enan nodded blankly. "He is a good man. Then have I done anything wrong?" Zhong Enan shook her head in confusion. "No, you haven't." Yanbai continued to instill his thoughts into her. "Every system and law has its loopholes. They cannot completely eradicate evil and promote good. Sometimes, resorting to extraordinary measures may appear to contravene certain regulations, yet when legitimate avenues fail to deliver the justice one deserves, such measures become a desperate choice. As long as one possesses a sense of morality, principles, and boundaries, that is sufficient." Zhong Enan felt a sudden surge of emotion. "Brother Yan, why does it seem that everything you say makes sense? You can twist the crooked into the straight. If you were in court, you would undoubtedly be an exceptional defense attorney." Yanbai beamed with pride. Although he had long forgotten his past experiences as a lawyer, the adept legal techniques and statutes remained deeply etched in his mind, transforming into a skill. Zhongli watched the two with a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, but there was a warmth in his heart as they plotted for themselves. The greater the hope for vindication, the harder it became for him to let go of Yanbai. He exerted every effort to care for Yanbai's well-being, ensuring he would swiftly regain his optimal state. That evening, once again, Yanbai was irresistible to Zhongli. The two embraced passionately. Yanbai's heart raced, yearning for more. Zhongli chuckled, tapping the tip of Yanbai's nose. "I fear your emotions may become too intense. Let's refrain from kissing today. Yanbai protested. Are you even a man? Zhongli's gaze turned dangerous. Can you not feel whether I'm a man with your legs? Only then did Yanbai realize something was amiss with Zhongli's body. Moments later, he blushed and leapt up. I cannot accept such rapid progression. You need to restrain yourself. Zhongli laughed, looking at him teasingly. I have no ulterior motives. It's merely a normal physiological reaction. Even if I did have intentions. Your body cannot withstand it right now. We must first restore your health. Patience, my dear. The impulsive demon lord could hardly contain himself. You are slandering me. Clearly, it is you who desires this. I do not. Zhongli embraced the flustered Yanbai, gazing into his eyes with a tender and lingering tone. Yanbai, I like you. Faced with Zhongli's sudden serious confession, Yanbai was taken aback, feeling a rare flutter of shyness. Yet he feigned nonchalance, given my appearance. Is it not normal for you to like me? If you like me, do you want to kiss me? Zhongli chuckled again, having laughed too many times recently. He pressed a kiss to Yanbai's lips. I want to kiss you. Yanbai returned the kiss, and Zhongli reciprocated, continuing this exchange for a good 10 rounds before finally pausing. The two shared silly smiles, completely unfazed by the childishness of their actions, their hearts brimming with sweetness. The nine-tailed fox felt an overwhelming urge to poke its own eyes out. Yet another day of missing the great moo. Chapter 76. That feeble boy's unwholesome intentions. Yanbai indeed successfully secured a position at a prestigious law firm. On that day, he received an unexpected phone call from none other than the original owner's father. Yanbai harbored little affection for him, yet he answered the call. The atmosphere on the other end was remarkably tranquil, and Yanbo Jun's voice sounded somewhat somber. Yanbai, are you free? It was rare for Yanbo Jun to be so composed. Yanbai glanced at his watch. He had a 2-hour lunch break. What is it? He inquired. Yanbo Jun seemed taken aback. Lunch break? You're working? Yanbai scoffed softly. Not for myself, but for the original owner. If I don't work, do I simply subsist on air? Yanbo Jun expressed some frustration. Could you come to the Shanshui Hospital? The top-level VIP ward. Yanbai hesitated. Are you ill? Yanbo Jun replied. Just come over first, and we can discuss it in person. All right. Yanbai descended the stairs. The two locations were not far apart. He drove and arrived at Yanbo Jun's ward in 15 minutes. Upon reaching the door, he noticed two men in black standing guard while Ruan Qingwei, holding a food container, was being obstructed, arguing somewhat angrily with them. I'm sorry, ma'am, but the gentleman needs rest and cannot see anyone. Ruan Qingwei's voice was urgent, filled with concern. It's precisely because he is unwell that I must go in and take care of him. I don't trust the nurses. The nurse responded, our staff is professionally trained. There is no need for concern, ma'am. Please return for now. At that moment, one of the sharp-eyed men in black spotted Yanbai and immediately approached him. Young Master Yan, Mr. Yan has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please come with me. Ruan Qingwei stood frozen, staring blankly as Yanbai passed by her, belatedly filled with anger. Didn't you say he wouldn't see anyone? Another man in black blocked the doorway. Please refrain from raising your voice here. It disrupts the gentleman's rest. Kindly leave within a minute. His demeanor was cold, and Ruan Qingwei, filled with suppressed fury, dared not escalate the situation. She could only hand the food container to the man. This is the chicken soup he loves. Surely you can take it in. I prepared it all morning. The man did not extend his hand. Unnecessary. We have specialized nutritional meals here. Ruan Qingwei feigned anger as she turned to leave, but once turned, her expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Yanbo Jun's hospitalization was unusual. He was refusing to see her and rejecting her food, yet he was willing to see that wretched person. Anxiety gripped Ruan Qingwei. Inside, Yanbo Jun appeared haggard. Upon seeing Yanbai enter, he propped himself up slightly, assisted by a nurse adjusting the bed's angle. Yanbo Jun stated, everyone, please leave. I need to speak with Bai. Yanbai took a seat beside him. What is wrong with your health? Yanbo Jun, his expression dark, replied, my health is fine. I merely learned something that has stirred my anger. Yanbai raised an eyebrow. The nine-tailed fox. Could it be that he has uncovered matters regarding the original owner's mother? The nine-tailed fox had indeed not been observing this situation recently. In the original plot, he had remained oblivious, while Ruan Qingwei emerged as the ultimate victor, ultimately inheriting all of the Yin family's wealth. Yin Bojun gazed at Yin Bai with concern. How has your health been lately? In a moment of anger, I dismissed your medical team last time. It was my mistake. Today, I will allow them to accompany you and tend to your needs. Yin Bai responded nonchalantly. No need. I currently have my own private doctor, who has been taking excellent care of me, as you can see. Yin Bojun observed the slight pallor of Yin Bai's lips, feeling somewhat reassured by his apparent good health. I haven't yet inquired about your employment. Where are you residing now? Yin Bai felt a tinge of impatience. Delayed affection is far less valuable than one might think. I have a place to stay, just like the past 3 years. I work as a lawyer. If you have something to say, please be quick. I have to return to work this afternoon. Yin Bojun's expression grew awkward. You should return home. I have misunderstood you in the past. The Yin family's fortune is ultimately yours. What are you doing out here? How much can you earn as a lawyer? Yin Bai showed no interest in his sudden pangs of conscience. I quite enjoy this job and have no intention of abandoning it. I have made my own friends and established my own circle. I'm doing well and do not wish for any changes. There is no need to preserve the family fortune for me. Don't you have 2 sons? They could be groomed to take over. Yin Bojun's face darkened immediately, and he finally decided to reveal his thoughts. Though those 2 children are my own, they're the result of Ruan Qingwei's artificial insemination. The crucial point is that I have found evidence uncovering the truth about your mother's death. It was Ruan Qingwei who drove her to her demise. How could I possibly leave my inheritance to the children she bore? A profound hatred etched itself onto Yin Bojun's face. Yin Bai comprehended that Yin Bojun had uncovered the entire truth. Chapter 77. The weak, ill-begotten youth with malicious intent. In retrospect, it is not surprising. Once the seed of doubt takes root, investigation becomes a simple task for someone of Yin Bojun's caliber. The reason Ruan Qingwei smiled triumphantly in the original narrative was merely because Yin Bojun had never regarded her with suspicion. Yin Bai's smile turned frigid. Then, who granted Ruan Qingwei the opportunity to harm my mother? Yin Bojun was struck as if by lightning. This was the truth he had long avoided confronting. Thus, he could only harbor intense hatred for Ruan Qingwei and even for those 2 young children. You know everything? You actually know it all? Why didn't you tell me? Why don't you seek vengeance for your mother? Yin Bai chuckled lightly. To seek vengeance for her? How utterly ridiculous. You were disloyal first, and Ruan Qingwei was malicious afterward. You both conspired to drive my mother to her death. You expect me to seek vengeance for you? For the first time, someone laid the stark truth before Yin Bojun. Though he may have had an inkling, he had previously been able to evade the reality. Now, laid bare by his own son, there was no escape. Yin Bojun appeared to be drained of all vitality, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. Yin Bai stood up, feeling no sympathy for him. His only compassion was reserved for that naive, loving woman. With a voice as light as a feather, almost beguiling, Yin Bai said, "Vengeance. Are you not the most suitable candidate for that?" With that, he departed, for today was his first day at work, and tardiness was not an option. As for Yin Bojun's discomfort and his handling of familial matters, they were of no concern to him. After a couple of days, Wang Yongzhou returned with his enchanting girlfriend. Meanwhile, Yin Bai, who had been vigilantly monitoring his phone and movements, had already orchestrated an elaborate scheme awaiting him. The 3 of them gathered at the airport, with Zhong Enin remaining in the car, while Zhong Li and Yin Bai alighted. Wang Yongzhou parted ways with his beautiful companion at the airport, making his way to the restroom. Yin Bai swiftly erected a sign indicating that the area was being cleaned outside the restroom. Both he and Zhong Li donned the 2 stolen cleaning uniforms and pushed a large garbage cart, entering the restroom behind Wang Yongzhou. Moments later, the duo maneuvered the enormous black garbage bin directly to the B-level parking lot, where Wang Yongzhou was unwittingly and unconscious taken away. Zhong Enin's heart raced. Her past few days had been exponentially more exhilarating than the 18 years prior. Engaging in various borderline escapades alongside Yin Bai not only brought no sense of guilt, but rather an exhilarating thrill. The vehicle soon arrived at a dilapidated, abandoned building, where Zhongli carried Wang Yongzhou to a room they had prepared in advance. He and Yanbai promptly donned costumes resembling the grim figures of black and white, complete with hats. Zhong Enin, armed with her makeup supplies, assisted in their touch-ups, shivering slightly at the sight in the ambience of the room. Their costumes appeared rather chilling. Would Wang Yongzhou not be frightened to death upon awakening? Yanbai reassured, he isn't that fragile. Medical students are made of sterner stuff. Zhongli instructed his sister, you should hide in the small cubicle. Don't forget your task. Zhonginen, filled with excitement, organized her things and confidently declared, rest assured. The sound effects will perfectly match your rhythm. Zhongli, observing his sister's eager demeanor, felt somewhat speechless, and then had truly unleashed her nature. Concealed in a discreet cubicle, Zhong Enin activated the sound equipment, and an eerie background score began to waft through the room, reminiscent of the crackling flames of hellish spirits. Zhongli glanced at Yanbai and inquired, is your heart all right? Yanbai patted his chest and retorted, who do you look down upon? Let us commence. I can hardly wait. Zhongli chuckled softly, surveying the meticulously prepared setting. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by flickering ghostly flames, casting greenish apparitions onto the walls. Surrounding them were several odd stones, adjacent to an antiquated torture rack adorned with large clamps and iron rulers. In the center, a pot of oil bubbled ominously, with several green flames hovering above, evoking a nightmarish atmosphere akin to purgatory. Satisfied that everything was in order, Zhongli declared, shall I awaken him? Yanbai nodded, standing prepared. Zhongli crouched down, waved a small vial before Wang Yongzhou's nose, and then rose. Wang Yongzhou slowly regained consciousness, prompting Zhongli and Yanbai to instantly transition into their performance. Yanbai flipped through an old notebook in his hands and addressed Zhongli, 8th Master. This Wang Yongzhou still has life left in him. Have we perhaps captured the wrong person? He may have committed malevolent deeds. Yet there remains a glimmer of hope for redemption. Is it truly appropriate to cast him into the cauldron of oil, clad in a flowing black robe? Zhongli flipped through the pages of his ledger with a nonchalant tone. 7th Master, we have yet to fulfill our duties this month. We are short one soul for the boiling pot. Although his life might be spared, the gravity of his transgressions, falsely accusing a virtuous benefactor, renders him deserving of his fate. The unjust suffering of the virtuous will inevitably attract scrutiny from above, and he, too, will find no solace. In death, he shall descend into the torture of tongue extraction, enduring unimaginable agony. After all, the cauldron is of little difference. Why must one take such matters so seriously? Yanbai sighed, reflecting on the lost potential for redemption. Had he chosen to repent, he might have evaded such torment. Nonetheless, the decision to condemn him to frying weighs heavily on our hearts. Lying on the ground, Wang Yongzhou regained consciousness, and upon hearing their words, was gripped by sheer terror, nearly succumbing to faintness once more. Who does not recognize the infamous black and white impermanence? Colloquially known as 7th Master and 8th Master, he cautiously opened his eyes to survey the grim surroundings, growing ever more convinced that he had indeed entered hell. The scene was all too vivid. He could feel the searing heat of the flames nearby, prompting even an atheist to question whether he had truly perished. Yet, it appeared he was merely the unfortunate victim of a mistaken identity. Where could he seek justice? Perhaps this white impermanence possesses a shred of compassion. If he pleads earnestly, there might be a slender chance of survival. No longer could he feign unconsciousness. To do so would surely lead him to the cauldron. Wang Yongzhou immediately struggled to rise. Dropping to his knees in a flood of tears and snot, 7th Master, please save me. I beg you, grant me a path to survival. I cannot bear such a gruesome fate. The cauldron beside him bubbled ominously, its furious boiling intensifying his fear. Zhongli, clad in dark garments and exuding an air of unwavering authority, retorted coldly, do not indulge in fantasies. Do you truly believe it would be so simple to capture you and then release you back? 8th Master, I have neither the time nor inclination for such trivialities. In contrast, Yanbai, dressed in white, displayed a hint of hesitation, his tone considerably gentler. You two have committed malevolent acts. even if we were to return you now. Without addressing your transgressions, you would inevitably find yourself condemned to the torture of tongue extraction in due time. Zhongli shot a disapproving glance at Yanbai, seventh master. Why must you be so earnest? Why waste words on him? Sometimes it suffices to turn a blind eye. After all, we have not profited this month. So why exert ourselves so? Wang Yongzhou, quick-witted as he was, seized upon this pivotal moment. He turned to Zhongli and prostrated himself once more. I am willing to offer tribute. Would you require paper money? I can burn as much as necessary. I will see to it upon my return. Chapter 78. The ailing youth harbors malicious intent. Zhongli set aside his ledger, resting his chin upon his hand, his expression softening considerably. You seem to grasp the situation. However, should I extend leniency, it will come with conditions. You must atone for your misdeeds. Otherwise, no amount of money will save you. I, too, am subject to the scrutiny of the judges above. Do you comprehend this? Wang Yongzhou nodded fervently. I understand. I shall make amends. Zhongli resumed perusing his ledger. Now, enlighten me. What wicked acts have you committed? Wang Yongzhou, still filled with a sense of mischief, began to probe whether I had indeed slandered Zhongli. Could I perhaps offer a personal apology to him? Zhongli, with a swift motion, struck the air behind Wang Yongzhou. The gust from his palm howled, causing a nearby shelf to crash to the ground with a resounding clatter. Startled, Wang Yongzhou realized that this formidable figure, the Black Impermanence, had a rather volatile temperament. Had that gust landed upon him, he likely would have suffered grievous injuries. Zhongli's voice was as frigid as ice. It appears you are unrepentant. You might as well accept your demise. I have no inclination to shoulder the risk for you, lest I be punished as well. Your fate will be dire, and you shall bear the consequences. Wang Yongzhou, in a flurry, extended his trembling hand, coughed violently, and managed to utter, I was wrong. I will confess. I shall exonerate Zhongli and ensure his rescue. I implore you for another chance. I will double the offerings. However, Zhongli regarded him with disdain. You hardly seem the type to repent sincerely. If you cannot vindicate the innocent, you will only implicate me. At that moment, Yanbai stepped forward, taking on the role of the good cop. Eighth Master, perhaps we should grant him another opportunity. If he fails to resolve this issue promptly, we can always bring him back. It merely requires a bit more effort. Ultimately, swayed by Yanbai's appeal, Zhongli relented, albeit with a fierce admonition directed at Wang Yongzhou. 10 billion in ghost coins. Any less will not suffice. You shall burn them at the crossroads today. Without hesitation, Wang Yongzhou agreed, assuring, I will burn exactly that amount today. Yanbai added with a kind demeanor. Those who perform great deeds are under the strict supervision of the judges, and those who harm them will face severe punishment. This matter cannot remain concealed. Only through atonement can you evade hell. You must expedite the exoneration of the benefactor, or else I too shall be unable to save you. Wang Yongzhou nodded fervently, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. Zhongli's voice turned cold and sinister. I shall grant you this final opportunity. I will return you now. However, should you fail to act today, there will be no need for offerings, as I shall cast you directly into the cauldron tonight. Wang Yongzhou could not suppress a glance at the bubbling cauldron nearby, shivering at the thought, and, quaking with fear, replied, I will head to the police station right away. Satisfied, Zhongli nodded and, seizing Wang Yongzhou by the collar, waved his hand, sending him into unconsciousness once more. Yanbai expressed his astonishment. Your sedative works remarkably swiftly. For someone with a doctorate in medicine, concocting a bit of anesthetic was indeed child's play. At that moment, Zhongli emerged from behind, gazing at Zhongli in wonder. Brother, I hadn't realized your acting skills were so impressive. Even your voice has changed so dramatically. Zhongli chuckled as he removed the black hat from his head. I learned it all from your brother, Yan. The trio hastily tidied the scene. The room's terrifying ambience was merely the result of some clever physical tricks. In truth, the temperature of the so-called cauldron was not high at all. It was filled with vinegar. The bluish-green, ghostly flames were nothing more than phosphine, which ignites at a low temperature. As for the shelf that had collapsed with a crash, it was merely a simple contraption executed in collaboration with Zhongli. Everything was exceedingly simple, yet the scheming Wang Yongzhou was unable to discern the truth. His overwhelming fear prevented him from scrutinizing his surroundings, thus allowing this dramatic farce to unfold seamlessly. The trio placed him back into the car and returned him to the airport restroom, departing with an air of nonchalance. When Wang Yongzhou regained consciousness in the restroom, he found himself seated on the toilet, just as he had been before his disappearance. It was as if nothing had transpired, resembling a mere illusion. However, the hours of absence made it abundantly clear that this was far from a mere figment of his imagination. He now harbored no doubt about the existence of hell and its judges, particularly after encountering the wrath of that dark figure. It was utterly terrifying. Disheveled, he staggered out of the restroom and hailed a taxi to purchase joss paper, subsequently seeking out a secluded crossroads to burn it, murmuring incantations as he did so. A few elderly ladies passing by pointed and whispered, but Wang Yongzhou paid them no mind. He then took a taxi to the police station, seeking out the detective who had initially investigated their case. With fervent urgency, he confessed, asserting his guilt and imploring them to arrest him immediately, all while maintaining a remarkably sincere demeanor. He also insisted that they must release Zhong Li. Naturally, such a release was impossible, as Zhong was not even in prison, but rather evading arrest. However, a witness had unexpectedly turned against them, providing credible testimony and revealing incriminating evidence of bribery, indicating that this matter was not without foundation and warranted investigation. Yanbai returned home and arranged for Zhong Li to enter the detention center from location B. While Zhong Anan was filled with trepidation, Zhong Li placed great trust in Yanbai's arrangements. Simultaneously, Yanbai, armed with Zhong Li's authorization, filed an appeal on his behalf. What followed was a tumultuous month, culminating in a resolution. Zhong Li was exonerated. Wang Yongzhou, having maliciously defamed others, was sentenced to 1 year in prison due to his confession. His beautiful girlfriend pressed him for inheritance matters, to which he could only entrust her entirely, resulting inevitably in disappointment. Ultimately, Wang Yongzhou sought out his father to inquire about his family, only to discover that his aunt, Wang Lisha, was still alive. Realizing he had been duped, he deeply regretted not having contacted his family immediately upon learning this news. In a moment of greed, he had wished to keep the fortune for himself, returning quietly. Consequently, his beautiful girlfriend departed from his life. Though he suffered greatly, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had burned sufficient joss paper at the crossroads and promptly turned himself in, thus preserving his life. Otherwise, the torment of boiling oil would have been unbearable, and the agony of tongue pulling in hell would have been equally harrowing. The two figures of black and white had not come to seek him out. Perhaps he had passed this trial. Although the year-long sentence was arduous, retaining his life made it all worthwhile. Chapter 79. That frail young man, harboring ulterior motives. The three original defendants, though unwilling to divulge information in their attempts to safeguard their wealth, found their testimonies insufficient against the overwhelming evidence. They too faced sentencing, but due to their precarious health conditions, they were granted medical leave from imprisonment, as death loomed ever near. However, the ill-gotten wealth they had fought for in crime was ultimately confiscated, leaving them in a state of despair. The case against Zhong Li, based on false accusations, stirred considerable commotion. On one hand, the intricacies and twists of the case captivated the public. On the other, the striking appearance of the plaintiff and lawyer added to the spectacle. Zhong Li, a doctor with an impeccable reputation, unexpectedly garnered a multitude of fans. Many of his former patients took to the internet to voice their support, proclaiming, "Dr. Zhong was my physician. He was incredibly gentlemanly. How could he possibly commit such an act? And I spent 6 months in that hospital and saw Dr. Zhong daily. He rebuffed many advances. There's no way he would commit such a crime." In no time, Zhong Li's popularity soared, prompting several hospitals to extend olive branches, offering generous conditions for his employment. Ultimately, he chose a highly reputable hospital conveniently located near Yanbai's law firm, hoping to facilitate their rendezvous amidst his duties. Although he had yet to confess his feelings to Yanbai, he was meticulously planning the moment. His affection for Yanbai was profound, and now that he was finally free and deemed worthy, He found himself lacking the courage, especially considering he had once turned down Yanbai's advances, given her remarkable qualities. On this day, he felt ready to express his feelings. Yanbai had risen to prominence, her sharp and acerbic courtroom style contrasting strikingly with her delicate and beautiful exterior, instantly attracting numerous admirers. The newly minted lawyer became a sought-after figure, inundated with cases. She quickly established herself within the firm, and due to her impressive performance, she rapidly ascended to partnership, her career flourishing. Despite winning the case, they found themselves unable to touch Gu Shiliang, which was profoundly frustrating. There was no evidence linking him to the crimes. He had executed his plans with meticulous precision. During a meeting among the three, Yanbai addressed an in, stating, "Zhong Li's case has been resolved. It is time to deal with Gu Shiliang. What discoveries have you made while monitoring his movements?" Throughout their busy period, and had also been hard at work, she promptly produced an extensive mind map and affixed it to the wall, summarizing her findings from the past weeks. Yanbai was taken aback, remarking on her scholarly approach, undeterred by his teasing, and then stood by the wall with a clothes hanger, fully embodying the spirit of a presentation. This was the culmination of nearly 2 months of monitoring Gu Shiliang's phone calls, analyzing his movements, and synthesizing data, a formidable achievement that warranted a thorough showcase. During this time, I dedicated 2 hours each day to organizing all the data collected on Gu Shiliang. I can now proudly assert that the person who understands him best may not be himself, but rather, it could be me. Gu Shiliang was an exceedingly meticulous and strategic individual. He managed his affairs with remarkable organization, strictly delineating his work hours from his leisure time. This location represented his company, while that one marked his residence. Mornings were reserved for work, with his presence at the office nearly constant, barring business trips. Afternoons and evenings were his personal time. His personal time, aside from normal socializing and leisure, is predominantly consumed by the unsettling pursuits of observing and tracking beautiful young girls, which is truly repugnant. At this point, Zhong shuddered, realizing that based on Gu Shiliang's behavior over the past 2 months of stalking other girls, she could infer that she too had once been subjected to such surveillance, a chilling thought indeed. Gu Shiliang's psychological state is decidedly abnormal. Although he has never ceased in his quest to find me, he has also not abandoned the search for new targets. His chosen new target is a local middle school girl, strikingly beautiful, who is accompanied solely by her elderly grandmother. Gu Shiliang has taken numerous photographs and had already sent his first harassing letter a few days ago. However, it failed to capture the attention of the girl or her grandmother, who merely glanced at it before discarding it into the trash. Gu Shiliang's frustration was palpable. He seemed to derive a perverse pleasure from instilling fear in his targets, becoming increasingly exhilarated the more terrified they became. He finds delight in the manipulation of others' fates. Furthermore, every weekend, he would fly back to Kyoto to monitor 2 other girls, long-standing targets of his harassment. Gu Shiliang is truly depraved. Another point of suspicion is his frequent visits to a suburban location, where he sometimes stays overnight. This area is predominantly industrial, with no apparent business ties to his company. Once there, he remains silent, and, as it is quite tranquil, I am unable to discern any sounds, leaving me in the dark about his activities. Yanbai and Zhong Li, upon reviewing her meticulously crafted mind map alongside her explanation, could see she had indeed invested considerable thought into this. Zhong Li looked at her with a sense of pride, asking if she felt any fear of him now, and then shook her head, stating she felt no fear. It still found him disgusting. Such scum must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Unfortunately, all the surveillance I conducted was through illegal means, lacking legal validity and incapable of being presented in court. Yanbai pondered, noting that he relishes in frightening and harming others through psychological manipulation. Sending him to prison would merely grant him an easy way out. We should retaliate in kind, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Perhaps he would then long for imprisonment. Zhong immediately became intrigued, asking Yen Gu for his ideas. I'll think of specifics later. For now, let's investigate that suburban location he frequents to uncover what mischief he is up to. Chapter 80. The ailing youth with malicious intent, the trio utilized Gu Shiliang's working hours to visit the location of the factory, only to discover an abandoned two-story building. It bore a prominent seal, indicating it had been confiscated, with the entrance shrouded in cobwebs. Zhong Enin wondered if the house was indeed unoccupied, questioning whether they had misidentified the location. Zhongli led the two around the building, ultimately spotting an inconspicuous small door at the back, secured with a chain. Yet, the chain appeared remarkably polished, suggesting it had been frequently handled. This area, rarely visited, was difficult to detect. Zhongli skillfully removed a hairpin from Nin's hair and deftly picked the lock in a matter of moments. Yanbai was utterly breathtaking, teasing him with a sidelong glance that hinted at something deeper. The doctor's fingers were indeed dexterous. Who would have thought he was also adept at unlocking? Zhong Li's ears flushed crimson. He understood all too well the implication behind Yanbai's remark regarding his fingers. Given Yanbai's frail health, Zhong Li could only explore other, gentler means of intimacy, with fingers proving to be remarkably effective. Zhong Li regarded him, wondering if he had managed to unlock the door to his heart. Zhong Enin was exasperated. Her brother had transformed into someone unrecognizable, capable of flirtation at any moment. She hurried ahead, unwilling to witness the flirtation unfolding between the two. Yanbai stepped forward, swiftly pecking his lips and whispering something suggestive in his ear. "I've not only opened the door to your heart, but also to the back door. When do you intend to come in?" Zhongli took a moment to grasp his words, only to find that Yanbai had already entered the room. A typical case of flirtation followed by retreat. Watching his silhouette, Zhongli couldn't help but chuckle, a wave of emotions stirring within him. By the time Zhongli caught up with him, Yanbai had discovered a hidden door leading to the basement, illuminating the space with his phone flashlight as he cautiously explored. Zhongli switched on the wall light, instantly flooding the basement with brightness. Yanbai chuckled softly, taking the lead inside. The basement was divided into two rooms. One small compartment served as a darkroom for developing photographs. The outer space resembled a gallery, with walls adorned by various photographs of girls at different stages, at least 7 or 8 in total, with Zhong Enin prominently featured. Beneath the photographs was a row of cabinets displaying an assortment of items and memorabilia. Zhong Enin stood beneath her own photo, staring incredulously at the objects on the cabinet. Zhong Li approached and peered down, noticing a box filled with various childhood trinkets. There were beautiful little combs, children's bracelets, a bunny plush toy, handwritten assignments, and even a pink pair of underwear. Zhong Enin's voice trembled with anger. "Brother, this is my favorite bracelet from childhood. I cried for days when I lost it. And this bunny toy accompanied me for years. How'd he get his hands on these? He is so terrifying." Zhong Li was equally furious. Yanbai approached and patted both of their shoulders, stating, "He truly is insufferable, but for now, we must endure. A moment's patience can avert a greater disaster. I already have a plan to deal with him. Let us not touch these items. We should take photographs for evidence and discuss the details later." Zhong Li took out his phone and began snapping pictures furiously. Afterward, he embraced the still trembling Zhong Enin and turned to leave the room. Yanbai followed, restoring everything to its original state. Upon returning home, Zhong Enin had calmed her emotions. "Brother Yan, how you plan to confront him? He seems to revel in stalking and instilling fear in others. It's time he experienced what true fear feels like." Zhong Enin was thoroughly impressed with the strategy being proposed. Zhong Li's dark gaze fell upon Yanbai, shimmering with an enchanting light. At that moment, he yearned to pin the lively and cunning Yanbai beneath him and bestow a fervent kiss. Noticing that both individuals had no objections to his plan, Yanbai decisively proclaimed, "With merely half a month until school commences, we must drive him to madness before the term begins, ensuring your peace of mind." Zhong Enin's face radiated with excitement. "Absolutely. I wish to partake in this personally." Thus, from that day forth, Gu Shiliang's nightmarish days began. No matter where he ventured, unfamiliar passers-by would suddenly approach him, uttering perplexing phrases that, nonetheless, bore relevance to him. "Is the sandwich good this morning? She is watching you. Smoking is detrimental to health. She is watching you. You're in a red light today. She is watching you. Wishing you success in your negotiation later. She is watching you." Gu Shiliang, bewildered, began to pursue these strangers for clarification. "What are you talking about? Who sent you?" The bystanders would merely smile and reply, "This is a surprise from your girlfriend. She is quite concerned for you." Yet, further inquiries yielded no additional information. His phone was incessantly bombarded with dozens of messages each day, the sources of which remained elusive, but the content was undeniably chilling. Gushi Liang. "The sensor light in your corridor is broken. Be careful entering, lest you stumble." Gushi Liang, "You forgot to turn off the faucet. Wasting water is not ideal." It was as if a shadow, ever present, followed his every move, incessantly tormenting him while resolutely remaining unseen. Gushi Liang felt utterly exposed, as if laid bare under the glaring sun, engulfed in profound terror, growing increasingly wary of those around him. He employed every means available to uncover the identity of his tormentor, but to no avail. Eventually, in desperation, he resorted to contacting the authorities. However, they too were powerless. Though the messages were frequent, they appeared merely as benign reminders, lacking any overt criminality. Thus, the police could only advise him to change his phone number. Unable to initiate a case, Gushi Liang experienced an acute sense of dread, as the psychological shadows he had once cast upon others now returned to haunt him with multiplied intensity, revealing the discomfort of such an experience. The crux of his distress lay in his ignorance of the puppet master behind this torment. The sensation of being toyed with was truly unbearable. He had once speculated that Zhongli might be the culprit, but upon dispatching investigators to scrutinize him, it became evident that Zhongli was perpetually occupied at the hospital, lacking the time to orchestrate such peculiar encounters. Meanwhile, Yanbai adeptly shielded Zhong and Gushi Liang had never fathomed that this timid little rabbit would dare to rebel, employing similar tactics against him. In truth, it was Zhong who orchestrated the ruse, enlisting kind-hearted strangers. "Could you kindly relay a message to my boyfriend? That individual ahead. I've traveled from afar to surprise him, and I will appear unexpectedly to give him fright." Who could refuse a charming and obedient young lady, holding delightful candies and beseeching their assistance? To the passers-by, it was but a small effort to facilitate a touch of romance for a boyfriend. Moreover, the remarks made were merely benevolent reminders, and most passers-by would naturally comply. Those brief messages, however, were undoubtedly a manifestation of Yanbai's advanced technology. For over 10 days, Gushi Liang changed his phone number and residence, yet the harassment only intensified. Not only did his phone receive incessant text messages around the clock, but even his television and smart speaker would suddenly emit sounds. Gushi Liang suffered from severe sleep deprivation, teetering on the brink of madness. Eventually, he employed 5 bodyguards for round-the-clock protection, convinced that this would ensure his safety. To his dismay, the bodyguards' phones would unexpectedly ring, not with music, but with the haunting phrase, "Gushi Liang, how can you sleep with so many bodyguards crowding around you?" This became the final straw, leading Gushi Liang to a complete breakdown as he rushed to the police station, pleading for protection. However, the police, overwhelmed by their own responsibilities, declined his request. Strangely enough, once he entered the precinct, all harassment ceased. A glimmer of hope flickered within him. Was everything finally over? Chapter 81. The ailing youth with malicious intent. Gushi Liang cautiously exited the police station. Just as he passed through the last door, the phones of several strangers nearby suddenly rang, playing a melody only he could comprehend. The passers-by were baffled, wondering why their ringtones had inexplicably changed. Yet upon answering, they found no calls. Only Gushi Liang understood that it was that person relentlessly pursuing him. His phone was instantly bombarded with messages, the notification sound echoing like a cursed incantation. Gushi Liang, having just grasped a sliver of hope, crumbled once more. He realized that the shadowy figure lurking behind him had not given up. In despair, he sprinted back to the police station. By then, he had gone for over 10 days with little sleep, utterly exhausted and gaunt, yearning for a safe and quiet refuge, even if it meant incarceration. In a moment of confusion, Gushi Liang divulged his near-attempted assault and the years of stalking and threats he had endured, prompting the police to take him seriously. They verified the addresses he provided and indeed discovered photographs he had taken of his stalkers over the years. The police contacted the victims, who had all received threatening letters and lived in constant fear. Upon finally discovering the source of their torment, they were unwilling to let the matter rest. An spear-headed the lawsuit, with Yanbai representing her as her attorney. Gu Shiliang offered no resistance and admitted to everything. Since his arrival at the precinct, all harassment had abruptly ceased, allowing him to finally experience a night of peaceful sleep, a rarity for his troubled soul. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Anan beamed with joy, excitedly embracing Yanbai in the courtroom, only to be playfully pulled back by Zhongli, who then wrapped her in his arms before quickly releasing her and giving Yanbai an enthusiastic hug. Anan and Yanbai were both filled with joy. Upon returning home, Anan announced that she would soon be starting school and informed Zhongli and Yanbai, "Brother, Yangu, I will be staying at school." Yanbai frowned. "It's all in the same city. Your school is only a few kilometers from home. Are you truly going aboard?" Zhong Inan stood resolutely, offering her space for the two of them to enjoy their world together. Having never resided in a dormitory throughout her life, she yearned to experience the vibrancy of communal living. Zhongli readily agreed, suggesting they should give it a try. If it proved uncomfortable, they could always return. He wished for her to lead a life as normal as anyone else's. Filled with joy, Zhong Inan hurried back to her room to pack her belongings. In the living room, Yanbai crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Zhongli, questioning whether his motives for letting Inan go truly stemmed from a desire for her to have a normal life. Zhongli, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose. Acknowledging his sister's thoughtfulness, he felt that if they disregarded her wishes, it would be akin to shunning her heartfelt intentions. Yanbai rolled his eyes, dismissing the notion that a world for two had any merit. It was merely a tease, leaving one yearning for more, yet perpetually unsatisfied. The nine-tailed fox covered his face, unable to bear such grievances. Zhongli produced a medical report, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "This is your recent health checkup report. Your heart is in excellent condition. Even if you wished for mere teasing, that is no longer an option." Yanbai immediately perked up, asking, "Then what are you waiting for?" Zhongli chuckled, taking his hand. "Let me take you somewhere first." Yanbai obediently rose and followed him, every pore of his being heating with anticipation, sensing an exhilarating experience awaited him. This was a day he had longed for, previously, due to his frail heart. Their desires had been thwarted, leaving them to yearn in vain. Now, with memories of past emotions faded, Yanbai considered himself a novice, while Zhongli was equally inexperienced. After confirming their relationship, a zealous Yanbai diligently sought out educational material, not only studying alone, but insisting that Zhongli join him in his research. They mastered theoretical knowledge and honed myriad techniques, yet the frailty of his heart had prevented them from fully indulging. Now that his heart had finally mended, the long-awaited feast of indulgence was upon them. As they traveled, Yanbai incessantly inquired, "Where are we going? Have you prepared everything? I assure you, if we don't rest today, there will be no resolution." Zhongli, focused on driving, felt a surge of joy, smiling silently as they soon arrived at a community adjacent to Yanbai's law firm. Confused, Yanbai followed him as he swiped his card, leading them directly to the top floor. This floor boasted a single unit per elevator, and Zhongli brought him to the only door, opening it to reveal a luxuriously decorated residence. Every detail of the decor resonated with Yanbai's taste. He stood entranced in the foyer as Zhongli embraced his waist from behind, gently whispering in his ear, "Do you like it? I personally oversaw the renovations, believing you would appreciate this style. The property deed bears your name. Shall we reside here together in the future?" To claim he was not moved would be disingenuous. The willingness to invest money, while not a definitive measure of love, certainly indicated affection. Unable to restrain himself, Yanbai teased, "I never imagined you possessed such wealth. This house must have been quite the expense, no?" Zhongli chuckled. "I have invested all my savings into this house, and now I find myself completely penniless. My dear wife, I shall rely on you to support me from now on." Yanbai turned back, wrapping his arms around his neck with a proud smile. "All right then. From now on, I shall indulge in luxury with you." Zhongli planted a kiss on his forehead. "Come, let me show you the rooms." Yanbai followed him into the master bedroom, where a grand bed dominated the spacious room, its pristine white sheets adorned with a cascade of red rose petals. The transparent bathroom featured an expansive whirlpool bathtub filled to the brim with water, which also floated rose petals upon its surface. A mischievous smile danced on Yanbai's lips. Zhongli, with such a transparent bathroom and a bathtub of this size, I must say you are quite daring. Zhongli felt a slight flush on his ears. He indeed had a selfish motive behind such a design. He yearned to see Yanbai at any moment, in any guise. Yanbai leaped onto Zhongli, playfully kissing his throat while murmuring, "The water in the tub is ready. Let us not waste any time. Hurry to the bathroom. I wish to employ that tactic." Unable to withstand such teasing, Zhongli scooped him up and hurried to the bathroom. That night, the warm waters of the bathtub splashed about, and Yanbai finally indulged in forbidden pleasures, while Zhongli found himself unable to refrain but still remembered to be tender and gentle. The rose petals on the bed were crushed, releasing their vivid essence that stained Yanbai's excessively fair skin an enticing sight. Zhongli kissed him repeatedly, unable to contain his affection, whispering softly, "Yanbai, I love you." A glimmer of light flickered across the circular pendant around Yanbai's neck, filling in with a touch of brightness. The nine-tailed fox, having seen the rose petals on the bed, knew it would be quite some time before he could be of any use. This pair of love-struck men seemed destined to indulge for an eternity. However, the bed and the grand bathtub had indeed inspired the nine-tailed fox, stirring a restlessness within him. He conjured scenes within his mind before entering a state of transcendence. He too desired to partake in his own lavish feast. The following morning, the nine-tailed fox returned to Yanbai's consciousness, finding him still asleep in bed, adorned with alluring red marks that made one's heart race at the sight. The nine-tailed fox dared not linger, closing his eyes to escape the sight. Thus, the once frail Demon Lord lived a life unashamed, a life of nightly revelry. After some time, Yanbai heard news from the Yin family. Yin Bojun had donated all his wealth and subsequently divorced, leaving empty-handed to become a monk. He had completely severed ties with the mundane world, embracing a life of simplicity, immersed in the quietude of ancient lamps and Buddhism. Ruan Qingwei received not a single penny and is burdened with two dependents. Though she possesses a certain astuteness, it pales in comparison to Yin Bojun's cunning. In this divorce, she gained not a dime. Frustration consumed Ruan Qingwei as she approached her 30s. Despite her well-maintained appearance, her appeal in the marriage market has dwindled. She entrusted her two sons to Yin Bojun's parents, hoping to negotiate for a financial settlement, only to discover that Yin Bojun had anticipated her move. Before entering monastic life, he had already disclosed Ruan Qingwei's malicious character to his parents. Thus, while they retained their grandsons, they offered her not a single cent. When Ruan Qingwei threatened to take the children away, the Yin family remained unfazed, indifferent to her threats. Left with no choice, she abandoned her children and returned empty-handed. In this marriage, aside from enjoying a few comfortable years, she ultimately lost both her children and her resources. Determined to reinvent herself, she re-entered the dating scene in search of another unsuspecting victim. However, Yin Bojun again foresaw her actions, and the affluent circles across the nation received detailed information about Ruan Qingwei. Even the deceptive tactics employed by her group were thoroughly exposed. Ruan Qingwei became a pariah, reviled by the wealthy elite, and was summoned by the police for questioning, ultimately becoming a cautionary tale featured in legal programs, thereby closing off her avenues for financial gain through her looks. Her life descended into perpetual poverty, culminating in a tragic end. Much later, Yanbai received a substantial check from Yin Bojun. He donated this sum in the name of Qian Huaxin to the temple where Yin Bojun resided, providing a semblance of closure to the affair. Afterward, Yanbai never encountered Yin Bojun again, content to live his own quiet life. In another residence, Zhongli held Yanbai in a deep slumber, only to awaken the following morning to find Yanbai missing. He searched both inside and outside the house in his slippers, growing increasingly anxious. Eventually, he discovered a note on the refrigerator. "Zhongli, I've absconded with your money and your sister. If you have the means, find me. The clue is on this paper. Zhongli Chocolat." The back of the note bore irregular black marks, indecipherable in nature. He called Zhong in, but to his surprise, her phone was turned off. The winter vacation had just begun. Zhong in, now in her second year of university, had mentioned plans to travel to an island with classmates. A schedule he had reviewed and approved, but now she had been gone for 2 days. Zhongli attempted to contact Yanbai, but his calls went unanswered. When he reached out to Yanbai's law firm, the secretary informed him that lawyer Yin had taken a month-long leave starting today. At that moment, Zhongli received a text message from his assistant at the hospital. Dr. Zhong, your application for annual leave has been approved, effective today for a month. Have a pleasant break. Zhongli was taken aback. He had never applied for any leave. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Yanbai and Zhong in had evidently conspired to arrange this leave without his knowledge. Amused yet exasperated, Zhongli realized that conventional methods would not lead him to the two, compelling him to scrutinize the small note in his hand. Before long, he discerned a clue. Perhaps this was a miniature map, yet he found himself perplexed as to which specific region it depicted. After all, there were countless maps. He proceeded to Yanbai's study, recalling that Yanbai possessed a collection of maps. Indeed, on the desk lay an open atlas, with the current page displaying the Northern Hemisphere. Zhongli paused, aligning the small piece of paper in his hand with the map, and at last he located a section in the Arctic that perfectly matched the paper. It was the far north Alaska, a region renowned for its auroras and polar days, home to traditional Inuit communities and vast herds of wild reindeer. Suddenly, Zhongli remembered that Yanbai had previously expressed a desire to witness the auroras, and he had even planned a trip at that time. But both had been too busy with work to find the opportunity. Zhongli began rummaging through his old planning notebook and, as expected, found tucked within it several plane tickets and a hotel room keycard. A smile crept across his face as he noted that Yanbai had followed the route he had initially mapped out. However, it seemed that Yanbai and Zhong in had already set off ahead of him, as his own ticket was for departure the following day. Along with the tickets was a small note that read, "Do you still remember when you rejected my confession? At that time, you left electronic currency for me and Inin. I told you then that I would take care of Inin. I've already absconded with your sister. Can you find us now with your skills?" Zhongli couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. He promptly began packing his belongings, ensuring to bring along a pair of rings he had cherished in his drawer, originally intended for a proposal on New Year's Day, only to discover that his fiancée had taken the initiative to leave first. Following the itinerary, he arrived at Prudhoe Bay, where he soon spotted a vessel adorned with a grand flag and 2 tall, slender figures waving at him from the bow. In an instant, he recognized them as Yanbai and Zhong in. Behind them, the dazzling northern lights illuminated the scene, with Yanbai's figure resembling that of an angel. Clutching the ring tightly in his palm, he felt a bead of sweat form despite the frigid temperatures. He began to run towards them, as if racing toward a new chapter in his life. Ding. Villain's darkening value. 0. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The end of this story. Volume 6. The Frigid Commander and His Sweet Beta, Chapter 83. The Frigid Commander and His Sweet Beta 01 as Yanbai's consciousness returned. He felt someone behind him pushing him forward while urging him to hurry. Quickly, quickly. It's your turn to go on stage. Be sharp. Each of you grab a bottle of wine and line up to present it to the generals. Still disoriented, Yanbai nearly stumbled, his irritation flaring into a desire for vengeance. He shot a cold glare at the middle-aged beta who had shoved him, startling the beta with his fierce demeanor. How had this sweet, gentle youth transformed so suddenly? The sharpness of his gaze seemed capable of peeling away one's skin, leaving the beta momentarily frozen, forgetting his intentions. The nine-tailed fox rushed in to extinguish the tension. "My lord, there's no time to squabble with this insignificant character. You are currently in grave danger. The Empress outside is the queen of the insectoid race, and she is determinedly seeking an opportunity to harm you. The only one who can save you now is Commander Shiyu outside. You must quickly seek his favor." An overwhelming surge of memories flooded Yanbai's mind as he processed the rather absurd plot, his inner turmoil escalating. Before he realized it, he was pushed into the ranks. A kind-hearted beta behind him even handed him a bottle of wine. Yanbai stood among a dozen flamboyantly adorned betas, who formed an elegant line, stepping forward with graceful poise, their expressions displaying the standard smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. In stark contrast to the other betas, Yanbai appeared tense, anxious, and exhilarated, his demeanor betraying a mix of gritted teeth and distraction. When it was his turn to step out, he swiftly tore off the excessively ornate feathered cloak, opting instead for a simple white shirt as he exited. The Demon Lord would rather lose his head and shed blood than accept such tasteless attire. His decisive actions startled the middle-aged beta at the door, who gasped in shock, almost crying out. This was an entertainment program arranged by the Emperor. How could such a blunder occur? As the person in charge, he knew he would bear the brunt of the consequences. However, with Yanbai's figure now beyond the closed door, there was no way to call him back. The middle-aged beta pounded the wall in frustration, regretting how he had been intimidated by Yanbai's gaze just moments ago. What had possessed this young man? The line of strikingly handsome betas entered the banquet hall in perfect formation, a fragrant breeze wafting as white feathers fluttered, infusing the atmosphere with an ethereal charm. The crowd was instantly captivated, yet one individual stood out in his simple white shirt, lacking any extravagant embellishments, creating a stark contrast. Eyes turned towards him, revealing expressions of awe. Dressed in pure white, Yanbai's fair complexion was not overshadowed by his attire. Rather, it accentuated his delicate, porcelain skin. His black hair fell casually, with a few strands brushing against the corners of his eyes, forming a graceful arc. His features bore a youthful innocence intertwined with a mature allure, resulting in a unique beauty. Coupled with his animated demeanor, he resembled an enchanting sprite. Even the mesmerizing nine-tailed red fox resting upon his shoulder, eyes closed in slumber, could not steal his thunder. As the crowd beheld his appearance, gasps of amazement escaped their lips, their eyes unable to conceal their astonishment. At that moment, the Emperor's final words resonated. I have prepared some rare wines for everyone to savor. These treasured bottles have been aged for quite some time, and today, I must share them, though it pains me to part with them. Following this, the betas eagerly approached the various generals with their offerings, while Yanbai's gaze remained fixed upon the commanding General Shiyu seated at the center, clad in a well-fitted uniform that accentuated his broad shoulders and slim waist. He presented an impeccable physique. His deep-set eyes and pronounced features exude a sense of maturity and composure, yet an undercurrent of lethal intent lingers around him. He sits motionless, seemingly enveloped by an aura that is distinctly commanding, the essence of a top-tier alpha that deters any from approaching him lightly. At this moment, Shiryu slightly furrows his brow, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, his expression radiating an extreme coldness and detachment. Beside him lies a sleek, jet-black war wolf, its powerful limbs brimming with strength. The wolf's golden-brown eyes emit a faint glow, embodying a solitary pride akin to that of its master. In the entire assembly, only this man and his wolf remain indifferent to the presence of the betas. A few eager betas initially dared to draw near, but were quickly intimidated and retreated under the sheer aura of slaughter that Shiryu emanated. Ding. Target detected. Antagonist, Shiryu. Ding. Current antagonist corruption level, 20. Shiryu intentionally projects his aura, while Yanbai, addressing the nine-tailed fox perched on his shoulder, remarks that he appears rather unremarkable. Can he truly handle that repugnant mother bug? The nine-tailed fox, wide-eyed, retorts, is that what you call unremarkable? Yanbai raises an eyebrow. Do you have an objection? The nine-tailed fox, intimidated, dares not voice dissent, recognizing the whimsical nature of the Demon Lord. It diverts its attention and glances at the Empress beside the Emperor, Misha, whose striking features and graceful figure seem utterly disconnected from anything vile. However, having arrived slightly earlier, the fox witnessed the true nature of the bug beneath her beautiful facade and finds the term repulsive wholly fitting. Truly, Misha is disgusting. Reluctantly, the nine-tailed fox adds, though Commander Shiryu appears ordinary, his strength is anything but. The original host had previously paid little heed to the affairs of the outside world. leaving your memories of Commander Shi nearly blank. He is an exceptionally formidable individual. All you need to do is to pursue him. I shall gradually enlighten you on his remarkable achievements. Only he can save you here. Pursue? Are you suggesting I should sleep with him? While that seems a bit beneath me, it is a consideration worth entertaining for the sake of the mission. The nine-tailed fox grins, marveling at the ever-changing world, a steadfast demon lord with a persistent desire to be the chief aggressor. Well, good luck with that, oh great demon lord. Yanbai observes Shiryu, who has his gaze lowered, his mood evidently sour. In recent months, the Emperor's actions have grown increasingly absurd. This beta project was championed by him against all opposition during Shiryu's 2-month absence. Astute as Shiryu is, he perceives the Emperor's intentions with clarity. In this world, the ratio of alphas, omegas, and betas stands at 3, 1, 6. Due to their scarcity, omegas are insufficiently available, resulting in many alphas pairing up with betas for mutual solace. Alphas without their own dedicated omegas do not shy away from fleeting romantic encounters with alluring betas. Observing the striking appearance of today's attendants, Shiryu knows precisely what the Emperor is scheming. However, he abhorred such frivolous relationships throughout his life. While he could not prevent others from engaging in them, he held himself to a higher standard of integrity. With a cold, expressionless visage, he kept others at bay. The black war wolf at his feet seemed to resonate with his thoughts. When a beta approached, it rose and took a couple of steps forward to shield him. The imposing stature of the war wolf, coupled with its master's icy gaze, surveyed the surroundings, clearly exuding a warning. Chapter 84. The Frosty Commander and his sweet beta, a number of striking betas, adorned in exquisite attire embellished with feathers, moved about, each selecting a target to serve wine to the commanders. Earlier, in the lounge, their ambitions had dissipated. No one dared to approach the excessively stoic Commander Shiyu. At that time, they had engaged in hushed conversations. Commander Shiyu is so handsome, just a glance makes my legs weak. If he could look at me a little longer, I will be overjoyed. Though I can't smell Commander Shiyu's pheromones, just a look at him leaves me feeling ethereal. Is this the allure of an S-class alpha? All these commanders have achieved great feats in the war against the insectoid creatures. They are all top-tier alphas. I wouldn't mind if any of them took an interest in me. Now, the previously eager betas, upon witnessing the duo of one man and one wolf, dared not draw near. Thus, a rather peculiar vacuum formed around Shiyu. The Empress beside the Emperor, Misha, scrutinized the group of betas and narrowed her eyes dangerously upon noticing the missing code on Yanbai. Just as she contemplated calling Yanbai over, he took action. Boldly, he pushed aside a few individuals and stepped into the somewhat perilous vacuum, positioning himself before Shiyu. The black war wolf glanced up at him before returning to its place at Shiyu's feet, closing its eyes to rest, seemingly oblivious to the other betas. Yanbai noted the absence of a chair beside Shiyu and promptly perched himself upon the latter's lap, grinning like a mischievous little fox, rivaling the ethereal nine-tailed fox resting on his shoulder. He raised the wine in his hand, tilting his head as he inquired of Shiyu, "I'm Yanbai. Would you care for a drink? This wine smells rather delightful." The presence of this unfamiliar individual did not irk Shiyu, as one might expect. Yanbai exuded a subtle, refined scent of grass and wood, not any pheromone, but rather a natural fragrance that stirred Shiyu's senses. The other betas, entering the venue, stood neatly to the side, pouring wine for the commanders, and their eyes widened in astonishment at his audacious behavior. The deputy beside Shiyu also stared in disbelief, eagerly anticipating a spectacle as to whether Shiyu would cast Yanbai aside. After all, everyone knew that Commander Shiyu was utterly indifferent to matters of attraction, a steadfast man of iron who showed no tenderness toward the delicate. Yet, what transpired next was utterly astonishing. Shiyu gazed calmly at Yanbai, showing no signs of anger, nor any intention of casting him aside, and he remained silent. Even the red-haired fox, which had been dozing on Yanbai's shoulder, widened its eyes, observing the peculiar interaction between the two. The nine-tailed fox, watching Yanbai, sent forth a thought. "My lord, are you not out of your mind?" Such a blatant approach could lead to dire consequences. In the narrative, even the exquisite Omega, with his alluring pheromones, could not sway him. You, a beta devoid of pheromones, think you can evoke his emotions in an instant? That is mere folly. I suggest a more gradual strategy. Yanbai could not help but roll his eyes, exclaiming, "Do I have the luxury of time? Did you not see how that ladybug on the throne is gazing at me as if she wishes to devour me?" The nine-tailed fox glanced at Misa, noting her eyes shimmering with a predatory glint, indeed resembling one who preys upon others. Yanbai chose to ignore the nine-tailed fox, focusing solely on Shiyu, exhibiting neither haste nor fear. He raised his glass, as if inviting Shiyu to join him, and leaned closer, whispering a few words into his ear. The proximity was too close for the nine-tailed fox to overhear, yet onlookers were astonished to witness this little beta seemingly kissing the ear of Commander Shiyu. An audacious act indeed. Withdrawing his lips from Shiyu's ear, Yanbai gazed at him with a somewhat naive expression. "Are you truly not considering it?" Shiyu's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, his eyes deep and inscrutable, as if harboring a myriad of emotions yet resembling a still pond, impenetrable to others. Yanbai, dissatisfied, turned his gaze away, adopting an air of haughty defiance. "If you won't drink, then I shan't either." Just as he attempted to rise, Shiyu tightened his grip, forcing him back down, his voice deep and magnetic, a statement rather than a question. "You will accompany me home today." Yanbai, yielding like a feather, fell back onto Shiyu's lap, wearing a teasing smile, eager to jest with him. The Empress seated above had been watching the two, her eyes narrowing slightly as a flicker of dark green light danced within her pupils. Shiyu was a target she intended to claim for herself, either to utilize or eliminate. It was her prerogative to decide, and she would not allow another to seize him first. Moreover, among the attendees, the decorative feather adornments on the beta attire were plentiful. Yet the most suspicious was Yanbai, who bore none. She harbored grave doubts that the individual who had overheard her conversation was none other than him. With a charming smile, she leaned towards the Emperor and proposed, "Shall I propose a toast to General Shiyu on your behalf, to express my utmost respect?" Reinald eagerly clapped her delicate hand in agreement. "Absolutely." Misa gracefully approached Shiyu, holding a glass of wine. She paused before him, her splendid golden gown clinging closely to her figure, accentuating her alluring silhouette, and her face radiated beauty. With a warm smile, she spoke, her expression imbued with a tender softness that, combined with her stunning visage, effortlessly endeared her to others. "Commander Shiyu, your leadership of the self-defense forces has yielded remarkable results. On behalf of His Majesty, I raise this glass to you." Misha deliberately intensified the release of pheromones, simultaneously employing her mental prowess to implant sensations of pleasure within Shiyu's mind. With this dual approach, Shiyu became instantly vigilant, casting a cryptic glance her way. Yet his countenance betrayed not a hint of his thoughts. He lifted his glass from the table and rose, prompting Yanbai to reluctantly rise from his lap, though his hand lingered on Shiyu, resembling a mischievous sprite. Shiyu raised the empty cup before Yanbai, who promptly relinquished one hand from around Shiyu's neck and deftly poured him a drink. Just as he intended to retreat a step, Shiyu seized him with his free hand. Drawing him close, taking the opportunity, he inhaled deeply near Yanbai's neck, feeling a wave of inexplicable embarrassment dissipate slightly, the heat coursing through him alleviating considerably. With one hand, Shiyu held Yanbai tightly against him, clinking his glass lightly against Misha's, expressing gratitude to the Emperor and Empress, stating that it was merely duty, not deserving of pride, and he would partake in this drink. Chapter 85. The frigid commander and his sweet beta observing Shiyu's unwavering composure and the continued aloofness in his gaze. Misha felt a mix of astonishment and frustration. She relentlessly concentrated all her available pheromones upon him. She sensed a surging, unfamiliar aura emanating from the Empress, inciting feelings of shame within him. For a fleeting moment, he saw the Empress shrouded in a magical illusion, her allure almost overwhelming, igniting a reckless impulse within him that brushed against the edge of life and death. He recognized the anomaly. Both the Empress and his own body felt askew, The heat within him was unmistakable. His sensitivity phase was still 3 months away, yet the current agitation mirrored that phase, intensified beyond measure. Beep. Warning. Warning. Detected target character S villainous corruption value at 30. Beep. Current villainous corruption value at 50. The nine-tailed fox. This brother S corruption value is indeed rising. The nine-tailed fox patted his chest, exclaiming, "Thank goodness the base value is low. Otherwise, a sudden rise to 30 would be unbearable." Yet Yanbai had long seen through it all, remaining unfazed by the ebb and flow of emotions, convinced there was no man he could not handle. Shiyu's complexion flushed slightly, a fine sheen of perspiration forming on his brow. In this moment, only the faint scent of greenery emanating from Yanbai offered him a semblance of clarity. Misha, noticing Shiyu's subtly reddened face and slightly heavier breathing, felt a twinge of pride. She was confident that no one could resist her allure. Reaching out, she feigned concern as she touched Shiyu's arm. "Shiyu, your face appears a bit flushed. Perhaps the journey has worn you out? Would you like to rest in the guest room?" Shiyu took a small step towards Yanbai, skillfully evading the Empress's touch, inadvertently causing Yanbai to stumble slightly. "I admit I am a bit fatigued, but it would be inappropriate to rest here and disturb the Emperor. I will return first. Yanbai will accompany me." Misa hurriedly reached out to intervene, immediately smiling at Yanbai. "Yanbai, you are so beautiful. I feel an instant connection with you. May we become friends?" Yanbai, this cunning creature, feigned innocence and retorted, "Am I worthy?" Shiyu cast a sideways glance at the seemingly naive little beta beside him, the corners of his eyes involuntarily curling up. Misa's expression momentarily faltered. Her hidden, elongated fangs stirred within her mouth, as if yearning to shred the pretender before her into pieces. To mask her murderous intent, Misa smiled even more brightly, asserting that everyone is equal. Hence no one is unworthy. Her smile was gentle, yet the fury within her escalated sharply, drawing the attention of the nine-tailed fox. The fox, unable to resist, opened its eyes, becoming wary of the disguised insect queen. It leaped from Shiyu's shoulder into Yanbai's embrace, bending forward in a defensive posture, its gaze fierce. The black war-wolf, which had been quietly lying down, sensed the anomaly and the fluctuations in the nine-tailed fox's emotions. It stood up, its golden-brown eyes glancing at the fox, then slowly advanced a few steps, positioning itself in front of Shiyu, gazing at Misa with an air of haughty nonchalance. Its expression tinged with disdain. The wolf and fox seemed perfectly synchronized. Misa, facing the werewolf so closely, felt speechless. The wolf's posture and gaze were not particularly harmful, but exuded a strong sense of insult. Yanbai looked in surprise at the advancing werewolf. Towering and formidable, it appeared that Shiyu's pet was not merely a pet, but a powerful combat beast. Yanbai then glanced at the half-foot-long, somewhat blusterous, yet merely beautiful red-haired fox in his arms, unable to suppress a hint of disdain. His own pet lacked flair. Misa, captivated by the wolf and fox, perhaps due to her insectoid nature, momentarily forgot about dealing with Yanbai, appearing somewhat dazed. The heat within Shiyu's body was becoming unbearable. Seizing the opportunity, he took his leave, bowing slightly to the Emperor and the Empress before not forgetting to wrap his arm around Yanbai and turning to exit the hall. As he moved, the war-wolf immediately turned as well, leisurely pacing beside him. Before leaving, it cast a cold, indifferent glance back at the Empress, exuding an overwhelming aura that caused her to tremble, rendering her speechless. The beautiful betas, witnessing even the stoic commander Shiyu holding hands with a beta, felt greatly encouraged, and many began to display their charm towards the generals present. Two individuals of weaker will had already exchanged glances, even intertwining fingers. As Shiyu passed by his deputy, he noticed the hand held by the attractive beta beside him and spoke with a chilling tone, "As my deputy, I expect you to uphold discipline. Today, you may take someone away, but you must be responsible for them for life. I await your invitation. My soldiers must bear responsibility. Those taken today must be wed legitimately." Several individuals straightened their posture, deterred from frivolous thoughts. Marrying an unknown beta? How could that be possible? They were not foolish. The vice commander, as if scalded, instantly withdrew his hand from Beta, sitting up straight with unwavering resolve. My ambition is to remain by the commander's side, to fight for the protection of the Star Alliance. I have no time for romantic entanglements. I have my suppressants, and that suffices. I do not require Beta. His gaze swept indifferently over the others present. Yet he refrained from uttering any further words. He could impose such demands on his vice commander, but not on the other generals. However, the significance of his glance was profound, understood by those who were perceptive. An air of vigilance enveloped the room, as each individual straightened their posture, maintaining decorum. After all, those who had ascended to their ranks harbored dreams and aspirations. While beauty was indeed captivating, it was evidently expendable in comparison to their ambitions. Misha, left in the background, felt the pressure dissipate and finally regained her composure, returning expressionless to the Emperor's side, her heart a tumult of uncertainty. What an enigmatic battle wolf he was. The two exchanged a knowing glance regarding Shiyu's earlier remarks, both harboring a sense of displeasure. The Emperor, maintaining a composed demeanor, called out to Shiyu, "Commander, why must you be so rigid? It is merely a natural form of relief. Furthermore, these betas are entirely willing. To share a moment with the esteemed Alpha generals present is an honor. Moreover, you yourself have taken a beauty. Does that mean you can marry a beta?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the beta beauties fell slightly. Although they were chosen and arranged by the Emperor, they were acutely aware of their purpose. Yet, the Emperor's blatant disdain was undeniably uncomfortable. Shiyu's brow furrowed imperceptibly, but he could only turn helplessly to face the Emperor. Chapter 86. The cold commander and his sweet beta, Shiyu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his hands trembling slightly. Yanbai, sensing his unease, turned to look at him. Shiyu gazed tenderly at Yanbai. Their eyes met, and in that moment, he thought, as long as he is willing to marry me, I shall take him as my own. This is my promise. Yanbai, observing Shiyu, felt his heart race. Was this, perhaps, a proposal? He found himself stirred. After a moment of surprise, a calculating look crossed the Emperor's face. "General Shiyu, we shall await your invitation. If Shiyu were to marry a humble beta, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for the royal family, especially since this beta was one of their own." Numerous noble omegas were eyeing Shiyu, and the Emperor feared he might gain more power through marriage. Indeed, marrying the beta before him would be quite favorable. Yet Misha felt a twinge of anxiety. If Yanbai was indeed the individual from the lounge, what if he revealed what he had seen to Shiyu? That would pose a significant problem for her. Concealing her inner turmoil, she smiled and spoke. "General Shiyu, since you value Yanbai so highly, he is an orphan. He likely has no one to assist him in preparing wedding details. Why not let him stay and depart from the palace in splendid fashion? The Emperor and I can offer our support." Yanbai, who had been intently observing Shiryu lost in thought, was abruptly brought back to reality upon hearing his name. Just as he was about to decline, Shiryu spoke first, declaring, "We need to cherish our precious time to cultivate our feelings. So there's no need to trouble the Emperor and the Empress. If he is willing to marry me, I shall provide him with the finest of everything." The words were so beautifully articulated that Yanbai felt somewhat entranced, mistaking them for the sentiments of a couple deeply in love. The generals nearby also displayed expressions of admiration. After all, with Shiryu's status and position, marrying the most exceptional Omega would be no challenge. Yet his willingness to wed a beta with diminished reproductive capabilities was indeed a striking departure from societal norms. Curiosity abounded regarding whether the two would ultimately exchange vows. Some astute individuals had even begun to place clandestine bets on whether you would marry Yanbai and when that might occur, creating a lively atmosphere in the underground gambling dens. The Emperor, amused by the situation, remarked with a smile that barely concealed his amusement, "Then let us not delay Commander Shiryu in his courtship." Shiryu expressed his gratitude, and upon noticing the Emperor's disinterest in further conversation, took Yanbai's hand and turned to leave. His steps were slightly unsteady, a detail only Yanbai, who was attentive to Shiryu's condition, noticed as he hurried to keep pace. The enchanting little fox, with its captivating mouth, seized the moment to narrate the intricacies of this world. The backdrop of this world is set in the ABO interstellar era, where life forms are categorized into humans, demon tribes, and insect tribes. Humanity governs the world, while in a skewed narrative, the antagonist Shiryu is slain by the insect queen. The insect tribes ultimately seize control, plunging the small world into chaos until its complete collapse. Your mission is to protect the antagonist, win over Shiryu, and assist him in exterminating the insect tribes, restoring normalcy to this small world. The insect tribes are infamous for their ruthless tactics akin to interstellar pirates, often launching swift assaults on small asteroids with a kill-all, loot-all, burn-all policy. A decade ago, Shiryu took the lead in forming a stellar alliance by signing treaties with numerous planets, fostering mutual support against the insect tribes. The insect tribes have been audacious, yet in the past 10 years, they have suffered significant losses, largely due to Commander Shiryu's efforts. Consequently, Shiryu has become the primary adversary of the insect tribes. The Blue Star has always been an empire. Following the death of the old emperor 2 years ago, the throne was passed to the eldest son, Reinu. From that point onward, the relationship between Shiryu and the royal family became increasingly delicate and tense. Shiryu's rising prominence ignited a sense of crisis within Reinu, who has been attempting to diminish the military's and Shiryu's power, aspiring to consolidate both military and royal authority. Particularly recently, he befriended a strikingly beautiful and astute lady, the most exquisite princess from the beautiful star, who provided him with numerous ideas to contend with Shiryu. However, unbeknownst to him, this so-called princess had long lost her consciousness, merely a vessel for the parasitic queen of the insect tribes. Upon recalling this, Yanbai felt a wave of nausea as he remembered a scene from the original narrative. Before the banquet commenced, he had inadvertently stumbled into a lounge and witnessed a shocking spectacle. Fortunate to have been in the restroom at the time, avoiding capture in the act. The upper body of the beautiful Misha, a member of the human race, remained enchanting, yet her lower half had transformed into that of an insectoid creature with a vast, translucent abdomen that hung low, revealing the writhing eggs within. In her hands, 2 golden serpents morphed into male insects, boldly performing a display of insect warfare before the original host. Within minutes, the queen was visibly pregnant, laying eggs and entrusting them to the male insect for placement into their nurturing pouches. This vivid recollection was so real, it felt as though it were witnessed firsthand, leaving Yanbai utterly disgusted. The 9-tailed fox continued her tale. Not long ago, the insect race deployed 4 fleets to directly draw the firepower of Shiryu, while the queen secretly led a massive force to launch a swift assault on the American star. The reason for her vigorous efforts to conquer this planet was due to the irresistible allure the inhabitants of the American star possessed for other races, a trait that the queen coveted. They naturally exuded a type of hormone that provoked a subtle yet undeniable effect in others, stirring desires that were both unwelcome in thought and honest in physical response. Additionally, the inhabitants of the American star possessed psychic abilities, capable of implanting thoughts directly into the minds of humans, allowing them to induce euphoric states with mere intention. After devouring countless inhabitants of the American star, the queen finally integrated their genetic chain and even evolved a parasitic ability. She parasitically inhabited Misha, arriving on Blue Star, and within a mere month, she befriended the emperor, earning the title of imperial consort. She attempted to leverage her hormonal influence and the advantages of her superior Omega status against Shiryu. However, Shiryu, endowed with formidable willpower, not only resisted her efforts, but also began to harbor suspicions about her true identity. After several clandestine encounters, Shiryu eventually uncovered the queen's authentic nature. In a decisive moment, as Shiryu prepared to strike down the insect queen, the emperor unexpectedly intervened, sustaining grave injuries in the process. Seizing this opportunity, the queen cried out that Shiryu was attempting to assassinate the emperor, aiming for a power grab. The evidence was clear, and no one heeded Shiryu's explanations. Consequently, Shiryu was imprisoned for treason, subjected to torment until death, leaving behind a legacy of infamy. Yanbai clicked his tongue, lamenting the tragic fate of the antagonist. The nine-tailed fox sighed, acknowledging the truth. Subsequently, with the queen's assistance, the emperor reclaimed military authority, achieving a unification of military and political power. In the years that followed, the insect queen, now parasitic to the emperor, became the sovereign of Blue Star, leading to the complete extinction of humanity. The nine-tailed fox finally concluded the narrative, exhaling deeply in relief. Chapter 87. The cold commander and his sweet beta, Yanbai, flashed a mischievous smile at the little fox, his grin as radiant as fireworks, yet tinged with a hint of insolence. With a tone laced with disdain, he remarked, "Look at the ferocity of the villain's beastly pet, the war wolf. At crucial moments, it can even bite the insects. Now, compare that to your diminutive fox, so small that aside from its beauty, it can only serve as a mere snack for the insect race." After 2 hours of storytelling, the nine-tailed fox, parched and exhausted, was on the verge of madness. Why was it still looked down upon? Yet, the fox dared not retaliate, aware of the lingering authority of the Demon Lord. Frustrated, it stomped its foot in anger, but could only express its grievances. What is so difficult about being big? I can transform to show you immediately. In my current state, am I not merely conforming to the appearance of the majority of adorable pets? Upon finishing its words, the nine-tailed fox began to grow at an astonishing rate, swiftly transforming from a half-foot-long creature to one of human height. In mere moments, it adopted a humanoid form, its strikingly beautiful features capable of captivating all who beheld it. Cascading locks of fiery red hair trailed to the ground, and its golden eyes exuded an irresistible allure. Several guards stationed outside the palace turned their gazes in this direction. Most of them possessed pets as well, yet none bore the rarity and beauty exhibited here. A beast capable of assuming human form was a creature of exceptional caliber, inciting envy among the onlookers. A few discreetly tucked away their small cats or rabbits into spatial pockets, while others were transfixed, their eyes filled with awe and longing. The owner of this enchanting creature was a meek beta. Eliminating him to seize the pet would ordinarily be effortless, yet his proximity to Commander Shiyu complicated matters. Who would dare to harm a person associated with Commander Shiyu? The formidable war wolf keenly sensed the malicious stares surrounding him and cast a cold glance at certain individuals. With a fierce demeanor, he deliberately exuded a pressure that sent chills down the spines of those who dared to ogle, compelling them to avert their gazes. Turning his attention back to the stunning humanoid fox that trotted alongside him, Warwolf's eyes glinted dangerously, a flicker of possessiveness crossing his gaze. This nine-tailed fox possessed an alluring and mesmerizing presence. However, as it began to speak, the enchanting mystique quickly dissipated, revealing a rather juvenile demeanor. Yet, this was merely Yanbai's impression, for others could not hear the nine-tailed fox's words and continued to behold the exquisite creature. Commander Shiyu cast a glance at the transformed fox, displaying little surprise before resuming his forward stride. The nine-tailed fox tugged at Yanbai's sleeve, trotting along with tiny steps, exclaiming, "Isn't it challenging to be this tall? But who else has a pet that matches their height? My lord, I am quite capable too." Yanbai regarded the anthropomorphic form of the fox with disdain and waved his hand, reverting it back to its original fox state. The half-foot-long creature once again nestled in the palm of his hand. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for the fox's flamboyant display. "You are remarkable indeed, truly exceptional." The nine-tailed fox beamed with satisfaction, obediently lying on Yanbai's shoulder, appearing both adorable and endearing. Suddenly, Warwolf leapt into action, seizing the nine-tailed fox by the nape and tossing it onto his back as he sprinted ahead. Yanbai gasped the nine-tailed fox. Commander Shiyu furrowed his brow slightly. As Warwolf glanced back mid-run, his eyes were devoid of emotion, conveying the message, "It belongs to me." In that instant, Commander Shiyu understood. The bond between the man and the wolf had already forged a silent form of communication. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of frustration upon their very first meeting. His pet had whisked away another's companion. Although he found the nine-tailed fox appealing, there should have been a more gradual process. Commander Shiyu felt somewhat ill at ease. He looked at Yanbai, wishing to offer an explanation, but at a loss for words. Amidst the commotion, The nine-tailed fox turned back to Yanbai and called out, "I am fine, my old acquaintance." Yanbai watched helplessly as the wolf and fox raced toward the distant mountaintop. The werewolf's speed, rendering them invisible as they swiftly disappeared into the woods. The battle wolf hastily ventured into a secluded valley, abruptly halting before a sea of blossoms. Transforming from wolf and fox into human form, the two tumbled into the floral expanse. The ethereal Murian, with his cool demeanor, gently pressed down on the still dizzy nine-tailed fox. The exquisite youth, his complexion flushed from their swift flight, playfully pushed Murian, feigning annoyance. "Why did you run so fast? It's rather frightening." Murian's obsidian eyes brimmed with affection as his deep, sultry voice resonated. "Because I yearned for you, because I was in a haste." The nine-tailed fox melted under his gaze, flirtation evident in every subtle movement. "Oh, divine one, why the sudden urgency?" Murian, with hands that were never idle, began to tear at his garments while maintaining a serious facade. "What can I say? You are irresistibly alluring. I have a fondness for your fox form as well." The nine-tailed fox, taken aback, pondered the newfound charm of his companion, who now spoke sweet nothings. How could anyone withstand such allure? Amidst their playful banter, he inquired, "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" "I concluded my duties in the celestial spirit realm and found myself with leisure, wishing to accompany you. Would you rather I didn't tea?" The fox responded with a sultry glance. "How could I refuse?" Transforming into a battle wolf was a splendid idea. He tilted his head slightly, biting Murian's throat with a teasing tone. "You are incredibly handsome in your wolf form." Murian retorted, "You are quite the vixen, the kind that steals one's heart." Lowering his gaze, he nibbled on the fox's earlobe, his warm breath igniting a thrilling sensation. "Why did you reveal your true form earlier? So many witnessed it, their eyes wide with surprise." "I felt a pang of jealousy." The nine-tailed fox's voice was low and indistinct, barely audible. The lush blossoms concealed their intimate exchange, though the rustling foliage startled two passing rabbits seeking strawberries. "How infuriating! Who has invaded our strawberry patch?" Meanwhile, Shiyu pulled Yanbai along, an unusual awkwardness gracing his features. Observing their entwined hands, Yanbai contemplated teasing him, but Shiyu defended, "Rest assured, the battle wolf will not harm your companion." As waves of emotion surged, Shiyu stumbled, and Yanbai instinctively supported him. "What is the matter?" The warmth of Yanbai's body enveloped Shiyu, the soothing aroma of the forest clearing his mind momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Shiyu wrapped his arm around Yanbai's shoulder, summoning his renowned white warship from the Star Alliance. They entered the cockpit, sealing the door, and in an instant, a wisp of smoke vanished into the horizon. Inside the cockpit, Shiyu released Yanbai and took the pilot's seat, setting the destination for autopilot. In this relatively safe environment, the tension he had held onto began to dissipate, and in the absence of Yanbai's presence, all discomforting symptoms surged forth. A stifling heat enveloped him, akin to a fine electric current coursing through his body, with visions of the imperial concubine entwined with him swirling in his mind, inducing waves of nausea. He forcefully expelled those images from his thoughts, the face of the concubine gradually blurring, only to be replaced by Yanbai's visage, which instantly alleviated his discomfort and instead left him feeling somewhat euphoric. The pleasure within him compelled Shiryu to let out a suppressed groan, his fingers gripping the armrest unconsciously, turning pale at the knuckles. This scene felt amiss, akin to a sensitive period, yet not entirely so. The inescapable, shameful images in his mind left the usually composed Shiryu feeling somewhat flustered. The two had already ventured beyond the palace, and Shiryu released the 5-star battleship from the spatial button, swiftly pulling Yanbai inside. Shiryu relinquished his hold on Yanbai, hastily took the pilot's seat, set the destination, and activated the autopilot. The battleship ascended rapidly, transforming the ground below into a blur of light and shadow before vanishing from sight. With some effort, Shiryu rose from the metallic pilot's seat, moved to another seat, and activated the intelligent robot, speaking in a cool, steady tone. "Xiaoji, assess my physiological data." A mechanical voice emanated from near the seat, promptly responding, "Commander, conducting your assessment. Yanbai surveyed the technologically advanced cockpit with a sense of novelty. As the original host, had never previously entered a battleship. Shiryu's current state was troubling. Beads of sweat the size of peas dripped from his forehead as he struggled to control his somewhat rapid breathing. The metallic chair he occupied emitted scanning beams, evidently examining his body. Yanbai raised an eyebrow, recognizing the advanced level of technology, and stood before Shiryu with arms crossed, observing without making any rash movements. After a moment, a mechanical voice announced, "Your adrenaline levels have surged. Dopamine is being released in large quantities. Heart rate and blood flow have significantly accelerated. Oxygen consumption has increased, and you are experiencing dryness in your mouth." Shiryu felt a twinge of impatience, coupled with embarrassment, and glanced at Yanbai standing before him, wishing for a direct conclusion rather than an explanation of symptoms. Xiaoji interjected with a hint of human-like exasperation. "Well then, to summarize, the possibility of your sensitive period approaching has been ruled out. The only viable explanation is that love has arrived." Both Shiryu and Yanbai were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Yet, Xiaoji continued, "Of course, this is merely an illusion." The mechanical voice resumed, "May I inquire, esteemed guest, what is your name?" Yanbai, puzzled by the robot's sudden interest, nonetheless replied truthfully, "My name is Yanbai." Xiaoji politely expressed gratitude and continued addressing Shiryu. "Indeed, the arrival of love is but an illusion, including the vivid scenes of entanglement with Yanbai in your mind, all resulting from the unique pheromonal stimulation of the people of the United States star and the influence of psychic abilities." The declaration struck like thunder, leaving both individuals momentarily stunned. Shiryu was engulfed in profound embarrassment. This intelligent robot ought to be dismantled for so brazenly articulating the illusions within his mind. He couldn't help but glance at Yanbai, who stood before him, a beta of striking elegance and undeniable beauty. Previously, within the Emperor's council chamber, he had uttered that should Yanbai be willing to marry him, he would acquiesce to such a union. Whether this declaration stemmed from a protective instinct, impulsiveness, or concealed intentions, even he himself could not ascertain. At this moment, Shiryu found himself uncertain about the sudden surge of unfamiliar emotions. Was it merely the influence of hormones, or a genuine sentiment from the depths of his heart? Thus, as he gazed upon Yanbai, his feelings grew increasingly intricate. Yanbai, meanwhile, recalled the peculiar ability that the nine-tailed fox had previously elaborated upon regarding the inhabitants of the United States, which had, unbeknownst to him, been subtly employed against Shiryu. Xiaoji's fervent exposition was far from over. The aphrodisiac effects of the United States inhabitants are exceedingly potent. Typically, the recipient experiences an uncontrollable desire towards the initiator, with the ability to implant sensations of pleasure and imagery directly into your mind. However, your bodily response is quite peculiar. You seem to vehemently reject any influence from her and cannot feel desire for her at all. Instead, her image is automatically transformed into that of Yanbai, whom you are more inclined to accept. The side effect of this is that while others, upon encountering the aphrodisiac, are invigorated and spirited, you find yourself utterly fatigued, akin to paralysis. I surmise this is a bizarre outcome resulting from your formidable mental fortitude clashing with your self-protective mechanisms. As of now, there exists no effective treatment for the aphrodisiac. Any inhibitors prove futile, though fortunately, it is time-sensitive. You currently have two options. Either endure your desires for 3 days until the aphrodisiac dissipates, or engage in intimacy to resolve the matter at once. Given the present circumstances, I would recommend you pursue intimacy with Yanbai. Interestingly, I have just detected that, although Yanbai is a beta and cannot provide you with phenomenal comfort, your compatibility rate stands at an astonishing 99. This not only promises to soothe your affliction, but also doubles the pleasure for both parties. Truly a match made in heaven. Upon hearing this, Shiryu realized that there could be no greater embarrassment than this, and he sternly interjected, "Xiaoji, shut down. You are speaking far too much." "Understood, Master." "Farewell," came the reply, though it seemed to echo with a sense of profound regret. Shiryu let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief, raising his gaze to meet the enigmatic smile of Yanbai before him, feeling an even greater warmth envelop him. He forced himself to suppress the awkwardness and spoke stiffly. I apologize, my robot has gone a bit haywire. You needn't pay him any mind. The expression on Yanbai's face was nothing short of captivating. Suddenly cast as the antagonist in someone else's imagination, the sensation was, how shall I put it, rather piquant. Simultaneously, she found herself somewhat admiring the villain's resilience. Having rendered himself incapacitated to combat the queen of insects' pheromones, Shiryu swiftly redirected the conversation, his tone gravely serious, though the tips of his ears, flushed with heat, betrayed his true emotions. Now, let us address matters of significance. What did you mean by the words you whispered to me earlier? From where does your danger originate? What do you know? If the nine-tailed fox were present, it would surely discern that the Demon Lord had employed a subtle stratagem. As he sat in the council chamber upon Shiryu's lap, ostensibly kissing his earlobe, he discreetly uttered a crucial phrase. Help me, take me away. I possess knowledge of the Zur Queen. This was Yanbai's subtle stratagem, a means to swiftly capture Shiryu's attention and ensure his protection, for he was, after all, in a vulnerable state. With a nine-tailed fox present at this moment, he would surely scoff. Having initially believed that the Demon Lord's formidable charm had incited the Stoic commander to willingly protect him. Instead, it was a cunning ruse, lacking in martial ethics. However, should he dare to criticize Yanbai, the latter would undoubtedly retort, all's fair in war. Chapter 89. The Stoic commander and his sweet beta Yanbai felt fortunate that the antagonist swiftly shifted the topic, for even though the Demon Lord possessed a thick skin, the scenario was undeniably difficult to assess. He adopted a serious demeanor, explaining that the Zerg had already invaded the United States star, sealing off all communications. The Zerg Queen had taken residence there, consuming the talents of its inhabitants to undergo metamorphosis and acquire parasitic abilities. The Empress you see is merely a shell of a United States citizen. Within, she is indeed the Zerg Queen. I inadvertently witnessed her interacting with a male Zerg before the banquet, but I was not cautious enough, and I made a sound. The Empress must have already grown suspicious of me, which is why I sought your protection. Shiryu's expression immediately turned grave. Why have I received no prior intelligence? Yanbai cannot suppress an eye roll. Is it my fault that your information system is so inadequate? I have already conveyed the most vital details to you. Should you not conduct your own investigation? Shiryu mused that this beta was rather spirited. Although the news was indeed shocking, he felt an inexplicable trust in Yanbai. Moreover, all the anomalies he had experienced in his body had arisen after encountering the Empress. Something was indeed amiss with her. It was well known that the new Empress was a citizen of the United States star, and her capabilities were not surprising. However, using them on oneself was rather sinister. If she were truly a host for the Zerg Queen, it would all make sense, and the consequences would be dire. Shiryu gazed at Yanbai, stating, if this information proves true, I shall protect you. Yanbai smiled, having achieved his objective. I am indeed an unremarkable little genius. This world-as tasks are not particularly daunting. Has not a promising beginning already been established? Starting with preserving my own life. As Shiryu attempted to rise to retrieve a communicator, he found himself lacking the strength to do so. It seemed all his energy was devoted to suppressing bodily desires, rendering even standing a distant luxury. His heavy uniform was damp with sweat, clinging tightly to his form. His mind appeared to be running two independent programs simultaneously. One was rational, allowing him to accurately analyze the current crisis and make appropriate choices to navigate the situation at hand. The other incessantly clamored, yearning to succumb to the sea of desire, to tear away the beautiful beta's pristine white shirt, to stain that excessively fair skin with shades of pink, and to manifest the fantasies swirling in his mind into tangible action. The entanglement of these two modes of thought tormented him greatly, yet his exterior betrayed none of the tumult within. The figures entangled in his mind intertwined with the vivid visage of Yanbai before him, presenting an exquisitely sweet torment. Despite the chaos within his thoughts, he maintained a stoic expression, raising his cool gaze to meet Yanbai's, his voice flat as he requested. Please assist me to the driver's seat. Yanbai complied, promptly stepping forward to support him. The fragrance of verdant foliage enveloped him, and for a rare moment, Shiyu's mind cleared, his strength returning somewhat. He draped his arm over Yanbai's shoulder and took a few steps toward the driver's seat, yet did not sit down. Leaning against Yanbai provided him considerable relief. Shiyu longed to inquire about the situation with Xiaoji, but given Xiaoji's earlier nonsensical remarks, he hesitated. He feared that Xiaoji might utter something profoundly inappropriate, further complicating matters between himself and Yanbai. He pressed a button on the console, and a voice immediately responded, "Commander, please proceed." Shiyu issued a command. Reconnaissance Team 1 is to head to the American Star immediately for investigation. It may have already been overrun by the Zerg. Exercise caution to avoid detection. Understood. After relaying his orders, Shiyu leaned wearily against the wall, yet did not release his hold on Yanbai. Yanbai was likewise obliged to lean against the wall as Shiyu's soft voice drifted to him. "May I audaciously inquire about the fragrance of grass and wood that lingers about you? Is it a perfume or an essence?" Yanbai was momentarily taken aback, raising his arm to take a whiff. He had not even noticed that he bore a scent. The original owner had no habit of using perfumes or fragrances. "No," he replied. Shiyu tilted his head to regard him. "Is it a natural body scent, then?" The atmosphere grew subtly ambiguous. "What do you mean?" Yanbai asked. Shiyu replied calmly. "The aroma emanating from you alleviates the discomfort within me. Hence, if it is indeed a perfume, I might require a bottle." Yanbai was utterly unprepared for such a conclusion. What an absurd premise. The curse system, the nine-tailed fox, might know the reason, but at that moment the fox was nowhere to be found, off gallivanting with the war wolf, leaving Yanbai feeling quite exasperated. "Unfortunately, I possess no such perfume," he admitted. Shiyu continued thus. "You must endure my company for these 3 days. In return, you may make one request." Yanbai's eyes flickered as he recalled Shiyu's demise in the original narrative. "May I request that you exercise a bit more wisdom when confronting the Zerg Queen? She is already a parasitic entity, and it will be quite challenging to substantiate her true identity. By the time you ascertain her identity and confront her as an adversary, a direct approach will only leave you in shambles. If assassination is feasible, then do so. When dealing with malevolent forces, one need not be bound by conventional methods." Shiyu found it rare to encounter someone who could articulate the use of cunning in such an elegant manner. What kind of environment had Yanbai grown up in? He felt an intense curiosity towards him. At that moment, the battleship docked in Shiyu's exclusive territory on a solitary island. Xiaoji spoke up, "Commander, we have returned to your estate. Shall I open the hatch for you?" "Yes." Shiyu momentarily suppressed his curiosity. "Let us disembark." He leaned against Yanbai for a considerable time, regaining some strength, and thus released his arm from around his shoulders, instead taking his hand and leading him out of the cockpit. His demeanor was remarkably natural. It was Yanbai, lagging a step behind, who appeared momentarily dazed by the sight of their interlinked hands. Upon exiting the warship, they were greeted by a vast expanse of lavender blossoms, with a quaint 2-story white building at its center. In the distance, the turbulent sea added a touch of solitude to the isolated island. Shiyu began, "I am accustomed to solitude. Therefore, apart from the robotic butler, there is no one else here. Are you able to adapt?" "I can," Yanbai replied. The two continued hand in hand until they reached the door, where a robotic butler appeared to welcome them. "Commander, welcome home," it intoned. Shiyu instructed, "Xiaocong, bring up your task panel. We need to add new master." He gestured toward Yanbai. "This is my friend Yanbai. He shares the same rights to this house and to you as I do." The robotic butler promptly extended a control panel from its chest toward Yanbai. "Hello, Yanbai. Please place your palm on the scanner and say a phrase so I can register your voice in the system." Yanbai found this intriguing and remarked, "Hello, Xiaocong. The name the commander chose for you is rather lackluster. Do you like it?" Xiaocong paused, sounding somewhat aggrieved. "Has someone finally noticed? I truly dislike it." Shiyu and Yanbai exchanged amused glances. "Xiaocong, do we have anything to eat? I'm feeling a bit hungry," Shiyu requested. "What would you like to eat, Yanbai?" Xiaocong replied. Shiyu mused. Isn't it he who mentioned his hunger? Is this intelligent robot planning a rebellion? Chapter 90. The cold commander and his sweet beta-08 Yanbai chuckled joyfully. Do you have any desserts, like chocolate cake? The antennas atop Xiao Tsung's head perked up, and despite being merely a robot, a sense of excitement emanated from it. I excel at making chocolate cake. Unfortunately, the commander has never indulged in it before. I will prepare it now. Shiyu interjected. And what will I have? Xiao Tsung's antennas drooped once more, resembling a crestfallen figure. Though polite in tone, an air of melancholy lingered in its voice. Aren't you always fond of medium-rare steak? Shall I prepare a portion for you? Shiyu nodded in satisfaction. Yes, thank you. Xiao Tsung's flat tone betrayed a hint of reluctance and complaint. No need to thank me. Serving you is my honor, though this dish hardly showcases my culinary skills. As Xiao Tsung turned to depart, Yanbai chuckled again. Your robotic butler has quite the personality. Shiyu could only feel a sense of helplessness in response. His life and habits had indeed been rather dull and monotonous. Perhaps even the robot found them unremarkable. Shiyu sensed a surge of heat within him and resorted to draping his arm around Yanbai's shoulder once more. I'm out of strength again. Let me take a couple of breaths. He leaned his head towards Yanbai, inhaling deeply at his neck. The closeness of Shiyu's mouth and nose exhaled warm breaths against Yanbai's neck, causing every hair to stand on end. Before Yanbai could voice his critique of the other's choice of words, he found himself somewhat intoxicated by the potent masculine aura emanating from his companion. The alpha's pheromones, due to a slight loss of bodily control, had begun to leak, and the sweat upon his skin seemed to exude a palpable warmth, intensifying the air around him. Typically, betas are impervious to pheromones and remain unaffected by them. However, the unique scent of Shiyu, intertwined with his natural fragrance, bore the essence of aged ebony and sandalwood, exuding a sense of distance and an overwhelming masculinity that was both enduring and commanding. For reasons unknown, Yanbai felt a flutter of unease, as though a small creature were incessantly scratching at his heart. He forced himself to suppress these unusual feelings, adopting a tone of feigned ferocity. Speak properly. What do you mean by just taking a couple of breaths? Leaning beside him, Shiyu, noticing Yanbai's slightly agitated demeanor, found himself stifling a laugh. Yet, years spent on the battlefield, coupled with childhood experiences, rendered him at a loss for how to express amusement. He merely curled the corners of his mouth and said, "Apologies. I shall refrain from such phrasing in the future." At that moment, Shiyu, weighed down by fatigue, leaned heavily against Yanbai. Even the formidable Demon Lord found it somewhat taxing to confront someone taller and notably more robust than himself. He dragged Yanbai into the living room and rather roughly tossed him onto the sofa, rubbing his slightly flushed neck afterwards. If you're feeling weak, just sit for a while. There's no need for you to exert yourself now. I will fetch some water. After speaking, Yanbai fanned himself with his hand, feigning composure as he strode toward the kitchen. Shiyu, observing the flush in Yanbai's ears, felt as though he had stumbled upon a newfound treasure. Yanbai, you seem rather easily embarrassed. Shiyu retrieved his intelligence device, initiating a background check on Yanbai. Due to his position as a commander in the Star Alliance, he possessed numerous privileges for investigation and swiftly uncovered Yanbai's past. Like many ordinary children, Yanbai hailed from a typical family with an unremarkable academic record. His life had been devoid of significant upheaval or opportunity, nothing more. Recently, however, he had been unexpectedly appointed by the Emperor to receive training in the palace, marking the most considerable change in his life. Gazing at the rather mundane profile, Shiyu fell into contemplation, for it hardly seemed to align with the individual he had encountered. With such striking features and intelligence, how could he be so unremarkable? Though perplexed, Shiyu could not uncover anything further at the moment, and thus chose to set the matter aside. As night fell, the prospect of sleep emerged as a significant dilemma. Shiyu had grown weary of his incapacitated state, which was secondary to the chaotic visions tormenting his mind, driving him to madness. Consequently, he insisted that Yanbai share the same room with him. Ultimately, Yanbai acquiesced, feeling a flicker of joy within. Yet, a new complication arose. Shiyu had to leave him temporarily to wash up, fearing that Shiyu might drown in the bathtub. Yanbai resolved to allow him to absorb a few breaths before hastily showering. After all, Shiyu was his protector. Should anything happen to him, Yanbai's own life would be in jeopardy as well. It was a peculiar cycle. He feared the queen of the insectoids, who, in turn, feared Shiyu, while Shiyu required his assistance. The thought itself struck Yanbai as amusing. In the bathroom, Shiyu had been inside for 5 minutes. Yanbai leaned against the door, glanced at his watch, and gently knocked. "Are you done?" Silence enveloped the room. Yanbai knocked more forcefully. "Are you done?" Still, there was no response. Growing increasingly anxious, Yanbai called out loudly, "You haven't fainted, have you?" The silence persisted. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted the doorknob, only to be greeted by a scene that sent his heart racing. Shiyu stood naked, his back to the door, one hand propped against the wall. A mist of water cascaded from the showerhead above, coalescing into rivulets that traced the contours of his sculpted back. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his bronze skin accentuated the fullness of his muscles, creating a figure reminiscent of a classical statue. Yanbai found himself momentarily entranced, the allure of Shiyu's beauty striking him like a thunderous beat upon his heart. He could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Thump, 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 each pulse intensifying his exhilaration. Shiyu, having exhausted all his strength, could barely hold himself upright, lacking the energy even to respond to Yanbai or turn off the faucet beside him. He heard the door creak open, but lacked the strength to look back. The awkwardness of the situation left him uncertain whether he should be grateful for Yanbai's support or relieved if he turned away. They remained locked in this tableau for a full minute, Shiyu on the verge of collapsing, his legs trembling. Yanbai, shaking off his wild thoughts, sensed something was amiss. Wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth, he stepped forward to turn off the faucet and caught Shiyu as he began to sway. In that fleeting moment, he stole a glance downward, and then there was nothing more to follow. Yanbai pondered whether his feelings for the man before him warranted further contemplation. The sight before him was enough to take half a life away. If he were to see it fully, it seemed that only the extremes of life and death remained. Chapter 91. The cool commander and his sweet beta, Yanbai recited a calming mantra while allowing himself a few more glances at Shiyu's exquisite physique. Now rendered speechless, Shiyu, noticing the unabashed gaze fixed upon him, felt a pang of embarrassment. Yet, his body betrayed him, relying on Yanbai for support as they made their way out, lacking even the strength to lift a pinky finger. As they passed the robe rack, Yanbai feigned ignorance, continuing to guide Shiyu out. Shiyu weakly lifted his pinky, attempting to gesture toward the robe, but ultimately missed his chance. Once they reached the bed, Yanbai gently laid Shiyu down, taking the opportunity to admire him once more. Shiyu's face flushed crimson, utterly mortified. Yanbai, reveling in his triumph, smirked, suddenly feigning realization. "Oh dear, how could I forget to give you your robe? I must be terribly forgetful," Shiyu retorted. "If your expression were any more sincere, I might actually believe you." Yanbai retrieved a bathrobe from the bathroom and knelt beside the bed to assist him in putting it on, seizing the opportunity to caress his abdominal muscles once more. "How did you achieve such definition?" "8-pack, the sensation is truly delightful." Sure, you felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, for it was the first time he had witnessed anyone engage in such flirtation with such refreshing sophistication. Being close to Yanbai restored a semblance of his strength, and he grasped Yanbai's hand, which was reaching towards his chest in mischief, his voice laced with restrained frustration. "Yanbai, do not go too far." Yanbai cast a regretful glance at his pectoral muscles, fastening his waist belt. "TCH, how dull. I'm off to take a shower." With that, he turned and strode directly into Shiryu's bedroom, leaving him panting on the bed. This was the first time in Shiryu's life he had encountered someone like Yanbai. Those he had previously associated with either feared him or respected him, seldom daring to jest in his presence. Yet Yanbai exhibited no such reverence, at times playful and at others bashful. Shiryu had not anticipated witnessing this other side of him tonight, his lasciviousness. Shiryu had been striving to suppress his own desires, which had become increasingly arduous. With Yanbai's earlier provocations, he felt as though he might lose his sanity. Another wave of heat surged through him, images of two figures swirling in his mind, becoming ever more vivid and indescribable. One of those figures was Yanbai, albeit a Yanbai ensnared in the throes of passion. In his mind, Yanbai's complexion was flushed, his hands wandering restlessly over his own abdominal muscles. The fervor within Yu was uncontainable, converging throughout his limbs. When Yanbai emerged, he found Yu gazing despondently at the hem of his bathrobe, elevated in a manner suggesting a longing for escape. With a playful smirk, he feigned ignorance and exaggeratedly yawned. Nonchalantly, he turned off the main light in the adjacent room, making his way to the bed, illuminated only by the soft glow of the night light beneath it. "I'm quite exhausted. I shall retire now. Should you require water or need to use the restroom tonight, call for me." Yanbai lay down on the half of the bed beside Yu, turning away from him, and soon fell into a steady rhythm of breathing. The fragrance of fresh foliage enveloped the air, likely a result of Yanbai's recent shower, its essence stronger than before. Despite the arm's length between them, Yu gradually found his mind calming, yet slumber eluded him. As his strength slowly returned, he turned to observe Yanbai's silhouette, a thin white sheet draped over him, accentuating the graceful curve of his waist, rendering him exquisitely alluring. Though his emotions appeared to settle, another feeling began to swell within him. Yu found Yanbai's presence profoundly captivating. Even the earlier displays of frivolity now seemed animated and charming. He slightly shifted to face Yanbai, his right hand rising slowly as if to touch the curve of Yanbai's back, his body seemingly acting on its own volition beyond his control. Just as his fingertips hovered mere millimeters from Yanbai's waist, a sudden awareness struck him, leaving his hand suspended in the air, awkward yet enticing, torn between retreating and reluctance. He lingered for a moment before finally lowering his hand. Carefully, he grasped a corner of Yanbai's sleepwear, stroking it gently, akin to clutching the tail of happiness. Yu gradually closed his eyes, allowing himself to bask in the fragrant aroma of the flora, relinquishing all restraint as his thoughts galloped freely like untamed wild horses. Reveling in unbridled joy, that night, he experienced a most exquisite dream, filled with pink bubbles and unparalleled bliss. Yet the most delightful aspect was the presence of Yanbai within it. As morning light gently roused him from slumber, Yanbai felt as though he were ensconced in a silken cocoon, the heat enveloping him to the point of breathlessness. His thoughts were still shrouded in a haze, and instinctively, he let out a soft murmur, instinctively clutching the body before him, eyes still closed, craning his neck in search of something elusive. Yu sensed the soft form in his embrace drawing even closer, while the sweet, fragrant lips that had entangled his dreams all night approached him once more. He lowered his head and captured those familiar lips, engaging in a tender and lingering kiss, savoring every moment. This kiss was more genuine and delectable than any he had experienced in his dreams, and Yu found himself unable to withdraw, his breaths quickening, his movements becoming increasingly fervent and unrestrained. His hands encircled Yanbai's nape, urging him to tilt his head back further to accommodate Yu's passionate advance. Lost in the throes of the kiss, Yanbai began to feel the mounting intensity, struggling for breath as he found the sensation overwhelming. It was as if he had awakened from countless similar kisses, forming a muscle memory of such intimate encounters. He gently patted Yu's back, signaling for cessation. Yet, in his euphoric state, Yu was oblivious, believing he still lingered in the realm of indulgent dreams, unaware of the need to temper his ardor, yearning only for more. Gradually, Yanbai's mind began to clear, and he sensed something amiss. He opened his bleary eyes to behold Yu, his face alight with desire, still lost in the passionate embrace, his weight pressing down upon Yanbai, while his hands roamed perilously close to forbidden territories. Yanbai, the string of rationality within Yanbai, snapped to attention. His body reacted before his mind could catch up, and with a swift kick, he sent Yu tumbling off the bed. Yu, still ensnared in the throes of passion, landed on the soft, plush carpet by the bed, utterly bewildered. Struggling to comprehend the situation, he gazed up at Yanbai, who loomed over him, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. "Why did you kick me, Bai? Was I not good enough last night?" Yanbai's pupils widened, nearly overwhelmed by the flood of conflicting emotions. Did they truly engage in something while he was asleep? Hastily, he checked his own attire, finding everything intact, his pants unblemished, and his body free of discomfort. He let out a barely perceptible sigh, casting a scrutinizing glance at Shiyu on the floor, his expression turning decidedly unfriendly. Chapter 92. The cold commander and his sweet beta, Yanbai, fixed his gaze on Shiyu sprawled on the ground, his tone sharp. Clarify your words. What happened last night? Shiyu blinked slowly, sensing the dissonance. The previous night's enchanting dream melded too seamlessly with the morning's surreal reality, leaving him unable to discern the boundaries between illusion and truth. The typically composed and stoic man now sat on the floor, his eyes displaying a hint of innocent bewilderment. This striking contrast softened Yanbai's heart for a fleeting moment. However, reason hardened his heart as he gazed at Shiyu, demanding a resolution without the slightest intention of retreat. Shiyu had essentially unraveled the intricacies of the situation, his mind racing, sifting through a lifetime's worth of rhetoric. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. You are quite charming, my dear. Yanbai's eyes widened in disbelief, his teeth clenching audibly as he bent low to grasp Shiyu's collar, lifting him rudely until their faces were mere inches apart. Yanbai declared fiercely, quite charming indeed. Haven't had enough, have you? Shall we continue? His lips parted slightly, revealing a glimpse of a delicate pink tone. Shiyu's gaze fixated on that tantalizing sight, entirely disregarding the menace in Yanbai's tone, interpreting it instead as an invitation. Shiyu's cold countenance betrayed no emotion, yet his ears flushed with a subtle hue of crimson. Unable to resist temptation any longer, he timidly brushed his lips against Yanbai's, then raised his gaze to inquire, is that permissible? Yanbai, all his bravado seemed to dissipate, leaving him with an unexpected sense of powerlessness. Yet, was the Demon Lord the type to suffer defeat? Absolutely not. Yanbai exerted his strength, hoisting Shiyu onto the bed, who complied, sprawled out with arms wide, a posture inviting for the taking. Yanbai settled upon his waist, and a flicker of danger ignited in Shiyu's eyes as he narrowed them. Before he could ponder further, Yanbai descended, capturing his lips with a ferocity that was both fierce and domineering. The dim flicker in Shiyu's eyes erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks, blindingly brilliant. Shiyu longed to caress the back of Yanbai's neck, but Yanbai, perceptive to his intentions, firmly restrained his hands above his head. Yanbai was fierce, alluring, and insatiable. In an instant, Shiyu felt ignited, every cell in his body ablaze. He yearned to press close